A few days ago, she traveled to a parallel world. In this world, she not only has an amazing appearance, but also owns a lot of real estate. She originally thought she could just live off the rent and wait for death, but she didn't expect her life to suddenly take a big turn. The ringing of a cell phone interrupted her thoughts, and the screen showed an unfamiliar number. After the call was connected, an excited voice came, "Hello, Miss Mu Cheng. I am the director of Heartbeat in Love, and would like to invite you to participate in our program. Are you interested?" Mu Cheng was stunned. A romance variety show? She had never been interested in this kind of variety show. "Ms. Mu Cheng, are you still here?" the director asked. She looked at herself in the mirror. She had fair skin, beautiful features, and picturesque eyebrows and eyes, just like a carefully crafted work of art. She thought that with her current looks, it would be no problem for her to beat the other guests. "Okay, I'll join." She raised the corners of her mouth slightly. System prompts, ding. Selection completed, reward issued, top performing talent. The next second, a huge amount of knowledge flooded into her mind. From acting skills to the use of camera sense, she instantly became a master of acting. Mu Cheng shook his hand, feeling the sudden memory in his brain, and couldn't help but chuckle. "A romance show, huh?" she muttered to herself, with a gleam in her eyes. "Now that you have chosen it, let's go big. As for the guests on the show, are you excited?" She let them see what true, heart-thumping meant. When director Chen Xiong saw Mu Cheng for the first time, he was stunned. He has seen too many so-called beauties in this circle, but Mu Cheng's otherworldly beauty is beyond compare. It made him make a decision instantly. As long as she was willing to participate in a dating show, she would definitely become a hit. So, he offered a sky-high salary of 1 million per season without hesitation. For Chen Xiong, this investment is a sure win. As for whether Mu Cheng will really fall in love on the show, he doesn't care at all. It's not his business. When Mu Cheng's predecessor heard the offer, he agreed without hesitation. In her opinion, this opportunity was a perfect gift of money. She could earn 1 million just by filming a show for a month and pretending to be good. It was unbelievably easy. Even though she already had hundreds of millions in her personal piggy bank, why not make a little more money? Mu Cheng agreed softly. "I have time in the afternoon. Where do you want to record it?" Chen Xiong on the other end of the phone seemed very happy. "If it's convenient, of course it would be best at your home." "On my side." Mu Cheng was about to answer that it was no problem, but a clear mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. System prompts. "Congratulations to the host for triggering the heartbeat selection, activating the heartbeat selection system." She was stunned. System? After she realized what was happening, her eyes lit up. The standard equipment for time travelers is finally here. System prompts. Choice 1. Participate in a dating show, quietly amaze everyone, and be rewarded with top female self-defense skills. System prompts. Choice 2. Reject the romance program, unilaterally tear up the contract, and be rewarded with 10 million cash. Mu Cheng raised an eyebrow as he looked at the options. The 10 million yuan reward was just enough to offset the penalty. This arrangement of the system was too thoughtful. However, she preferred the first reward. Self-defense skills were more useful for someone like her who looked too eye-catching. What if she ran into any trouble? Besides, the love show was promised before, so she had no reason to refuse. "That's fine with me. How about 3 o'clock in the afternoon?" she said in a cheerful tone. Sure. Chen Xiong couldn't stop smiling when he heard her straightforward answer. He quickly said goodbye and hung up the phone. Just as Mu Cheng put down the phone, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice, and the reward is the top female self-defense technique. A golden light flashed, and Mu Cheng instantly felt that a lot of self-defense skills had been added to his mind, and his body even seemed to become more agile. She looked down at her fair and slender wrist, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She still looked like a fragile beauty, but now she was no longer someone who could be bullied easily. She looked at the time, and it was only noon, so there was still some time before the production crew came. She decided to go out for a walk, have lunch, and come back. In the underground parking garage, 2 cars left over from the previous car were lined up in a row. Mu Cheng watched silently. One car was the Mercedes-Benz driven by her father, and the other was a silver Audi given to her by her mother as a gift for her 18th birthday. Things have changed. Mu Cheng sighed for a moment, took out the key of the Mercedes, and unlocked it. A beeping sound came from the garage, breaking the brief silence. 10 minutes later, she parked her car under a shopping mall and prepared to find something to eat. The shopping mall was crowded with people on the weekend. As soon as she got off the car, she felt everyone's eyes were on her. The girls looked at her boldly. While the boys pretended to be careless and took a sneak peek, she couldn't help laughing. It turned out that sneaking a peek at a beautiful woman was really so obvious. In the restaurant of the mall, they had a small but delicate meal. A boy at the next table kept looking back at Mu Cheng and was caught by his girlfriend. They were so angry that they almost had a fight. Mu Cheng lowered his head and ate in silence, feeling that this girl's self-defense skills were even better than his own. After lunch, she casually visited a few shops, drank a cup of milk tea, and even almost went into the men's restroom by mistake. She reacted in time and quickly turned around and went into the women's restroom. When she walked into the women's restroom for the first time, she was stunned by the slogan on the wall. Unlike the big step forward for civilization in the men's restroom, here it said, "Put paper towels in the basket, not in the pit." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Cheng returned home and the program crew arrived on time. When the doorbell rang, she trotted out of the room to open the door, the tapping sound of her slippers light and lively. The moment the door opened, the staff outside were almost collectively stunned. She was wearing a simple home outfit, a white t-shirt tucked into light blue jeans, and her slightly curly hair was casually scattered. The faint fragrance of her hair made people hold their breath unconsciously. Mu Cheng stood there with a smile, her eyes clear and her soft voice broke the brief silence. "Hello, would you like to come in and sit down first?" The recording of the pilot went very smoothly and was completed in just over an hour. The content mainly focuses on filming Mu Cheng's daily life and a simple self-introduction to warm up for the official program. In order to maintain the sense of mystery, Mu Cheng did not show her face in the pilot film. She only used her soft voice with a brief close-up of her back and lips. However, even though her face was not shown, when the program team officially announced the pilot videos of all the guests, Mu Cheng's video still sparked heated discussions across the internet. In the variety show production department, in the office of the heart-beating program team, the soaring data made the director unable to hide his excitement. He clenched his fists and said, "Halfway to success." It turns out that inviting Mu Cheng was the right decision. Compared with other guests, Mu Cheng's popularity is particularly outstanding, especially her voice and mysteriousness, which directly crushed those guests who already have a fan base. Even some weird netizens were discussing the white and tender toes exposed in Mu Cheng's slippers in the comments section, showing a kind of speechless obsession. "The live broadcast will start in 2 days. Everyone please pay close attention," the director reminded. Faced with his excitement and seriousness, the atmosphere in the office quickly adjusted, and everyone performed their duties and continued to prepare for the premiere. 2 days passed in a flash. As the popularity continued to grow, netizens' expectations for this season of Falling in Love reached a peak. This program is not only a dating variety show, but also the first innovative form of large-scale life observation live broadcast in China. At this time, somewhere in the Magic City, Mu Cheng was packing her luggage at home. 2 large boxes were filled with daily necessities: clothes, body lotion, towels, and even a few packs of sanitary napkins. "I brought a lot of underwear, because girls have one more equipment than boys." After packing, Mu Cheng stood in front of the mirror and put on a simple white dress. This was the first time she tried on a dress since she traveled through time. Combined with her already exquisite appearance, she looked as if she had walked out of a painting. She smiled at herself in the mirror, then picked up her suitcase and went out. At the same time, the other 9 guests also set out from different cities, carrying their own stories and expectations and heading for the same destination, the heart-beating house. In the observation room of the program team, several heavyweight observation guests took their positions one after another. They include veteran host Mr. He, provincial TV host Chun Yi, actors Meng Ziyi and Wang Yinlin, sweetheart leader Cindy Wang, and psychology tutor Professor Chun Ming. The 3-minute countdown began, and the director's palms were sweating from nervousness. He quickly checked all the equipment, and after confirming that everything was correct, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Accompanied by the opening music, the live broadcast of Heartbeat officially kicked off. Tens of thousands of viewers instantly flooded into the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments almost filled the screen. In just 1 minute, the number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000, which made the director ecstatic. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. What was to come would truly determine whether this season's show could create a historic breakthrough. Welcome everyone to watch the 7th season of TikTok's self-produced large-scale love social reasoning reality show, Heartbeat. I am the host Hijio. Accompanied by a slight, rustling sound, teacher he appeared in the camera with his signature smile. As soon as he opened his mouth, warm applause broke out in the observation room. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was instantly filled up, and the audience's excitement overflowed the screen. In the blink of an eye, our show has entered its 7th season. Teacher, he continued with a smile. In addition to old friends, there are also many new friends here today. Can everyone say hello? The guests introduced themselves one after another. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, and the comments became lively. Many viewers came just for their favorite artists. By the way, Mr. He, Chunai beside him suddenly asked curiously, is this season broadcast live? That's right, teacher, he nodded. This season will be live. Why? I don't quite understand. Cindy Wong, known as the Sweetheart Queen, asked with blinking eyes. Before teacher he could answer, Meng Zi raised her hand with a smile. It must be because netizens suspect that the show is scripted. Upon hearing this, psychology professor Chen Ming jokingly asked, is it true that there is none? This sentence made Wang Yinlin laugh. It would be great if there was a script, then I can get what I like 100%. The guest gags filled the observation room with laughter and also cleverly emphasized to the audience that the show had no script and was broadcast live. While everyone was chatting, Dongfang Xiang, who had been silent, spoke up. I heard that there are changes in this season's Heart Beating House? Yes. Teacher, he nodded. This time the Heart Beating House is divided into 2 buildings, 701 and 702. They are independent of each other but closely connected, and everyone can expect some different sparks. This design is novel and intriguing, making the guests and the audience curious. Since everyone is so looking forward to it, let's take a look together. Teacher, he smiled and asked everyone to put on their headphones. The screen lit up, and the observation room was silent. The camera turned to the show's location, a small town on the outskirts of Magic City. 2 exquisite 2-story cottages stand quietly in the fresh air and beautiful scenery. There is neatly trimmed green grass beside the bluestone road, and a wooden fence separates 2 small houses. The yard is spacious and comfortable. The house numbers outside the cottage are marked 701 and 702 respectively, which makes people imagine the life to come. At this moment, a taxi slowly drove into the camera. The guests in the observation room immediately focused. Who was the first to arrive? The taxi stopped and a boy in a shirt and trousers got out. His neat outfit and refreshing smile did not look stunning, but he was very attractive. He took the suitcase out of the trunk and stood in front of the notice board between the 2 cabins. Welcome to the Love Cottage. In the next month, please choose a cottage of your choice. Maybe the person you like is among them, or maybe your best friend is just across the street. The boy read the words on the board in a low voice and smiled. He picked up a pen and wrote his name, Lin E, on the board of room 701. Then he opened the gate and walked in. Soon, another taxi slowly stopped. This time it was a boy with a sunny appearance, and his sports style made him look very energetic. He also stood in front of the bulletin board and hesitated for a moment, and finally chose 701. Hi, just arrived? Lin E took the initiative to greet him. Yes, please help me carry my luggage in. The other party responded with a smile, and the 2 quickly became familiar with each other and carried their luggage into 701. They decided to stay in the same room. During the conversation, the audience learned about the 2 people's backgrounds. Lin E, 23 years old, graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and was a bank management trainee. Eugene, 22 years old, was a specially recruited athlete student at Peking University. The 2 of them briefly toured the cabin and had a very pleasant chat. Just as they were studying the kitchen, a crisp voice of "Hello, is anyone there?" came from outside the yard. The 2 smiled at each other. Finally, a new roommate is here. As the screen of the Heartbeat House switched, everyone held their breath, especially the audience in the live broadcast room, whose comments instantly burst out. This leg. Amazing. The camera slowly moved upwards, and the owner of the beautiful legs finally appeared in the picture. She wore a light-colored suspender dress with a simple knitted cardigan. Her long, slightly curly hair set off her delicate facial features. Her overall temperament was both gentle and fresh. The observation room was immediately in an uproar. Oh my God, this girl is so beautiful. Chuanye's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise her. She has such a great temperament. This is Orange, right? Cindy's face was full of excitement. The girl with the nice voice in the pilot film. It turns out that her appearance is as good as her voice. Teacher, he smiled and nodded in agreement. The comments in the live broadcast room were almost overwhelming. Wow, is this the new sister? So beautiful. After getting off the bus, the girl stood in front of the bulletin board, lowered her head slightly, showed an elegant smile, picked up a pen and gently wrote her name on the board, Mu Cheng, 702. Sure enough, she chose room 702. In the observation room, Meng Zi patted the table. I knew she would be in the same room with the Sunshine Boys. At the same time, fans in the live broadcast room quickly took sides. Oh my god, her name is Mu Cheng. Such a nice name. At this time, Mu Cheng put away his pin, pushed open the gate, and walked into 702 carrying his suitcase. Her arrival seemed to instantly elevate the atmosphere of the entire cabin to a higher level. Hi, everyone. I'm Mu Cheng. She spoke softly, her gentle voice exactly the same as the one in the previous pilot film. Inside the room, Wang Yuqin came forward first. Hello, I'm Wang Yuqin. You're so beautiful. Mu Cheng smiled and shook her hand. Thank you. You are beautiful too. Zhang Junhan was standing not far away. He couldn't help but stare at Mu Cheng for a few more glances, then smiled and greeted. Welcome. Are you the last one to arrive? Well, yes, there was a bit of traffic jam on the road. Mu Cheng explained with a smile. Huada on the side also quickly interrupted. Hi, I'm Huada. Come over and sit down. We were just talking about dinner. Mu Cheng nodded, put her luggage in a corner, and joined their conversation. At this time, the members of 701 also seemed to notice the movement of 702. Listen, it seems like there's one last person coming over at 702. Eugene leaned over to listen, and with a bit of curiosity, do you want to go over and say hello? Linny smiled and said, let's wait for the production team to arrange it. We will definitely meet next time anyway. You're right. Maybe we'll see him at an event later. Liang Xiaowei was leaning against the kitchen bar, holding a cup of coffee. Her tone was calm but elegant. The small rooms on both sides of 701 and 702 were bustling with activity, and the audience's comments were rapidly changing. Mu Cheng must be a goddess. As all the guests arrived, the atmosphere in the observation room became more lively. Everyone is here. Now it's time to witness the heartbeat. Teacher, he said meaningfully. The comments quickly followed suit. Let's get started. Looking forward to the exciting moments. Lin Yi suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He suppressed the excitement on his face and smiled as naturally as possible. Orange? It's a cute name. Welcome to room 701. The two pushed open the door to the yard and walked towards the hut together. As soon as they entered the door, the people in the house immediately noticed the arrival of the new member. Chen Jia was the first to jump up, her tone full of surprise. Wow, you are our last roommate. Welcome, welcome. Mu Cheng nodded and introduced herself with a smile. Hello everyone, I am Mu Cheng. You can also call me Orange. Please give me your guidance in the future. Chen Jia's eyes lit up, and she immediately took Mu Cheng's arm, acting very familiar. Chengzi, you are so beautiful. I feel so inferior to you. Let's be friends. Liang Xiaowei was holding a cup of coffee at the side. She looked Mu Cheng up and down for a few times, then smiled and said, Hello Mu Cheng. I'm Liang Xiaowei. Let me know if you need any help in the future. Liang Xiaowei, who had a strong aura, unconsciously revealed a bit of alienation, but Mu Cheng was calm and composed, smiling and nodding. Thank you, Sister Liang. You are also very beautiful. Liang Xiao was slightly stunned, then smiled back. The boys' reactions were more direct. Eugene pushed up his sports cap and said with a straightforward smile, Finally a girl has come. Our 701 is finally balanced now. Wang Helong leaned against the kitchen door, lowered his head and took a sip of coffee, and laughed and joked. With the beautiful woman joining us, we at 701 are under a lot of pressure now. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere immediately became relaxed and harmonious. Lin Yi took the initiative to help Mu Cheng pull the luggage upstairs and briefly introduce the layout of the cabin. This is the public area on the first floor. The kitchen and living room are here. The second floor is the room. We have 2 beds in each room. You can choose a room you like. Thank you, Lin Yi. Mu Cheng smiled slightly and followed him upstairs. Finally, she chose to share a room with Chen Jia. The two were of similar age and seemed to have similar personalities, and they soon became close friends. Downstairs, the others were having a lively discussion while preparing dinner. Who do you think Mu Cheng makes the best match for? Eugene was the first to bring up the topic. I think. Wang Helong deliberately dragged out the words. His eyes swept through the crowd and finally landed on Lin Yi. It could be you? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, we just met. But I think they are a good match. Chen Jia interjected while lying on the stair railing, with a joking tone. Liang Qiao curled his lips slightly, without expressing any opinion, but his eyes turned thoughtfully to Mu Cheng and Lin Yi. At dinner time, the cabin was bustling with activity. Mu Cheng quickly integrated into this new environment. Her gentle smile and graceful demeanor easily made her the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Yi pretended to lower his head and continue working, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His hands seemed to move faster than usual, and the atmosphere in the kitchen became subtle and warm because of Mu Cheng's arrival. Chunjia squeezed next to Mu Cheng and said with a smile, "Chengzi, you are so gentle. I think if I were a boy, I would probably fall in love with you at first sight." Hearing this, Mu Cheng smiled softly. "Jia, stop joking. I just arrived and everyone is so enthusiastic. I feel a little embarrassed." Liang Qiao was leaning against the kitchen door, holding a glass of juice in his hand, watching the scene with a smile. Her gaze fell on Lin Yi, and there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "Chengzi, have you ever cooked before?" Liang Xiaowei suddenly asked. Mu Cheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "I have made some simple ones, but my level is average, definitely not as good as you." Chunjia immediately became interested after hearing this. "Then you cook and I wash the dishes. We can be partners." "Sure." Mu Cheng nodded and smiled, her gentle tone carrying some intimacy that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. A few people were chatting in the kitchen, and a few boys in the living room also began to discuss in a low voice. "Is Orange from the Magic City?" Wang Halong asked while drinking water, his tone sounding deliberately casual. Eugene leaned back on the sofa and shook his head. "I didn't hear her say that, but I feel like she should be from a good family. After all, her temperament doesn't seem like she comes from an ordinary family." "And those 2 suitcases," Wang Halong added thoughtfully, "probably contain a lot of things." Linny poked her head out of the kitchen and replied casually, "Yes, she seems to be quite capable. She just offered to cook." "Do you think she is particularly good?" Eugene suddenly smiled meaningfully. Linny was slightly startled, then smiled and waved his hands as if to cover up. "Don't talk nonsense, we just met and don't know each other well yet." But Wang Halong glanced at Lin Yi, with a slight smile on his lips, but he knew clearly in his heart that this guy's expression had already betrayed him. The atmosphere in the living room became more complicated as the boys secretly competed with each other. At the same time, the guests in the observation room were watching this scene with great interest. "Ah, this Lin Yi doesn't look like someone who would take the initiative," Chunai said with a smile. "But why did he look at Chengzi secretly just now? Why did he feel like there was something?" "There is something. There is definitely something," Mingzi echoed excitedly. "He even secretly looked at me while I was cooking. His expression of affection should not be too obvious." "Ha, men can't hide their eyes." Wang Yinlin laughed. "But I think Eugene might be a little interesting too. The expression he made when he looked at Lin Yi just now was also very interesting. And I think Chengzi herself may not realize it yet." Xinling held her chin and said slowly, "She just arrived at the cabin, but almost everyone's attention is on her." The audience barrage also exploded. "Lin Yi, don't hide. If you like her, chase her." "I think Eugene is more proactive, and it seems like he will make the first move." Back in the cabin, as dinner was gradually prepared, the members of 701 sat around the long table in the living room, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Everyone is trying to show themselves as much as possible, but the subtle competition between them has quietly begun. Mu Cheng remained calm and composed, with a gentle smile on her face all the time. She noticed the gazes of several boys, but did not have any special reaction, as if she was completely unaware. During dinner, the topic shifted from hobbies to career planning, and the room in room 701 gradually became lively. Mu Cheng interacted with everyone in an orderly manner, and every word he said was just right, neither seeming cold nor overly enthusiastic. And her every move is gradually becoming the center of the entire cabin. In the observation room, the guests were also having a heated discussion. "Mu Cheng is so charming," Chunyi said with emotion. When she first came in, her gentle yet confident attitude was really likable. "Yeah," Xinling nodded. "And it feels like there will be some sparks between her and Lin Yi." Wang Yinlin joked, "This is just the beginning, don't jump to conclusions. I think there may be other combinations in 701. "Yeah," Chen Ming pushed his glasses and smiled meaningfully. "The Shura field has just begun. There will be something to watch." The comments were more direct. "Chengzi and Lin Yi must be locked together. I support Eugene and Mu Cheng. His big boy vibe is also a good match." Mu Cheng's joining made room 701 completely lively, and the atmosphere in the room gradually heated up. In the kitchen, Lin Yi was the chef, while Wang Halong and Eugene were helping out, washing and cutting vegetables, and everything was going smoothly. However, the 3 men kept looking at the girl in the restaurant from time to time, and the atmosphere was subtle and a little dark. Mu Cheng was placing the tableware. Her movements were gentle and delicate. She inadvertently lifted up her scattered hair, revealing her pretty profile, quiet and serene. The boy's eyes were distant, occasionally meeting each other and then quickly looking away, as if they were afraid of being discovered. After setting the tableware, Mu Cheng walked briskly to the kitchen. As she approached, she smelled a faint fragrance and asked softly, "Do you want some milk tea? I brought some from home." Hearing her voice, the three busy people stopped what they were doing at the same time. Eugene was the first to respond, his tone somewhat expectant. "Okay." Wang Helong smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Chengzi. Give me a cup." Linny asked one more question. "What kind of milk tea?" "It's brewed, but it tastes good." Mu Cheng smiled slightly and answered softly. Linny nodded and smiled. "Then I'll have one too. It's just the right amount of time to wait for you to make the milk tea, and dinner will be almost ready." "So fast?" Mu Cheng was a little surprised. She tiptoed closer to the kitchen counter to check and couldn't help but praise, "It smells so good." Then she walked to the corner of the kitchen, took out the kettle and started boiling water. As the sound of water gradually increased, she turned and went upstairs, preparing to take out the milk tea bag from the suitcase. After she left, the kitchen suddenly fell silent. The boys who were chatting and laughing just now were speechless at this moment. They all lowered their heads and worked busy, seemingly absent-minded. The live broadcast room's barrage instantly became lively. "Ha ha ha. Orange has only been gone for a minute, and they're like lost souls. My goodness, this atmosphere is terrible. Sure a field alert. Can you guys be more ambitious? I just went upstairs to get a milk tea bag." For a moment, the barrage of comments was boiling and the audience was extremely happy. When Mu Cheng returned to the restaurant with milk tea, dinner was already ready. The table was filled with hot dishes and everyone sat around it. Facing the seating arrangement at the table, Liang Xiaowei chuckled and suggested, "Girls sit on one side, and boys sit across from them, right?" Several people nodded, no objection. However, Lin Yi quietly placed his milk teacup in front of Mu Cheng, then smiled and stood up to serve the rice. This action caught the eyes of Wang Helong and Eugene. They were slightly stunned and looked at each other quickly. The silent communication at that moment was slightly tense. In the observation room, teacher he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Lin Yi is really good at taking the seat quietly. This is a master. He doesn't even leave any trace when grabbing a seat." Wang Yinlin laughed, slapping his thigh. "I've learned that. I'll do the same when I meet a girl I like in the future." Dongfang Xiang added seriously, causing Chunai and Meng Zi to laugh so hard that they fell over. At the table, Mu Cheng ate quietly, oblivious to the undercurrents around her. She only felt the aroma of the food and was particularly satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Liang Xiaowei took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Mu Cheng washed the cups beside her. The two girls chatted casually. "Chengzi, where are you from? Local?" Liang Xiaowei asked casually. Mu Cheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, Xiao Xiao. What about you?" Liang Xiao chuckled and replied, "I'm from Luzhou, on Hubei province." Mu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he began to hum. "The moonlight of Luzhou sprinkles on my heart, but you under the moon are no longer the same as you used to be." The clear and melodious singing voice echoed in the kitchen. Liang Xiaowei was stunned for a moment and involuntarily stopped what he was doing, and his eyes fell on Mu Cheng. "Orange, you sing so beautifully. What song is this? Why have I never heard of it before?" "Oh, this is called Luzhou Moon." Mu Cheng answered casually while putting the cup away. After she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. This song didn't exist in this world at all. Her heart stagnated slightly, but her expression remained calm. She looked up and smiled at Liang Xiao. "It should be a relatively unpopular song. I just heard it by chance." Liang Xiao nodded slightly, but she felt something was a little unusual. The singing was fresh and moving, and she had never heard a similar melody before. Mu Cheng easily changed the subject, but she didn't realize that the few lines of her song just now had already caused ripples in people's hearts. In fact, not only Liang Xiaowei was curious about Mu Cheng's singing, but the audience in the live broadcast room also expressed their surprise and doubts in the barrage. "Oh my God, Orange's voice is so beautiful. What's the name of this song? I just searched around and couldn't find it at all. What is the origin of this song?" "Stop joking. There are so many people online. Is it possible that no one has heard of it?" The discussion in the live broadcast room became more and more heated. Because the live broadcaster's camera was always focused on Mu Cheng, her singing made the already lively atmosphere even more heated. However, no one could find the origin of Luzhou Moon, which made the audience even more confused, and some even made a bold guess. Could it be that Orange wrote it himself? As soon as this comment came out, it caused an instant uproar. In the observation room, the guests also discussed the song. Chunai pushed Xinling's arm, his eyes full of curiosity. You are a professional singer. Have you heard of this song, Luzhou Moon? Xinling shook her head and said with a smile, I have no impression of it at all, but Chengzi sang it really well. If this is really her original work, then she is really talented. Everyone turned their attention to teacher He. After all, he was a senior veteran in the industry and was always well informed. Teacher He also shook his head sincerely. It's the first time I heard it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be written by Chengzi himself. This is so amazing. Meng Zi clapped his hands, looking excited. Come on. Wang Yinlin interrupted directly. You are tone deaf. Don't join in the fun. The observation room was filled with laughter, but the comments were full of exclamations. This girl can actually create original songs, and the songs are so good. She's a genius. At this time in the Heartbeat House, facing Liang Xiaowei's question, Mu Cheng smiled and simply admitted, well, I wrote this song myself. This sentence made Liang Xiaowei's eyes widen. Wow. Chengzi, you are really amazing. Is there a complete version? Yes, but I haven't registered the copyright yet. Mu Cheng smiled and waved her hand, then explained, wait until I apply for the copyright before singing the full version. Liang Xiaowei immediately showed an understanding smile. Then why don't you sing to me tonight? Anyway, we live in the same room, so we don't have to worry about others hearing us. Mu Cheng smiled but didn't respond. This scene was seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and the comments began to swirl around the screen again. Fuck. The interaction between these two girls is something. After cleaning up the kitchen, Mu Cheng returned to the living room with Liang Xiaowei, holding milk tea. At this time, the other people in the living room had already started chatting casually. As soon as she sat down on the sofa, Yu Jin's eyes fell on her involuntarily. The faint fragrance from the girl made him feel inexplicably brighter. Orange, have you studied music before? Chen Jia asked first, with a hint of curiosity in her tone. I guess I've learned a little bit. Mu Cheng took a sip of milk tea, speaking in a gentle tone, but didn't say much. Eugene looked up at her, as if he wanted to ask something else, but Linny spoke first. Where did you buy this milk tea? It's delicious. I brought it myself. Mu Cheng smiled and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. I made a lot more. Go get some more when you want a drink. For a moment, the conversation among them became lively again. Everyone knew that no matter how the topic changed, almost everyone's attention was always on Mu Cheng. The atmosphere in Hut 701 became more lively because of the first general meeting. Wang Helong clapped his hands and announced with a smile, okay, everyone is here. Let's officially start the first meeting of our 701 room. Linny looked around, his eyes lingering on Mu Cheng, and then suggested, why don't we talk about our respective professions first? Chun Jiao was the first to raise her hand and said enthusiastically, okay, I'll go first. I'm the operations planner for an internet company. Is it a big factory? Liang Xiaowei asked curiously. I guess so. Chun Jia nodded and answered lightly, but everyone was surprised. After all, there are not many internet companies that can be called big companies. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room immediately filled up, and the audience expressed their amazement at the excellent background of the guests. When it was Liang Xiaowei's turn, she gently brushed her hair and said with a smile, I'm a photographer, and I do wedding dress and stage design part-time. If you get married in the future, you can come to me and I'll give you a 20% discount. After that, she turned her gaze to Mu Cheng and said jokingly, Chengzi, when you get married, I will help you design a super beautiful wedding. Mu Cheng was drinking milk tea with her head down, and she almost choked at this remark. She rolled her eyes at her and replied unceremoniously, get rid of yourself first. The cabin was suddenly filled with laughter, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Even though it was a joke, when several boys heard, Mu Cheng is getting married, the image of her wearing a wedding dress unconsciously emerged in their minds. The picture was so beautiful that they were even a little distracted for a moment. When it was Mu Cheng's turn, she put down her milk tea and said softly, I now have two professions, an actor and an original musician. She didn't say much, but it was enough to arouse everyone's surprise. Actor? Linny was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, then you should have debuted a long time ago, right? Mu Cheng's eyebrows curved, with a bit of playfulness. No, I just graduated this year and haven't officially entered the circle yet. Where did you graduate from? Eugene asked. Modu Drama Academy, she said softly. This answer surprised everyone again. As one of the top 3 art schools in China, graduates of Shanghai Drama Academy have their own halo, not to mention that she is also an actor and musician. The comments were also flooding the screen with comments. What a treasure girl. Such talent is incredible. She is so pretty and talented. Help me." Afterwards, the boys also shared their career experiences one after another. Lin Yi is a graduate of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics and is currently working as a management trainee in a bank. Wang Helong graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University and is now a product manager in a private company. While introducing himself, he did not forget to inadvertently shake the Longines watch on his wrist, appearing particularly calm. Eugene is a sports student at Peking University. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall. He is currently on summer vacation and was invited to participate in the program. His attention to Mu Cheng is self-evident in his words. Just as everyone was chatting animatedly, everyone's cell phones suddenly rang at the same time. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Everyone turned on their phones and saw a notification from the production team. Heartbeat 7, the first dinner in the cabin. Heartbeat 7, tomorrow evening, the two cabins will have their first dinner at Moore's Music Restaurant. Let's get to know each other. Maybe you will find the person you love at this party. The news made the whole cabin lively, and everyone began to discuss the dinner party excitedly. A Shura field is a must for occasions like dinner parties. Chun Jia sighed with a smile. In the next-door cabin 702, the members who received the same news were also very excited. Huada couldn't help rubbing his hands and said, "Finally, I can get to know 701 properly. I have to perform well this time." The expectant expression on his face amused the fans in the live broadcast room, and the comments began to fill the screen frantically. The Shura field is about to start. Something big is going to happen at the dinner tomorrow. In cabin 701, after discussing the dinner for a while, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Mu Cheng dragged the suitcase into the room and began to pack her things. "Chengzi, I'm going to take a shower first." Liang Xiaowei poked his head out of the bathroom door and greeted her. "Okay, go ahead." Mu Cheng responded and lowered his head to continue packing his things. Just as she was about to take out her underwear, her eyes swept across the camera in the corner of the room. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and picked up the black curtain next to her to cover the camera. She whispered, "Hello, good night." Her subtle movement was also recorded by the camera, and the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter instantly. Mu Cheng walked to the camera, gently covered it with the black cloth, waved playfully, and said, "Hello, good night." She knew that the program was being broadcast live, and that someone might be watching her at that moment, so she sent out this simple greeting as a way of interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room. However, she had no idea what a stir this move had caused in the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. "Ah, my wife said good night. Is this exclusive?" The barrage of comments surged like a tide, and the number of people online in the background also soared rapidly, exceeding 1 million. The dense barrage of comments even caused the screen to freeze for a moment. When the director saw the data, he smiled so hard that his mouth almost stretched to his ears and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He is worthy of being the traffic leader. "Orange, I'm done washing. You can go wash now. There's hot water." Liang Xiaowei walked out of the bathroom, wiping her wet hair. She casually draped a bath towel over her shoulders and said to Mu Cheng with a gentle smile. Mu Cheng raised his head, his eyes stayed on her, and after a moment he blinked. "What are you looking at? You have one too." Liang Xiaowei felt a little embarrassed by her stare and pretended to be angry. Mu Cheng, however, grumbled nonchalantly, "See what's wrong. It won't cost you a piece of meat." Liang Xiao rolled his eyes slightly, then approached with a wicked smile. "Then can I take a look at you too?" Mu Cheng narrowed her eyes and said playfully, "No, you'll be jealous if you see me." Then she took her pajamas and underwear and quickly ran into the bathroom. Liang Xiaowei looked at her brisk back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl has such a great figure. She looked down at her ordinary figure and couldn't help but sigh. Half an hour later, the bathroom door was pushed open with a click, and Mu Cheng's figure appeared at the door. She had just finished a shower. Her cheeks were rosy, her wet long hair was casually scattered, and water droplets slid down her neck and dripped onto her white collarbone. She wiped her hair with a towel, looking natural, not realizing how seductive she looked. Liang Qiao, who was leaning on the bed reading a book, turned his head slightly and was suddenly stunned. He couldn't take his eyes off for a moment and even swallowed subconsciously. Ahem. She quickly adjusted her expression and pretended to speak naturally. "Chengzi, can you sing the complete version of your song Luzhou Moon for me?" Mu Cheng was drying her hair. She paused for a moment when she heard the words. Just as she was about to answer, the system prompt in her mind suddenly sounded, "Ding! Please open your favorite choice." The system prompts, Choice 1. Sing a song Luzhou Moon, and get a high-speed channel for copyright registration application. Choice 2. Don't sing. Hug Liang Xiaowei and pat his head. Get Lily tea. Choice 3. Do nothing, just give up, get 100 yuan in cash. She glanced at the options, silently complained about the strange setting of the second one, and finally chose the first one. After drying her hair, Mu Cheng walked to the bed and sat down, smiling at Liang Xiao. Sure, I'll sing for you. Really? Liang Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up straight. Mu Cheng nodded, took out his phone and simply set up the accompaniment, then spoke softly. When I was a child, I chiseled the wall to steal someone's light. I didn't comb my hair and studied hard for 10 years. Now I read leisurely under the lamp with a beautiful woman by my side. My fame in my half-life is just an illusion. The singing was light and gentle, flowing slowly in the room. Liang Xiao closed his eyes slightly, as if the song brought him back to the quiet night, and he felt the tenderness of the bright moonlight. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time until the last note fell. Chengzi, when will you release a song? Liang Xiaowei finally opened his eyes, his tone full of anticipation. It may take some time. I haven't composed the music yet. Mu Cheng replied softly. Liang Xiaowei suddenly looked proud. Then I am the first person to hear this song? Of course. Mu Cheng nodded with a gentle smile on her lips. Liang Xiaowei couldn't help but hug her excitedly. Great. Chengzi, you are really amazing. The two hugged each other, and the room was filled with light laughter. Soon, they started talking about cosmetics and skincare products. Although Mu Cheng's soul is that of a boy, after integrating the memories of her previous life, she is extremely familiar with these things and has no awkwardness when talking about them. That night, the two chatted until very late. The atmosphere was natural and intimate, as if they had been good friends who had known each other for many years. Chapter 13, it doesn't seem to be going smoothly. The two girls chatted until late at night, almost 12 o'clock, and it was almost time to go to bed. Good night, Orange. Good night. There is only a dim warm-tone light in the room, so that people won't be at a loss when they get up at night. After Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei said good night to each other, they closed their eyes and went asleep. But it's my first time sleeping in tight clothes, and I'm still a little uncomfortable. After all, girls or people who have girlfriends know that girls don't wear that kind of thing when they sleep, as it would be uncomfortable. But there is no way now. I am recording the show. Even if the camera is covered, still feel insecure. Fortunately, Mu Cheng's sleep quality was also good. He held the quilt in his arms, and soon his breathing gradually became even. If someone could see her sleeping posture at this moment, they would definitely notice it. This girl is so cute when she is asleep. Her long eyelashes are like curtains, and her delicate facial features are absolutely beautiful. She is like the sleeping beauty in the fairy tale, peaceful and quiet. In the early hours of the morning, Liang Xiaowei got up once in the middle of the night and glanced at Mu Cheng by chance. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Such a lovely roommate. I really want to give you a kiss. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally. When the light from outside the window came in through the tiny gap, Mu Cheng opened his eyes drowsily, hummed unconsciously, and then yawned softly. Quite comfortable. She is not a person who is particular about her bed and has a very good sleep quality. He turned over and picked up his phone to take a look. It's just past 8 o'clock now. For someone who doesn't have to go to work, 3:30 is naturally a bit early. But the other people in the cabin were not like her. Several of them had already left early, and the heart-stirring cabin was quite far from the downtown area of Magic City. For example, Liang Xiaowei got up as early as 7 o'clock and had breakfast. However, although there are fewer people in the cabin, but there is still no need to go out so early. Hello, good morning. When Mu Cheng finished washing up and changing her clothes, she saw someone busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. When Eugene saw the girl, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Good morning. How did you sleep? It's pretty good. I didn't have any nightmares. Mu Cheng smiled faintly, just made a little joke casually. Eugene couldn't help but look at her once more and said, Would you like to have breakfast? I made an extra portion. Actually, I didn't do much, just if Mu Cheng wants to eat it. He just needs to make another one. But unfortunately, the girl came over and looked at it, then shook her head slightly and said softly, No, I can just make some bread myself. Yeah, okay. The two people passed each other with only a body length between them, and a faint fragrance wafted in the air. Eugene felt it tasted better than his own breakfast. In particular, Mu Cheng's outfit today made him feel particularly youthful and charming. The simple black t-shirt perfectly shows off her figure, and she wears a pair of black shorts below her slender waist, revealing those beautiful legs that are glowing white and look very smooth. No makeup though. although she didn't seem to be dressed up carefully. But some people look good even if they put a sack on them. Facing Eugene gaze, Mu Cheng didn't care at all. She had become accustomed to it during this period of time. Now she just wanted to fry 2 pieces of bread and have a casual breakfast. After eating, I tried to record a song. Since she wants to go into the entertainment industry, then recording songs is a must. She has so many hit songs in her previous life, so there is endless room for her to make money. Not to mention, the system also rewards a top musical talent. So this trail is easy. Sizzle. The bread slices made a sizzling sound in the pan, and the aroma of butter soon wafted out of the pan. Mu Cheng doesn't have a big appetite, so this is enough for breakfast. Add a glass of oat milk provided by the show sponsor. Sit in the corner of the dining table. The girl and Eugene sat opposite each other, and he asked curiously, "Are you going out later?" "Yes." "You haven't graduated yet, so you don't need to work, right?" Mu Cheng chewed slowly with her small mouth, looked at the other person, and spoke a little vaguely. The blinking of those eyes almost made Eugene's heart beat wildly. He calmed down and smiled. "I'm preparing for an internship at the International Trade Center." As he spoke, he subconsciously asked another question. "Is it on your way?" It doesn't seem to be going that way." The girl thought about it, then shook her head slightly and said softly. Eugene was a little disappointed. Okay. After that, the two of them didn't talk much and just focused on eating. Eugene made boiled eggs and broccoli himself, which is considered a healthy meal, which is why Mu Cheng declined his offer just now. What's so delicious about boiled broccoli? It's better to just fry some bread slices. I'm getting ready to go out, bye. After breakfast, Mu Cheng went upstairs to get her bag and came down to say hello to Eugene. The other party smiled and waved. "Bye. Be careful on the road." Good. It was not until he saw the girls back in the hut that Eugene turned back reluctantly. This scene also made many viewers in the live broadcast room sigh with emotion. This kid is miserable. He has fallen in love. I can't help it. Who wouldn't like a girl as beautiful as Chengzi? If I were to eat breakfast next to her, my eyes would fall into her bowl. Ha ha, what a weird description you put it. It's a bit scary. But the truth is true. I feel like there's nothing to do this season with orange. Does anyone know which brand the t-shirt Orange is wearing is from? I think it looks really nice. Is it possible that orange looks better when worn? It hurts. I know Orange's shirt. It's over 500. Does that lady need the link? Hiss, excuse me. I'm going to withdraw. Although it was just past 8 in the morning, there were still quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. Most of them are office workers. At this time, seeing that Mu Cheng was no longer in the heart-stirring house and the remaining guests were leaving one after another, they also planned to withdraw. Everyone is looking forward to the dinner tonight. You can definitely eat melons then. Driving his Mercedes-Benz, Mu Cheng came to his alma mater, which is near the Shanghai Drama Academy, which is the best recording studio in Shanghai. Mu Cheng may not know, but where are the most recording studios? That must be it. After all, there are a lot of art students in the Shanghai Drama Academy, and the music department alone accounts for 1/5 of the entire academy. So there are many recording studios flourishing near the school. You can see one almost every 2 steps. Even many graduated seniors or celebrity artists will come back here to record songs. Mu Cheng drove around casually. Soon, the car stopped outside a recording studio with an elegant-looking entrance. Chapter 14, Can I Ask Her to Help Me as a Wingman? 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the observation room of Fall in Love 7. Several guests were watching the morning replay. Everyone had a smile on their face. Ming Zi chuckled. Eugene definitely likes oranges. His eyes are almost drawing, right? But I feel like Orange doesn't have any ideas. After Dongfang Xiang finished speaking, Wang Yinlin took over, nodded, and smiled happily. Yes, this girl only has eyes for bread. Haha, she's so cute. Xinling smiled sweetly, clapped her hands, and praised generously. She likes the girl Mu Cheng very much. And she also thought the song Lu Zhou Moon sung by Mu Cheng yesterday was very beautiful. Unfortunately, the style of music is not suitable for me. Otherwise, maybe they would both want to talk to each other privately to see if they can buy the copyright. I don't know when the dinner party will start tonight. I'm so looking forward to it. Chunai couldn't help rubbing his hands while chatting with everyone. Their observation room was open in the afternoon, so they didn't see some of the live footage in the morning. The program team cut out some footage from special time periods. Show them first. Wait until there is a new live broadcast, and then change your perspective. At this time, hear Chuanye's expectations. Teacher, he couldn't help but smile and said gently, "Don't worry, it's like you're in a small house." Teacher, I think if we don't stop him, Chunai might want to go to the restaurant and squat by himself. Professor Chen Ming pushed his glasses up with a joking expression on his face. This made everyone laugh. Don't say that. Given Chuanye's anxious state, it's really possible. Chunai also understood the effect of the show, and he shouted to the director, "Quick, give me the address. I'll go now." Ha ha ha. For a moment, the atmosphere in the observation room was very joyful. The same goes for the barrage in the live broadcast room. It's very lively. So, in this joyful process, a few more minutes passed. Suddenly, the brightness of the large screen in front of the observation room changed. The scene comes to a restaurant. All of a sudden, everyone, including the audience in the live broadcast room, perked up instantly. It's coming, it's coming. The main film is about to begin. Now, no matter if the netizens are slacking off at work or doing other things, I'm not sleepy anymore. Everyone opened their eyes wide, afraid of missing any famous scene. Magic City, Morris Music Restaurant. In the live broadcast, the place has been decorated with a warm light blue style, and the restaurant is filled with flowers and balloons. At first glance, I thought someone was proposing to me. So even Meow Meow, who had just come in, almost thought she had taken the wrong path and was very cautious. Until I confirmed it with the big brother outside the door, the director. Then he walked in. I'm the first one. As the youngest girl in the entire show, Meow Meow is relatively quiet but not socially anxious. She looked at the restaurant's layout out of curiosity. So I found a seat closest to the edge and sat down. Then, waiting for other guests to arrive. It didn't take long to wait, and after a moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. It's Lin Yi from 701. He was a little surprised to see someone here earlier than him, then smiled and said, "Hello?" Meow Meow quickly stood up and waved, "Hello?" To be honest, Meow Meow is also very beautiful. Especially for tonight's dinner, she wore a black suspender skirt, which made her look young and a little sexy. But maybe it's because of Mu Cheng's appearance in this season. She lost a lot of her brilliance. Linny walked to the seat opposite her and smiled. "I'll just sit here. Is that okay?" "Okay." Meow Meow nodded. She thought the boy in front of her was quite polite. Quite a gentleman, too. The two sat down again, and naturally they couldn't help but find a topic to talk about. Linny thought about it and asked curiously, "Which district did you come from?" "I'm in Chongning. How about you?" "I'm in Pudong." Linny smiled slightly. "I used to go to Chongning often. I felt that you should still be studying." "Well, I haven't graduated yet. I'm a junior now." "Good job." Juniors are participating in dating shows. The audience in the live broadcast room felt the differences between people. Nowadays, dating shows are becoming more and more youthful. Here, the two chatted briefly, and Linny poured a glass of water for Meow Meow. "Thanks." Meow Meow couldn't help but glance at him. Actually, kind of handsome. Certainly. If you are a reader of Tomato, you definitely can't compare to him. It was the first time the two met, and their conversation was simple yet humorous, which made the atmosphere in the restaurant very harmonious. They didn't stop communicating until the third person came in. "Hello, I am not disturbing you, am I?" Chunjia came in and said with a smile. Meow Meow blushed slightly, a little embarrassed, and said quickly, No, we were just talking about when you would come. Have you been here long?" After greeting Lin Yi, Chunjia sat down next to him, then asked curiously. Chunjia dressed up carefully today. Her slightly chubby face looked even cuter after the modification, and she pouted her lips slightly as if she was acting cute. Her outfits are also sweet and cute. It has a sweet girl feel. Not long, just arrived, chatted for a while. Linny also poured a glass of water for Chenjia, but he couldn't help but look outside the door. He was kind of looking forward to that girl. But unfortunately, the next few people were not what he had in mind. As more and more guests came to the cottage, the restaurant became more and more lively, especially with the addition of Ward, who was responsible for the comedy. Speaking of which, this guy's outfit today is really sexy. He wears a suit and a famous watch. He also tied his long curly hair into a tail, looking like an artist. "Where are you from? Your accent sounds so familiar to me." Hwada talked to Chunjia, because he happened to be sitting diagonally opposite the other person. Chunjia leaned forward lively and said, "I'm from Minnan Province." "Yes, judging from your Mandarin, you're not from the same province, are you?" "My fellow countrymen." Ward's eyes lit up and he laughed. Chunjia was surprised. "Is it true?" "I'm from Putyin. You can definitely tell when I speak my hometown dialect. The second half of the sentence is in dialect." I understand. I'm from Jianju." As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, they'll either shoot each other in the back or shed tears. The two of them immediately started chatting happily. And Hwada was thinking, Chunjia happens to be in cabin 701. Could he ask him to help and act as a wingman? Just when I was thinking this, sudden, there was a crisp sound of high heels coming from outside the restaurant. Suddenly, everyone was quiet. Several boys looked at each other and couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Could this girl be Mu Cheng? In fact, it's not just them. Even the girls in the restaurant and the audience in the observation room and the live broadcast room. They all held their breath and looked closely at the door. Chapter 15. Abacus beads on the face. Want to see the inner wear? These high heels are not very comfortable to wear. How about giving up? After recording a few songs, Mu Cheng used the copyright registration application Express Channel awarded by the system to directly resolve the copyright issues of several songs and uploaded them to his own Douyin account. Only because she herself didn't promote this account much and didn't sign with any agency, it didn't cause a sensation for a while. The girl didn't really care. Anyway, good things are never discovered too late. Besides, she is a wealthy woman now, and she earns several million in rent every month. When we finished recording the song, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After having a casual meal at a shopping mall near the school, Mu Cheng went home first to put the underwear she had taken off yesterday into the washing machine. Then, I spent a long time in the cloakroom looking for clothes, wanting to match them with high heels to go out in the evening. But Mu Cheng soon discovered, high heels are really uncomfortable to wear. They look good, but they also hurt your feet. Just when she was struggling over whether to wear it, the system is very considerate. Here comes the choice. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. Option 1. Put on high heels and transform into Emperor Lu Ruyan. As a reward, you will be able to walk briskly in high heels without any bruises on your feet. Option 2. Middle tube socks with white dad shoes. The reward is that you will never be exposed. Mu Cheng wanted both of them. But think about it. I feel it is more important to never lose sight of yourself. Choose 2. Now that she had made the decision, Mu Cheng put down her high heels and went to the bottom of the closet in the cloakroom to find a pair of middle-length socks. She took a bath when she just came back. Now the whole person smells good. I also changed into a skirt. When I had packed up everything and was ready to go out, I suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice. The reward will never be lost. Morris Music Restaurant. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As the sound of high-heeled footsteps got closer, a red figure appeared outside the restaurant door. But it's different from what everyone imagines. The girl in front of me is not Mu Cheng, but it's Liang Xiaowei. This queen was wearing a red slit halter dress today. After walking into the restaurant, she instantly became the most dazzling one, attracting all attention. A few boys uttered, "Wow," quietly, and the girls stared at it intently. I have to say, she has a really good temperament. "Hello, where do I sit?" Liang Xiaowei held her coat in her arms, greeted him gracefully, and chuckled. As soon as the words fell, Ward immediately stood up and pulled the chair beside him, smiling gentlemanly. "Sit here." "Thanks." Liang Xiao smiled and nodded, then looked around at everyone. I didn't notice that beautiful figure. The oranges haven't arrived yet. Xiao Qiao is dressed up today, so popular. Wang Helong, who was sitting opposite, joked. To be honest, Liang Xiaowei's appearance surprised him for a moment, because he likes the mature woman type. Only, the amazement I felt when I first saw Mu Cheng yesterday was so strong that I paid less attention to her afterwards. Hearing this, Liang Xiao chuckled. "It's hot, and my skirt has turned red. Here, have a glass of water." As the water poured tonight, Linny was very responsible. Liang Xiao nodded and smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The two looked at each other, but the next moment, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and unconsciously looked outside the restaurant door. The girl he was expecting hadn't shown up yet. Because of Liang Xiaowei's arrival, there was one more person in the restaurant. Soon, the lively atmosphere became lively again. But the situation did not last long, because in just a few minutes, "Hello, am I late?" A gentle and pleasant voice instantly interrupted the noisy conversation, and everyone subconsciously turned to look. The next moment, several boys stood up with amazement and surprise on their faces. Orange. That's right. The girl who came was naturally Mu Cheng. She had just walked in and thought she was late. But after counting carefully, I found that there were only 8 people here. I was not the last one to arrive, so that's good. Seeing the boys standing up, several girls also stood up politely. Compared with Liang Xiaowei's red beauty just now, the girl in front of me is the most stunning. In the evening, Mu Cheng changed into a new outfit. She wore a beige long-sleeved thin cardigan with a white chiffon miniskirt and a pair of white dad shoes and mid-calf socks on her feet. In an instant, the fresh and gentle temperament comes to you. Especially the girl's already delicate and beautiful face was slightly powdered and lightly made up. It's simply impossible to look away. The comments in the live broadcast room were full of crazy cheers and excitement. They finally saw Orange come out, and he did not disappoint them. Ah, sister is so beautiful. Damn, I thought the best-looking one tonight was the one in the red dress, but I didn't expect this one to be the heavyweight. Mom, I feel like I'm in love. Orange's outfits always look good, but it's a pity that we can't see what she's wearing underneath. Upstairs, your abacus beads fell on my face. I'm a little disappointed. I thought I'd see Orange wearing high heels. Wow, I want to see it too. The moment Mu Cheng appeared on the stage, the popularity of the entire live broadcast room reached its peak, with countless netizens' comments pouring in. And here in the restaurant, everyone's eyes never left this girl. Straight and clear. Mu Cheng even felt a little embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Fortunately, Liang Xiao smiled and waved at this time. Chengzi, come and sit next to me. Good. The girl curved her eyes and smiled tenderly. After saying hello to everyone, she gathered her skirt, pulled out a chair and sat down. This scene made Ward, who wanted to show his gentlemanliness once again, feel regretful. He was so stunned that he forgot to pull the chair for the girl. Alas, missed the opportunity. Come, drink some water. As a water-pouring waiter, Lin Yi brought over the kettle. Mu Cheng smiled faintly. Thank you. You look great tonight. Lin Yi couldn't help but praise him. He meant it from the heart. Hearing this, Mu Cheng had no choice but to say thank you again. Well, it's nice to be praised. Only, although she was praised and stunned everyone as soon as she appeared on stage, the other girls present were also under a lot of pressure. After all, everyone is dressed up today, even if you are very good-looking. Then I'm not bad, right? But now that Mu Cheng was here, almost all the boys turned their eyes to her, causing the presence of several girls to suddenly become much less. Especially Chanjia, who was the second one to arrive. No one talks to her now. Seems a bit depressed. I can only drink water. Chapter 16. The Shura field is here. After a while, the last two guests of the heart-stirring house arrived. Eugene from 701 and Wang Yuqin from 702. 10 people, all young people, and none of them have social phobia. Soon, after some topics and introductions, everyone started to get familiar with each other. Talk about almost anything. For example, they talked about interesting things in their school, or about zodiac signs, or the delicacies of their hometowns, etc. There is no doubt that among so many people, Mu Cheng is the most popular. But this girl doesn't talk much. Most of the time, he just listened with a small smile on his face. Occasionally, I also make a few jokes. Orange, I feel like you're an air sign? Wang Yuqin, who arrived later, sat next to Mu Cheng. At this moment, she suddenly asked with a curious smile. The girl nodded her head and said softly, Yes, I am Gemini. What month and date? Zhang Junhan noticed the conversation here and became interested. Because he is also a Gemini. Mu Cheng glanced at him and winked playfully. June 3rd. You're not going to tell me that you're on this day too? Haha, no, I was born in May. Zhang Junhan laughed. He thought it was such a coincidence and almost got startled. Just at this moment, Eugene, who was drinking water silently, asked, as if curious, what is the best match for Gemini? It should be Libra. Aries is also fine. Liang Xiaowei answered his question. Hearing this, Eugene said nothing more. Meow Meow, who was sitting in the corner, seemed to be thinking about something. Because I was chatting with Linny just now, she heard the other party say that there was a boy in room 701 who was an Aries, and he was born in March just like her. So, Linny also glanced at Eugene at this moment. This kid is worthy of being from Peking University. Everyone had different thoughts, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant was a little subtle. This scene really excited the audience in the live broadcast room. Although they didn't quite understand it, they could feel the atmosphere on the scene. Have fun. There are melons to eat. Fortunately, this atmosphere did not last long. The restaurant waiters started to bring in the dishes. I have to say that the program crew's arrangements were quite generous, with a long table filled with almost all kinds of dishes. Come on, move your friends, or it will get cold if you don't eat it soon. Wang Helong was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Seeing this, others also joined in and took whatever they wanted to eat. The same went for Mu Cheng. She had been staring at the plate of lobster balls for a long time, and now she just happened to use a public spoon to scoop a little onto the plate. Very fragrant. The taste is light, but the lobster meat is firm and chewy and quite delicious. To be honest, I didn't have much money in my previous life and was always a corporate slave. No chance to taste the expensive delicacies. So actually, in the first 2 days after traveling through time, Mu Cheng had been eating nonstop and driving to various five-star hotels and Michelin restaurants. She now feels that she has gained some weight, but she can't control it because it's really delicious. The girl took small bites of her food and ate in a very beautiful manner. Occasionally, a strand of hair fell on her cheek, and she subconsciously tucked it behind her ear, revealing the delicate tips of her ears wearing Cartier earrings. At this moment, Wang Helong took a casual glance and couldn't help but feel his heart moving slightly. He thought for a moment, took out the plate of smoked duck slices in front of him and handed it over, smiling. "Ladies, this is delicious. Come, try it." However, at almost the same time, Huada also handed over a portion of fried hairtail fish and pointed out by name, "Chengzi, there are 2 more for you and Yu Chen." As soon as the words fell, he and Wang Helong looked at each other in tacit understanding. Oh no, here it comes. The audience in the live broadcast room was extremely excited. Isn't this a real Shura scene? Although no one said it was specifically for Mu Cheng. But these things can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, okay? Even Liang Xiaowei and Wang Yuqin, the 2 girls, looked at each other and smiled as if they were looking forward to a good show. If I have some melon to eat, I won't feel sleepy anymore. Both women put down their chopsticks. I want to see how oranges are chosen. Actually, they didn't know that Mu Cheng herself was a little confused at the moment. How come suddenly, there were 2 hands and 2 dishes in front of me? It's as if the system also wants to cause trouble. At this moment, the voice in my mind suddenly sounded, "Ding, please open your favorite choice." Choice 1. Accept Wang Helong's smoked duck slices, and the reward is that the circumference of the pie will be from 2, which is less cumbersome. Choice 2. Accept Huada's fried hairtail, and be rewarded with a physique that won't make you fat. 2 options. But is this first one really a reward? Mu Cheng was too tired to complain in her heart. Option 2. Although she had made her choice, the girl did not show any sign of abnormality and remained calm. She just stood up quickly, feeling quite embarrassed. Thank you. I'll do it myself. Thank you." The girl took both dishes. But after placing it in front of him, he first used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of fried hairtail and did not touch the smoked duck slices. After all, she didn't know whether this broken system would directly rule that she should choose both. When the time comes and pie changes, I will want to cry. Fortunately, the system's rewards will come soon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice, and you will be rewarded with a physique that won't make you fat. Well, no feeling. But it seems like I can eat whatever I want. In this way, what Mu Cheng was worried about before will not happen. She can always maintain a good figure and eat without any scruples. What a wonderful thing. I ate a piece of hairtail. The girl picked up another piece of smoked duck meat as a polite gesture to accept Wang Helong's kindness. She thought it would be better not to do this kind of thing too often as it was very embarrassing. However, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help laughing when they saw Mu Cheng's little expression. So cute. Orange made me laugh to death, this awkward little action, and why does it feel like everyone is watching the show? Pfft. I really couldn't help myself when Xiao Qiao and Yu Qin put down their chopsticks just now. Look at this Tuji guy. He's almost going mad with joy. Tiske. The corners of his mouth are almost stretched to the back of his ears. But it's true, he was the one who handed Orange the first dish he picked up, so how can this not be considered a win? Not just the audience in the live broadcast room, even the observation room. Seeing this slightly sparky scene, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Teacher, he looked at the girls here and said with a smile, "Hey, if you were in the same situation as Orange in real life, how would you feel?" "I will feel that I am very charming, hee." Meng Zi was the first to speak. There was a proud little expression on that face. Well, it fits her personality very well. Chunai hesitated, thought for a while and said, "I feel that on the one hand I am popular, but I also feel a little embarrassed, just like Chengzi." "It's quite embarrassing." Xinling nodded, agreeing with Chuanya's statement. The 2 women hit it off immediately. Just high-fived happily. Chapter 17. I've never been in love. There was a lively discussion going on in the observation room, while on the other side, at Morris Music Restaurant, the program crew actually prepared a little surprise for the guests. Under a small dessert for everyone after the meal, there was actually a small note hidden inside. It was Miao Miao who discovered it first. She asked in surprise, "Do you have this under your cup?" As she spoke, she pulled out a roll of toilet paper from underneath her. There are little questions with real feelings written in them. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and quickly touched their dessert cups. Really? Everyone has one. Mu Cheng also opened her little note with some curiosity and saw that it said, "How many times have you been in love?" The program crew understands the camera. The moment the girl took out the note, the scene shifted to her little hand. Suddenly, everyone screamed with excitement. Orange's hands are so tender and beautiful. And when they saw the words on the note clearly, these guys became even more excited and gossipy. "We talked about it. Because I am her ex-boyfriend. How many dishes upstairs are so drunk? Orange is obviously my wife. Heh, a bunch of guys who only know how to surf the internet. I tell you to forget about it. Orange's partner has already been revealed. He is a handsome guy named Sunset. Fuck. Who is it? Who stole my wife? Do you want to read the guy who broke the news upstairs? He is Sunset." I'm really angry. Ignoring the group of viewers in the live broadcast room who were ready to make trouble at any time, everyone in Morris Music Restaurant finished reading their own notes. I also know that this should be a small after-dinner program prepared by the program team to bring the guests closer. Jang Junhan raised his glasses and smiled. Let me start by asking you this question. If I give you another chance, would you change to another cabin? This question. It's almost like asking in another way. Do you want to go to 701 next door? Everyone had a smile on their face. See how Jang Junhan answers. Certainly. As the oldest and most mature boy here, he naturally wouldn't say he wanted to change. Otherwise, it would mean he was not satisfied with his current roommates. Unless there's someone next door whom he really likes. Although, there was a girl who made his heart beat a little. Jang Junhan still knew his own limitations. He raised his arms and shouted, "If I don't change, I will still be 702. I will be a member of 702 when I live and a ghost of 702 when I die." Ha ha ha. This one sentence instantly made everyone laugh. Even Mu Cheng covered her little face with a slight smile. After a dinner of familiarity, such antics will seem more humorous. But Wang Yuqin looked at Jang Junhan. A smile flashed in his eyes. Well, she does have a slight crush on boys. Okay, I'll be the next one. Seeing Jang Junhan finish speaking, Lin Yi naturally took over the topic and smiled. My note says, if you have a heartwarming text message now, will you send it to someone present? This is also a very tricky question. It is equivalent to asking, are there any girls at the scene that make your heart beat faster? Boys can do it too. Is there? Liang Qiao looked at Lin Yi with a slight smile, as if he already knew his answer. Sure enough, Lin Yi gave a positive answer, yes. This answer is not surprising. After all, everyone can see that he has had a good impression of a certain girl from the very beginning. The girl, who was known to everyone, was now silently holding a cup of water, drinking water and watching everything. Mu Cheng doesn't dare to speak. Otherwise, the fire will burn you in a moment. She is afraid. Fortunately, no one made fun of me on purpose. They just smiled knowingly and moved on to the next person playing the game. The following questions were quite varied. For example, the color that attracts you most within your field of vision. This one belongs to Wang Helong. He said red. Mainly, Liang Qiaowei happened to be sitting opposite him, and her skirt was indeed eye-catching, and it was exactly the mature style that he liked. So if he said white, there is no doubt that everyone knows what he is thinking. In addition to these questions that are more likely to make people think too much, there are also normal and sincere words. For example, what do you want to do during the next period of time in the cabin? Or, plans for future life, etc. So one by one, it was Mu Cheng's turn. Everyone looked at her now, wondering what the small note in her hand might be. The girl didn't hesitate. She smiled and opened the note. Well, my question is, how many relationships have you had? And my answer is no. Before anyone could ask curious questions, she immediately gave the answer. Instantly, everyone looked at her in surprise. I have never been in love. Even the audience watching the live broadcast and the guests in the observation room expressed surprise. It is a bit surprising in this era that such a beautiful girl has never been in a relationship. Don't you believe it? Seeing everyone's surprised looks, Mu Cheng smiled playfully. She really didn't talk about it, okay? No matter if it was in the previous life or the predecessor. So this answer is not a lie at all. Of course I believe you. It's just a little unexpected. You're so beautiful. Eugene suppressed his inner excitement and said with a smile on his face. After learning that this girl had never been in a relationship, his first thought was one of excitement and thrill. For boys, those who understand will understand. Well, it wasn't just him. Other boys present also had some little thoughts in their minds. In summary, boys are all. The dinner party at the heart-stirring house ended with the end of the truth or dare game. But I have to say that this dinner was very effective. It allows everyone to get to know each person better. It also allows the two cabins, 701 and 702, to be closely connected. It won't be so awkward to visit someone in the future. Come out of the restaurant. Maybe because the program crew reserved the entire place, there were not many other guests and only 4 cars were parked at the door. Let's divide it up and see how we should sit. Wang Helong took the initiative to speak and subconsciously glanced at Mu Cheng while speaking. I also looked at Liang Xiaowei. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei themselves didn't notice this little detail. However, the audience in the live broadcast room frowned slightly. How do you feel? This guy looks like Aquaman? Chunjia asked curiously. Who drove here? I opened it too. Among the 4 cars, in addition to Wang Helong, the other 2 belonged to Jiang Junhan and Lin Yi, all driven by boys. They each walked to their own car, just when everyone was wondering whether the big car belonged to someone else or the program crew. But I saw the white figure pressing the car key. Beep beep. Mu Cheng stood in front of the car, looking very pretty. The imposing car formed a sharp contrast with her slender figure. Chapter 18 Rich Woman. Food. Hungry. I drove here too. The girl shook her car keys and stood next to the black domineering car, with a bright smile on her face. That slender figure gives people a strong sense of contrast. Everyone looked at him in amazement. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked, and then their heartbeats accelerated. Oh shit. Orange is actually a rich woman. After a brief silence of a few seconds, the barrage of comments suddenly exploded with an unprecedented and astonishing output. Oh my god. What kind of treasure girl is this? Not only is she pretty, she also has a great figure and talent, and now she's so rich. The program team invited me, but I didn't go. What the hell did I miss? Which window did God close for Orange? I don't know anything else, but there is no chat window between you and her. Wow, I'm going to cry. Why haven't I met a girl like this? If I did, I would be willing to drive a big car and live in a big flat. Actually, putting aside all the big stuff, I think Orange and I look like a perfect couple. Are you sure you can get rid of the one upstairs? Rich woman, food, hungry. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room became lively. It can even be said, the moment netizens saw Mu Cheng pressing the button to light up her Mercedes-Benz car, their eyes widened. This girl in front of me is simply a treasure. Good-looking and can write songs. The key is, still have money. After all, many netizens know that this girl lives in a high-end residential area in Shanghai, and it's a large flat. Of course, they probably don't know it yet. Mu Cheng lives in a residential complex where she owns 2 buildings. If I knew, maybe it will be even crazier now. So Orange drove here too. Outside the restaurant, Lin Yi was the first to react. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but not shock. After spending the past 2 days together, he realized that the girl was financially well off. So I was just surprised. It's a bit of a pity. He really wanted Mu Cheng to ride in his car back to the cabin with him. This will provide more opportunities for communication. But now, he turned to look at the other kids and smiled gently. Does anyone want to ride in my car? Lin Yi's car is a Volvo. Hundreds of thousands too. Chunjia immediately came over with a smile. Then I'll take a rub. Welcome. Then let's get in the car, Yuchen. Jiang Junhan called out to Wang Yuchen. After seeing Mu Cheng driving a big car, he knew he probably had no chance. It is important for people to know themselves. It is what adults should do to stop in time when your heart starts to beat. Moreover, the first person he liked when he came to the cabin was Wang Yuchen. My attraction to Mu Cheng came solely from my lust for her beauty. The reason is that the girl is too beautiful. Okay. Wang Yuchen smiled and nodded, then looked at Miao Miao. Sister, do you want to come with us? Miao Miao is also in cabin 702. More familiar with them. However, although Miao Miao is the youngest, she is not a person without emotional intelligence. She felt that she might become a third wheel if she got on this car. Just when Miao Miao was hesitating slightly. But suddenly she met Mu Cheng's eyes and the girl blinked. Suddenly, Miao Miao's heart moved and she smiled at Wang Yuchen. I'll go find Chengzi and won't disturb you too. This. Wang Yuchen blushed. It was a bit unexpected too. Are Miao Miao and Chengzi so familiar with each other now? I didn't see them talking tonight. After all, they both sat in the corner of the restaurant. Next, others also shared the issue of taking the bus. Eugene looked at the cars, asked Lin Yi, and sat in the back seat. Liang Xiaowei originally wanted to take Mu Cheng's car, but seeing that no one got into Wang Helong's car and not wanting to embarrass him, he took the initiative to come over and sit in the passenger seat. So, only this guy Ward is left. He had been a show-off the whole night, but now he was scratching his head. Let's take Jiang Junhan's car. There is a man and a woman there, and it is obvious that they have a crush on each other. I felt a bit embarrassed to ride in Lin Yi's car when we weren't that familiar with each other. And Wang Helong, he was just jealous of this guy tonight, and the atmosphere was full of tension. He couldn't bring himself to do it. So, Wada could only walk to Mu Cheng's car window and smile cheekily. Chengzi, can I take your car? Sure. The girl smiled sweetly and did not refuse. She didn't think too much about it. It's just the way back anyway, so it's not a big deal. Thank you, Orange. Ward was delighted and quickly opened the back door of the car. This scene made Wang Helong, who was not far away, look a little unhappy. This guy actually got into Mu Cheng's car, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Liang Xiaowei next to him and asked with a smile, "Are you cold? Do you want to turn down the air conditioner?" "It's okay. It's fine now." Liang Xiaowei has already put on his coat. It's not cold. Soon, amid the chatter of people and several cars, Lin Yi's car in the front slowly drove out. So everyone followed suit. It's a little after 8 in the evening. Finally, after passing a slightly congested section of the road, 4 cars stopped outside the heart-stirring house. "I'm going to go back first, Sister Orange. I'll come and play with you later." Miao Miao waved happily. In the car, she and Mu Cheng talked about many topics, and the more they talked, the more they got along. As a result, Ward, who was sitting in the back of the car, tried to interrupt several times but was unable to do so. It's too difficult. Look, the boy who was nicknamed a country chicken by netizens finally had the chance to talk to Mu Cheng, but unfortunately he moved his lips and could only say, "I'll go back first." "Okay, bye." Mu Cheng also waved her little hand, and after talking to Huada, she smiled gently at Miao Miao. Huada, see this guy's helpless little expression. The fans in the live broadcast room were so happy. When I saw 2G getting into Mu Cheng's car before, I felt envious and jealous. Now, it's just tie pants hot. The girl carried her bag, pushed open the door of room 701, and went in to change her shoes. Then he just ran upstairs in his slippers. At this time, Lin Yi and others who were walking behind came in. "Hey, Orange went up so quickly." No one noticed Mu Cheng, so Qin Jiao went to the refrigerator in the kitchen and looked. "I think we should find some time to buy some food. There's not much left in the refrigerator." "Yeah." Eugene also came over to take a look, and indeed, only some eggs and bread were saved. Chapter 19. Heart-beating text message. I wonder who sent it. In the summer of July, even the city of Shanghai cannot escape the heat. Fortunately, the heart-stirring house is located in the suburbs. It's a bit more comfortable than the city center. The heartwarming cabin at night. All the small light bulbs that the program team had prepared to create an atmosphere have been lit up. The yard surrounding the 2 cottages is as romantic and warm as fireflies dotted with stars. The environment here. It is also something that many viewers in the live broadcast room envy. In particular, there is also a swing in the small courtyard of 702, which feels like a fairy tale world. "Hello, we're here to visit." As a courtesy, yesterday, the friends from 702 came to visit 701. So tonight it was the turn of the people from 701 to visit 702. Wang Yuqin smiled. "Welcome, welcome. How does it compare to your place?" Zhang Junhan also came over and acted as a tour guide, starting to introduce the things. "It's pretty good, but the layout is different." "Yes, your area is quite large." Liang Xiaowei looked at the small balcony on the first floor and liked it very much. He chuckled and said, "I think it would be nice to drink coffee and read a book here in the morning. You can try it if you have a chance." Wang Helong raised his lips slightly and joked, "I'll borrow your balcony when the time comes." Hearing this, Huada said silently, "Then I will go to your 701 to make breakfast." "Hee, are you really here to make breakfast?" Chun Jia looked at him teasingly. "Huada." "Ahem, I know it well." Everyone was joking and chatting while walking around and looking around. In fact, cabin 701 was bigger, and there was also a small entertainment room with a TV. Da-da-da. Footsteps were heard coming from the stairs, and Mu Cheng's beautiful figure appeared. "Your room is quite big." As soon as she arrived, Miao Miao took her upstairs. Said he wanted to give her a small gift. When I got it, I found it was a small orange keychain. At first the girl thought Miao Miao bought it specially, but she said that she actually picked it out as a gift by chance from a store while shopping in the mall, and now it was a good opportunity to give the keychain away. After all, oranges. Mu Cheng blinked playfully. "Then what should I give you? 6 glasses of water?" If the word water is a glass of water, Miao Miao is just 6 cups. Miao Miao was a little embarrassed and smiled when the girl teased her. To be honest, she was a shy person. Of course, personality is personality. But if we talk about her professional field, such as law, Then this sister is very confident. When the two girls came down, they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. To be precise, everyone is looking at Mu Cheng. Wang Yuqin gave him a suggestive look and said with a smile, "If the room is big, you can move in. You'll have room to live." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Xiaowei came to snatch the person away. He directly grabbed Mu Cheng's hand and pretended to be pitiful. "No, Chengzi, you can't leave." Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused. But I have to say that Orange is really popular with both men and women, and they all like her so much. Visited cabin 702 for a while. After a moment, everyone said goodbye and went back. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Everyone received the message from the program team. At the same time, observation room. Teacher, he pushed a small blackboard from somewhere and looked at everyone with a smile. "Come on, it's time for our favorite part, the heartwarming text message moment." Heart-beating text messages are an old tradition of the show, Heartbeating. Boys give it to girls, and girls give it to boys. But the rules are a little different this season. Teacher, he laughed. Last season, our rule for text messages was to only send and not receive. This was discussed by many netizens. Everyone seemed to think that it was useless whether to send or not. So, let's do something different this season. Suddenly, everyone became curious. Xinling quickly asked, "Why is it different?" As a first-time guest in the observation room, she has also watched previous seasons of the show. "Tell me, teacher, he please." Chunai also looked on eagerly, waiting for the answer. Teacher, he smiled, but didn't keep the secret any longer. He said gently, "This season, we will adopt a method of both sending and receiving messages. The person who receives the text message will be able to see the content of the text message. Only." There was a pause before anyone could ask a question. It's just that this time it's very exciting because even if you receive a text message, you don't know who sent it. Everyone. Audience. Play like this? The program crew is really shit. When you receive a text message, you have to guess who sent it to you. If you guess wrong, it can be a socially fatal moment in some cases. Of course, though they also feel like dogs. But soon the audience in the live broadcast room began to get excited. This is good, this is good. I just like to see bloody scenes caused by misunderstandings. Well, they were not the only ones who thought so. Even the guests in the observation room looked at each other and smiled as if they were enjoying themselves. Wang Yinlin's mouth widened slightly. I suddenly thought, if I sent a text message to him and he thought it was me, wouldn't it be very socially dead? That's right. Teacher, he smiled and nodded. Instantly, Meng Zi covered his face and stamped his feet. No, I will really go crazy. My scalp tingles just thinking about it. It's really exciting. Dongfang Xiang couldn't help but sigh. This show is getting more and more entertaining. Okay, let's guess now. How about connecting the heart-thumping text messages and starting with the boys first? Teacher, he brought the program back on track. But in the next moment, I heard Professor Chen Ming joking cheerfully. All the boys chose orange. Puff. Everyone almost burst out laughing. But to be honest, it's not impossible. After all, judging from everyone's performance tonight, Orange will definitely receive a lot of heartwarming text messages. Certainly. After all the jokes, we have to be serious. Chunai smiled and said, I think Junhan will send it to you, Chen. They will come back together tonight. Yes, I agree. Meng Zi nodded quickly. In fact, no one has any objection to this connection. Who will give out oranges then? Teacher, he's paintbrush pointed at a beautiful girl with a portrait sticker on the drawing board. Heart-beating house. At 9:30, everyone received the message from the program team. Mu Cheng naturally saw it as well. Send a heartwarming message. When she was invited by the director to participate in this program, she actually already understood the process. After all, unlike others, she was more of a guest in the cabin. Chapter 20 is a cute orange avatar. So for Mu Cheng, it doesn't matter who you send a love message to. Only, although she was acting, she didn't want to give others the impression that she had misunderstood her. After all, she was a boy in her previous life. The 3 biggest illusions in life. She likes me. It's very easy to get carried away. Therefore, the content of this heartwarming text message needs to be carefully worded. The girl sat on the swing chair in the recreation room on the first floor. The snow-white gauze skirt was gathered up, revealing a pair of calves as slender as jade. 2 little feet swayed and swung gently on the swing. The crystal-clear toes are slightly curled up. Mu Cheng seemed to be in a daze, unconsciously pursing the corners of his lips, occasionally puffing up his little face, like a little hamster stuffed with food. This scene made countless viewers in the live broadcast room feel their hearts beating faster and faster. Oranges are so pretty. She just sat there, like a person walking out of a painting. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. Just as everyone was admiring this girl, a voice suddenly sounded in Mu Cheng's mind. She was also slightly stunned. Choose 1 to send a heartwarming message to Lin Yi and be rewarded with an efficient banking service processing method. Choose 2 to send a heartwarming message to Eugene and be rewarded with professional basketball skills. Choose 3 to send a text message to Wang Helong and be rewarded with a mastery of sales eloquence. Choose 4 to send a heartwarming message to Huada, and your Douyin account will be quickly exposed as a reward. Choose 5 and send touching messages to Jiang Junhan and be rewarded with intermediate marketing experience. There are 5 options. This is definitely the most common option since Mu Cheng got the system. The girl herself was a little surprised. Then, look at these selected rewards carefully one by one. After a moment, she understood. This time, your choice is to send a heartwarming message to someone and then you can get a reward related to that person's profession. It feels quite interesting. Well, let's choose 4. Mu Cheng thought about it. The main thing is that none of these rewards are of much use to her, but they are better than nothing. Only the rapid exposure of the Douyin account is suitable for her. Although she could casually mention her Douyin account on the show, or spend money to buy traffic, she still wanted to try out the effect of the system's rewards. Another way to put it is, the person who had the most interactions with her today was Huada. After all, they came back in the same car. It wouldn't be too abrupt to send it to him. Just the wording of the text message should be better so as not to cause misunderstanding. Well, let's do it. At the same time, just when Mu Cheng was in a daze, other people in the heart-beating house were also thinking about who they should send the heart-beating text message to and what to send. Or for a few boys. It's not difficult. After all, they all have candidates in mind. But several girls were confused, especially Miao Miao, who was completely lost in thought. Why can't I send it to someone of the same sex? But anyway, the program team only has about 10 minutes to send heartwarming messages to everyone. So soon, the live broadcast room was divided into 10 small screens. Everyone pressed send. Observation room. Seeing this scene, several spectators at the scene couldn't wait to reveal the answer. And on the small blackboard that teacher he pushed over, everyone's profile picture has a line drawn connecting to another person. That is the heartbeat connection they guessed. Come on, reveal time. Chunai clapped his hands, looking excited. The others were also looking on eagerly, waiting for the answer from Teacher He. Teacher He understood their anxiety and smiled. Come on, director. As soon as the words fell, the large screen in front suddenly switched to playback, and the live broadcast was moved to the corner. Only, the first one to be revealed was Lin Yi from the boy's side. The object of his heartwarming text message was a cute orange avatar. Yeah, we guessed it right. Everyone in the observation room excitedly high-fived each other. Everyone had a smile on their face. Although everyone knows the answer, I was still very happy when the answer was revealed. It's just like an exam. Come and see what Linny posted. Xinling's words instantly calmed everyone down. He quickly turned around to look. Linny, you are still so beautiful today. Ouch. Everyone looked at each other and smiled like an auntie. Still so beautiful. If conditions do not allow it. They all wanted to make the emoticon move. Hurry, hurry. Next one. Wang Yinlin came back to his senses and urged, his eyes full of gossip. The director was also very obedient and cut it directly. The second one is Eugene. He also sent a cute avatar of an orange. Yeah, guessed it. Although everyone was very happy this time, they were not as excited as at the beginning. Instead, they were more looking forward to the content. Eugene, if I have the chance, I would like to try the breakfast you make. He sent the text message probably because he remembered what happened in the morning. At that time, the two had a chance to be alone together. But the girl only had eyes for breakfast. And I also dislike the fact that his boiled eggs are also broccoli. Next one. Orange again. In fact, no one was surprised about the person the boy sent text messages to, as it was pretty much the same as what people had guessed before the conversation started. 3 people sent it to Mu Cheng. Jiang Junhan sent it to Wang Yuchen, and Wang Helong sent it to Liang Xiaowei. However, someone guessed wrong about Wang Helong. At first Meng Zi thought that this guy would also send it to Cheng Zi, but unexpectedly it was given to Qiao Qiao. Fortunately, she obeyed the majority. So the team didn't get the answer wrong. Okay, so we have guessed all the boys correctly, now let's turn to the girls. Teacher He continued to preside over the process and said with a smile. At the same time, there was a cut on the big screen. It turned into a pink text message frame. The first person to appear was Liang Xiaowei, who sent a text message to Wang Helong. Dongfang Xiang was surprised. Hey, they sent messages to each other. How interesting. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then they couldn't help but sit up straight, staring at the screen intently. Liang Xiaowei, you have good taste. You actually like listening to Ling Jing, snickering? Is this supposed to be the song they listen to in the car? Yes, Ling Jing Band. Their songs are very nice. After hearing these words, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start commenting. Very tasteful. I like Ling Jing too. Shit, I thought I was a minority, but I didn't expect everyone is the same. Ah, just because we like Ling Jing, we are good friends. Certainly. Excitement is only a small part of it. More viewers are still looking forward to the content of other people's heartwarming text messages, especially Orange's. Who will she send it to? The director continued to cut the screen images, and then Wang Yuqin and Chun Jia did not disappoint everyone. These two girls sent them to Jiang Junhan and Lin Yi respectively, just as the guests in the observation room guessed. So, now only Miao Miao and Mu Cheng are left. As long as they are all the same, they will be able to receive small gold bars as rewards from the program team. You know, this is true. Woolen cloth. Chapter 21. It's more painful than killing them. As the director continued to cut to the next girl's heartwarming text message, the scene changed, but it surprised everyone and their mouths opened slightly. Because the person Miao Miao sent the love message to was not Lin Yi, the person she had the most contact with today. It wasn't the same car that brought backward, but it was Eugene, whom we hardly chatted with. Did these two talk today? Yes, in the restaurant. Yes, I remember Miao Miao even joked at the time, asking if Eugene could lead the men's basketball team to the World Cup. Is it love at first sight? Several people in the observation room looked at each other and were surprised. I couldn't help but smile again, although the gold bars are no longer available. But this unpredictable trend makes people more excited. Okay, no one expected it. The quietest and youngest sister in the heart-beating house would be interested in the sports student from Peking University. Certainly. Eugene is not ugly. On the contrary, he is quite handsome. He is about 1.80 to 1.90 meters tall, an athlete, and looks very strong. The whole person's temperament is also refreshing, completely different from those greasy gym students that are seen on the internet every day. But now there is a problem. Eugene seems to like Mu Cheng more, judging from his actions at the dinner tonight and when he returned to the cabin. This guy never took his eyes off the girl. Oh, it's difficult. Not only the guests in the observation room thought about it, but even the audience in the live broadcast room shook their heads. There's nothing I can do, even though I feel sorry for my sister. But the opponent was too strong. Okay, let's take a look at the content of the heartwarming text message that Miao Miao sent. Teacher, his words instantly brought everyone back to their senses. Everyone looked up. Miao Miao, I look forward to the day when you lead the men's basketball team to the world. Ouch, this sentence. Chunai was poked at once. Xinling also showed a gentle smile. Sister is so nice. Yujin, please check on your sister. You can't control Chengzi. Wang Yinlin made a joke. Everyone was immediately amused. Teacher, he deliberately glanced at him and smiled. Eugene is not anxious. Why are you anxious? It's only the second day. That makes sense. Yes, it's only the second day. There is a lot of time in the cabin, almost a month, and anything is possible. Come on, last one. Let's see Orange's heartbeat line. Here it comes. Everyone sat up straight. This is what people are most looking forward to. Even the comments in the live broadcast room were much less at this moment, as everyone was waiting for the reveal of the heartwarming message. On the big screen. At this time, the picture jumped again and returned to Mu Cheng's perspective. The girl was still on the swing when she sent the text message. She lowered her head and pressed her phone. Only, her pink envelope was sent with a dog's head on it. It's actually Ward. Now, everyone was stunned. This scene is even more surprising than the heartwarming text message that Miao Miao sent to Eugene just now. After all, no matter what, it shouldn't be this guy Ward's turn. He is not handsome either. At this moment, in the hearts of many boys in the live broadcast room, it was more painful than killing them. Woo woo woo. I feel so sour all over, as if I had eaten 10 pounds of lemons. Why? Why is it a free-range chicken? Oh, I don't accept it. Fuck. I can already imagine what this guy's face will look like during his live broadcast tomorrow. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Maybe Tuji doesn't know that it was Orange who sent it to him. I don't dare to look any further. The corpse is a little uncomfortable. The audience in the live broadcast room were heartbroken. I haven't seen the text message yet though, but they were totally out of mood. The people in the observation room didn't know about the barrage in the live broadcast room, because there were so many and so crazy scrolling comments that I couldn't even see what the fans were saying. So Mr. He directly asked the director to give Mu Cheng's heartwarming text message. Mu Cheng, I'm glad to meet you guys at the cottage. The hairtail tonight is delicious. Huh. As soon as the content of this text message came out, the barrage of comments instantly fell silent. Why does it feel like the orange is being sent to everyone? The boy in the live broadcast room who was heartbroken just now was suddenly refreshed. His waist and legs no longer hurt, and his face no longer blushed, and his heart stopped beating. Ha 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 ha, happy. Woohoo. Although maybe Tuji will show off during the live broadcast tomorrow. But this does not stop fans from experiencing ups and downs. I am afraid that my brothers will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. If Orange was really interested in Ward, this country boy, they would all want to jump off the building. Observation room. The people here don't have as much drama as in the live broadcast room. They were just analyzing Mu Cheng's heartwarming text messages. It's very formulaic. In Orange's message, only the latter part mentions Ward. Yes, she said earlier that she was happy to come to the cabin and meet everyone, and she didn't mean just Ward. At this time, Professor Chinming pushed up his glasses and said slowly, I think this is Orange's polite response. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Professor Chinming smiled. Maybe Orange himself doesn't know who to send the heartwarming text message to now. It just so happens that the person who interacted with her tonight was Huada, so I just chose to send it to him. But mostly I just want to say it's nice to meet you all. Dongfang Xiang nodded. I agree with this. Meng Zi chuckled. I feel that with Chengzi's beauty, there must be a lot of people chasing after her. It would be strange if they could be attracted so quickly. By the way, if you were in the cabin, would Orange be your ideal type? Suddenly, Xinling looked at the boys and asked curiously. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire observation room became wrong. The boys looked at each other. Then silence fell. After all, cough cough. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh. It turned out that the charm of Orange is unmatched. At the same time, Heartbeating House 701. After sending the text message, Mu Cheng returned to the room first. Her system had prompted her to complete her selection, but she is now completely confused about how the TikTok account was exposed. Just ignore it. Anyway, for Mu Cheng, being exposed is only a matter of time. She is now the landlord of 2 buildings and 3 shops. There are still hundreds of millions lying cold in bank cards. There is no shortage of money at all. Orange. As soon as the girl came back, Liang Xiaowei looked at her jokingly. Dear, who did you send the text message to? Mu Cheng blinked playfully. I sent it to you. No, I didn't receive it. As soon as the words fell, Liang Xiaowei's cell phone rang with a ding-dong sound. Liang Xiaowei, do you really want to slap me in the face like this? Of course, she didn't believe that it was really sent by Orange, so she was just curious about who it could be. Chapter 22. Maybe it's because of the girl next to me that the ice cream looks so sweet. Just when Liang Xiaowei was checking the content of the text message, Mu Cheng's phone also rang. Ding dong. You are still so beautiful today. The girl didn't know who sent this message. After thinking about it, she couldn't guess who it was. She looked at Xiao Xiao, who was still lying on the bed with a slight smile on her face. I was just about to tease him back and take revenge, but I didn't expect it. Ding dong. Ding dong. 2 text messages rang from Mu Cheng's phone one after another, surprising the girl herself and also waking up Liang Xiaowei, who was standing next to her. Mainly, the room is relatively quiet. The text message sound is very obvious. Liang Xiao looked dimly at the woman whose beauty was stunning enough. 3. Mu Cheng was a little embarrassed, but still nodded with a faint smile. The queen on the bed sighed inwardly. It's nice to be good-looking. To be honest, before coming to the heart-stirring house, she was still very confident about her appearance. Or in other words, the female guests who can actually come to the heart-beating house. I am quite confident in my conditions. Under normal circumstances, it is also a very excellent existence. But it depends on who you compare with. In front of Mu Cheng, all the girls' confidence collapsed, no matter their looks, figure, or even financial conditions, as she drove a Mercedes-Benz. How to compare? The 2 girls looked at each other, and Mu Cheng playfully curved her eyes, like cute little crescent moons. Liang Xiao smiled helplessly, but there was a feeling of pampering. The guests in the observation room looked as if they had been bitten. They all showed an ant-like smile. Girls can be sweet too. Sitting down on the edge of her bed, Mu Cheng opened her phone and checked 2 more text messages. If I have a chance, I would like to try the breakfast you make. This. In fact, it is still easy to guess. Mu Cheng immediately thought of this morning. It should have been sent by Eugene. There is one more. On the way back, you were watching the sunset, and I was watching you. All right. It's Ward. After all, there were only 3 of them in the car on the way back, so it couldn't be the love-inducing text message sent by Meow Meow. Mu Cheng silently locked the phone. I didn't feel any waves in my heart about these 3 text messages. I'll get a glass of water. Do you want one? She looked at Liang Xiaowei, who was still scrolling through her phone, and asked softly. That side came back to its senses. Liang Xiao shook his head slightly and chuckled. Go ahead. I'll take a shower first. Good. You can cover the camera before you take a shower. Got it. We won't let anyone spy on us. Liang Xiao said with a narrowed smile. Also compared. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly became a mix of ghost howling and extreme displeasure. What do you mean by peeking? Is it stealing what scholars do? Woo woo woo. In the room, the 2 girls laughed and joked for a while. Then Mu Cheng put on her slippers and went downstairs with a clatter. The snow-white gauze skirt was slightly lifted, and a burst of fragrance wafted past. Linny, who happened to be going upstairs, looked up and saw Mu Cheng. Under the bright lights, she was like an elf escaping from the forest, cheerful and gentle. The girl was curious. Are you going to bed? Not yet. I'm tired of sitting down there, so I'm going to climb the stairs to exercise. Puff. Then why don't you go to the gym outside? Mu Cheng smiled, was amused. The outside gym she was talking about was the facility of the Heartbeat House, which was not far from the parking lot. There is also a sweet dessert station there. Now Mu Cheng was planning to drink a glass of water and go over to take a look. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart also moved. He could tell from the girl's expression that she probably didn't guess that he had sent her a love message. Although a little disappointed, but I was mentally prepared, so I wasn't too disappointed. What Linny is thinking about now is whether to ask the other party to go out for a walk. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, I haven't been there since I came to the cottage. Why don't we go for a walk? Ding. Please open your favorite choice. Choice 1. Agree. It's on the way anyway, and I'll give you a box of special scar removal cream as a reward. Choice 2. Refuse. It's dark and windy at night, not suitable for walking. I will give you a bottle of hair removal cream as a reward. The system makes another choice. This time Mu Cheng did not hesitate. Just select one. Mainly, she doesn't seem to need depilatory cream. Not needed anywhere. Instead, she wanted the scar removal cream because she fell when she was a child and had a small scar on the inside of her thigh. Although I can't see it when I usually wear shorts or skirts. But this has always been a pain in my heart. Girls all love perfection. Even someone as beautiful as Mu Cheng is no exception. All right. The thought only lasted for a moment, and Mu Cheng looked at Lin Yi and chuckled. I was planning to go to the dessert station just now. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with joy, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then let's go together. Good. So the 2 of them went downstairs and prepared to go out. The heart-beating dessert station is still open at this moment, and there is only one young lady watching over the store. From the turnoff outside the cottage. Soon, Mu Cheng and Lin Yi walked over here. Lin Yi joked, it feels like it's just right to have a gym here. We can work out after eating dessert, a perfect closed loop. Do you exercise regularly? The girl asked curiously. Lin Yi nodded helplessly, yes, otherwise eating too many high-calorie foods will easily make you fat. Well, I can't feel this kind of pain. Mu Cheng remembered her physique that made her unable to gain weight, and she was immediately very happy. Lin Yi. Live broadcast room. The family members' defenses were broken. Mu Cheng was naturally unaware of her unintentional heartbreaking behavior. She just went into the dessert stand with Lin Yi and bought 2 cups of vanilla ice cream. Then, I eat while walking to the gym. I have to say, the program crew really put a lot of effort into the decoration. There are so many equipments in the gym alone, including dumbbells, seated rowing machines, treadmills, and so on. The girl casually sat on an exercise bike, scooping ice cream with her little hands. Is it really okay for us to eat and exercise at the same time? Lin Yi laughed helplessly. Mu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say it? It forms a closed loop. Lin Yi. All right. Start the treadmill. To be honest, this was the first time he had done this kind of closed loop. There is always an inexplicable feeling of guilt. But the ice cream is quite sweet. Maybe it's because the girl next to him is here that he looks so sweet. The 2 of them ate, worked out, and chatted at the same time. Orange, you just graduated this year. Has any crew come to see you? Does a heart-pounding feeling count? After being stunned for a while, Lin Yi finally realized what the words meant. Suddenly, I was amused. He thought Mu Cheng was joking. But I don't know. Chapter 23. Let me see if you are doing anything bad. Heartbeating house, 702. Ding dong. Because there are only 4 people living here, each person has a room. At this time, Ward was lying on the bed alone. After hearing the text message, he took a look and then jumped up excitedly. Oh shit. Orange sent him a heartwarming message. Although the text message only contained one sentence, the first half seemed to be sent to everyone, and Ward could see that. But this does not affect his excitement at all. Ha 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 ha. The guy in the room was as excited as a 200-pound kid, dancing with joy. But in the live broadcast room, the fans looked sour. I'm really angry. Can you find someone with yellow urine to pee for me? Can't stand this guy. Nice to meet you too. Huada subconsciously wanted to reply to the text message, but forgot that the recipient was the program team. Sure enough, the next moment, Heartbeat 7, bro, you sent it to the wrong person. Huada. Ha 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 ha. Now, it was the turn of the fans in the live broadcast room to laugh. According to the law of conservation of energy, the smile was just transferred. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the ice cream was finished. After training for a while in the gym, Mu Cheng and Lin Yi planned to go back. During this period, Lin Yi originally wanted to show off his muscles. After all, he works out regularly and has a pretty good figure. Only, when he saw a girl lifting a dumbbell weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand effortlessly, he became completely paralyzed. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were shouting, WTF. What a super powerful girl. I'm afraid Orange can knock them in with just one punch. Hiss, the child is afraid. Orange, go to bed early. Good night. Okay. You should rest early too. The girl waved her hand and smiled gently. Lin Yi felt it was a pity that she couldn't hear Mu Cheng's good night, but she was still very happy in her heart. Spend some time alone with this girl tonight and understand her better. Although there seems to be no progress, at least it's better than those rivals in love, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yi smiled even more. The two parted on the first floor. Mu Cheng went to the kitchen to pour a cup of warm water before going upstairs. The tapping sound of her slippers and her freely fluttering black hair all speak of the girl's liveliness. Click. Mu Cheng opened the door of the room. He quietly poked his head in and found that Liang Xiaowei had already finished his shower and was applying something by the bed. The sound of the door opening seemed to wake Liang Xiaowei up. She looked up and immediately laughed unhappily. What are you doing sneakily? The girl curled her eyes playfully and smiled. Let me see if you're doing anything bad. What bad things can I do? Liang Xiao was helpless. He responded while applying something on his calves. Suddenly, she looked at Mu Cheng. By the way, do you want to use this? Orange. What? The girl was a little curious. Then I heard Liang Xiaowei say, depilatory cream, this brand is pretty good. Do you want some? Hair removal cream again? I don't use this. What brand do you use? Please recommend it to me. Liang Xiaowei thought that Mu Cheng's was more effective. After all, this girl's beautiful legs are so white that they glow, and there is no trace of leg hair at all. However, when she looked at Mu Cheng, but I found that the girl was trying not to smile and blinked innocently. I haven't used it before. And you? Sorry, it seems to be natural. Liang Xiaowei. I won't say more. I'm already feeling crazy envious. How come this girl gets all the good things? She is pretty and has a great figure, and she doesn't even need hair removal. Aowa. Dark crawling. But Liang Xiao had a flash of inspiration and was suddenly stunned for a moment because she thought of something. So she looked at Mu Cheng with a naughty look in her eyes. Chengzi, don't you need it too? The girl was confused by the question. Until she followed the other person's gaze, her pretty face turned red in an instant. Liang Xiaowei seemed to have discovered a new world. His eyes lit up. No way. Really? Mu Cheng didn't say anything, but her little face became redder and redder. Finally, I couldn't stand the look in this woman's eyes anymore. Then she picked up her pajamas and new underwear and hid in the bathroom. Liang Xiao, who stayed in the room, laughed. She knows the secret of Orange. Imperial Capital, ByteDance headquarters. In the Douyin Technology Development Department of the group, a programmer who had been working overtime was preparing to pack up and leave work. But I just put the earphones in my bag. But suddenly I found that the traffic of a certain account seemed to continue to soar. The programmer frowned slightly and quickly put down his bag to check the data. See if that shows up or something else. By the way, he also sent a voice message to the operations department. Lao Zhang, please take a look at this account. What's wrong? The traffic of this account is skyrocketing, like a rocket. I don't see anything unusual here. Could it be that someone is buying the data? The man called Lao Zhang was also stunned. I also started to investigate. Then the result was surprising. There is no traffic buying because all data sources are very clear. What is going on? Lao Zhang, who has been working in Douyin for many years, instantly became interested. I quickly clicked on the homepage of this account. An orange? 12 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that the live broadcast of Fall in Love 7 had gradually become quiet, Yu Zhihui smiled. Also exited the live broadcast room. He stretched himself and didn't realize that several hours had passed. But it has to be said, oranges are so beautiful. Since the show started 2 days ago, Yu Zhihui has become a fan of this gentle and lovely girl. The comments in the live broadcast room are about people trying to steal my wife. Some of them were sent by him. Mainly, he is really envious. I envy the boys in the heart-stirring house, who can interact with such a beautiful girl up close. To the point that he simply couldn't get along with Mu Cheng or any other boy. Watch some TikTok. As a night owl, even if I have to go to work tomorrow. But Yu Zhihui won't go to bed before 2 o'clock. And watching TikTok is the best form of entertainment for him as he is almost 30 years old. There is one more recently. Just watch dating shows. Yu Zhihui scrolls through Douyin very quickly, and the video content is either about beautiful women or international news, as well as some donkey hoof repairs, knife forging competitions, and the Xiaomi car is about to be released. However, in the past, he thought that these girls were very cool. At this moment, he was completely expressionless. Just cross it out. Sure enough, compared with oranges, these women aren't ugly, but they don't look that attractive either. Not to mention there are many versions of fairies. Anyway, Yu Zhihui couldn't stand watching any of them. Just when he was thinking about whether he should go find some oranges editing video or watch the live broadcast replay to refresh his eyes. Sudden, a music-only account appears. Chapter 24 is a hit. It's a total hit. It's a huge hit. It was not these pieces of music that caught Yu Zhihui's attention. It's the nickname of this account. It's actually called an orange. And the avatar seems to be the same one used by Mu Cheng, a very cute cartoon orange. Yu Zhihui was just about to click on the homepage to take a look, but suddenly heard, the little yellow flower of the story. I've been floating since the year I was born. Childhood swing. My memory keeps swinging until now. Because the video was not paused, music and singing sounded in this quiet room. It starts with a simple and youthful guitar sound. It feels like being on campus. The youthful and cheerful atmosphere made Yu Zhihui smile unconsciously. He thought the prelude alone was quite nice. I'm kind of looking forward to it. My hand couldn't help but move when clicking on the homepage. Let's listen first. Then, as soon as the prelude ended, he heard a gentle, pleasant, yet extremely familiar voice, which seemed to be telling her story with her own emotions. Why does this sound like the voice of Orange? Yu Zhihui was stunned for a moment. He has been following Mu Cheng's live broadcasts and watching video clips these days and has become very familiar with her voice. The day I skipped school for you. The day the flowers fell. I didn't expect that I still had the courage I lost. I really want to ask again. Will you wait or leave? It's a windy day. The song was still going on, but Yu Zhihui was already completely sure that this was Orange. He was a little excited. I quickly opened the comments section to express my excitement, but I didn't expect that I would look down. This comment section has been filled up by netizens. When I first saw this video, there were only over 100 of them, but now it has increased to over 2,000. It's even climbing like a rocket. Ah, this song is so nice. The lady's voice is so beautiful too. Shit, is that Orange? That sound definitely is. Is the person upstairs also excited? Ha ha ha, me too. I don't know what you're talking about, but this song should be the original work of this blogger named Orange. The quality is too high. It's not inferior to the top 10 music charts now. I feel like you're still being too conservative. This song is a total steal. It's full of youthful campus style. I suddenly remembered the girl who asked me math questions every day when I was in high school. Oh, high school is really stupid. This song is called Sunny Day, but why does it keep describing rain? It confuses me. Don't you all seem to have stories to tell, and I'm the only one concentrating on listening to the song? Orange is so amazing. She wrote the lyrics, composed the music, and arranged the music all by herself. I suddenly realized that this girl is a treasure. It would be so lucky if I could marry her. I'm really sorry for the upstairs host, but I am Orange's husband. I think you are forcing people. You are an idiot. It took only a few minutes from the time Yu Zhihui saw this video to the time he clicked on the comments section. More than 5,000 netizens are already swiping their screens frantically. The number of likes exceeded 30,000, and it continued to rise at a very fast speed. Almost every refresh, there are more than 1,000 more likes. These netizens' comments also made him certain of one thing, that is, this Douyin account really belongs to Mu Cheng. Thinking of this, he quickly clicked to follow. There is even a special focus. As long as Mu Cheng posts a new TikTok video, he will receive a notification immediately. The little yellow flower of the story. I've been floating since the year I was born. Before I knew it, the video had been played again for the second time, with the girl's gentle voice. Yu Zhihui was instantly immersed in it. He seemed to see the story of his own youth. As I was listening, suddenly, Yu Zhihui opened his eyes. Because he seemed to remember that when he clicked on the homepage to set special attention just now, he seemed to have seen other songs. Instantly, he was shocked and quickly clicked on the homepage again. Sure enough, it was right below the video of Sunny Day. 5 more videos. Each cover only has a black background and the name of the song. Luzhou Moon. No matter how far we are, we'll always be together. Breathing Decision. Mermaid. Gulf of Alaska. Yu Zhihui suppressed his inner excitement and clicked on Luzhou Moon first. He remembered that this was the song that Mu Cheng sang in the kitchen yesterday. At that time, I was still wondering when I could hear the full version. I didn't expect it to be here today. Whose light did I steal from the wall when I was a child? If you don't comb your hair, you will suffer for 10 years. Now I read leisurely under the lamp with the fragrance of red sleeves. The ancient style accompaniment, along with the girl's voice, comes again, light and gentle. It also seems to have a hint of playfulness. It was different from Mu Cheng's slightly low voice in the song Sunny Day. She is obviously much happier in this song Luzhou Moon. What a versatile girl. Yu Zhihui's mouth corners rose unconsciously, and he continued to close his eyes and enjoy listening to the song coming from his mobile phone. It would be even better if she could sing in my ear. I can't even imagine how delicious it is. At the same time, in fact, Yu Zhihui was not the only one who came across Mu Cheng's Douyin account. Almost everyone uses TikTok during this time period. You can get them all. Even many people who left the live broadcast room of Fall in Love 7 opened Douyin, and the first person they saw was Mu Cheng. So the traffic of this account went crazy. In the late evening time, with his own efforts, he directly used 6 songs, millions of likes for each video, and hundreds of thousands of comments, and quickly rushed to the top of the Douyin hot search list. And under the excitement of netizens, it also affected others. For example, Weibo and sweet potatoes have been all over the place, and even WeChat moments have been flooded with them. It's popular, completely on fire. It's a huge fire. So much so that by around 3 in the morning, many bosses were woken up by their assistants and told the shocking news. A beautiful girl who is popular in a dating variety show has become a hot topic with her 6 original songs. Moreover, the quality of each song is very high. The number of fans increased from dozens to 3 million. Isn't this enough for these internet celebrity agencies and entertainment companies to scramble for it? What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? If you don't give me an explanation, what are you doing? Then why are you still standing there? Go and get ready to contact them. Hey, 3 million overnight, in the early morning. Are these netizens crazy? Okay, Orange, right? I'll be in the Magic City tomorrow. Are you sure it's her original work? Oh, the National Copyright Registration Center already has her name on it, so it's okay then. That night, countless people were in chaos. The internet is also bustling with excitement. Chapter 25: Collecting Rent for the first time in 2 lifetimes. In the room, Mu Cheng was sleeping soundly and had no idea of all this disturbance. After taking a shower, she came out and chatted with Liang Xiaowei for a while. I soon felt sleepy. So, I also forgot about the system reward for exposing my Douyin account. Mainly, I'm afraid Mu Cheng didn't expect it to be so popular. So much so that in the middle of the night, countless entertainment company bosses and managers drove to the Magic City. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally again. The girl murmured drowsily and stretched. Then, he subconsciously took out his cell phone, turned on the silent mode, and took a look. As a result, the child was stunned when he saw this. Just light up the screen. Countless lock screen messages kept ringing, and she even felt that her phone was slightly stuck. What's happening? Mu Cheng woke up all of a sudden and quickly sat up, crossing her tender legs on the bed. I didn't touch my phone all night, but received calls from more than 30 numbers. The red dot of TikTok. Even the email address she used when applying for university received many emails. Now Mu Cheng was extremely glad that she had turned on the mute function. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to sleep. In fact, she found out what happened very quickly because the number of followers on her TikTok account increased to 5 million overnight. She guessed that it was probably the system's reward that worked. But this is too fierce. The girl was a little stunned. The key is those missed calls. Should she call back? And should she reply to the emails? Oh, it gives me a headache just thinking about it. All right, never mind then. Between politeness and rejection, Mu Cheng chose to give in and pretend that he didn't know. I'm such a genius. A faint smile appeared on the girl's lips. Then I clicked on the comments one by one. She was also curious about netizens' reactions to these 6 songs. Comment section of Sunny Day. From the moment she left, I erased her from my memory. She was no longer mine, and I no longer loved her. The moment she left, she was just a stranger in my eyes. Why is Sunny Day all the lyrics about rainy days? Also, my sister has a very nice voice. Are you listening? Tom closes his eyes and looks up. Rue, I'm listening. Jerry lowers his head and frowns. Hello, Orange. I'm Lu Minhong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Can you please take a look at my private message? Wow, it's only been one night and this song has almost 10 million likes. Comment section of Luzhou Moon. What an elegant tune. What beautiful lyrics. Isn't it much better than those so-called Chinese-style songs? Luzhou Moon. The song is nice and the name is nice too. I've been here for more than a dozen times. What should I do if I can't get out? Hello, Orange. I'm Lu Minhong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Can you please take a look at my private message? This is the second time I've seen you upstairs. Comment section 4. We'll be together no matter how far we are. If the sun is always hot, if the rainbow does not lose its color, this line of lyrics from Orange has already told us that no one will be with you forever. Wow, has Orange ever been hurt by someone? Why can he write such sad words? Wife, look at me. I will treat you well forever. I just broke up with my long-distance relationship and I saw this. TikTok wants me to die crying. Hello, Orange. I'm Lu Minhong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Can you please take a look at my private message? Why are you upstairs again? Comment section 4. Breathing decision. Damn it. I spent the whole night learning this song and my mom kicked me out of the house. Tears bursting. I feel the same way. My mom also told me that if I can't sing someone else's song, I should not sing it, or they will sue me. Ha 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 ha, Mom. This song really has a great atmosphere. I love it. Hello, Orange. I'm Lu Minhong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Can you please take a look at my private message? It's not like you're done. The Mermaid comments section. Legend has it that you are willing to be stranded for love. Kitten holding the microphone and speaking very loudly. Hiss, are you going to die by climbing so high? I feel that Orange's voice is so clean and beautiful. I can't imagine how beautiful it would be if Orange turned into a mermaid. Slurp slurp drool. Hello, Orange. I'm Lu Minhong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Can you please take a look at my private message? Good boy. You are really persistent. You are similar to the one above. You are in every comment section. Gulf of Alaska comments section. He doesn't seem to love me anymore. To forget a person, you must first forget his shortcomings. To fall in love with a person, you will fall in love with him regardless of his strengths and weaknesses. I cried. Why did I have to watch this song at 3 o'clock in the morning? My girlfriend is going to have her last chemotherapy tomorrow. God, please protect her. Yesterday, my first love sent me a wedding invitation and asked me if I wanted to go. I asked why she invited me, and she said that I had promised her that I would watch her put on her wedding dress. It was a pity that I couldn't put it on for her myself. This song really made me cry, and I cried in the comments section too. Hello, Orange. I'm Lu Minhong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Can you please take a look at my private message? Mu Cheng flipped through the comments, looking at the netizens' laughter, sadness, and empathy. I felt mixed emotions for a moment. Calm down. She went to the bathroom to wash up and change her clothes. There was nothing to do today, so she decided to go home and take the clothes to wash. Also, among all the messages just now, she saw that 2 tenants said they wanted to renew their lease. Have to go back and write a receipt or something. This is the first time in 2 lifetimes that Mu Cheng has gone to collect rent, and she is a little excited at the moment. Manhwa live streaming platform. As one of the live streaming platforms with the largest traffic on the entire internet, ever since Daxian went to Douyin, the boss here became Ward. At this time, this guy was renting a studio in Shanghai. Adjust the device. Get ready to start your journey to rank up today. However, when fans heard what Ward said, they sneered. Just kidding. If native chickens can get points, sows can climb trees. After all, there are 1,800 war gods, and whoever gets to line up next will be unlucky. However, today's barrage is somewhat different from the past. In the past, the atmosphere of the barrage was mostly ridicule, occasionally mixed with some remarks from Brother Huada asking me to help him. And today, the barrage of comments that floated by filled the screen with sour lemons and buttery grease. This made Ward a little puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? It felt a bit uncomfortable not to mock him for a while. Chapter 26 Art is Explosion. Ward clicked on the game to enter the loading page while looking at the barrage, until a few words mixed with a slice of lemon. He finally understood. It turns out that these guys were sending him love messages from Orange. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you can't envy me. I can't help it. It's my personal charm. Ward shook his hair confidently. The smile on his face was so wide that it almost reached his ears. In the past, he was always told by these annoying fans that he had no female fans and was not popular with women. Now, he wants to prove just how awesome he is to the netizens. Just like this time, he wants to take down Pleasant Goat, Bomb Cat, all over the place. Art is an explosion! Exclamation point. As their blue crystal exploded, the word failure appeared on the screen. Ward's whole body was about to break apart. What are these teammates doing? I got 4 kills in the early game, and we still lost. Tuji was furious, and his cell phone was broken. I saw his mobile phone was used like a kitchen knife, being pressed frantically on the table to cut vegetables and chop sauces. He waited until his anger subsided a little before leaning weakly on the chair. This scene gave fans a familiar feeling. The screen was filled with laughter. Many netizens even mocked Huada. Is this okay, you little dog? It's boring to fight. Huada skimmed over the comments with ease and shook his head. The current King's environment is too bad. If my teammates hadn't been giving up, I would have easily won this game. Tell the truth and nothing else. When it comes to playing this kind of Star Glory game, Tuji does have some skills. My teammates in the last game were really bad. In the early game, I got triple kills and 4 heads, and the rhythm was very good, but my teammates still lost points madly in the mid-game. But if he doesn't play the king, Ward doesn't know what to do. His profession is a game anchor. Although it has become the leader of the manhwa platform, there are still many restrictions. But I can't do anything else. Go back to the heart-beating house? It's just past noon now, and I just asked my assistant to order takeout. And I guess there's no one in the cabin? Guys, how about we go check out the dance area? After much thought, this is the only thing that can make Ward relax. After all, dance can cultivate one's sentiments. Upon hearing this, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Come on, go on. I want to see Amy. Why are you looking at Amy? Isn't it better to look at Xiao Yuan? She has a baby face and all, sideways smile. Ahem, I still think Dong Dong is prettier with his long legs. Some fans are very excited. He knows the hosts of Maoya's dance area very well. Suggestions given. However, among the comments about the beautiful anchor, another part of the comments looked much more conspicuous. What kind of dancing host should I watch? Is there anyone as good as Orange? That's right. It's better to watch TikTok videos than to watch these. Wow, Orange isn't in the cabin. It's so boring. I wonder what my wife is doing. I think I should find a quiet place to write songs. After all, a song of this quality must have taken a long time to create. By the way, Tuji, have you never heard Orange's song? Go listen to it. Being attacked by this fan's sudden barrage, the others also suddenly understood. In an instant, the barrage of comments became even more intense. Everyone asked Huada to search for a Douyin account called an Orange. Ward and those uninformed viewers were confused as to why so many people recommended this Douyin account. But I thought there was nothing to do, so I was waiting for the takeaway. Ward simply followed the fans' wishes and started searching right in front of them. Just beginning. He thought it would be a blogger editing a video of Orange, but I didn't expect to find it when I searched it. Then I heard the sound of waves at the seaside and a piano accompaniment that made me feel inexplicably sad and depressing. A combination of both. It seemed as if I could see the dim seashore and a girl walking towards the depths. Oh my God. Can't you see I love her very much? How can two people who are obviously in love with each other? You want to break them up? Oh my God. Mu Cheng's singing voice came through the screen and reached the ears of Huada and all the fans in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a large area of the barrage seemed to be cleared. Ward himself also silently stopped his hand. Close your eyes and listen carefully. In the singing, the girl's voice is still so gentle and sweet, ethereal and clean, but he felt lonely and sad, and an indescribable grief. Will this be Orange's own story? She is so cheerful and lively. As he listened slowly, the image of Mu Cheng emerged in Huada's mind. She looked absolutely beautiful with every look and smile. She was the girl that amazed me the first time I saw her. In a high-end residential area in Shanghai. When Mu Cheng returned home, she first put her clothes in the washing machine to wash. Underwear was put into the laundry bag. People on the internet say that underwear needs to be washed by hand to be clean, but in fact, manual washing is no match for a washing machine. And Mu Cheng lives alone, so I don't care. Anyway, her washing machine is an all-in-one washer and dryer, so she just needs to wait until it is dry and then take it out and hang it up. Done. The girl clapped her hands and put the clean clothes into her bag first. Then I opened WeChat to contact the tenant. Hello, I just got home. Are you home? Oh, okay. The other party said he would come up. So Mu Cheng pressed the pager at home and notified the property management downstairs to help swipe the card. Well, her building has one apartment per floor. You need to swipe your card to get in. And this tenant came from the building next door. Soon, before 12 o'clock, the tenant's lease renewal was completed. The other party signed another one-year contract. I directly paid a quarter's rent of $15,000 per month, which is $45,000. As for water and electricity, Mu Cheng is very lazy, so he lets the tenants pay the bills themselves. Anyway, she doesn't need to rely on these tenants' money. After helping a tenant renew his lease, the girl ordered takeout on her phone. The weather was too hot, so she didn't want to go out to eat. Ding dong. That beautiful landlord, you're back, right? I want to renew my lease. Another tenant who contacted her this morning also responded to the message. It's an aunt. The girl replied softly, Yes, auntie. I'm at home now. Do you think it's convenient for you to come and sign the contract? Convenient, convenient. The other party nodded hurriedly and smiled happily. Then Mu Cheng asked her to press the 21st floor button in the elevator. In this way, Mu Cheng will be able to help her swipe the elevator card directly at home later. After a moment, the doorbell rang. This auntie came quite quickly. Aunt. The girl smiled gently, greeted, and invited the other person in. The aunt glanced at Mu Cheng and said cheerfully, Long time no see, beautiful landlady. You are still as beautiful as ever. Chapter 27. Why does it feel like the aunt wants to introduce her son? When signing the contract, my aunt was very straightforward and signed for 2 years right away. She also said that her son will start working at the Shanghai branch next month. Just stayed here, by the way. As a landlord, Mu Cheng needed to know about the turnover of tenants, so he didn't care. After signing the contract, he smiled sweetly to the aunt and said, Okay, I wish you a happy life. Thank you, beautiful landlord. Auntie laughed cheerfully, and suddenly, she asked casually, You are so beautiful, are you dating now? Mu Cheng was slightly stunned, and subconsciously said, No. Then you better hurry up, the competition among young people is quite intense nowadays. Don't worry, auntie. The girl felt a little strange, but still spoke softly and politely. Could it be that this aunt wants to introduce her son to me? This situation has happened before. At the beginning of the year, Mu Cheng's cousin wanted to match her brother with Mu Cheng, but she never expected that Mu Cheng didn't even go to her house to pay New Year's greetings during the Spring Festival. As a result, my cousin's wife kept sending messages on WeChat. The girls were left speechless. Just block and delete. At this moment, Mu Cheng recalled this incident and felt that his predecessor was really. Tie pants are hot. After chatting perfunctorily with the tenant aunt, Mu Cheng sent her away and put away the contract. Just then, the pager rang. The property management downstairs said there was a takeaway order from Building 7, Floor 21, and asked Mu Cheng if it was her takeaway order. Yes, I do. Okay, Miss Mu. I'll bring it up to you right away. That's right. The takeaway couriers in this community are all delivered to the door by the property management. After all, 200,000 yuan a year in property management fees is not given for free. I had a delicious lunch. I have to say, the food of this 5-star restaurant is still very stable and tastes the same as the last time Mu Cheng went there. In the afternoon, Mu Cheng had nothing to do. Just stay at home and grow flowers. Feed the koi. Open your TikTok account from time to time and read netizens' comments. In just one morning, the most popular video, Sunny Day, has received 5.7 million likes and over 1 million comments. The lowest one, Breathing Decision, has just over 1 million likes and only a few 100,000 comments. Now there are many internet celebrity agencies and entertainment companies that are frantically looking for Mu Cheng. I kept sending her private messages on her TikTok. It's just that Mu Cheng never paid any attention to it. A little after 4 in the afternoon, the girl sleeping on the sofa yawned lazily, her hair scattered casually on one side. I don't know when my phone fell on the carpet. She picked it up and took a look. Under the light, the platinum bracelet flashed and fell on Mu Cheng's delicate white wrist. The girl shook her little hand and threw it back onto her arm. It's 4 o'clock. Maybe she just woke up. Her voice sounded soft. Mu Cheng murmured and thought about it. I should get up and pack up to go back to the cabin. By the way, I can go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients and ask everyone if they want to have hot pot. For someone who has never been able to cook in both lives, hot pot is the simplest dish. And it's delicious too. Mainly, Mu Cheng is very good at making dipping sauce for hot pot. Thinking of food, the girl suddenly became much more sober and quickly got up to go to the bathroom to clean herself up. Finally, it's laziness. I just wore a baseball cap and went out. No more hair. Back to the cabin. Mu Cheng drove from home, went to the gas station first, and then went to the supermarket on the way back to the cabin. Hello, do you have a membership card? No. Okay, this is 1,030 for you. The cashier looked at the huge pile of things, 2 huge bags filled with things, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. She wanted to ask this beautiful girl if she needed help. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Mu Cheng lifted 2 large bags very easily. Cashier. Fortunately, she didn't say anything, otherwise she would have almost turned into a clown. But I was also quite surprised. This girl is incredibly beautiful. How come she is so strong? It was around 5 in the afternoon, almost 6. When Mu Cheng parked the car outside the heart-beating house and came back carrying 2 large bags of food. Someone has already returned. Hello. Wang Helong, who was busy working in the living room, turned his head immediately when he heard the voice, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, Hello, Orange. You're back so early today. As he spoke, he also noticed the 2 bags. I quickly got up to pick it up. Let me get it for you. Thanks. The girl curved her eyes gently but did not refuse. After all, they were eating together. She asked curiously, Have you been home all day today? No, I just came back a while ago. I had an impromptu meeting just now and have been dealing with things. Why don't you just focus on your work first? I'll take care of this. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not busy now. All right. Seeing Wang Helong being so enthusiastic, Mu Cheng didn't know what to say. The 2 of them carried the things to the kitchen together. The girl opened the refrigerator, squatted down and put some things that needed to be frozen at the bottom. Wang Helong subconsciously lowered his head to take a look, but I found that the girl's collar was tight. Even her well-developed figure was hidden by the mysterious white loose sweater, and no view inside could be seen. Someone secretly thought it was a pity. Many in the live broadcast room also expressed regret. However, some netizens were secretly frowning, feeling that Wang Helong was a bit creepy. In fact, it's not just them. Even the guests in the observation room looked at each other silently. Teacher, he changed the subject calmly. Last night, Wang Helong's English name sent a love message to Xiao Qiao. Do you think he is still interested in Chengzi now? I don't think it's hard to tell. Oranges are just too attractive. Wang Yinlin cooperated happily. Everyone nodded. Meng Zi's eyes seemed to be glowing, and she exclaimed, She is really beautiful. She looks like Nuwa's graduation project. Even Meng Zi, who has always been narcissistic about her beauty, couldn't help but marvel at it. One can imagine how amazed Mu Cheng was. The comments in the live broadcast room were full of approval and agreement. The K family. Oranges are so beautiful. Heart-beating house. Mu Cheng put the ingredients in the refrigerator and slowly stood up. Wang Helong quickly looked away. He pretended to be surprised and joked, Orange, you bought so many things. Are you planning to cook for yourself tonight? I wanted to have hot pot. The girl smiled faintly. Wang Helong seemed a little surprised when he heard this. Hot pot is good. I wonder if others want to eat it. I'll ask again when everyone comes back. Mu Cheng thought that no one could refuse hot pot, so she washed her hands and said casually, You go ahead and do your work. I'll go to room 702 to see if anyone has returned. That's fine. Wang Helong smiled and nodded. Chapter 28 now. I am not fascinated by orange. As the door of room 701 was pushed open, the girl's back gradually disappeared from Wang Helong's sight. In the living room, only a pleasant fragrance remained. And a person who has no interest in work. Computer stuff. It seems that he can no longer be attracted to it. On the other side, Mu Cheng had already walked to the small courtyard of room 702 and stepped onto the bluestone path. Her eyes rested on the swing for a moment, and she felt a little moved. But I plan to play it later. The girl was in a good mood, humming a song softly, with a hint of a bright smile hidden in her beautiful eyes. Today Mu Cheng was wearing a loose white sweater and a pair of gray sweatpants, which was simple and fresh. The slender waist was hidden by the hem of the sweatpants. It makes her look particularly youthful and lively. Plus a baseball cap. To be honest, this girl just entered college, or is a high school student. The audience in the live broadcast room will choose to believe it. She looks so young. Tuk tuk. Mu Cheng went to room 702 and knocked on the door twice. No one came to open it. She simply opened the door and walked in. Hello? The girl looked around to see if there was anyone around. Wang Yuchen, who was outside the terrace, heard the sound and hurried out. She was a little surprised to see Mu Cheng. Hey, Orange. Well, I bought a lot of things and I'm going to have hot pot. Do you want to go there and eat with me tonight? Mu Cheng blinked and smiled gently. Wang Yuchen was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he nodded without hesitation. Okay, I also bought some lettuce and lotus root, so I'll take them over there. With that, she trotted to the kitchen. Seeing this, Mu Cheng did not follow in and stood at the door. She was too lazy to wear shoe covers because of this, but it would be bad if she didn't wear them and dirty the floor. A moment later, Wang Yuchen came out with 2 bags of lettuce and lotus root. Let's go, Orange. Good. The 2 women smiled at each other. When it comes to eating hot pot, they are quite positive about it. As they walked, the 2 girls were chatting. I saw a video of you singing online. Orange, you are amazing. The songs you write are all so nice. Speaking of this, Wang Yuchen became a little excited because she really liked those 6 songs. I even recommended it to my colleagues at the company today. Mu Cheng smiled with curved eyebrows. Thank you. As a musician, let me interview you now. Which song is your favorite? The girl said seriously. Wang Yuchen is 3 years older than her, so it is not an exaggeration to call her sister. But Mu Cheng didn't know. The word sister was so sweet that it almost melted Wang Yuchen. Can you shout a few more times? Cough cough. Knowing that the girl was joking, Wang Yuchen followed her and thought about it seriously. Well, I really like the song Determined by Breathing, but the notes are too high and I can't sing it. It's really helpless to say. I learned this song in the company bathroom today. A colleague outside thought someone was slaughtering a pig. I almost called the police. Wang Yuchen told Mu Cheng about this embarrassing incident, and immediately Mu Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. But it is not difficult to see from another perspective. Wang Yuchen has a very easygoing and cheerful personality, and he loves to joke. Mu Cheng likes to get along with girls like this. Not tiring. Unlike those girls' dormitories on the internet, where there are 10 groups for 8 people. It's a typical palace fighting drama. The 2 girls chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at 701. At this moment, Wang Helong was no longer working, but was washing ingredients for hot pot in the kitchen. He saw Wang Yuchen and smiled. Are you the only one in your cabin? It's okay. I left a little note, and we'll come over when they get back. Oh, smart. Wang Helong gave a thumbs up, put the washed vegetables aside, wiped his hands and smiled. Since you, the chef, are here, I won't embarrass myself. Wang Yuchen is a food blogger by profession. Everyone knew this when they had dinner in the 2 cabins last night. Orange, can I play your song? Sure. Okay. Wang Yuchen was very happy to receive the recognition. She has a habit of playing some music when cooking, which makes her more relaxing. After all, I'm a food blogger. The dishes you cook are not only for you to eat yourself, but also for you to present to your netizens and fans. But Wang Yuchen's current video content is more about store visits. I cook for myself relatively less often. At this time, the conversation between the 2 women was heard. Wang Helong standing by was somewhat curious and interested. Play Chengzi's song? Chengzi, you sang? Uh-huh. Mu Cheng blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, seeming a little proud. Wang Yuchen looked at her tacitly, and they both couldn't help but laugh. Then, Sister Wang smiled mysteriously and said, You will know when you listen. If you hear that I am pregnant, I will tell you. So amazing. At first Wang Helong didn't believe it. He thought it might sound nice. After all, Orange's voice was already very nice. But to say that it's nice to be pregnant is too much. However, hi, why is it so bad? It's only been 2 days and we're deeply in love. You said it like it's true love. I say to you, hi. Have you ever been in love today? When the girl's ethereal voice with a hint of lazy temptation appeared, Wang Helong's eyes widened instantly. This was beyond his imagination, especially when the last line, Are you in love today, is sung. He seemed to be able to see Mu Cheng smiling and blinking playfully. There is laziness in her beautiful eyes. It has a charming flavor. Wang Helong turned to look at Mu Cheng, only to find that the scene just now was just an imagination in his mind. In reality, the girl didn't do anything. He just turned his back to the 2 of them and quietly prepared the dipping sauce for the hot pot. Did you date and then dump? They say true love is hard to find. I want you to tell me all the ugly things now. I will listen to your confession. The singing continued. Wang Yuqin glanced at Wang Helong, who was stunned by the singing, and immediately suppressed his smile. Now, I am fascinated by oranges, especially the song Breathing Decision, but she played it on purpose. Not to mention that she likes this song herself. The most important thing is, Mu Cheng's voice in this song is absolutely amazing. It's the kind of song that's full of girlish playfulness and makes people want to fall in love when they hear it. Behead both women and men. Look, Wang Helong is really crazy about it now. Observation room. Everyone with a bird's eye view can see every move in the kitchen very clearly. There was an unconscious smile on his face. Professor Chin Ming shook his head and laughed. It's over. This kid is obsessed. Puff. Everyone almost laughed out loud. Chapter 29, 3 Women, 1 Drama. However, although Wang Helong's expression in the camera is very funny and makes people want to laugh, but actually now, everyone in the observation room was thinking about something else. Chunai looked at Xinling and asked curiously, for you singers, is this song written by Qingzi considered good? I think it sounds good. Meng Zi said silently. Xinling smiled sweetly and nodded affirmatively. It's pretty good. She's amazing. And it's not just this song. I've heard all of Orange's other songs. The lyrics and music are all very well written, and the singing skills are very solid. When I heard these songs, I sent them to several teachers in the industry. They said that the songs Sunny Day and Mermaid are definitely worthy of the Golden Melody Awards. The style of Luzhou Moon is more ancient and has a lot of charm. A Chinese professor thought that many of the lyrics of this song could be included in literature textbooks. Xinling said a lot in one breath, and she talked non-stop, praising Mu Cheng endlessly. Because I just started hearing songs written by this girl. She herself was stunned with shock. So I downloaded the video immediately and asked the musician who had helped her write the lyrics and music and had collaborated with her. But I didn't expect it. Everyone agreed that Mu Cheng has a bright future in music. It's just a song called Sunny Day. It vividly depicts the author's lyrics and music skills. The following song, Luzhou Moon, broke many people's perception of Chinese-style songs, as the lyrics were so beautiful. The last 4 songs are also very well written and are not inferior to the first 2. Mu Cheng has his own unique understanding of both lyrics and music. That is, this girl is different from most singers. Her style is so varied. But it is precisely because of this that Xinling is even more amazed at her talent. Hiss. At this moment, after listening to Xinling's long speech, many audiences at the scene and in the live broadcast room gasped. The audience in the live broadcast room was fine, but the guests present were surprised. After all, we are in the entertainment industry. They know how difficult it is to create a song that is called a golden song. It's not just that the lyrics and music are well written, but also that the song is very popular. Not to mention, the 2 Golden Melody songs in front of me were both written by the same person. The lyrics, music, arrangement, and singing were all done by Mu Cheng alone. This girl is so evil. To be honest, at this time, teacher he suddenly smiled helplessly and said, I just got up today and my phone was bombarded with calls. Many friends in the entertainment industry asked me for Chengzi's contact information. They want to invite Orange to debut, right? I understand. If I were the CEO of a company and suddenly found such a seedling, I would also do it. Everyone smiled knowingly. Dongfang Xiang looked at teacher he and couldn't help asking, did you give it to him? No, and I don't know Orange's contact information. But I told them that our director knew. As he was speaking, teacher he suddenly changed the subject, with a fox-like smile on his face. Everyone was immediately happy. Teacher he smiled gently and said, just wait and see. I estimate that it won't be long before Orange becomes one of our companions. Although the show, Falling in Love, only invites amateur guests, but it doesn't say that you can't participate halfway and become an artist. And now Mu Cheng only releases songs. It's not an official debut yet. This time, not only the guests in the observation room laughed, but even the audience in the live broadcast room were full of expectations. Come on, let's keep watching. It looks like someone else has returned to the cabin. Okay. Everyone put on their headphones and continued to look at the big screen in front of them. Heart-beating house. Just as what was said in the observation room, someone has returned. But they are not from 701. It's Meow Meow from room 702. When she came back, she found the cabin very quiet, and then she saw a sticky note on the handrail of the stairs. Orange is going to have hot pot tonight. I'm going to 701. Friends who see this, come quickly. Yu Chun. Meow Meow was a little surprised, but her eyes lit up slightly. We actually want to have hot pot. No one can resist a hot pot, not even her. Thinking of this, Meow Meow hurried upstairs to put her things away and prepared to go to 701 to see if she needed help. And when she was going downstairs to leave, suddenly he turned back and signed his name on the sticky note. Meow Meow received. Oh, she's so cute. Wang Yinlin in the observation room couldn't help but smile. The more he looked at this girl, the more he liked her. Soon, Meow Meow arrived at Hut 701. The door was not closed, so she pushed it open and went in. Just then, she saw Orange and the others in the kitchen, and immediately raised her voice and said, "Hello, I'm here." "Ah, Meow Meow." "Hello." Everyone in the kitchen greeted them, and Mu Cheng even smiled and waved her hand. Now, there were 3 girls in the room. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Wang Helong was afraid that he would not be able to get a word in, so he quickly tried to find a topic to talk about and asked Meow Meow, "Did you just get off work?" "Yeah, I saw the sticky note left by Sister Yuchin, so I came here. Is there anything I can help you with?" Wang Yuchin took a look and said, "Yes, there are indeed a lot of jobs. Find some to do yourself." As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Meow Meow's confused expression now is quite cute. "Want an apron?" Here, Mu Cheng shook the thing in his hand. The program crew prepared quite a lot of things for the cabin, including several aprons. They probably wanted the male and female guests to interact more in the kitchen and warm up their relationship. But they didn't expect that there were only 3 girls in the kitchen. The only boy in the cabin is Wang Helong. I can't integrate it all. Mainly, Wang Yuchin now has a good impression of Jiang Junhan and will not interact too much with other boys. Meow Meow, on the other hand, is more quiet and has no feelings for Wang Helong. As for Mu Cheng, not to mention her, this girl just wants to hang out with girls. Looking at Wang Helong's slightly resentful expression outside the kitchen, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Wang is so miserable. There are 3 girls in front of him, and he can't control any of them. "Ha, Chow Chow, please come back soon. I think Brother Wang needs you. Goodbye." The way this guy looked at Chengzi just now, I think Chow Chow should not like him. I always feel that this guy is a bit of a playboy. It seems so. His eyes never left the Orange. Actually, if we were in Orange's shoes, we would probably stare at her the same way. Alas, there is nothing I can do. My wife is too pretty. Get out of here upstairs, my wife. The highest compliment a boy can give to a girl is my wife. The lowest evaluation for a girl is your wife. So you can imagine how much these boys who are fighting for wives in the barrage like Mu Cheng. Chapter 30. Others come to the dating show to talk about love, but she only eats and watches melons. Heartbeating House 701, Kitchen. I can get used to the distance. Love is always beyond one's control. I would rather change the way I do things. At least I can still love you from a distance. Love can. Mu Cheng's song is playing on loop, and this one has already been sung for the 2nd time. As the original singer, Mu Cheng also parted her red lips and sang silently, and then helped Meow Meow tie a cute apron from behind. This scene made many viewers in the live broadcast room smile. Mainly, with Mu Cheng's height of 172 centimeters. Meow Meow, who is 163 centimeters tall, actually looks petite and lovely. It's so nice. Especially Meow Meow, a girl who looks quiet, even has a little shy expression at this moment. Ah, this is so sweet. Maybe the director of the program didn't expect it either. The person who will appear in orange in this season's romance variety show is actually another girl. It's not the first one. There is also Liang Xiaowei. On the other side of the kitchen counter, Wang Helong was watching this scene with envy in his heart. He wanted to wear an apron, too. It's a pity that he doesn't have the confidence that orange will help him. It might be embarrassing then. Well, just thinking about it. At this moment, there was suddenly some noise outside. There are so many of you here. Someone else is back. It's Eugene. He saw several people busy in the kitchen and said with a bit of surprise, "Hello." Everyone smiled and greeted each other. Wang Helong also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a boy came back, so he wouldn't have to stay here alone. After all, the girls were busy and it would be bad for him to leave. I don't know how to join in unless I walk away. I can only look at the oranges to please my eyes. Find something to talk about when you have nothing to say. Eugene's return made the girls in the kitchen look up at him, especially Meow Meow. Although she was a little reserved, she still glanced over from time to time. She didn't know whether Eugene would guess that the heartwarming text message last night was sent by her. I came back from get off work and bought some fruit. Eugene put down his backpack, came over with a bag, and asked with a smile, "Why are there so many things tonight? Are you planning to make a big meal?" At this moment, The food preparation area is filled with processed ingredients. It's quite shocking at first glance. Lotus root slices, lettuce slices, mushrooms, marbled beef, and various dipping sauces. Chengzi said she wanted to have hot pot tonight, and she bought most of these. Wang Helong replied with a smile. At this time, Wang Yuqin jokingly said to him, I am also involved in this, okay? What I mean is that you should not only see oranges. The girl seemed to be shocked and pretended not to understand and kept silent. Miao Miao, on the other hand, had a slight smile on her lips and was secretly happy. Only, she didn't enjoy it for long. When Eugene brought the fruit over to wash, Mu Cheng suddenly whispered in her ear, let's switch places. I want to use the pot here. Mu Cheng looked at her innocently, but inexplicably, she blinked playfully. Otherwise, what do you think I want to do? Miao Miao's face suddenly turned red and she dared not speak. The two women quickly changed positions. Now she was sitting next to Eugene, who was washing fruits, with Mu Cheng sandwiched between Wang Yuqin and Miao Miao. Fortunately, the kitchen is big enough. Otherwise, 4 people wouldn't be able to fit in. I think I understand. Chengzi gave up his seat to Miao Miao on purpose, right? Ha ha ha, why does it feel like she's eating melon? It's so funny. Others come to dating shows to talk about love, but this girl is just eating or watching melons, and she also writes songs while she's at it. I just like oranges like this. Keep it up and don't talk about it. Otherwise, I will cry. Sister is so cute too. Her face turned red when we changed positions just now. At this time, the people in the heart-beating house didn't know. A small change of position. It actually made the live broadcast room lively. Mainly because Mu Cheng's intention was too obvious. Not only they could see it. Miao Miao, who is in the same situation, can also feel it. I've done it here. Miao Miao, can you help me watch the fire? Turn it off when the soup boils. Okay. Would you like some blueberries? Mu Cheng and Miao Miao had just finished talking when Eugene handed over a plate with freshly washed blueberries on it at the right time. Thank you, the girl said softly with her eyes curved, without being polite. I grabbed a little bit at random and put it in my hand. Then he just slipped out. She planned to lower her presence and find a place to have some fun. In fact, Mu Cheng discovered it when Eugene came back just now. Miao Miao was actually glancing at him frequently. So, she will change her position later. However, sometimes, even if a girl wants to reduce her presence, she doesn't know that charm and radiance are hard to explain. Just like Mu Cheng, who was only wearing simple sweatpants and a sweater. But she is just so beautiful. It makes people unconsciously want to shift their gaze away. Click. The door of the hut was pushed open. Chunjia is back too. It smells so good. What are you making that smells so good? She was drooling from greed. Who in my family would understand? It took me more than an hour to get back to the cabin after get off work, and I smelled such a tempting scent. Eat hot pot tonight. Mu Cheng spoke vaguely while holding a blueberry in her mouth. Chunjia was pleasantly surprised. Wow, this is such a sumptuous meal. Looking at the side dishes in the kitchen, her eyes seemed to be shining. Friends of 701, here I come. What are you doing? Maybe it's around 7 o'clock, and it's time for everyone to get off work. In less than a moment, just when everyone was working together to move the things to the dining table. The remaining few people, except Lin Yi, all came back. Huada and Jiang Junhan also saw the sticky note at 702, so they put their things down and came over to eat. The more people there are, the more space they need. Fortunately, Wang Yuqin was very foresight and used 2 pots to cook the soup base. Otherwise, I can't let go. Why don't we just not wait any longer and eat first, leaving some for Yi? Wang Helong looked at everyone and suggested. I.e., also known as Lin Yi. In order to make everyone feel less unfamiliar when being addressed, we all introduced ourselves by our nicknames or names that were easier to pronounce on the day we met. For example, Mu Cheng is Chengzi, Chunjia is Jia, and Liang Chaowei is Qiao Qiao. At this time, hear what Wang Helong said. Everyone was a little tempted, mainly because they were all very hungry. Then let's eat. Come on, use your chopsticks. Brother Hua, give me a meatball. Sure, sure. As soon as one person moved, everyone else moved immediately and put what they wanted to eat into the pot. Mu Cheng bought several packets of hot pot base today. Except for the spicy hot pot. There is also a mushroom soup base and a tomato soup base, both made with your own ingredients and seasoning packets. Chapter 31. The entertainment company came to the heart-beating house. As everyone started using their chopsticks, the rich aroma of the soup instantly spread throughout the heart-stirring house. Spicy hot pot, mushroom hot pot, tomato soup pot. Behind the scenes of the program, the teacher even controlled the camera to give close-ups of several pots. Instantly, Many viewers in the live broadcast room felt their throats rolling, swallowing saliva like crazy. This looks so fragrant. In particular, many people who have not yet gotten off work and are still working overtime are going crazy right now. If you use this to test cadres, who can stand the test? I don't know if the teacher himself is greedy. Gradually, the camera began to shift from the hot pot to Mu Cheng, who was sitting at the side. I saw that the girl had no makeup on her face. The delicate facial features looked even more charming in the steam. Occasionally listened to the conversations of friends around me. And she also had a beautiful smile. This scene once again made some netizens swallow their saliva, feeling that oranges are more fragrant than hot pot. Brothers, I can't even imagine how delicious it would be to eat hot pot while holding an orange. The coward upstairs, I dare to think. Whoa, damn production crew, this is my wife. Why are you staring at her? To be honest, if I were to marry Chengzi, I would be happy to eat hot pot every day. Then I'm different. I still want to drive Orange's big one and live in her house. Okay, you want to take advantage of everything, right? Damn it. I can't stand it anymore. I want to eat hot pot too. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was noisy and in the heart-beating house. This place is also full of laughter. Mu Cheng doesn't like spicy food very much, so the soup base for her is a double-boiled pot of tomato and mushroom soup. Serving chopsticks are used to pick up food and cook it in hot pot. After all, there are too many people. We have just met each other for a few days and are not very familiar with each other. But just when I was halfway through eating, Lin Yi, who worked overtime today, finally came back and caught up with the second half of everyone's hot pot. Here, wash it clean. Mu Cheng, who was sitting closest to the kitchen, was kind enough to help Linny get the chopsticks and plate and gently explained, I was afraid that the dipping sauce would get on it, so I took it back first. Well, what I mean is that I didn't intentionally leave no food for Lin Yi. This small gesture. Linny felt warm in his heart instantly. He smiled and said, thank you. There are so many delicious foods, I don't even know where to start. What should I do? Lin Yi made a joke. Hearing this, Chun Jia pointed at the shrimp paste in front of her and said with a smile, I have some cooked ones here, do you want to try them first? Yours looks hot, I'll do it myself. Then I'll help you put the mushroom pot in. That's fine. Thanks. Linny said this with a smile, then found his seat and sat down, waiting for the shrimp paste to be cooked. By the way, I also put some enoki mushrooms on the plate. Eat it for a while. It can be seen that the child is really hungry. Zhang Junhan laughed. Why are you working overtime so late? Today there is too much work to do and I can't arrange it. This is how it is for management trainees. It's fine when they have free time, but when they get busy, they are totally lost. Tomorrow is the weekend. Are you still working? No, 2 days off. Me too. By the way, do you know where in the Magic City there are good places to take photos and check in? I know about this. There are several restaurants that are quite nice looking, and the food they serve is also delicious. Then Yuchin, send it to me later. No problem. Everyone ate and talked with smiles on their faces. In fact, the program team does not allow guests to add each other's private contact information, at least not before the confession night. But please post the locations of some restaurants. There's no problem. At worst, we can just forward it to the guests via the program team's WeChat. Hello, excuse me. Just when the hot pot meal was about to end, suddenly, there was a voice at the door, and everyone looked over. Then I was a little surprised, because the person who came in was actually the director of the program, and his expression looked a little helpless. What's wrong? Liang Xiaowei, who was sitting near the outside, was the first to ask in a puzzled voice. According to her understanding of the program, generally speaking, the program team will not disturb the guests. Well, being stared at by 10 people, the director felt a little awkward. He waved to Mu Cheng. Chengzi, someone is looking for you. Can you come out for a moment? Mu Cheng. The girl was stunned for a moment, then she reacted, put down her chopsticks and stood up. Everyone at the table was confused. Huada was the first to be unable to resist and asked the director, can we go with them? Can. It's not a big deal. It was true that someone was looking for Mu Cheng. The director nodded. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed to see what was going on. Before leaving, Miao Miao did not forget to turn off the fire of the soup pot. At this time, not only the people in the heart-beating house were curious, but even the audience in the live broadcast room felt puzzled. Why is someone suddenly looking for oranges? On the contrary, Teacher He in the observation room had a subtle smile on his face. He already knew who it was. Outside the heart-beating house. If you take a drone photo from high altitude now, You will find that there are no less than 10 luxury business cars at the original parking lot. The entire road was completely blocked. Fortunately, the location of the cabin was such that the director chose to film on the edge of the town. Otherwise, someone would start scolding me. Who's looking for me? Mu Cheng followed the director out first, like a curious baby. The director smiled helplessly. Didn't you post 6 songs? And then you didn't reply to the private messages on TikTok and emails, but those people came to you directly. Mu Cheng. The girl felt a little embarrassed, feeling like she was being caught being lazy. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Fortunately, the brim of her hat was wide enough to cover her small face, which was only the size of a palm, so it was not seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. Walk out quickly with the director. Soon, she saw a dozen people in suits standing outside the courtyard. There are both men and women. I guess each person represents a company and platform. Orange, let me introduce you. This is... The director directly acts as a middleman. He is also helpless. Mu Cheng's TikTok account became popular overnight, and several of her songs were on the trending searches and music charts. Those companies in the entertainment industry who smelled something fishy went crazy. Unable to find the girl herself, she found the director directly through Perfect Love. At first, he could still withstand the pressure. But later, more and more people came to him. In the end, there was really no other way. I can only tell the representatives of these companies that I can help act as a middleman and make introductions, but the specific matters will be decided by Mu Cheng himself. Then, the current grand occasion has emerged. Chapter 32. Reward the Queen with a Whip. After listening to the director and the representatives of these entertainment companies' self-introductions, the girl nodded her head. Among them, there are 8 entertainment companies. The 3 are responsible for the music platform. As for those internet celebrity agencies, none of them showed up. After all, not qualified yet. At this moment, the friends who came out with Mu Cheng were all surprised, looking at this scene with their mouths slightly open. They came out from the back. But I also have a general idea of what happened. 8 entertainment companies all hope to sign Orange. The purpose of the 3 music platforms is simple. They just come to buy the copyrights of those 6 songs. Orange, what do you think? The director asked quietly and added, if you join an entertainment company, some companies don't allow dating. Our contract will be terminated early, but it doesn't matter. The program team doesn't require you to pay liquidated damages. Mu Cheng has brought huge traffic to the show. The director is not a black-hearted person. But if she joins an entertainment company, she will definitely not be included in this dating show. Because the company will immediately create the best debut plan for Mu Cheng. Maybe next time. It was in a talent show. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. Before Mu Cheng could say anything, the system in her mind spoke first. Choice 1. Join one of the entertainment companies, quit the show, and be rewarded with idol-level singing, dancing, and basketball skills. Option 2. Sell the copyright of the song and get a music library as a reward. Choice 3. Refuse everyone. I am the coolest. Reward is a queen whip. Note, Option 1 and Option 2 can be performed at the same time. Girl. It was fine at first, but then I heard about the reward for the third choice. The girl couldn't hold it anymore. Why does it feel like this crappy system is becoming more and more unethical? Think about it. Mu Cheng finally chose 2 silently. Mainly, she originally planned to do so. She will not consider those entertainment companies for the time being, not only because there are too many rules and regulations, but also because it would be unfair to the production team of the Heartbeat program. Besides, Mu Cheng's idea is to debut as an artist as a singer, not an idol. The conditions they gave. It's nothing more than how good the resources are, paving the way for becoming an idol in the future. But this is not Mu Cheng's choice. What she wants to do now is to sell the copyright of the songs to the music platform, but she has a condition. Outside the heart-beating house, no one spoke. Very quiet. They were all looking at this very beautiful girl, waiting for her answer. Several representatives from entertainment companies already had smiles on their faces. They believed that girls of this age could not resist the temptation of becoming idols. But I didn't expect. Mu Cheng shook her head slowly and said softly and gently, I'm sorry, I haven't considered signing with an agency yet. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even the director was subconsciously stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Orange was going to quit and felt a little sorry. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. The girl refused outright. Suddenly, a hint of joy emerged in the director's heart. Orange, are you really not going to consider it? Our company came here with great sincerity, and the resources we will provide you in the future will also be the best. You have great potential. Yeah. How about you not make a decision so quickly and think about it slowly when you have time? Several people from the company tried to persuade him, obviously anxious. The confidence on his face just now is gone forever. Well, I'll think about it carefully. This time the girl didn't say anything. She just nodded and smiled faintly. Since the other party has given space, then she must give him some face and not say anything final. Hearing this, several people from the company felt a little helpless, but most of them were still unwilling to give up. After all, Mu Cheng's talent is really incredible. It's not just about writing songs. Just take that beautiful face, and you can tell that she is a girl born for the entertainment industry. Pity. It's clear now that they don't want to sign a contract with the company. There's nothing they can do about it. You can't threaten me, right? Are you kidding? Come on, we live in a society ruled by law now. The slightest evidence can get you killed, not to mention that this show is being broadcast live now, and their every move is under the sight of netizens. Orange, think about it again. Don't decide so quickly. If you have any ideas, you can contact me. Okay. Someone from an entertainment company has already handed over their business cards. Mu Cheng also accepted them one by one. They shook their heads and prepared to go back and tell their boss the news. Didn't get it. See if we can negotiate somewhere else. The heads of the three music platforms looked at each other. The people from the entertainment company are leaving. What about them? Are they going together too? But before these people could speak, Mu Cheng smiled and took the initiative to ask, do you plan to buy the copyright of the song together or individually? Let's buy it together. Let's buy it together. When the heads of the three music platforms heard this, they immediately spoke excitedly. Orange's words. It's obvious that they want to sell the copyright. The director reacted quickly at this time and said with a smile, why don't you go in and chat? There is a place to sit in the yard. Okay. Then Orange, let's go back first. Here, I saw my friends getting ready to discuss something, so I said hello and prepared to leave. Liang Xiaowei chuckled and joked, if you need our protection, just shout. Good. The girl curved her eyes, smiled gently, and waved her hand. Let's go. We haven't cleaned up the hot pot yet. Have you guys listened to Orange's songs? I feel like my internet speed can't keep up after a day of work. I'll play it for you. It sounds really good. She's so amazing. Everyone turned around and went back, chattering, but their expressions were still full of surprise. I've watched so many romance shows. This is the first time I have seen so many entertainment companies coming to me. And Mu Cheng also refused. This completely refreshed their imagination of dating variety shows. Soon, as the friends went back, only Mu Cheng and the heads of the three music platforms were left in the yard of 701. The director also slipped away, but the teacher stayed behind to follow the filming. This was a requirement from the platform so that they could publicly announce the purchase of the song copyright in front of the live broadcast room. Now that Fall in Love 7 is very popular, this kind of announcement, but the effect is much better than them posting several TikTok and Weibo videos. Besides, we are just talking about music copyright now. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Orange, I got a glass of water for the three teachers. Just as a few people sat down, Liang Xiaowei suddenly brought out a few more water cups and placed them on the table. Then, he whispered in Mu Cheng's ear to encourage her, come on. Then he left again. Chapter 33 I hope my songs can be free on your platform. Well, let's get started. Since you came to see me so late, you must have prepared a lot of conditions. But I also know that you three have a lot of work to do and are quite busy. I don't want to waste your time. So we keep it simple. At a table, Mu Cheng and the heads of three music platforms sat facing each other. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke gently, but not weak. At that moment, it was as if the aura of the queen of business was overwhelming. Not only the three people on the opposite side were stunned by her sudden change, but even the audience in the live broadcast room. They all looked surprised. So cool. Actually, the reason why Mu Cheng has such temperament and confidence now is inseparable from her parents who spoiled her since she was a child. As a rich girl in Magic City, Mu Cheng's father has always raised her as a wealthy daughter. He has brought her up to experience the banquet life of rich people since she was a child, set up a trust fund, and let his daughter choose her favorite hobbies. This is also the reason why Mu Cheng chose the Shanghai Drama Academy despite having a college entrance examination cultural score of over 600, because her parents support her. And that's not all. When Mu Cheng was a child, he watched Ultraman Tiga like a boy. Her parents didn't tell girls to watch less of these things. But he smiled and said, when Cheng Cheng grows up, how about playing a female Ultraman Tiga? Good. The little girl nodded her head happily. Later, as I grew up, Mu Cheng watched TV series and fell in love with piano and classical dance. Without saying a word, the father went straight to buy a piano that was most suitable for his daughter's learning. Well, yes, not the most expensive, but the most suitable. Mu Cheng's mother specially invited a female teacher back on the day when the girl was most excited to learn classical dance. Later, the girl also made her parents proud. At the age of 12, I passed the 10th level piano exam. At the National Junior High School Dance Competition, Mu Cheng also conquered the judges and the audience with a classical dance. Get the championship. When picking up their daughter, Mu Cheng's parents didn't look at the trophy, but smiled. You didn't let down the things you like. It's great. Cheng Cheng? Yes, the trophy is not important. What makes them proud and happy is not the trophy. Mu Cheng finally stood on the stage as she wished. So, is it just a matter of a lot of money to get these? No, it still requires a lot of love. It was also because of love that Mu Cheng's temperament and self-confidence, which she had cultivated since childhood, made her never like any boy. She is independent, free, and a girl with a very clear self-awareness. Others praised her for being beautiful. She would accept it with a smile. She is not reserved or shy, and is beautiful without knowing it. Let's get back to the topic. Since these three platforms really want to buy Mu Cheng's music copyright, they are naturally well prepared. After hearing her words, they also realized that those empty words were useless. Just be sincere. So the manager of Penguin Music spoke directly and said with a smile, Orange, we at Penguin are willing to buy the copyrights of all your songs, including the new songs you release now and in the future. So do we. Right. The managers of the other two music platforms also wanted to say something, but in the end, they could only utter a few short words. There's nothing we can do. That guy used to say all their words. Mu Cheng smiled softly. What about the price? Price. The person in charge of NetEase Cloud Music pondered for a moment and said, our company can give $3.35 million for the 6 songs, including $1 million for Sunny Day, $350,000 for Alaska Gulf, and $500,000 for the other 4. The copyright fee for each song is different, apart from whether this song is good or not. We also need to see how popular the song is and whether it has the potential to win awards in the future. Obviously, Sunny Day is a song that everyone is optimistic about. If you don't win the award, it means there is something fishy going on. However, the song Alaska Gulf did not receive very high praise from NetEase Music. Although Mu Cheng's Douyin video has more than 3 million likes, the singing rate is also very good. Recently, many netizens have started to cover this song on TikTok. But the people at NetEase Music carefully studied the lyrics of this song. Like, it's a story about 2 girls in love. Also, apart from the fact that Mu Cheng sings this song beautifully, the atmosphere of the song is rather depressing and the lyrics are too straightforward, so it has no potential to win an award. So considering all factors, NetEase Cloud Music can only give 350,000 yuan in copyright fees for this song. However, at this time, the manager of Kuga Music changed the subject and said with a smile, in fact, my company and NetEase Cloud Music's friends have similar ideas, and the price is the same. But since you, Orange, are willing to talk to us, we are also willing to make friends with this beautiful girl like you, right? How about packing the 3.5 million together? Hearing this, Mu Cheng picked up the water cup and put it to his lips. Gently lift up a strand of hair and let go. She hasn't spoken yet. But at this moment, the two people from Penguin Music and NetEase Cloud Music were already cursing each other in their hearts. That damn old man said all the good things. What did they say? Thinking about it, I prepared to remedy the situation immediately. Just about to speak. Unexpectedly, the girl on the other side suddenly looked up and said, I can ask for less copyright fee, but I have one condition. What conditions? The manager of Penguin Music asked subconsciously. To be honest, this kind of behavior can easily put you at a disadvantage in business negotiations. But he already knew subconsciously that for Mu Cheng. Sincerity is the secret weapon. Now, managers from several music platforms are watching her. Mu Cheng didn't keep it a secret and smiled. I hope my songs can be heard for free on your platform. Everyone was stunned. The girl continued, I am not short of money, but I feel that if friends who like to listen to my songs have to pay to listen to my songs, this is not the original intention of my writing songs. So, my only request is this. The copyright fee can be low, but the song must be available for free. Mu Cheng's voice is still so gentle and pleasant, but his tone seemed particularly serious. All of a sudden, managers of several music platforms were thinking silently. It is not in their interest to listen to the songs for free. After all, several of these music platforms rely on opening star diamonds to generate revenue. Those songs are really good. And not to mention anything else. Take Mu Cheng's Douyin traffic as an example. She gained 3 million followers in just one night, which doesn't seem to be a loss. Not to mention, this girl's talent is so enchanting. What if there is another golden song in the future? Okay, I agree. I won't give you less in copyright fees. Orange, your talent is worth it. As the manager of Penguin Music, he was very willing to take a gamble. After all, Penguin was a big company and it didn't matter if he lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager of Nettie's Music nodded. Okay. Finally, there is the person in charge of the crying dog. He was also very straightforward. He raised his glass and said with a smile, "You made 10 million in one go. I have worked in the company for so many years, but I still don't make as much as you, Orange." "Mr. Chun, the live broadcast is on." Mu Cheng pointed at her elder brother who seemed to be oblivious to the people around him and winked playfully. "Manager Chun." As the negotiations were formally finalized, everyone smiled at each other and clinked their glasses lightly. The cooperation is confirmed. Later, after the contract is sent and signed, the copyright will be officially sold to these 3 music platform companies. The copyright here refers to the promotion on the music platform, not all copyrights. Chapter 34. The first heartwarming date is here. To be honest, I spent more than 3 million to buy the copyrights of these 6 songs. It's no loss for them at all. Let's not talk about the quality of these songs. Even the traffic that Mu Cheng itself can bring is exaggerated. They had never seen someone who gained 3 million fans overnight after releasing a new song. And as this number continued to grow throughout the day, Mu Cheng's fans had already reached 5 million. Very scary. Then I won't see you off. Take care. No need to see me off. You should go back quickly, otherwise your friends will be worried soon. Haha, 3 of us are chatting with a little girl. Who wouldn't be anxious? Orange, remember to approve WeChat. Yeah, okay. Mu Cheng stood outside the yard gate and waved her hand with a faint smile on her face, waiting to see their figures going away. Then he turned around, picked up a few cups and went into the cabin. Made 10 million. To say I'm not happy would be a lie. Thinking of this, the girl's beautiful eyes suddenly curved, as gentle and bright as a little crescent moon. And in the live broadcast room, the audience who witnessed their negotiation were stunned. For a long time, the barrage was quiet. Until now, everyone came to their senses. The barrage of comments started to rush out like crazy. Holy crap. Holy crap. I made 10 million in just over 10 minutes. Ah, Orange was so handsome just now. The look and temperament during the negotiation were absolutely amazing. She really is. I'm crying. She would rather sell less copyright fees and let us listen to the songs for free. I'm really touched. I declare that I have now gone from being a fan of Orange's looks to being a die-hard fan. Yes, putting aside her looks, I can't put it aside. Orange is so pretty, hee slurp. 6 songs sold for 10 million, coach. I want to learn this. Shut up upstairs, the coach wants to learn too. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean I'll have an extra 10 million dowry if I marry Chingzi? Holy shit. He sat up in shock on his dying bed, and his words awakened the dreamer. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room opened their mouths wide. Them. Is it okay to participate in this dating show now? The director said this. Not very good. For now, ignore these guys in the live broadcast room who seem to have gone crazy. Mu Cheng returned to the cabin with the cup and was soon surrounded by his friends. Are you done talking? How's it going? Orange, I just listened to your songs. They are all well written. Everyone was talking at once. In an instant, the whole cabin became as noisy as a vegetable market. Mu Cheng smiled softly and said, "It's already sold. You'll be able to see my songs on Penguin, Nettie's Cloud Music, and Kugu soon." Exclamation point. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Liang Xiaowei came over and said excitedly, "Congratulations, Chengzi. Please sign an autograph for me later." "I'm afraid I won't be able to get your autograph in the future." This royal sister. At this moment, she was like a little child, but she was also really happy for Mu Cheng. In her opinion, Orange is so pretty, good at writing songs, and sings beautifully. He will definitely be one of the top stars in the entertainment industry in the future. Certainly. Asking for an autograph was mostly a joke. But maybe Liang Xiaowei hasn't thought of it yet. Her words will become reality in the future. After chatting with his friends, Mu Cheng went to the kitchen to wash the cups. Right now, the dining table and kitchen counter have been cleared. There was a fresh air system in the cabin, so there wasn't a strong smell of hot pot left. There were only the residues in the trash can, proving the dinner everyone had just had. Lenny came back the latest, so he had to eat the hot pot for free without doing almost anything. I feel a little guilty now. Then he smiled and said, "I'll take out the trash. I'll go with you." I'll go to the dessert station and buy an ice cream. Chunjia suddenly said too. Okay, let's go. Linny looked back at Mu Cheng, and seeing that she didn't react, he could only sigh in his heart. Soon, there were only 6 people left in the cabin. Because of Wang Yuqin and Jiang Junhan, they were there when Mu Cheng came back just now. Just say you're going back to room 702 first. However, Huada and Miao Miao were still staying here chatting. Right now, 701 is really lively. Everyone likes to stay here. Observation room. Wang Yinlin couldn't help but laugh. Chunai immediately gave him a look and said with a grin, needless to say, don't you see who is in 701? Orange. Meng Zi answered immediately and excitedly. It feels like this woman has now become Mu Cheng's #1 fan. Everyone smiled knowingly. Xinling sat on the sofa and whispered, how about we go eat hot pot after get off work? Well, she is greedy. The observation room closes at around 11 p.m. There is also hot pot available. It was still quite cool in Shanghai at night in July. So Mu Cheng and Liang Qiaowei returned to their room. The girl took off her hat and threw it away. With a whoosh, flying to her own bed. This action was very cool, and it made Liang Qiaowei's eyebrows slightly raise. She took a deep breath and rubbed her neck. Tomorrow is finally the weekend. I can finally get a good night's sleep. During the days she spent in the heart-beating house, she woke up at 7 o'clock. No way. My workplace is in downtown Shanghai. Even if there is a free bus prepared by the program team, it will still take almost an hour. Commuting is a hassle. I have to get up 2 hours earlier to go to work at 9 o'clock, which is very tiring. I think, if we follow the program team's process, we may have something to do tomorrow. Mu Cheng fixed her hair in front of the mirror. Then she turned to look at Liang Qiaowei, a smile flashing in her beautiful eyes. Liang Qiao was slightly stunned. No way? Orange, how do you know? Intuition. Girls' sixth sense is still very accurate, especially when they are in love. The moment when you think of something, maybe it has already happened. The two girls looked at each other in silence. Liang Qiao whimpered slightly. Did they have to go back to look for seaweed tomorrow, the wonderful Saturday? Ding dong. Ding dong. Just when they were all thinking about other things. The cell phone also rang. Both people's cell phones vibrated slightly at the same time. Mu Cheng sat in front of the makeup mirror and opened WeChat with a hint of curiosity. Her slightly messy hair was casually scattered on her arms, but there was a sense of broken beauty. However, when she waited to see the content of the message, her expression became surprised. The girl opened her red lips slightly. First heartwarming date? That's right. The first heartthrob date is here, friends. In the observation room, teacher he smiled. Since this is a dating variety show, how could the production team not arrange a date on the weekend? And now, it's coming. Chapter 35. The production crew is pretty nice. First exciting date. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard the news, they were stunned for a moment before instantly becoming excited. Oh shit. The date is finally here. Which part of the dating variety show is the most popular? That is undoubtedly the guest date. Even, many dates in dating variety shows have become famous scenes that everyone talks about. For example, Nungnung and Sister La, Big Brother and Sister-in-Law from Half Raw 1, Belle and Genuine from Heartstirring 5, and Sister Yang and Brother Ho from Heartstirring 6, etc. Although some couples have broken up, but it is undeniable. The famous dating scenes of these couples are definitely deeply remembered by viewers who watch the dating variety show. Therefore, they are also looking forward to the date with Heartbeating 7 this season. And now, it's finally here. Observation room. Looking at the barrage of comments filling the screen like a runaway horse constantly floating across, everyone can relate. Because they all have expectant expressions on their faces at this moment. Come on, let's follow the old rules and connect first. Teacher he brought out the familiar small blackboard again and said with a gentle smile. As a veteran of the show, Meng Zi couldn't help but ask curiously, what are the rules for this date? Every season of Heartbeat and every date has different rules. Just like a heartwarming house. Last season it was a 3-story house, but this season it has become 2 small houses, 701 and 702. So Meng Zi couldn't figure it out either. That's right. This time, we will be divided into 3 dating groups. The girls will draw lots first, and then the boys will choose which group to go to. Groups 1 and 2 consist of 2 girls and 2 boys, while Group 3 consists of 1 girl and 1 boy. Teacher he explained with a smile. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. It's very simple. To put it more simply, there are 2 teams of 4 and 1 team of 2. It depends on who is lucky enough to get a one-on-one with someone they like. Xinling smiled sweetly. Professor Qinming then said quietly, Maybe most boys want the one-on-one to be orange? It's possible. Dongfang Xiang nodded immediately, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That was the kind of scene he wanted to see. Then teacher he. Chunai suddenly raised his hand to indicate that he had questions. Everyone immediately looked at her, and teacher he was also curious. What did you say? We are connected now, but we don't know the groups of the girls for the date. Is it so difficult this time? Yes. If I were to guess blindly now, the chances of winning would be almost zero. After all, who knows what the girls' luck will be like? What if Orange draws 3 groups? What if it's another girl? Hearing this, teacher he smiled and said, Don't worry. We will start connecting after the girls have finished drawing lots. Ah, that's good, that's good. Come on, friends. We must get the little gold bar this time. Here we go. The drawing of lots is about to begin. All I saw was the big screen at this moment. All the girls received the news from the program team and went to the announcement desk outside the 2 courtyards. A small table had been placed there. There are several blind boxes. It is a series of figures of iron armor little treasure. Speaking of which, the people in the program crew are really nice. They even use the blind box method for drawing lots, giving each girl a small figurine in disguise. Heartbeating House 701. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei came out of the room and met Chen Jia on the first floor. The 3 women looked at each other. Want to go out? Let's go, but I have really bad luck. I have to draw lots for dates, which makes me nervous. I have a way to make you less nervous. What? Wait for others to draw first, and then there will be only one left. Don't care about life or death. Just fight if you don't agree. Puff. Several girls couldn't help but laugh out loud. The atmosphere was joyful for a while. No one had the intention of quickening their pace to grab the girl, because the final outcome of the date still lay with the boys. The difference is, for the girls, it just depends on who is in the same group with whom. When Mu Cheng and the other 3 girls pushed open the door of the courtyard and came out, they found that Miao Miao and Wang Yuqin from room 702 had not arrived yet. Then just wait a moment. Looking at the blind boxes quietly placed on the table, no one moved first. The girls in 701 are all doing well. They are still waiting for the people in 702. Oh, I suddenly realized that I am not worthy of falling in love. If I were you, I would open the blind box right now. Ha ha ha, me too. I couldn't help it at all. The audience in the live broadcast room were also chatting and laughing. After a while, the door of the yard of room 702 was pushed open, and Miao Miao and Wang Yuqin came out together. Hello. Everyone smiled and greeted each other. Wang Yuqin was curious. You haven't taken it yet? No, I've been waiting for you too. Yuqin, have you taken a shower? Yes, I just saw the message when I came out. Miao Miao has been waiting for me outside my room. Wang Yuqin was also a little embarrassed. Her hair was still a little wet, obviously not dried. Mu Cheng said softly and gently, Why don't we smoke quickly, and then you can go back and blow dry your hair. Okay, how do I draw it? How about rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins goes first. Sure, sure. Good. All the girls had no doubts. This was the fairest way. So, there was a game of rock, paper, scissors. The final result was that Miao Miao chose first, Chen Jia second, Mu Cheng third, Wang Yuqin fourth, and Liang Xiaowei fifth. Orange, you were right. Liang Xiao looked at Mu Cheng with a little resentment. She was the last one and had no choice. There's no need to be nervous. The girl blinked her eyes gently, but with a hint of playfulness. I don't know. Maybe I am a lark? No, you're a crow's mouth. Lark. How could such a good person be called a crow's mouth? The 2 women started bickering right away. On this side, Miao Miao has already started choosing and took the blind box on the far left. Soon, the girls manually unblocked it. The figures inside the blind box were also revealed. Miao Miao's is the pink Tiandalina, Chen Jia is the blue cockroach bully, Mu Cheng is the black and gray shark chili, and Wang Yuqin is the silly spider detective. Liang Xiaowei is the red kabuta. How do we group them? The girls looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought that the same figures were grouped together. At this time, Chen Jia shook the box and felt that there was something inside. Hey, Orange, and you are in the same group. Why? The girl came closer like a curious baby. Because she is only 172 centimeters tall, she can see what Chen Jia is holding by just lowering her head. It is a distribution table. I saw that the picture above had been filled in. Group, Shark Chili Cockroach Bully. Group, Tion Delina Spider Detective. Group, Kabuta. In fact, the program team put a chart in everyone's blind box, but Chen Jia discovered it first. Miao Miao couldn't help but mutter, Can it be simpler? Why make it so complicated? Director? He was originally still feeling proud of his masterpiece. That moment, the smile on the corner of his mouth froze. Chapter 36. Don't think too much. I'm just applying scar cream. Now that the lots have been drawn, the girls will go their separate ways, regardless of who they will date next. It's not something they can decide. Mu Cheng was quite happy. She quite liked this shark chili figurine. Kind of cute. Chun Jia's mood was a little complicated. She is under a lot of pressure. In a group with Orange. After all, the girl was so perfect that even if she just stayed there quietly, everyone's eyes were still on her. Like a shining light in the crowd, when she appears, everyone else will be eclipsed. At the same time, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. All the boys in cabins 702 and 703 suddenly received messages on their cell phones. Eugene and Wang Helong are in the same room. The two of them turned to look at each other instantly. Walk, walk. Before he could finish his words, Eugene had already jumped off the bed and tidied his clothes skillfully. The two of them looked a little calm, suppressing their excitement. But after opening the door, he rushed out madly. It seems as if he is afraid that if he arrives a step late, someone else will get there first. And what a coincidence is. Almost all boys think so. Observation room. Looking at these impatient guys, everyone's expressions suddenly became hilarious and a little funny. So impatient? Come on. Hurry up, or the oranges will be snatched away. From here you can see the difference between boys and girls. Girls don't fight or compete. Come on friends, it's our turn now. A reminder from teacher He. Everyone instantly pulled themselves out of their trance and looked at the small blackboard. Only. The girls have been divided into 3 groups based on the lots they drew just now. The only thing left is the boys' profile pictures that haven't been connected yet. Let's look at Xiao Xiao first. She's alone. Who do you think will choose to go on a one-on-one date with her? I think so. Yes, his last heartwarming text message was also sent to Xiao Xiao. Okay, let's decide on one first. The discussion in the observation room was very lively and intense, and even many viewers in the live broadcast room joined in. And at the same time, outside the heart-beating house, on the bulletin board, Linny received the news on the first floor of the cabin, so he took the initiative and came here first. When he saw Mu Cheng and Qinjia in Group 1, without hesitation, he picked up his own photo and placed it behind Group 1. At this moment, Eugene and Wang Helong just trotted over. When they saw that Group 1 had Lin Yi's profile picture on it, their expressions changed subtly. Neither of them moved. Obviously, it's a bit frozen for the time being. Soon. It didn't take long. Over at the cabin, Huada and Jiang Junhan also hurried over. They were probably late because they came out of their cabin a little far away. Ward was still gasping for breath, looking like he was about to die of exhaustion. He looked up. Who of you posted it? I posted it. He's going to the first group. Group 1. Originally, 2G didn't take it seriously, but after he saw the 2 girls in the first group clearly, I was just stunned. There are oranges. What to do? Eugene and Wang Helong were also a little hesitant and entangled. They looked at each other and then at the others. Jiang Junhan, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be that thoughtful. Put your own photo in the second group and take a step back. Then, just stood aside and watched the show. There was a smile on his face as if he was enjoying himself. It's fun. He is now a little glad that he gave up the urge to pursue Orange. Otherwise, he would probably be one of the people here who are suspicious of each other. Xiao Xiao and I will be in the same group. You guys can do whatever you want. In the end, Wang Helong gave up the idea of competing with them. When Eugene heard this, he didn't hide it anymore and said to Huada directly, rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins goes to Group 1. 1 game or best of 3? 1 round, please. Ward didn't say anything else, just put his hands behind his back and clenched his fists. The expression is very serious. Linny, on the other hand, was a little surprised. He thought these 2 people wanted him to compete as well. However, Linny didn't know one thing. The main reason why Eugene and Huada did not let Linny compete was that they mistakenly thought that Linny went there for Chenjia. After all, the 2 of them took out the trash together tonight and came back talking and laughing. So I didn't think much about it. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were in front of the god's perspective, could hardly hold back their laughter. This is such a huge misunderstanding. I don't know what they will think when they look back at this episode. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. None of the girls knew about the final grouping of the date, because the program team moved very quickly. After the boys left, the grouping cards were removed immediately. On the other hand, the audience in the observation room and the live broadcast room had expressions of surprise and excitement and they obviously did not expect this result. Wang Yinlin spread his hands helplessly. Our gold bars are gone again. It's okay, try again next time. Dongfang Xiang was in a good attitude and patted Uncle Wang on the shoulder with a smile. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Then, get ready to get off work. Do any of you want to go eat hot pot? It's my treat. What you said, I am the kind of person who needs a hot pot meal. Let's go. Where should we go? Ha! Although everyone had already gotten off work, they couldn't help but talk about tomorrow's date while eating hot pot. Just like the audience in the live broadcast room. They are looking forward to it too. Heart beating house 701, Mu Cheng's room. At this moment, the girl had finished taking a shower and came out. Her hair still had a fragrance that kept floating past Liang Xiaowei's nose. She was a little envious. Orange, why do you smell so good? Maybe the shower gel has soaked it in. Mu Cheng replied casually. Liang Xiaowei. She also uses nice-smelling shower gel every day, so why doesn't it seem to have absorbed the flavor? Moreover, she could clearly smell that the fresh orange scent was definitely not from shower gel, because she had used that one before and it was completely different. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock. It's almost time to go to bed. Good night, Orange. Good night. From the dim room with a hint of warm light came the gentle voice of a girl with a hint of smile. Liang Xiaowei closed his eyes contentedly. It's so nice to have a roommate with a nice voice. However, if she turned around at this moment, she would definitely see Mu Cheng doing some strange movements in the bed. Well, it's not a bad thing. I'm just applying scar cream. The reason why the girl hid in the quilt and painted quietly when turning off the lights. Mainly this location. Chapter 37. Even if we take a step back, can't she be my wife? The next morning, Saturday, the weather was beautiful. It's a good day for a date. Many expectant netizens took advantage of today's break and didn't even want to sleep in. They got up early and opened the live broadcast room. Good morning, Orange with Pulp. Morning, morning, morning. Did I lose my internet connection at some point? What's up with Orange with a Pulp? Isn't that a drink? Hee hee, Fruity Orange is the fan name of our orange. We discussed it for 3 hours in the super chat last night and finally decided on it. Wow, Orange actually has fans. I'm afraid you really have lost your internet connection. Orange's TikTok followers are almost 6 million now. Hiss. After some fans' explanation, the audience who only paid attention to the dating variety show were stunned. You know, this show has only been on the air for a few days? That's 6 million fans? Rockets aren't that fast, are they? But actually think about it carefully. With Mu Cheng's beautiful face and figure, coupled with her musical talent, and the fact that she is a very wealthy woman, all these factors combined together, it seems that everything becomes so reasonable. After all, there is a saying. The name starts with appearance, falls in love with talent, and is loyal to character. Because I have known Mu Cheng for a short time, I'm not sure what kind of person she is. But this girl's temperament and her performance on the show also show that she has a very good personality. And don't forget, in order to let her fans listen to her songs for free, she would rather charge less in copyright fees. This alone touched the hearts of countless netizens. Instantly become a die-hard fan. Then Fruit Orange came into being. Heart beating house 701. When the comments in the live broadcast room were becoming increasingly lively, Mu Cheng also woke up. It's rare that I can still see Liang Xiaowei in the room after waking up. Good morning, Xiao Xiao. Why don't you sleep a little longer on Saturday? The girl rubbed her eyes and mumbled in a daze, her gentle voice carrying a hint of laziness. Liang Xiao said helplessly, Early, I can't sleep. I'm used to getting up early. As she spoke, she kept swiping her phone and had no intention of getting up. After all, habits are habits. But the corpse still has to lie down. I will never get up unless it is a certain time. Except for going to the toilet. The two girls chatted for a while, and Mu Cheng got up first, put on her slippers and went to the bathroom to wash up. She prepared to change her clothes and go downstairs to find something to eat. I'm a little hungry, but seeing the skirt she was wearing today in the mirror, the girl thought for a moment and decided to get a nice hairstyle. Otherwise, I always feel that the hairstylist skills rewarded by the system are useless. Moreover, her hair was casually loose and did not match the skirt. Although she looks good no matter what she wears. But girls, this is a cute creature that has loved beauty and likes to play dressing games since childhood. Lian Mucheng is no exception. In the room, Liang Xiaowei was originally hiding in the quilt looking at his phone and didn't notice Chengzi. But suddenly there was a rustling sound coming from the dressing table, which made her look curiously. Then, she was so stunned at that moment. Orange, you are so beautiful. Liang Xiaowei said this subconsciously. It was the first time she saw Mu Cheng dressed like this. What's wrong? The girl is putting on lipstick. I turned around immediately when I heard the sound. I always feel that Xiao Qiao's words are like there is a guy wearing cross-dressing clothes in the boys' dormitory, and then the other roommates say, "Brother, you smell so good." Weird. The surprise in Liang Xiaowei's eyes has not disappeared yet. She stared at Mu Cheng intently. Then she couldn't help but pretend to be bitter and said, "If only I were a boy, I would marry you home. Then I have the ability to seduce girls, but unfortunately I am a girl." Mu Cheng curved her eyes and teased playfully. Hearing this, Liang Xiao became more excited. "Orange, please flirt with me. I'm really easy to flirt with." "Really, sister? But I just put on lipstick. Do you want a kiss?" Seeing that Mu Cheng was really coming over, Liang Xiaowei felt a little panicked for some reason, and his face slowly turned red. She had to admit that she was really attracted by this girl. All my heart is beating so fast. Certainly. In the end, Mu Cheng definitely didn't kiss her. The two girls were just joking. We had a little fight. The room was also filled with their laughter. Rip. The girl, who had done her hair and put on light makeup, opened the curtains and looked out towards the light filtering through the gaps between the leaves. "The weather is really nice today. Xiao Qiao, I'll go down first." "Okay, go ahead and charm those guys to death for me, because the cameras and radios in the room have not been turned on yet." Liang Xiaowei dares to say anything. He laughed. Only, she might have forgotten. It seemed that those boys included Wang Helong, whom she also had a crush on. At this time, in the live broadcast room of the program, because they haven't seen Mu Cheng yet, this group of fans are so bored that they spontaneously formed a card game. In the landlord. 3 with 1. Don't want. Exclamation point. Plain. I only have one card left. Explode. All orange. Oh my god. Orange is dressed so beautifully today. Hiss, suspenders. My favorite suspenders. My ignorant friends are still posting comments, but I, the sensible one, have already taken screenshots and licked the screen. Damn. I'm really jealous. Those who go on a date with Orange today are so lucky. Lemon. I can't even imagine how many people would look at me if I took the orange out. That scene was really cool, crying. When the camera moves, a girl appears. In an instant, the originally weak barrage of comments became boiling, and everyone just wished they had 2 more pairs of eyes. Oranges are so beautiful today. I saw this girl, who was rarely wearing a floral halter dress today. The background was light blue, and the swallowtail hem revealed a pair of super white long legs. The light makeup made Mu Cheng's already delicate facial features even more charming, and she tied her hair into a side ponytail today. A white lily of the valley hairband fixed her smooth hair on her left shoulder. The 2 straps swayed slightly with the girl's steps. Even through the screen, I can seem to smell the fragrance of hair. Really, the audience in the live broadcast room are already jealous, seeing how much they were looking forward to the date. Now there are so many lemons. Why aren't girls like this their girlfriends? Even if we take a step back, if she's not a girlfriend, can't she be a wife? Woo woo woo. At the same time, Mu Cheng, who had just come downstairs to the kitchen, had no idea how much she had impressed her fans. I don't even know what she is like now. There is also a fan club called Fruit Orange. Chapter 38. The little mouth is just like honey. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there was no one on the first floor of the cabin. Mu Cheng was alone in the kitchen, preparing to cook some noodles and pair them with the sauce packets she had bought. Make some noodles with soybean paste. Although she is not a cook, but it won't blow up the kitchen, so I will still make simple things, but the taste will just be average at best. But I'm hungry now, so don't worry about it for now. The girl first boiled a pot of water, put the noodles in it and let it cook slowly, then used another pot on low heat, poured out the sauce packet and stir-fried it. Soon, the aroma from the pot was fragrant, which stimulated people's appetite. Hello. Just as Mu Cheng poured out the noodles and was about to mix the sauce, a voice came from the stairs. It's Wang Helong. Because there is a blind spot between the stairs and the kitchen. He hadn't seen Mu Cheng yet, but he heard some noise coming from the kitchen. So I said hello. As he walked, he smiled and said, "It's so early. I can smell the fragrance of your breakfast upstairs." Hello. Mu Cheng had already seen him and said with a gentle smile. Wang Helong did not stop. After going down the stairs, I headed straight to the kitchen. However, but at the moment when the two looked at each other, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes almost popped out. It took Wang Helong 3 full seconds to react. Quickly shift your gaze. But I still couldn't help swallowing silently. After all, like Liang Xiaowei, It was also the first time he saw Mu Cheng dressed like this. So beautiful. It's breathtakingly beautiful. It doesn't seem like it's from the same dimension at all. Wang Helong suddenly felt a little regretful. Why didn't you insist a little bit last night and fight with those guys? Maybe he would be the one dating Orange today. There are sauce packets in the refrigerator. Please stop looking at me. Mu Cheng's slightly playful laughter brought Wang Helong back to his senses. He was a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. No, I was just thinking about getting something to eat. The girl nodded her head and said softly, you better hurry up, or we'll have lunch soon. In fact, Mu Cheng knew very well that this guy was not looking at the noodles, but at her. It's just that it's not pointed out. Besides, the halter dress she was wearing didn't reveal anything. Except for the collarbone, arms and legs, the rest of the body is basically tightly wrapped. She even wore a strapless bra underneath, not a bra cover. And there is also never expose. So Mu Cheng didn't worry at all that anyone would take advantage of her. The girl carried the plate and put it on the dining table. Eat quietly. Wang Helong was unwilling to let them have nothing to talk about, so he took the initiative to find a topic. Chengzi, do you know who you are dating today? Who is it? Mu Cheng replied casually and looked at him with blinking eyes. Then, he wrinkled his nose as if not caring at all and said seriously, I don't think it's with you. Wang Helong. Puff. This scene almost made many viewers in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. Orange's little mouth looks as if it were covered with honey. So cute. Many fans in the live broadcast room were dissatisfied with the fact that Wang Helong had been staring at Mu Cheng. This guy looks a bit playboy. After all, everyone saw me hesitating about the date grouping last night. And before, when Orange was squatting, he wanted to peek at the girl's collar. Therefore, many viewers in the live broadcast room did not like him. It's not even just the live broadcast room. Even in the observation room, few of the current guests have anything good to say about him, but they occasionally wonder who he likes. Is it Xiao Xiao or Orange? The cottage restaurant. At this moment, the two of them were still chatting awkwardly, with each sentence being incoherent. The audience felt embarrassed. Fortunately, someone else came down after a while. It's Chunjia. She also noticed Mu Cheng's outfit at first sight, and her eyes flashed with surprise. But the pressure could not help but increase. Morning. Morning. Jiajia, you got up late today. I usually see you at around 7 o'clock. It's Saturday, isn't it the same for you? Chunjia said with a smile. Although she felt tremendous pressure, she did not show it. She thought that she still had a chance, and it was just a matter of how to fight for it. As a girl with a strong sixth sense, she saw it too. It seems that Mu Cheng has no one she likes in the cabin, and she feels a little distant from the boys. This is not surprising. After all, with this girl's looks, she will definitely have no shortage of suitors. If you fall in love with a boy at first sight, that's really shocking, isn't it? Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. After Mu Cheng finished her noodles with soybean paste, she went to get a bottle of milk from the sponsor and just sat down to drink it. Then I heard the phone ringing. Received a message from the program team. It's no big deal. The program team is just informing the guests of today's meeting place and the approximate arrival time. Take a look. The girl put her phone away. Drink a bottle of milk in anger. Then he stood up and smiled gently. I will leave after I finish eating. You guys eat slowly? You're leaving now? Hee hee. See you this afternoon, Orange. See you this afternoon. Soon, with a soft fragrant breeze blowing by, Mu Cheng walked upstairs in her slippers and disappeared from their sight. Chunjia looked at Wang Helong and couldn't help laughing. Don't look, everyone has left. Ahem. I am really impressed by her beauty. Well, I dressed up today too. So why didn't you praise me? You look good too. Well, that's it in a nutshell. Chunjia. She was almost laughing out of anger and wanted to roll her eyes. However, Chunjia was also a little curious. How did you boys end up? Who was in a group with whom? Not me and you. Remembering a girl's answer, Wang Helong also replied in the same way. Chunjia rolled her eyes and said, if it's not me and you, then it means you haven't been with Chengzi either? In an instant, someone's smile froze on his face. Taking in this scene, Chunjia suddenly had an idea. What do you think? Why don't we form an alliance? Her voice was very low. Wang Helong also lowered his voice unconsciously. Alliance? Can you elaborate on it? I'll give you some information about Orange, and you tell me about Lin Yi. But my date is Xiao Xiao. I won't tell Xiao Xiao. Make a deal. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned at this moment. What a great alliance. Wife danger. People who often fall in love know that sometimes people are easily influenced by what others say. This phenomenon especially occurs among girls. For example, best friends or roommates. When you originally only have a slight liking for someone, and at this time, someone says how good that person is, you will slowly be influenced and choose to believe it. Chapter 39. Can you send us nice photos? Today, Mu Cheng not only has a date, but also has something else to do. She went upstairs, got a nice crossbody bag, put her personal belongings in it, said hello to Xiao Xiao, and went out. I have no idea at all. Someone has actually reached an alliance. But even if she knew, Mu Cheng would probably just smile. Want her to like boys? That's impossible in this life and the previous life combined. Even when her predecessor agreed to participate in this dating variety show, it was only because the production team told her that there would be no hype and that she had a high degree of freedom. Otherwise, Mu Cheng wouldn't be interested in just 1 million. Buzz. A low engine sound rang out from the Mercedes-Benz, and the girl started the car. The camera in the live broadcast room disappeared. Seeing this, many fans quietly left the live broadcast room and waited for the next anticipated date. That moment, the number of people online in the live broadcast room decreased by more than 500,000. Only 200,000 people were still chatting. The director backstage looked helpless but had a happy smile on his face. Finding Orange was indeed the best decision he made. Moreover, Mu Cheng, despite the temptation of debuting as an idol, actually chose to stay and participate in the show. He was also very excited. In the Magic City, on a road lined with sycamore trees. Even though it's not autumn yet, it is not the best season for the sycamore trees to look their best. But here, the streets full of greenery and French and Italian style are still a place where many tourists like to check in and take photos. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Mu Cheng changed a car and drove over in her silver Audi. Behind the piers, and a BMW 7 Series that looks pretty ordinary. The above is a lawyer specially hired by the girl, who was also the lawyer who previously managed the trust fund established by her father. Lulu, we are here. Good. Ms. Lu is a female lawyer who works for Jingtian Law Firm, one of the most popular law firms in China. She was wearing a white women's suit. He combed his hair meticulously and had a serious expression, just facing Mu Cheng. Still couldn't help but smile. After all, she could be considered as someone who had watched the girl grow up, and she had taken over the trust fund since she joined Jingtian. Later, she was also responsible for handling Mu Cheng's parents' inheritance. Logically speaking, today, Mu Cheng signed a copyright contract with 3 music platforms, which covers intellectual property rights. It doesn't match Mr. Lu's business direction, but she came anyway. The contract was signed at a small coffee shop on this French-Italian style street. Mu Cheng pushed open the glass door with her little hands. In an instant, there was a sound of fine sand like wind chimes. There were not many people in the store, only 3 men sitting in the corner, drinking coffee. And they were the 3 music platform managers who went to the heart-beating house to look for Mu Cheng last night. Orange here? Someone waved with a smile on his face. Some people also asked curiously, who is this? He looked at Lulu. Lawyer Lu showed a polite smile and extended his hand. Hello. I am Miss Mu's lawyer, from Jingtian Law Firm. I don't understand the contract very well. Let Sister Lu come and help me take a look. The girl curved her eyes and explained with a gentle smile. The 3 managers looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They didn't have the anger of not being trusted. Instead, I'm quite surprised at how vigilant this girl is. After all, for ordinary people, if they suddenly made 10 million, they would probably be so excited that they would lose their minds, right? But I love Cheng. His expression was very calm, and his face looked nothing but good-looking. There are no other special emotions. She will definitely make a name for herself in the domestic entertainment industry in the future. At this moment, several managers, while marveling at the girl's beauty and talent, also showed a little more appreciation and expectation. After half an hour of discussion on minor revisions, finally, with Lulu's nod, Mu Cheng successfully signed her name on all 3 contracts. 10 million in copyright fees. The funds will also be credited directly to your account within 7 working days. And that's after tax. However, the managers of several music platforms did have some small requests. The manager of Penguin Music smiled and said, Orange, this is it. Do you have any nice photos you can send to us? Mu Cheng was stunned for a moment, with a strange expression on his face. Lulu even frowned slightly. I almost wanted to say, what do you mean? Seeing this, the managers of the 3 music platforms knew that they had misunderstood. The manager of NetEase Cloud Music quickly tried to make amends. Don't get the wrong idea. These are just ordinary artistic photos without any color. We just want to use them to promote your song on the platform. As he said this, He rolled his eyes at the manager of Penguin Music. What I just said. Everyone thinks there is a problem, okay? Penguin manager. Puff. Mu Cheng was amused by their little actions, then nodded her head. No problem. I will send it to you before the song is released on the platform. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Orange. In that case, we will withdraw first. We have to catch a plane back to headquarters in the evening. Yes, Orange, you should have a date today, haha. None of the three of them are from the Shanghai branch. They came from Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou respectively, which shows that they attach great importance to the copyright of Mu Cheng songs. So everyone said goodbye in the coffee shop. After a moment, only Mu Cheng and Lulu were left. Lulu smiled and said, "How about stopping by my company? Maybe next time. I have a date later." The girl smiled and declined. She didn't really want to go to Lulu's company, because every time she went there, she would think of the time when her parents left and the days when they were dealing with the inheritance. Lulu obviously understood and nodded. Then I will leave first as well. I have another case to do this afternoon. Okay, Sister Lu, you go ahead and do your work. I'll sit for a while. Don't drink so much coffee, it's not tasty. I know. The two looked at each other and laughed subconsciously. Then Lulu left first. When going out, I also bought the bill. Those guys just now were so excited after signing the contract that they forgot about the gentlemanly principles. Fortunately, she is not short of money either. Soon, time passed and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon in a blink of an eye. The observation room of Heartbeat 7. At this time, all the guests had already arrived. They all put on their headphones. They were watching the second group on the big screen who had arrived at the meeting place. That is Miao Miao, Wang Yuqin, and Jiang Junhan. And Eugene. Yes. Eugene didn't beat Huada in the rock-paper-scissors game last night. He was helpless in the end. I could only go to Group 2. Are we going to play badminton today? There were only 4 of them in the huge badminton hall, which seemed a bit empty. Wang Yuqin looked at Eugene and said with a smile, "You are a sports student, please go easy on him." "I'm not a badminton professional." Eugene smiled. Jiang Junhan suggested at this time, "How about we play mixed doubles and play a few balls to warm up first?" Chapter 40, Turning Oranges into Cakes. Sure, how about rock, paper, scissors? Miao Miao took the badminton racket and swung it gently, looking eager to try. However, Eugene's expression changed slightly, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "Let's not play rock, paper, scissors. Let's play black and white." "That's fine." The two girls didn't understand why, but they agreed anyway. Jiang Junhan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It seems that this guy has a psychological trauma. At the same time, while the second group had already started dating, the third group, Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong, also arrived at an ice rink. That's right, their one-on-one date is ice skating. The director deliberately set this project in the third group because of the skating process. It is easy to have physical contact. It can quickly enhance the relationship between boys and girls. But he seemed to have underestimated Liang Xiaowei's level, because this royal sister was better at ice skating than Wang Helong. Then our old Wang fell again. Liang Xiaowei couldn't help laughing, then slid over and said, "How about I teach you?" It's okay. I think I'm almost there." In front of girls. As a man, you should have some respect for yourself. However, the result of this is, well, I fell twice again. Observation room. Everyone looked at the two dating scenes, and a smile appeared on their faces. From the current perspective, Wang Yuqin and Jiang Junhan are a pretty good match. The two played mixed doubles badminton, although their performance was average. But their eyes are a little bit drawn. It made my aunt laugh unconsciously. Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong had a lot of jokes on their side. The key point was that the guy was quite proud. The girls have said they want to pull you and teach you how to play, right? Still not happy. Well, Chunai felt like he was worrying himself to death. As the two scenes kept switching in the director's hands, finally, we came to the most anticipated group. Suddenly, the scene changed. Outside a shopping mall in the center of Magic City, a girl was standing quietly. The light blue floral halter-tail skirt was gently blown by the breeze. The hem of the girl's skirt blew behind her legs. It seems as if it touched many people's hearts. Because of the tourists passing by, almost everyone looked over subconsciously. Some had a look of amazement in their eyes, and some unconsciously let out a small, wow. At this point, they were a little curious. It's obvious that this beautiful girl is waiting for someone. Who is she waiting for? Every time I see Orange, I think she is so pretty. She looks like the final project of manhwa in the human world. Wow, I can't even imagine how many people would chase me if I looked like this. Hiss, if Orange had a body like this, I wouldn't even close the door when I take a shower. That's it, guys. If a girl like this pursues me, should I kiss her first or hug her first? You should dream first. Orange is my wife. Upstairs, I was a mercenary in Damascus. Bullets whizzed past my ears, and suddenly a bullet hit my helmet. For a moment, I thought I was going to die. So I quickly lay down, took off my helmet, and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, the helmet was only slightly scratched. I looked to the side and found that it was your abacus beads. Oh my God. You have more words. I'll hang out with you. Ha, you're gonna make me die of laughter. When Mu Cheng appeared on camera, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly became excited. Even the barrage became lively. Of course, there are also many girls who are crazy about doubting themselves. How can someone be good-looking? What a good figure. This is not fair. Woo woo woo. Hello, Orange. Just when the audience was extremely envious, Lin Yi, who was in the same group, also arrived. He saw the girl standing under the shade of the tree from a distance. He immediately trotted over. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Have you been waiting here for a long time? No. I was nearby today. I came early. Mu Cheng smiled with her eyes curved and spoke very gently, which made Lin Yi's heart beat faster again. In fact, the moment he saw Mu Cheng just now, my little heart is already pounding. Today's oranges are so beautiful. It feels like it's no longer the word gentle to describe her, but rather she is the epitome of gentleness. Jia this way. The two stood outside and waited for a while. After a while, Chunjia and Huada also came over. They arrived almost on time as given by the program team. Everyone greeted him. Linny looked at Huada and joked with a smile. You look so handsome today, Brother Hua. Brother, you can do it too. The native chicken was praised so much that its eyes were almost invisible with laughter. For today's date, he even went to the studio to find a hairstylist to give his hair a good look. When he looked in the mirror, he felt that he could compare with Yu Yin and Daniel Wu. It's a pity that the number of readers is slightly worse than that of Tomato's novels. Alas. Hey, can you bake a cake? Chunjia suddenly asked. Their meeting place today is the handmade baking experience store in this shopping mall. Hearing this, both boys shook their heads. Mu Cheng blinked playfully. I think it would be better to make me into a cake than to make a cake myself. Puff. Everyone was instantly amused by the girl. Linny also found it funny. I think the only thing he can learn is the teacher. Huada asked a girl, Orange, what flavor of cake do you like? I usually buy the durian milfai. What about you? I prefer blueberries, but strawberries are fine too. I actually like strawberries, but for some reason, I don't like them if they are made into other things, including strawberry cake. Everyone chatted casually while slowly walking into the mall. Mu Cheng came very early. She had arrived here half an hour earlier to hang out, so she already knew the location of the bakery. Soon, a group of 4 people walked into the store. Because it was a reservation, the store manager took them directly to a large room. This makes it easier to shoot live shows. There will be no interruptions from outsiders. Handsome men and beautiful women, you can choose the cake shape you want to make first. The store manager, wearing a mask, introduced himself to everyone and then smiled. There are all kinds of tools in the room. There is a booklet called Cake Universe on the table, which contains dozens of types of cakes. Some are shaped like a basketball, and some are shaped like a tree. In short, everyone who came for the first time. All very interested. Suddenly, Ward pointed to the cake on the middle page of the booklet and said in surprise, Orange, this is you? Ah. The girl was slightly startled and poked her head over. Others were also very curious. I'll look this way. Then, I saw a cake that looked like an orange appear vividly before my eyes. Those 2 green leaves look like real leaves. You really made me into a cake. Mu Cheng blinked innocently. Chapter 41 Who would cheat, and then tell others about it? Who still remembers the joke she just made? And there is actually a follow-up. But it has to be said. This orange cake looks pretty good. It's the kind that Mu Cheng likes. Then I'll do this. The girl pointed to the Cake Universe booklet and whispered to the store manager. The store manager immediately smiled and said, No problem. This cake is an original product of our store. So which handsome guy worked with this beautiful lady to complete this? Obviously, this was something the director had already instructed. Have 1 man and 1 woman be responsible for completing a cake. Everyone was slightly stunned. Linny reacted very quickly and said directly, Let me do it. I really want to make this cake. By the way, Orange, if I don't do it well, please don't hit me. After saying that, Lin Yi deliberately teased Mu Cheng and made a joke. The girl said in a serious tone, Don't worry, I will beat you to death. The sudden utterance of the northwestern dialect almost sprained everyone's waist. and made several people try hard to hold back their laughter. I always feel that such a gentle and sweet voice speaks such manly words. It's so weird and cute. The store manager was smiling under her mask. She coughed twice and looked at the other two people. Okay, then which cake would you choose for the remaining two handsome men and beautiful women? Oh, I choose. Ward still hasn't reacted yet. He didn't expect that Linny spoke so quickly. Helplessly, I had to read the entire cake universe with Chanjia. The two discussed it. Then I decided to make a Doraemon theme. That's all. The store manager gave them 4 sets of aprons and asked them to try them on each other first. Mu Cheng was quick and agile, and she put on an apron and got dressed quickly. She tied a bow tie on her back. Seeing this, Linny was about to ask the girl if she needed help, but he stopped talking immediately. Chunjia, on the other hand, seized this opportunity, turned his back to Linny, and said with a grin, "Brother, please help me with this. My arms are too short to do this." Linny had no way to refuse. Otherwise, the scene would be quite embarrassing. He had no choice but to stand in a suitable position and keep a distance. All right. Thank you. On the other side, Mu Cheng tied on her apron and went to the fruit area next to her to pick out the fruits for making the cake. Of course, she didn't forget to ask her teammates, "Lin E, do you eat lychees and mangoes?" "Eat. What else is there?" When Linny heard the girl's voice, he quickly put down what he was holding. "Come over and join her." Seeing this, Chunjia and Huada definitely came over without hesitation. The 4 of them picked out a set of cake and fruit here. Moochings are lychee, mango, cherry, and cantaloupe, which can be placed in the orange cake. Once you dig it open, you'll find the flesh of the orange, and the other 2 leaves. It is made by sandwiching chocolate with matcha cream. Just think about it. She was already looking forward to this cake. At this time, Huada, who was walking behind the girl, couldn't help but smile with his eyes narrowed. "Chengzi, the color of your apron matches your skirt very well." He spoke with an unconvincing accent. It makes people want to laugh unconsciously. Mu Cheng did the same, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Then she looked down at her skirt. Maybe they are all light-colored? Well, the apron she was wearing was also light-colored. It's kind of like off-white. It really matches the skirt underneath. It looks good anyway. Brother Hua, if you think it looks good, why don't you wear the whole skirt yourself next time? Women's clothing? Brother Hua, your live broadcast effect is really good. Puff. Chunjia and Lin Yi's teasing made Mu Cheng a little unable to hold back, and he laughed softly. She thought she might be a little rude. "Cover your mouth again." Then she said playfully with curved eyes, "If you really want to wear it, I'll send you the link of the skirt." No, no, no. Ward looked helpless. He just wanted to find something to chat with Orange. There was no need for him to dress up as a woman. Everyone chatted and laughed. At the same time, I was following the store manager's instructions and started to actually take action and make cakes. It was the first time for several people. I am quite interested in making cakes. The store manager was teaching them. We can whip the cream first. The cream we use in our store is animal cream, which is more delicate and takes some time to whip. At the same time, you can also divide the work and have one person cut the fruit so that it is easier to fill in the cake. Hear her words. Linny looked at Mu Cheng. "Then I'll whip the cream and you cut the fruit." "Okay." The girl nodded her head and said, "Of course, no problem. Only." Suddenly, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she felt a little embarrassed. "Can I have some of this fruit secretly?" Chunjia looked at her with a smile. Who would cheat and tell others about it? Ha! Everyone was amused by the girl's cuteness. His eyes also unconsciously became gentle. Even the audience in the live broadcast room felt inexplicably overwhelmed at this moment. "Give her. Eat." Ah, did Orange blush just now? This old man is so girly, so cute. I didn't expect that the first time I saw this girl blushing, she wasn't talking to a boy, but wanted to steal fruit, laughing and crying. But Orange is really cute. Not pretentious at all, very natural. God damn it, whoa. I'm going to open a fruit shop right now so I can eat oranges. Sister, don't eat the fruit. Come, eat me. The one upstairs, stop being so disgusting. Because of one sentence, the comments in the live broadcast room were boiling. In the observation room, teacher he couldn't help but laugh. It feels like Chengzi is about to become the group's favorite now. Everyone pampers her so much. Hey, if I were in the cabin, I would do the same. Mengzi had an Annie smile on her face, and she felt very involved. I really want to go there and hug her. I feel like the orange smells delicious all over. Seeing her like this, Wang Yinlin subconsciously moved his butt on the sofa. Instantly, Sister Meng glared at him. What do you mean? You look a little bit perverted now. I'm scared. After all, what kind of good person would be like a nympho, staring at the screen and almost drooling? Meng Zi. It's okay, come sit here with me. Xinling smiled sweetly, and her wounded heart was instantly soothed. After all, my sister is the best. Everyone in the observation room laughed and made the atmosphere more relaxed. They continued to watch their date on the big screen. I saw that Mu Cheng had already cut the fruit, and I actually secretly ate a few pieces. Chapter 42. The look in your eyes that wants to kill someone cannot be hidden. The thoughtful girl also put some fruit on the plate next to it and inserted a fork into it. Let Lin Yi take it himself. Someone who was whipping cream suddenly had a look of disappointment in his eyes. He also thought that he would have a chance to be fed with oranges. Pity. You guys are almost there. Next, put these cake pieces together like a jigsaw puzzle to form a hemisphere. The store manager came over to check on everyone's progress. Huada and Chunjia are a little slow, but Mu Cheng and Lin Yi have completed the initial steps and can proceed to the next step. How to do it? Both of them stopped and looked at the store manager curiously. Hearing this, the latter put on gloves and said with a smile, "You can do this. Spread a layer of cream on the cake first, so they can stick like glue." The store manager is like a teacher, teaching them wholeheartedly. Mu Cheng bent down slightly. With his little head lowered, he used his gloved hands to piece the cake pieces together into half a sphere. She thought it was a little funny, and a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Why does it feel like this is half a bunker, as if we are stuffing explosives into it? Actually, you could say that they are quite similar. The store manager was amused. Lin Yi looked at the girl in front of him. There was concentration and seriousness on her face. Slightly fluttering eyelashes. Her delicate little face was blocked by her hair fluttering in the cool breeze from the air conditioner, which made Mu Cheng subconsciously turn his body away sometimes. But he could still feel the gentleness she emanated invisibly. Especially under the apron, the proud figure is already well covered, but still perfect. This moment, Lin Yi's heart started pounding again, and she was a little stunned. At this time, there were two other people who were also paying attention to the situation here. The expression is a bit complicated. The smile on Chunjia's face gradually disappeared, and a hint of bitterness appeared. Just bow your head for a moment. Not many people saw it. As for this guy Ward, he couldn't hide it. Anyone could see that he wanted to kill someone with a knife in his eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room almost laughed themselves to death. This scene is so interesting. Surefield. Their date is much more interesting than the other two groups. Perhaps. The only people who don't have time to pay attention to this scene right now are probably Mu Cheng and the store manager who are concentrating on making cakes. The two were still putting the pieces of the cake together. After making a half-sphere cake, Mu Cheng stuffed half of the fruit into it along the cake layers. Then, repeat it again. Make the other hemisphere. Lin Yi, can you help me hold down these two pieces of cake? I'll put the cream on it. The girl's gentle and pleasant voice brought Lin Yi back to his senses. He nodded quickly. Okay, I'll hold it down. Okay, you guys do it. I'll go over and help the two kids over there. The store manager didn't intend to be a light bulb, so he smiled and walked away. Soon, Mu Cheng and Lin Yi's orange cake was more than half finished, with only the final embellishments left. But the store manager didn't let them complete it in one step, because the cake still needs to be reinforced to facilitate the final orange shape. So she said to the two of them, "Actually, you can take a break now, or go to the lobby outside to take some photos or something. Our baking experience store has many beautiful places suitable for checking in and taking photos. Especially this beauty is so beautiful, it will definitely look great in the photo." Let's be honest. This store manager really knows how to talk, but she was also telling the truth. The girl took off her gloves and walked briskly over to Chenjia. "Are you done?" "Almost there. All that's missing is Doraemon's eyes, I think." Chenjia moved away from the cake and looked at it carefully. Why does this Doraemon look like a bad person? A bit shifty. Puff. Mu Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly turned her head away and stopped looking at Doraemon. Only, the shoulder trembled slightly. You can also tell that she is really trying hard to hold it back. Ward was helpless. Just laugh, Orange. This is the best we can do. Mainly, they made Doraemon's face too long and pointy. I feel like a thief. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that, hee. Chunjia's attitude was good. He just played badly and took off his gloves. Do you want to go out and take pictures? Well, I want to take a photo. For girls, it means wearing a pretty dress, putting on makeup, and doing their hairstyle. It would be a waste not to take photos. In fact, Chunjia thought so too. So the two girls hit it off and walked out wearing aprons. Look at their backs. Huada suddenly felt a little proud and took out a retro camera from his bag. Luckily, I'm prepared. He won the game of rock, paper, scissors last night and was excited the whole night. I've been thinking about how to attract Orange's attention on today's date. Later, he asked his fans in the group. The final conclusion is to be careful. Be considerate of girls' emotions. Then, just know how to take pictures. A boy who can help girls capture beautiful moments really adds points. What's more interesting is that Ward asked the question in the fan group last night using a secondary account, so his fans had no idea that guy was him. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have offered any advice. Sure enough, the barrage in the live broadcast room at this moment. It exploded instantly. Fuck. This bastard actually brought a camera? No. I remember someone in the group last night asked what to bring on a date with a girl you like. Could it be this 2G guy? I gave him an idea for the whole night, but he used it to soak oranges? I'm so fucking. In the live broadcast room, Ward's fans were almost going crazy. Okay, let's use the trumpet to play like this, right? Okay, you are really good at making local chicken. Certainly. At this moment, many fans also expressed their gloating and consolation. It's okay, let him take the photo. What good photos can he take with his skills? But the person taking the photo is Orange. Orange has such beautiful looks from every angle. Are you sure the photo won't look good? Fan. Now, some people began to remain silent. Suddenly my defense was broken. At the same time, cake baking experience shop. I ordered some food and drinks. You can all drink ice-cold ones, right? Lenny brought some food over from the serving counter and said with a smile. He just came out one step ahead. Just something to eat. After all, it took more than an hour to make the cake. Even if he was not hungry now, the two girls would be hungry. Anyway, you can't go wrong if you click it. Chapter 43. The embarrassment of taking photos with your toes touching the ground. It's so comfortable to drink something cold on such a hot day. Both girls thanked him. Each of them got a drink. Mu Cheng tore open the packaging bag of the straw, put it into the cup, took a small sip, and waited for it to loosen. There is already a faint lipstick mark on it. I don't know why. After Lin Yi accidentally took a look, his heartbeat began to speed up slightly. Come on, Chengzi Jia, let me take pictures for you. At this time, Ward also came out, volunteering with a confident smile. He thinks he is pretty good at taking photos. Every time I take a picture of the scenery, they all look very artistic. Wouldn't it be easier to take pictures of a beauty like Orange? However, after the two girls happily agreed to take a few photos, Chenjia couldn't help but complain. Brother Hua, are you sure you want to take the photos? This damn thing made her look like she was 1.5 meters tall. Mu Cheng also fell silent. She looks pretty in the photo, but is this angle of death serious? This. Ward also scratched his head a little embarrassedly. How come this is different from what he imagined? Lenny was watching from the side, wanting to laugh, but couldn't help it. Why don't I do it? Okay, you try it. The native chicken was unconvinced at first. However, in the end, he had no choice but to accept it. He didn't expect that Lenny was really capable, and the key was that he talked a lot of dirty talk. For example, praising a girl while taking a photo. Yes, you don't need to do anything else, just standing there will look good. Orange can be a little cooler. The lighting is just right for the mood. Just raise your head slightly. Jia, your hair is a little messy, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect your beauty. Such rhetoric is simply that of an old Sao Dai Zhaoxiang. One said after another. To be honest, as a person with a boy's soul, Mu Cheng has already gotten used to the life of a girl. But at this moment, I still felt inexplicably uneasy. Do you know that feeling when a bunch of people are watching you? Now, that's it. Because as Mu Cheng checked in and took photos at several places, she also attracted the original customers of the store. They all looked at her in amazement, and from time to time someone would pick up their phones and secretly take pictures of her. I think it's okay. After taking a few more pictures, the girl couldn't stand the weird atmosphere anymore. His face turned slightly red, and he quickly ran away. For a person, this is already a very extreme thing. Lenny felt it was a pity, as he still felt a little unsatisfied. But I couldn't help but joked. But what if you become an actor in the future, Orange? If I were an actor, the scene would probably be much more embarrassing than it is now. Everyone also thought of that scene. I couldn't help laughing. Mu Cheng smoothed her large area, blinked her beautiful eyes, and smiled. Acting is different, that's work. I've shot cover magazines before, and the mood is completely different from now. She is a person who can separate things. Life is life, and work is work. And it was obvious that the girl had already regarded the days in the cabin as her life. It's no longer just a formality to act at the beginning. She treated everyone as a friend. Chun Jiao was a little surprised when she heard this. Chengzi, have you ever shot a cover magazine? What magazine? Can we take a look at it? Ward was also a little excited. The girl was stunned, then nodded. Sure, I think I still have it in my phone. It's about charity. At that time, not many people bought the magazine due to its charity nature, and Mu Cheng didn't care about the sales afterwards. Mainly, she didn't make any money from the magazine shoot. Just 200 bucks. Later, she even donated 100,000 yuan to this charity team. It's a show of love. Linny suggested, let's go over there and eat and chat while we eat. Okay. Everyone nodded and found a seat in a corner. On the table were the French fries, salads, bread, and other snacks that Linny had ordered just now. They didn't plan to eat much. Just to fill my stomach. After all, there will be dinner later. Mu Cheng took off her apron and put it aside, then took out her cell phone to look for it. She remembered that the magazine was still for sale on Taobao. Sure enough, after a while, I found it. Hey. The girl simply handed the phone to them and continued drinking her drink. By the way, use a fork to eat some French fries. The three people here have no intention of eating now, and they all put their heads close to the food. Chun Jia glanced at the name of the magazine and took out her cell phone to search for it. Walking with Love. Caring for children and young people in mountainous areas, their dream is just to cross a mountain. Cover of magazine. Mu Cheng might have just started college at that time, and there was a bit of childishness and sunshine on her face. She was dressed simply, but her eyes were bright, like a light that illuminates the darkness in people's hearts. Behind the girl's profile, there is a group of children running around the dark mountains. There are left-behind children with their grandfathers and sisters taking care of their younger brothers and sisters at home. They seem to be able to see Mu Cheng and see their light. A smile of hope appeared on his face. There is a line of small words in the lower right corner of the magazine cover. All the proceeds from the magazine will be exchanged for things needed by children in the mountainous areas to show your love. This moment, Lin Yi and the others were silent, and the comments in the live broadcast room seemed to have been cleared, because they saw the sales and prices of the magazines. Only 50 people bought it, but the price seems to be free of cost, only $8. Is it still useful to buy it now? Huada suddenly said, I want to buy some to give to my fans during live broadcasts. It should be possible. Mu Cheng nodded his head. Since this charity team is still there, it proves that they are still doing this. Hearing this, Lin Yi and Chun Jiao remained silent. I ordered one copy right away. On the one hand, it is for charity, and $8 is not a lot of money anyway. You have to know that the salad on their table costs 25 yuan, but it was paid for by the program crew. On the other hand, I also support Mu Cheng. The magazine shot by the people from Heart Beating House is so meaningful. We must support it. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also woke up from their dream and reacted. Yes, they want to buy one too. Apart from anything else, this is Orange's first magazine cover, so it's very collectible. The key is, even if it's just simple dress and a side profile, this girl is still super pretty. Bought at home as a poster. It's pleasing to the eyes too. As a result, with so many people rushing in crazily, the traffic of the Taobao store, Traveling with Love, has surged. The number of copies of that magazine increased from 50 at the beginning to 1,000 in an instant. It's even rising madly. This scene stunned the people in the Walking with Love charity team. They only had a studio of 10 people and didn't even have any operations, so they had no idea what was going on. It was not until later that someone posted a screenshot of the order in their circle of friends. Only these few people understood. It turns out that the girl who donated 100,000 yuan to them a few years ago now has millions of fans. Chapter 44. The best comment a girl can give on a photo is that it can be photoshopped. At this time, Mu Cheng and the others had no idea what happened next. This little incident did not affect everyone's mood for the date. They ate and chatted casually. Occasionally, something funny was said, and there would be laughter. To be honest, I've thought about taking the art exam before, but I was afraid that I wasn't suitable for an art major. Chun Jiao was a little curious at this time and looked at the girl next to her. Chengzi, you guys are studying acting. Are you only learning acting? Not really. There are still many professional courses. Mu Cheng's little hands were stirring the ice in the cup unconsciously. Her fingers look nice too. The nails are long and slender, as tender as green onions, and the crystal clear nails are undecorated with a light pink color. The girl blinked her eyes gently, like body shape, vocals, lines, and so on. The rest is pretty much the same as a normal university course. Learn. Everyone nodded. Linny smiled and said, I heard that all actors can do dubbing. Chengzi, are you also capable of this? I know a little bit. Do you want to listen?
Yes.
Everyone's eyes lit up and their expressions became expectant. Hearing this, the girl coughed twice. Suddenly he raised his voice and became much more mature. You said that everything is empty, but you kept your eyes closed. If you opened your eyes and looked at me, I don't believe you have empty eyes. Actor, outside of his profession, there must also be a sense of conviction. At this moment, Mu Cheng seemed to be immersed in her performance, with her beautiful eyes lowered. The tone revealed endless grievance and disappointment. Everyone was shocked by her. Not only were there a few people at the scene stunned, but even the audience in the observation room and the live broadcast room were all surprised. Especially the observation room. You know, some of them are actors. How is Mu Cheng's acting and lines? They can see it immediately. Sharp. Wang Yinlin subconsciously gave a thumbs up and praised. Chunai couldn't help but exclaimed, "The look in Chengzi's eyes just now really seemed to me like I saw the king of the kingdom of women." I heard that she was among the top 3 in the acting major graduating class this year, and many teachers praised her. Teacher, he smiled. Obviously, he knew more than everyone else. Mainly, at that time, the program crew went to the Shanghai Drama Academy to look for guests, and Mu Cheng was recommended to the director by her mentor. Naturally, I also know her achievements in acting. Baking experience shop. The girl had come out of her acting state. She looked at everyone with a playful look and smiled. Do you feel familiar with the lines just now? I believe anyone who has watched the 1986 version of Journey to the West knows this. I feel like you can really do dubbing. Orange, you're amazing. We need you to dub our king, haha. For a few of them who are outsiders, there are only 2 words in my mind. Awesome. By the way, do you want to see the photos we just took? Lenny suddenly remembered and said. Chunjia smiled and said, it's okay, as long as I can. It's okay if you can. This is the best comment girls can give on photos. Mu Cheng was a little curious and reached out to take the camera. Here, press to the right to cut off the next piece. Okay. The girl nodded her head and began to check. Chunjia next to her also came over. Okay, this one is good. Oh, this one won't work. Why is my face so big? Wow, Orange, this picture of yours is so beautiful. I think it can be used as a wallpaper. The 2 girls immediately threw the boy opposite them aside, chatting very attentively. This made many viewers in the live broadcast room itchy, especially when they heard people say how beautiful Orange's photos were. Then you better give me some advice. What's wrong with eating alone? Hello. Just as the 2 girls finished looking at the photos, they returned the camera to Ward. Suddenly, 2 girls came over and greeted them cautiously. Time goes back 2 minutes. Today is Saturday. As a female college student, Yang Xiuxiu made an appointment with her best friend from another school to go shopping in this mall. Girls go shopping. The natural thing is to go to places like Miniso and Muji to explore and check out the products. Then, don't buy anything. Save money for milk tea and meals. So Yang Xiuxiu and her best friend did the same. I'm tired of shopping. I was just planning to find a place to have a drink. Just in time, I came to this baking experience store. Because in addition to drinking, there are many places to check in and take photos, which was something they had planned long ago. But they didn't expect it. I actually encountered the filming of a very popular dating variety show here. Heart Pounding 7. It's not just Yang Xiuxiu who is watching this show. Her entire dormitory and her best friends are all pursuing her. The main reason is that one of the female guests is so pretty. She, who is also a girl, was so amazed that she wished she could stay in the cabin and be close to that girl every day. Shouting, it's Orange and the others. Yang Xiuxiu patted her best friend's arm vigorously, her tone very excited. There is absolutely no difference between them and the girls who chase after celebrities. Her best friend shouting was also very exaggerated. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth. Oh my God! I feel like she looks even better in real life than on the live broadcast. Yeah. Lenny is pretty handsome. Jiajia is cute, and Huada, he's wearing clothes. The 2 best friends were chattering here, talking in low voices excitedly, and their eyes never left Mu Cheng and her friend's table. Then, I didn't know how to chat. One of them suddenly asked impulsively, do you think we can go take a photo with them? It should be possible. Go ask. You go. What should I do if I'm afraid of disturbing them? How about we go together? I don't dare. So, the scene just now happened. The 2 girls approached cautiously and greeted each other. Actually, at this moment, Mu Cheng and the others were ready to go back and make the cake. 2 girls appeared. It was a bit unexpected too. Huada thought they were his fans, so he narrowed his eyes and laughed. hello, hello. But unfortunately, his eyes are always on a certain girl. Yang Xiuxiu felt her breathing quicken when she saw Mu Cheng at such a close distance. She was nervous and stammered, "Did we disturb your filming?" "Ah, it's okay. You guys can talk about it if you have anything to say." A gentle smile appeared on Mu Cheng's face. The tone is also very gentle, seemed to comfort the two girls. As Yang Xiuxiu's best friend, shouting was bolder. She mustered up the courage to ask, "Can we take a photo with you, Chengzi? I really like listening to your songs. This is my bestie. We are all your fans." "Right." Yang Xiuxiu nodded hurriedly. This surprised Mu Cheng a little. She didn't expect to meet fans here, although she knows that her Douyin account already has millions of followers. But the thing about meeting fans on the street, there should be relatively few, right? Chapter 45. Now I'm not the only one suffering. Mu Cheng would naturally not disagree with the fans' small request to take a photo. So the two girls left comments with sour looks on their faces in the live broadcast room. Standing with Mu Cheng, all three girls had smiles on their faces. Linny helped take the photo. Later, the two girls also took a photo with the four of them, and then looked at each other excitedly, almost speechless. Suddenly I felt like I had succeeded in chasing my idol, and I was so happy. Well, they are quite happy. But the audience in the live broadcast room looked sour. Only, what happened next was what almost made the barrage of comments get out of control. Mu Cheng opened her red lips and said, "How about I treat you to milk tea? What would you like to drink?" Live broadcast room? Countless fans' eyes widened instantly. Really? The two girls were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't stop being surprised. "Orange, please have some milk tea." "Oh my God." Shouting's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "We can do anything. We are not picky." "Then let me order you 2 cups of what I just drank. I think it tastes pretty good." Okay. How could they dare to object? Orange said it tasted good. It must be delicious. After all, she is so beautiful. The two girls were so excited that they clenched their fists and looked at each other. They were not excited about getting free milk tea, but because it was Orange who treated them. However, at the same time, the comments in the live broadcast room exploded. "I don't envy. Really? Oh, where is this store? I want to go there now. My family members are broken, and the body is a little uncomfortable." Okay. I was already uncomfortable working overtime today, and now I'm not the only one feeling uncomfortable, smiling with tears and sunglasses. "It's okay, sisters. It's not good to drink sour. Woohoo, that damn thief stole the milk tea my wife gave me. Orange, I will pretend I didn't see it this time, but you don't allow me to do that next time, Lemon. If you don't release a new song, I'll forgive you, Humph." The defense is broken. It's really broken. Tens of thousands of comments. There is not a single repetition. Their fans are like dried cow dung. They break into pieces with the slightest touch. Woo. At this time, inside the baking experience store, the little girl who got 2 cups of milk tea had no idea that she had made tens of thousands of netizens jealous. They waved goodbye to Mu Cheng happily. Mu Cheng also gently advised, "You should go back to school early in the evening." Okay. They didn't know what to say and were very excited. I could only keep nodding. Then, after waiting for Mu Cheng and Lin Yi to go in and make the cake, he quickly took pictures with the milk tea. Prepare to post to TikTok. The accompanying text is all thought out. Today is a very happy little girl. It's the first time I met Orange. She is so beautiful and so gentle. Even, I was afraid that my drawing skills would affect Mu Cheng. They all plan to send it directly. Don't even repair it. However, these two little fans probably don't know this yet. What will happen to your own Douyin next? I almost thought I was being cyberbullied. On the next date, Mu Cheng and her group completed making the cake. An orange cake that looked particularly sweet, and a slightly cheesy Doraemon cake is ready. First time making a cake. This experience is quite rich, very involved. So they plan to put it in the store's refrigerator first, come back later to get it, and take it back to eat with their friends in the cabin. And now, let's go have dinner. It's almost 6 o'clock. The program crew booked dinner at a terrace restaurant in the mall, which was decorated with lights, roses, and candles. It looks particularly warm and romantic, with a few little rabbits kept in the corner. Chunjia exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so cute." Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes also lit up slightly. Both girls walked over. Then, they suddenly said in unison, "Can I give you a hug? Is this edible?" Chunjia? Two boys? Audience. After 3 seconds of silence, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The girl was a little confused. "Why? I can't eat it?" Is it a more expensive rabbit? The waiter at the restaurant smiled helplessly and said, "These rabbits are old employees of our restaurant. If you want to eat them, I can arrange for someone to buy them." "No, no, I was just joking. It's cute. Very cute." Mu Cheng also reacted. "It doesn't seem very polite." He quickly waved his hands embarrassedly. So embarrassing. She felt her little face starting to get hot. However, but this girl doesn't know that in front of a good-looking person, this kind of thing is not shameful, but cute. At least that's what Linny and Huada think. At the same time at this moment, I was even more attracted to Mu Cheng. If I married her, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams every day. I played with the little rabbit here for a while. After a moment, everyone sat down, admiring the view of the magic city as the sun was about to set, and finding topics to talk about. While waiting for the waiter to serve the food, there are hot towels for you to wipe your hands. This terrace restaurant, it should have been booked by the program crew. Because it was such a big place, they were the only table of guests. Since everyone had eaten something at the bakery before, they were not particularly hungry at the moment. They were mainly chatting and discussing future plans, or topics about emotions. In fact, among these people, there is no doubt that everyone is most interested in Mu Cheng. Linny wanted to get straight to the point, so he swallowed a mouthful of foie gras and asked with a fake smile, "Have you ever thought about the type of your significant other?" Seemingly asking everyone, but he always has only one goal. Huada answered first and said blankly, "The type of the other half?" He really wanted to blurt out that it was orange, but the words stopped at his lips. What if it's too embarrassing to say it out loud? So I thought about it for a while and said seriously, "My job doesn't allow me to meet many people of the opposite sex. I haven't really thought about the type of partner. I think it still depends on fate." "Then don't you get to meet a lot of girls when you play games?" Mu Cheng didn't agree with the first half of his sentence. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "I remember half of the players in King of Glory are female. Besides, boys love to bring girls with them, right? In my previous life, I was a boy. She knows this all too well." Ahem. The native chicken almost choked on his saliva. I didn't expect Orange's sudden words to be so sharp. At this time, the other two looked at this guy as if they were watching a good show, to see how he would argue. Chapter 46 Kawasaki. Ward was indeed a little speechless at this time, because he usually broadcasts live broadcasts of playing games. I also have experience with female fans. Even, he once heard a young lady with a very nice voice and he thought his love had come. What a pity. She is a fat girl weighing over 180 pounds. In the end, he was so scared that he didn't believe in online love anymore. Hey, wait. Online dating? The native chicken suddenly had an idea and narrowed his eyes. He grinned and replied, "Maybe there are a lot of girls playing King of Glory, but I'm not someone who believes in online dating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the cabin to meet you guys, right?" I have to say, this is still acceptable. Even Huada's fans in the live broadcast room were impressed by him. Both feet are off the ground, and the IQ is in high ground. Really? I don't believe in online dating either. The girl did not continue to embarrass the other party sharply, but smiled sweetly in response to his words. Lin Yi also naturally shifted his target. He asked Mu Cheng the same question just now. "What about you, Orange? What do you want in your significant other?" Me. Mu Cheng thought about it, and to be honest, she hadn't thought about this matter again after she became a girl. After all, it's impossible for her to like boys. As for girls, ding, please open your favorite choice. Choice 1. Admit that you don't like boys and are a daffodil, and you will be rewarded with a Kawasaki racing version. Choice 2. Be vague and fool around. Ask Lin E in return, and be rewarded with a Kawasaki Moto motorcycle license plate. Tips. This selection includes motorcycle driving proficiency, driver's license, and a safety helmet. The system's voice appeared in my mind again. This made Mu Cheng's heart move. Kawasaki? That is a legendary motorcycle in the hearts of countless motorcycle lovers. It's just that it's a track version, not allowed on the road legally. But the second option, Kawasaki, is obviously much better. Not only is it a version that can be driven on the road legally, the system is even so considerate as to give you a Shanghai motorcycle license plate. You know, there is a motorcycle restriction in Shanghai. Many people want to get a Shanghai license plate but can't. Option 2. Mu Cheng was already reciting it silently in his heart. Then, she blinked calmly. Seems to be thinking about something. The girl picked up a piece of shrimp dumpling and said softly, "I haven't thought much about my requirements for my partner, but I think the most important things are values and personality." So simple? Everyone was slightly stunned. Even many netizens in the live broadcast room were surprised. After all, compared to the current requirements that girls make when looking for a partner, such as the man must be 1.8 meters tall, have abdominal muscles, and be handsome. Orange, this seems too easy. It almost makes everyone feel like they can do it too. But he seemed to think about it again. This girl seems to have never been in love. Then it seems reasonable not to have high demands on your significant other. It also proves that Orange is like pure love. Wow. For a moment, everyone was a little excited. The two boys at the scene were in the same mood, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. However, they don't think about it seriously. Is it really that simple? Anyway, Mu Cheng thinks this is probably the most difficult condition. Certainly. Seeing through it but not saying it out loud, she just gave a vague answer. Mu Cheng was secretly happy, then looked at Lin Yi and Chen Jia, smiling gently. What about you guys? I'm quite curious. Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice, and be rewarded with a Kawasaki Moto motorcycle license plate. Friendly reminder, the Kawasaki has been quietly placed next to your Audi, the license plate has been installed, the driver's license has been delivered to your bag, and the safety helmet is on the passenger seat of the Audi. At the same time, there was also a steady stream of motorcycle driving technical experience transmitted to Mu Cheng's mind. Finally, gradually, muscle memory is formed. This process can be said to be very fast. It happened almost instantly. Such a crappy system, awesome. The girl felt a little happy and a little excited. I really want to test drive the Kawasaki now. Only, she looked at her skirt. Well, that little bit of excitement was extinguished right away. Obviously, this outfit is not very suitable for riding a motorcycle. Mu Cheng's mood changed quickly. He puffed out his cheeks and took a big bite of the shrimp dumpling. Linny was touched by her cuteness. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't really think too much about what my other half said. I always believed in fate. Maybe sometimes when fate comes, no matter how many incompatible things are, they will be overturned. Hee hee, it seems that I am the only one who thinks too much. I prefer boys who are independent-minded and ambitious. Of course, it would be even better if he is handsome, tall, and thin. As Chen Jia spoke, she glanced at Lin Yi, and there was something hidden in her words. This scene made Mu Cheng think deeply. It feels quite interesting. Unconsciously, as everyone talked about more and more topics, there seemed to be an inexplicable feeling of undercurrent. Anyway, people in the live broadcast room and the observation room watched without blinking. The smile on his face never stopped. They act as God's perspective. There is much more that can be felt than just the few people present. Especially sometimes, Lin Yi and Huada would suddenly compete with each other secretly. It almost makes people laugh like crazy. We had dinner at the terrace restaurant until almost 8 o'clock. As night fell, the sky had turned dark from the sunset glow. The slightly cool evening breeze blew by, accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves. The skirts of the two girls were blown up. This also made Chen Jia rub his arms awkwardly. She was also dressed up today, wearing a black and white sleeveless navel-bearing top and a denim skirt. Prefer sweet and cool style. But because a certain girl was too dazzling. As a result, no one else paid much attention to her. But now, Linny noticed it and paused. Isn't it a bit cold now? You are all wearing skirts. A little bit, but it's okay. Chen Jia looked at him with a smile, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. For a girl, when this happens, obviously, she hopes that the boy can show some reaction. The audience in the live broadcast room could all see it, and Lin Yi could naturally see it too. He glanced at Mu Cheng, who was walking behind him. Hesitate slightly. He took off his shirt and jacket, handed it to Chen Jia, and smiled. Put on my clothes. It won't be cold when we turn on the air conditioner in the car later. Thanks. It's all right. In fact, I am very busy right now. Linny asked just now because he wanted to give the coat to the girl behind him. Depend on. Why are you walking so fast? Chapter 47. Yes, this one is mine, and that one is also mine. Are you cold, Orange? How about wearing my clothes? Later, Huada followed suit and also wanted to give his coat to Mu Cheng. It would be best if you could put it on her yourself. But the next moment, the girl curled her eyes, smiled, and declined. No, it's just a matter of walking a few steps. I have it in my car. All right. Ward felt a little regretful that he couldn't send it out. Lin Yi in front turned around. I also breathed a sigh of relief. What he is thinking now is, although Orange and I haven't made particularly fast progress, it's okay as long as you haven't made any progress either. As everyone pressed the elevator button, they reached the first floor of the mall. Come out. Go outside to the open-air parking lot. Soon, everyone saw Lin Yi's Volvo. Orange, are you driving here? He asked. Mu Cheng nodded. Yes, I drove the car. Where? I didn't see it. Chunjia looked around. Because the place where they were having a date today was on the side of the entire shopping mall, and it didn't look very big. So even if there are a lot of cars, you should be able to find the big Mercedes right away. I changed my car. While speaking, they saw Mu Cheng suddenly walk towards a super cool silver sports car not far away and flash the headlights. Everyone? Audience. Oh shit. Is this an Audi? Oh my god. She's such a rich woman. She used to drive a big car, but now she just changed it to an Audi. Can anyone tell me the price of this car? It's so handsome and cool. This car seems to be the top-of-the-line 2020 model. The lowest price is about 2 million. Hey, I don't know what to say now. How can there be such a perfect girl? She's beautiful, has a good figure, can write songs, and has money. What the above person said is right, but there is one thing I forgot to mention. It's Orange and my boyfriend. Oh, you don't even take a piss and look at the dog's mirror. How can you compare to a dog? Ha 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 ha, Your Excellency has great fighting ability. I admit it. That motorcycle next to it is so cool. Is it a Kawasaki? Fuck. It's true. There are indeed rich people everywhere in the Magic City. I want to go to the Magic City to work hard and then marry Chengzi. The moment I saw Mu Cheng open the car door and get into the Audi, the entire live broadcast room audience was excited. The barrage of comments also became lively. Of course, many sharp-eyed netizens also noticed the Kawasaki parked next to it. Carbon fiber body. Super cool dynamic flowing lines. The green lines that seem to be shining are enough to make many motorcycle enthusiasts drool. For them, being able to ride in this car is a half-realized dream. Well, the real dream come true thanks to Kawasaki. Just when a group of people in the live broadcast room were expressing their feelings. Here, Mu Cheng got into the car and saw a Black Warrior's helmet on the passenger seat. It seems to be matched with that Kawasaki. The helmet is also made of carbon fiber. The overall look is very cool. In short, Mu Cheng was very satisfied, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But now there is a problem. How do I drive this thing back? Stay here? Or just open it yourself? In fact, you can ride a motorcycle even if you are wearing a skirt. It's just that the back of Mu Cheng's swallowtail skirt is quite long, and it would be dangerous to use it to ride a motorcycle. Not elegant yet. This time, she was in a bit of a dilemma. What's wrong, Orange? Because the girl was thinking for a long time, she didn't notice that Linny and the others were coming over. I felt the same surprise and shock as the netizens just now. Now they look at this Audi not so exaggerated anymore. After all, everyone also knows Mu Cheng's financial situation. It's not surprising to have a sports car. In fact, among the people present, Ward also had such conditions. It was only a few million to buy a sports car, which was relatively easy. I was wondering how I was going to get that motorcycle back. The girl came to her senses and whispered helplessly. She had already thought of an excuse. My friend drove this car out before, and she knew I was here today, so she parked her car next to mine. Everyone moved their lips, but said nothing. His expression looked slightly confused. Who would have thought that the cool motorcycle next to it is also orange? Awesome. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. Forget it, go back first. I'll come back and deal with it tomorrow. After taking a look at Kawasaki, Mu Cheng decided to just stay here since this mall offers 24-hour parking anyway. It's just that the fee is a bit expensive. But for Mu Cheng, it's not a big deal. Since she decided this, no one said anything. Chunjia suddenly asked, then how are we going to get there? Should we take Orange's car alone? Well, how about this? You two girls share a car, and Hua can sit at my place. Lin Yi proposed directly. Just kidding. If Ward were to ride in Orange's car, he will be so jealous that he will die. Upon hearing this, except for Mu Cheng, a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in the eyes of the other two people. Hua was disappointed, and so was Chunjia. But since that's what has been said, there is no reason for anyone to refuse. Mainly, Mu Cheng's Audi is indeed suitable for girls. Because the seats are too narrow. Get in the car. Mu Cheng smiled gently at Chunjia and kindly taught her how to adjust the seat. Although the two are rivals in love, this moment is inexplicably warm. This also made Chunjia feel better. She knew that Chengzi had no intention of stealing Lin Yi from her, but the girl's brilliance was too dazzling, causing Lin Yi to be unable to see her for the time being. Therefore, Chunjia simply couldn't feel any dislike towards Mu Cheng. Sometimes I think she is really gentle. 8:30 p.m. Heart Beating House. The second group, which had spent a day exercising in the badminton hall and then had dinner, had returned from their date. The biggest gain of their group is probably Wang Yuqin and Jiang Junhan. The two of them progressed very quickly, and by the time it was time for dinner, we talked about the future. As for Eugene and Meow Meow, their movements were relatively slow. After all, some people are thinking about other people, and occasionally their attention becomes distracted. How can there be any progress? What's more, Meow Meow had never been in a relationship, and it was always boys who pursued her before, which made her even more at a loss. Even Cindy Wong in the observation room sighed, they are such a difficult couple. Well, who made me think about oranges? Chunai smiled. Professor Chun Ming kept shaking his head. I've counted them all. Eugene was distracted 3 times in total. This kid is hopeless. Chapter 48. My brain is not working well. Heartbeating House, 701. After the second group came back from their date, Eugene separated from Meow Meow and the others, and the 3 of them went back to 702 first. So he is the only one left here. Looking at the empty living room, the kitchen was no longer filled with the smell of life. Someone had no choice but to take the basketball out to the yard and dribble it around a few times to distract himself. Last night, after losing the game of rock, paper, scissors to Huada, Eugene was upset the whole night. Why no stones appear? He didn't even dare to imagine how happy the guy who went out with Orange today must be. Certainly, Eugene didn't know that Mu Cheng was wearing a halter dress, a side ponytail, and some makeup today. Otherwise estimated. Alas, this child is really hopeless. He must be obsessed with Orange to the point of being absent-minded. Poor sister Lu Shuei. I feel like Meow Meow was quite proactive today. Why can't Eugene just look at her? Yeah, she's also never been in a relationship, and Meow Meow isn't bad-looking either. I say you guys are just watching the fun and worrying about nothing. Meow Meow is good, but since there is a better Chengzi, why can't Eugene pursue Chengzi? Yeah, let's just watch the fun. At least Eugene can still get in touch with Chengzi and have a chance. People like us can't even pursue her if we want to. Wow, I'm so sad, my friend. Time passed unknowingly, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Not back yet? Eugene glanced at his phone and felt a little sad. Where was the date that took so long? Just then, he was considering whether to go out and take a look. Sudden, there was a sound of several people talking outside the yard. One of them spoke Mandarin with a funny accent. They should be back. The lights on my side seem to be on. Brother Hua, do you want to go back with us to eat cake? Eat, eat, eat. After all, I made it myself. I'm looking forward to Orange's cake. It's so beautiful. Your Doraemon is also quite humorous. Can it be described this way? Sure. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they thought of Doraemon. That look makes it feel like it's about to be sued. Soon, amidst laughter, Huada took the initiative to push open the wooden door of the courtyard 701, followed by Lin Yi and Chen Jia who were carrying the cake. And Mu Cheng at this moment. As it was getting late and a little chilly, she had put on a thin, long-sleeved cardigan to cover up her seductive suspenders, leaving her delicate collarbone faintly visible. Hello. When everyone walked into the yard of the cottage, as expected, they met Eugene who came out to see. The girl was slightly stunned, then waved her hand to say hello. Linny also smiled and said, "You're back so early. A little earlier than you." Eugene remained expressionless, but couldn't help himself, pretending to be curious and asked, "Where did you go today?" "I want to make a cake." Orange made herself into a cake today. Linny shook the thing in his hand. Someone raised his eyebrows instantly. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited. Woohoo! It feels like someone is deliberately showing off. Even Teacher He and others in the observation room sat up straight, with smiles unconsciously appearing on their lips. That look was full of gossip. What do you mean? Orange made himself into a cake? The yard of the cottage. There was already an invisible smell of gunpowder in the air, and Eugene's face was full of confusion. Then his eyes subconsciously looked at Mu Cheng. Now he just felt more sour. Because when he got closer, Eugene saw the skirt the girl was wearing today and the light makeup on her face. Just a casual flash of her beautiful eyes can make one's heart beat faster. She is so beautiful. Mu Cheng didn't care about Eugene's look and smiled softly. They are joking. They just made a cake that looks like an orange. There is actually such a cake. Of course, their store can also make Doraemon cakes, but ours doesn't look very good. Chunjia also explained with a smile. Eugene looked surprised. For a moment, the strange atmosphere lingering among the crowd eased a lot. Everyone was chatting about what happened today. Change your shoes while coming in. Ward also put on shoe covers and happily took the cake and put it on the coffee table in the living room. Linny looked at Eugene. Are they all back, or just you? My group is all back. Who do you have? Suddenly, Mu Cheng became a little curious. Then I heard Eugene say with a smile, Your roommate and brother Wang are in group 3. Who do you think we have? How would I remember that? My brain isn't very good to begin with, so I can't remember so many things. The girl's beautiful eyes were filled with a playful smile. She joked about herself like this. The moment made everyone laugh. So cute. Are we going to cut the cake now? Huada sat on the carpet, rubbing his hands eagerly. Do you want me to go to room 702 to call those guys? That's fine. Otherwise it will be too late to eat cake later. Let's leave a few pieces for Chow Chiao and Brother Wang. I don't know what's going on. At this time, there are people who have dates later than them. Soon, Ward took off his shoe covers and put them aside, then went back to his room 702 to call for help. Everyone was in the living room, chatting briefly. Mu Cheng sat cross-legged for a while. She got up alone, went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and took off her hairband. In an instant, the black and smooth hair fell from the shoulders like moonlight. Finally, it fell on the light blue cardigan. With a pleasant fragrance, Chun Jia turned around and saw it, and immediately felt envious. Chengzi, you have so much hair. I've been saving for more than 10 years. That's more than I have, and I'm always losing my hair. Touched his hair. Maybe it's because of the perming and dyeing. Chin Jia feels that her hair is not only thin, but also of poor quality. The girl then poured a glass of water and smiled gently. I'll give you my conditioner later, and see if it will make you feel better after using it. Ah, thanks, Orange. Chun Jia was very surprised and couldn't help but hug the other person. Since Orange said her conditioner is good, that will definitely be useful. After all, she is so beautiful. That's how girls chat, as long as they talk about things that can make them beautiful. It was simply impossible to stop. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Eugene looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Certainly, I am also a little envious. They also want to hug the Orange. Click. Just as Lin Yi was taking out her camera to show off the photos taken on today's date with Eugene, suddenly, the door outside was pushed open. It was Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong. They finally came back from their date. In their own hands, they were all carrying some things. Hey, Orange, you guys are back. Chapter 49. Trying to appease others by pressing on their foreheads. Hey, where did you go to play? You came back so late, you must be reluctant to go home. Seeing the two of them, everyone stood up and went over. Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes were curved, and blinked his eyes. The words this girl said were a bit weird, quite like Lin Daiyu. Certainly, everyone knew she was joking and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Some even looked at the two of them with gossipy eyes. Suddenly, Liang Xiaowei felt a little embarrassed by being looked at. What? He just came back a little late, as if there was some misunderstanding. Wang Helong laughed and said, It's okay. The date place is a little far from the cabin. So what did you guys do? Everyone is very curious. Xiao Xiao changed her shoes and came in carrying something. Mu Cheng took it for her. Then the queen said, We went ice skating and to the open-air cinema. I was almost bitten to death by mosquitoes. Pause. She pointed at Wang Helong again and couldn't help laughing. He almost fell to his death on the ice rink. It was such a wonderful date. Puff. This time everyone laughed as well. Good job. It's interesting just to listen to it. Liang Xiaowei looked at everyone, mainly at Mu Cheng. What about you? Us. Then there was another wave of information exchange. I also took the opportunity to unwrap the cake on the coffee table. Wow, the cakes you make are all so good. Who made this? When Liang Xiaowei saw the orange cake, she was pleasantly surprised and praised it, but suddenly, an unidentified object appeared in front of her, as if it were Doraemon. Chunjia smiled and said, That one was made by Lin Yi and Chengzi. This one is made by me and Brother Hua. Let's take a look. Hearing this, Wang Helong's eyes moved slightly. Looked at Lin Yi. Finally, he turned his gaze to the girl who was smiling beside him. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed it instantly. This is the effect of mobilizing the alliance. TSK, this wingman. Some viewers felt that Chun Jia had just accepted Orange's hair conditioner, and it was not ethical to betray her at this time. But some people also make very rational analyses. It's nothing. It's all public information. It doesn't involve privacy or anything. That's right. When you think about it, it seems to be the case. But they still want to know whether the alliance is more important to Chinjia, or the sisterly relationship with Mu Cheng is more important. After a moment, Ward came over with a few people from 702. Needless to say, there was some pleasantries. Miao Miao naturally sat down next to Mu Cheng. She saw the orange cake, opened her lips slightly, and asked in a low voice, Did you make it? It looks good, right? The girl was a little proud. Miao Miao also smiled. It looks good. It looks delicious. Then she set her eyes on another cake. A question mark slowly formed in my head. Come on, cut the cake. Which one should we start with? Let's cut it together. I think everyone should get a share of the 2 cakes. Don't eat too much, otherwise you will gain weight easily. Exclamation point. Neither cake is actually very big. It's probably just right for 10 people. After all, girls don't dare to eat too much of this kind of sweets at night, because they will gain weight. Apart from a girl with a non-fat physique, Lin Yi and Huada were responsible for cutting the cake, and each person got a small piece of the 2 cakes. Mu Cheng's little hand also held a small plate. Because she was the main contributor to the orange cake, she was given an extra leaf. Matcha flavored whipped cream. It's delicious. Oh, by the way, I brought you a small gift too. As everyone was eating, Liang Xiaowei suddenly took out some exquisite little toys from the bag at her feet. All I saw were some small dolls. There are small sharks. There is also a banana holding a monkey, reversed Tiangyang. She chuckled and said, I caught this when I was catching dolls today. You can each pick one. Sure, you guys caught so many. Wang Yuqian expressed surprise. Anyone who has ever grabbed dolls knows that it costs at least $100 to grab so many dolls. After all, claw machines in Shanghai are not cheap, and these little dolls are of good quality. Zhang Junhan smiled and took a small crocodile without any hesitation. Then, everyone thanked them and took one. In the end, it was left for Mu Cheng to choose between the shark and the banana monkey. The girl took a closer look at the banana monkey. There is also a sentence in English written on it. Please don't touch my banana. Then I want it. Mu Cheng, who was 200 pounds of rebelliousness, directly took the monkey's banana. Moment. Awa. What the hell? The girl was so frightened that she stared at the monkey, which seemed to be going crazy with a dazed expression. Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong, who were sitting opposite each other, looked at each other. They were all trying hard to hold back their laughter. Obviously, they knew this would happen. But I didn't expect that the person I was scaring would be an orange, haha. The two finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Mu Cheng came back to her senses and frowned slightly. Her little face was full of speechlessness and disgust. She was a little helpless and said, This thing is too scary. If I put it in my room at night, I would be scared to death. As he spoke, he put his little hand on the monkey's forehead, trying to comfort it. But it seems, this guy screamed even more miserably. In the end, it was Meow Meow who picked up the banana and put it back into the monkey's hand. This guy is quiet. Mu Cheng. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room who were watching this scene almost laughed to death. It's the first time I've seen this expression on Orange's face. It makes me laugh to death. She really hates it, laughing and crying. I've played with this toy before. It's very noisy and sometimes I can't stop playing. That time I almost threw it from the 17th floor. I feel like Orange was really scared just now. He even threw away the banana. Ha 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 ha. No, I have to wait for today's live broadcast to be replayed. Orange's expression is really cute. Xiao Qiao is such a bad woman. She deliberately didn't tell Chengzi. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Inside the cabin, the situation of the others was not much better. They were all amused by the girl's expression and disgusted look. At last, Mu Cheng naturally did not choose the dead monkey. Instead, he took the quiet shark that didn't make any noise. It's a perfect match with her shark chili. She is still single. Do all the dolls have partners? Because of this little episode, the atmosphere in cabin 701 became joyful for a while, and everyone was immersed in laughter. But in the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30, and it was almost time to end. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong. Just when everyone was preparing to say goodbye and go back, everyone's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 50 Ant War God. It's time for the much anticipated part again. When teacher he took out a few familiar small blackboards, he looked at everyone with a smile. They just know. Come to life. Heartwarming text message moment. In an instant, everyone perked up and focused. After all, twice now they had failed to harvest any small gold bars. We have to get one this time. I believe you all know what to do next, right? Teacher, he smiled slightly, but then changed the subject. But this time, we are not competing as a team, but as an individual. Personal battle? The essence of human beings is a repeater. Everyone repeated it. Yes, a personal battle. Teacher, he nodded and continued to explain with a gentle smile. Each of us will be given a small blackboard and connect the lines ourselves. The person who gets the most correct answers at the end will receive a small gold bar. But if all are correct, then congratulations, you can get two. Wow. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited instantly. 2 small gold bars. The program crew is so generous this time. I don't know if it's because they failed twice before that the difficulty of the game was lowered. After all, according to this way of playing, at least one person can get a small gold bar. Okay, I won't waste any more time, let's get started. As he spoke, he handed out a small blackboard to everyone. If you don't hurry up, I guess all the heartwarming text messages in the cabin will be sent out in a while. So for a while, the entire observation room fell into an unprecedented silence, and everyone was thinking about how to connect. There are a few simpler ones among them. They all finished it right away. For example, Liang Qiaowei sent it to Wang Helong, Wang Yuchen and Zhang Junhan sent it to each other, and then Lin Yi and Huada sent it to Chengzi, and so on. After a moment, Wang Yinlin was the first to stop writing. He looked up at everyone and smiled cheerfully. I'm fine. Who are you connected to, Yujin? Dongfang Xiang came over and asked in a low voice. Wang Yinlin was confident. It must be Orange. It was so obvious when he came back at night. But he just went on a date with Miao Miao today. Even if he likes Chengzi, shouldn't he have sent a text message to Miao Miao to express his feelings? Cindy also joined the discussion. To be honest, Eugene is indeed the one that is most difficult for everyone to connect with. Because on the one hand, he likes oranges. Everyone has to see it. But on the other hand, what Xinling said was right. Indeed, it was Miao Miao who had the most interactions with Eugene today. I don't care. I'll just choose orange. I'm the #1 fan of orange. If you say so, then I'll choose orange too. When Meng Zi heard what Uncle Wang said, how could he still endure it? She is the fan leader. Okay. So in the end, everyone chose orange, except Professor Chen Ming, who just smiled and said nothing. Heartbeating House, 701. After receiving the message from the program team, everyone's heart was slightly moved. Then, everyone just followed the excuse just now. The show ended here. Because the requirement for sending love text messages is that each person has to find a separate place and others cannot know who your love text message is sent to. I can't tell you the content of the love message either. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. When Mu Cheng also left, went to the swing chair in the recreation room and sat down. The system prompt also arrived as expected. Ringing in my mind. Choice 1. Send a heartwarming message to Lin Yi and get the anti-god of war as a reward. Choice 2. Send a text message to Huada, and you will be rewarded with a king's girl bringing artifact and a Chinese server Machao account. The girl sat on the swing chair, looking down and typing on her mobile phone. Slightly messy and scattered hair. She blocked half of her delicate little face, as if trying to playfully avoid being seen by the camera. But even so, her high nose bridge and long eyelashes can be seen through the gaps between her hair. It still makes one breathtaking. How can someone's facial features be so stunning just by looking at the side profile? But, in fact, more netizens are curious now. Who would Orange send the love message to? It's Lin Yi, or Ward. As for the other boys, the audience in the live broadcast room and the observation room had the same guess, thinking that the possibility was not high. And the most likely person is Lin Yi. After all, we are making a cake together today, right? There were some small interactions. Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice, and be rewarded with Ant War God. The girl still on the swing chair had no idea about the speculations from everyone outside. She just knew. This, Ant God of War rewarded by the system, is pretty awesome. Menstrual War God. Solve menstrual pain, menstrual disorders, cannot drink ice, cannot eat spicy food, cannot eat seafood, let you become a healthy girl with regular menstruation. When Mu Cheng saw the annotation given by the system, everyone was stunned. What followed was an endless stream of surprises. You know, since she became a girl, what she fears most is having her period. Because in memory, my predecessor always felt very uncomfortable every time. Especially if you drink more cool things, such as ice drinks, a few days before your period. That would absolutely hurt like hell. Therefore, Mu Cheng has been under a lot of pressure these days. The unknown is the most frightening. She has not felt the pain of menstruation yet, but the memory of it is still fresh. But I didn't expect it. It turns out that all these problems have been solved in the system, and they will be solved directly with the reward. Woohoo! Thinking of this, the girl couldn't sit still anymore. With a hint of excitement, I put on my slippers and ran to the kitchen. She wants to have an ice cream to celebrate. By the way, calm down. According to calculations, her period would come in a few days. During this period, Mu Cheng had to control her appetite and didn't dare to eat too much cold food. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room who had been watching the screen were surprised. Why do I feel like Orange seemed to have sent the heartwarming text message? So excited. And she looks so beautiful when she walks, especially because she was walking a little fast. A gust of wind blew, making the girl's swallowtail skirt move with the wind. Looking from behind, her white and tender thighs were vaguely visible. It directly made many fans feel dry in the mouth. Certainly, some girls also expressed confusion. Why is it that they have bought the same skirt before, but just can't wear it to the same effect? Observation room. I watched as the 10 small images on the big screen sent out their own heartwarming messages with a whoosh. It's time for teacher He and the others to reveal their results. Everyone rubbed their hands, expressing a little excitement. Come on, as usual, let's look at the boys section first. Teacher He smiled. The director is also very tactful. The screen was directly switched to Lin E. Only, as a blue envelope was sent out, it soon jumped to a cute orange avatar. Everyone couldn't help but smile. They guessed right. Chapter 51, let's talk about something that costs money. In fact, for the boys, except for Eugene, it's really easy to guess. And not surprisingly, everyone connected their heartbeats correctly. Now all that's missing is Eugene. Come on, whether it's a bicycle or a motorcycle, it all depends on this one. Wang Yinlin is like a gambler, staring intently. Others didn't dare to breathe, for fear that they would miss the image on the big screen in the blink of an eye. Next moment, as the blue envelope belonging to Eugene turned and jumped onto the head of a white Yorkshire Terrier, several people present suddenly widened their eyes. Professor Chen Ming looked at Wang Yinlin in disbelief. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stop gambling, kid. That's right. Eugene actually didn't send it to Mu Cheng. Instead, it was sent to Meow Meow. This is simply a bit hard to believe. Teacher He did the same, and quickly asked the director to play the content of the heart-moving text message. Let's take a look at what it is. Eugene, you are good at playing badminton. The two of us are killing it, yeah? Why would he send it to Meow Meow? Professor Chun Ming was the only one who answered the question correctly at the scene. Now everyone looked at him. Everyone is very curious. Professor Chin Ming pushed up his glasses and smiled. It's actually a very simple truth. There's no reason for it. No reason? Yes, Eugene had no reason to send it to Chengzi today. Just like him, he was also a little interested in Chengzi, but he still sent it to Qiao Qiao. I don't quite understand. Since Eugene likes oranges, why doesn't he just send them directly? Xiling frowned slightly. I feel like I don't quite understand it. Professor Chen Ming signaled her not to be impatient, as he hadn't finished speaking yet. That's right. They've known each other for too short a time. Only 5 days in total. Without a clear explanation, people will get confused. Maybe Eugene wanted to send it to Chengzi, but he was worried that it might be too direct. Speaking of this, everyone began to think about it. And the big screen in front, it was also suddenly placed with Eugene. I saw that this guy now had a conflicted expression on his face and was very hesitant. He would pick up his phone to take a look from time to time. Then, put it down again. Sighed slightly. As expected of a psychology professor, I will follow you in choosing whomever you choose next time. Dongfang Xiang was impressed and gave a thumbs up. Chunming smiled and waved his hand. No. You guys just like oranges too much. We need to be more rational. Ha ha ha. Really? Everyone couldn't help laughing when talking about this. They really like oranges. This girl is so cute. It has reached the point where it can be popular with people of all ages and genders. Teacher He smiled gently and said, come on, let's continue watching. Next, it's the girls' part. Okay. As expected, only one person got the small gold bar in the end. And at once, there were two of them. Because Professor Chun Ming made all the right choices. Heart-beating house, 701. After eating an ice cream, Mu Cheng returned to her room contentedly. Opened the door. Then I saw Yang Xiaowei swinging a big doll there. From time to time, he would raise his hands and surrender or bend over. Seems like they are having a lot of fun. Who would have thought that this woman who looks like a queen actually has such a lovely side in private? Orange. Come here, let's talk about something that costs money. See some girl coming back. Liang Xiaowei's eyes lit up. The audience in the live broadcast room was also a little excited. What do you want to talk about? Chargeable? Then I won't be sleepy anymore. Mu Cheng walked over curiously with light steps, looking a little silly. What's the charge? Lend me your Penguin Video membership. Good. Audience. Depend on. It was a waste of time. There really is a fee for this. Early summer, late July. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. At this time, the moon seemed to be shy and hid behind the clouds, no longer coming out. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Mu Cheng had already finished taking a shower. Half leaning on the fragrant bed, the little hand slid casually, swiping the phone. Next to her, there was a woman lying in off-white pajamas. That's right, this woman is naturally Liang Xiaowei. It was very simple for her to come over and lie on Mu Cheng's bed. I just think this girl smells good. Now the relationship between the two girls is closer than that with the boys, and they are even gradually developing into best friends. It's so annoying. I feel like I've gained weight recently and I need to eat boiled eggs again. Suddenly, Liang Xiaowei's complaints were heard in the quiet room. Mu Cheng paused and thought for a moment. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? Hey, you came first and then you laid the egg. No way, I won't give birth. I don't really want to have a baby, but my family is urging me to have one. And I heard that the birth rate in Korea is very low. Yeah, I haven't watched Korean dramas for a long time. Are there any new ones recently? Well, I don't know, but I plan to watch 1988 again. It seems like the heroine and the second male lead are together. We split again, eh? Okay, then if you want to lose weight, you should eat less sweets. This cake tonight will probably be enough to keep you hungry for 2 days, hee hee. If a boy appeared here at this time, there will definitely be a question mark on your forehead. You girls, is this how you chat? The key is that it can be resolved in the end. What logic? After a while of a logical conversation, the room soon fell into silence again. Both girls were playing with their phones. Do not interfere with each other. As for Mu Cheng, she looked at the comments section of her Douyin for a while and then switched back to WeChat. I just received 2 messages forwarded by the program team. She could guess. It should be Huada and Lin Yi. Above these 2 messages, there was also one she sent. Mu Cheng. The process of making cakes was very enjoyable and the cooperation was pleasant. It was sent to Lin Yi. There isn't actually a lot in the content, it's just like a chat with a friend. But even so, when Lin Yi received this message, I was still excited for a while. It's just that Mu Cheng didn't know it. I checked WeChat. After sending 10 photos she had taken before and today to the group chat she had set up with the managers of 3 music platforms, the girl opened her email again. This email address was registered by her counselor when she was in college. The purpose is to allow the students of the college to receive the notice. Like a magazine shoot, advertise, commercial performances, etc. The charity magazine that Mu Cheng had taken over before, as well as the show that she is currently participating in, were all accepted from here. So she would open it and take a look occasionally. Will there be any other announcements? Huh. You know what? It really exists. After the girl clicked it, she was a little surprised. Chapter 52. Are you looking at the girl or the car? Mu Cheng opened her email and was surprised at first that someone had sent her a notice. Then, wait and see the contents inside. His face turned dark in an instant. Because of these. Hello, our online store needs a model who can try on black stockings, white stockings, and other types of stockings. The quoted remuneration for each set of photos is 500. The scale is relatively large. If you're interested, please contact us. Hello, Miss Mu. I am from a brand store specializing in intimate apparel. I would like to invite you to shoot a set of advertisements. What price do you think would be appropriate? Oh no, I'm surrounded by beauties. Hello, our company is developing a game. Can you play a role in the game? After watching a few, Mu Cheng was no longer in the mood to watch anymore. What the hell is this? Either stockings or underwear. Mu Cheng did not reply to the following emails, but directly replied to the first one. The angry girl bit the corner of her lip. I just found a photo of teacher Wu Bai on the internet. Send it over. Reply. I'll give you 500 yuan. Will you wear stockings for me to see? Stupid. It's quite explicit. Why don't you burn the ashes and sell them in the store? That's not only explicit, but also very revealing. Considering that Liang Xiaowei was lying next to him, Mu Cheng didn't curse out loud. But the fluctuating movement still attracted the other party's attention. Liang Xiao was curious. What are you looking at? Look. Stockings. Stockings. The queen took a look at the girl's perfect calves, which were white and tender without any excess fat, and immediately envied her. Your legs must look great in stockings. No, I think it's fine. Mu Cheng gently pinched the flesh on her thigh. Very stretchy. It feels like jelly. Anyway, if I had legs like yours, I'd wear them every day. Liang Xiao looked at her with envy. She is 166 centimeters tall, which is not considered short among girls. She usually dresses in a mature style. Wear stockings too. But even so, she felt that her legs were nothing to look at in front of orange. This girl is so white that she glows. I can't even imagine it. How beautiful it would be if you wore black stockings. Okay, it's getting late. I'm going to go back to bed. Well, good night. Good night, Orange. You smell so good, hee. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. As the lights in the two girls' rooms were turned off, the heart-stirring cottage returned to its usual tranquility, with only the cicadas of early summer remaining, occasionally chirping without causing any annoyance. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Sunday. The weather today is pretty good, sunny but not sunny. It is expected to rain in the next few days. It's quite cool anyway. Because he went to bed very late last night, when Mu Cheng got up today, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. Wash up, changed clothes. The girl was planning to drive the Kawasaki home today, so she wasn't wearing a skirt, just casually put on a black vest. He wore the same black shirt on the outside and black slightly tasseled denim shorts. In short, wearing all black looks very cool. As soon as she appeared on camera, the audience who came to the live broadcast room early in the morning were instantly struck by his handsomeness. Many girls almost wanted to scream. Swish. As expected, when girls become handsome, boys have nothing to do. Orange is so good at dressing up. Why do the clothes she wears always look so good? Well, is it possible that she is good looking? I feel like you're hitting me. Woo woo nyuwa, I will never believe you again. What can it do if you give me a little of your beauty? What can it do? To be honest, even I, a boy, think Orange is so handsome. Being handsome is really a feeling. Actually, even if we take a step back, I think Orange can be my husband. Oh? When the last netizen made remarks that seemed like a nymphomaniac, the boys in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Okay. Now even girls are trying to compete with them for their wives, right? Amid the laughter of netizens chatting, this is the heart-beating house. Mu Cheng had already prepared breakfast and was ready to go out alone with her crossbody bag. Very strange. The people in 701 went out quite early today. There was no one at home on Sunday. Buzz. Audi starts with its unique roar, creating a wave of sound. Soon, the silver sports car turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in the parking lot of the heart-beating house. Also at the same time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room dropped tacitly. The commercial plaza where we had a date yesterday. When Mu Cheng arrived here, her cool and handsome Kawasaki was still parked there. A hint of excitement flashed across the girl's beautiful eyes, and she parked the car and went straight into the front trunk. Took out the black helmet. The car keys and driver's license were already in her bag, so as soon as Mu Cheng got in the car, she started the Kawasaki directly. Buzz. The sound is no less than that of her Audi. Very nice. At this time, because the sound was too loud, it attracted many passers-by, who all looked over curiously. One boy's eyes lit up. This car is so white. This car is so long. That's not right either. His roommate looked at him with disdain. Are you looking at the legs or the car? Can't I watch them all? Sure, I like watching it too, hee. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Kawasaki. So cool. The license plate is pretty cool too, Amo. That girl must be very rich. Nonsense, anyone who can afford this car should have good money. Around the open-air parking lot, there are already quite a few tourists watching at this moment. Basically, most of them are boys. After all, few boys can resist a big toy like a motorcycle. Not to mention that the person driving this car is a young lady with a great figure and beautiful long legs. Although I don't know what the girl looks like because she is wearing a helmet, but they all felt it subconsciously. It must look great, faced with the envious, amazed, or curious looks of those outside. Mu Cheng ignored it. After taking a look, he lightly stepped on the gear, released the clutch, and drove out of the parking lot. Then, park where the fee is charged. Take out your phone and scan the code. It is quite expensive. The parking fee for one night was more than 200. Fortunately, Mu Cheng didn't care. She paid the bill very quickly, put the phone back into her bag, and prepared to go home with a little excitement. Buzz. As the throttle continues to increase, the Kawasaki also emits a passionate roar. The fragrance of the girl's hair drifts far away in the wind. Only a black shadow was left. Seeing that there were no young ladies or cool motorcycles to see, the surrounding tourists also dispersed. But there was still a hint of amazement on everyone's face. And there is the unstoppable envy. Not everyone in Shanghai is so rich. Most of them are migrant workers from Shanghai. Even if you have a well-paid job, the high cost of living and rent here still make the expensive Kawasaki a dream. Chapter 53. WeChat is for you? Then what should I use? Chen Hui is a motorcycle blogger deeply rooted in Shanghai. In the past 2 years, with the popularity of short videos, a large group of motorcycle enthusiasts have started using TikTok. Chen Hui is one of them. Because he had a Shanghai Hoku, Even though he was not a particularly wealthy Shanghai resident, he was able to buy a Ducati and get a Shanghai motorcycle license plate with the help of luck and a little bit of family background. And his favorite. I just met a lot of young ladies on the internet and took them out for rides and filmed videos. Occasionally, you can even get some tofu for a bargain. Even if the girl is enthusiastic, it's not that you can't eat it once. So, Chen Hui also came out to shoot materials as usual today. I've already thought of a title for the video. What kind of attention will you attract if you drive a Ducati on the streets of Shanghai? Chen Hui drove very slowly. When passing by some pretty young ladies dressed in short skirts, he deliberately turned the accelerator to make a roar and turned back to act cool. Only when he wanted to repeat his old trick and attract attention on this street. In the distance, a cool black motorcycle came into view. Chen Hui's eyes narrowed. This looks like a Kawasaki. Right. It's Kawasaki. As a legendary car of its generation, even its road-legal version, with its exaggerated assembly line body and the only mechanical supercharger among mass-produced cars, can make people excited just by listening to the sound. So Chen Hui would never admit his mistake. But why is the driver a young lady? Wow. This leg. Chen Hui's eyes lit up. When the Kawasaki drove up in front of me, he often picked up young ladies and had seen countless girls, and he instantly felt a little moved. He wants to drive up and ask for WeChat. Just do it if you want to. Chen Hui didn't care about the girl in a short skirt on the side of the road. He just stepped on the accelerator and followed the Kawasaki. But in the end, I still remember that I was recording the material. Speed up at the same time. He glanced at the action camera mounted on the motorcycle and said to himself, "Brothers, I met a young lady by chance. I am really moved. Let's see if I can ask for her WeChat." Mu Cheng drove a Kawasaki, speeding along the road in the center of the Magic City at the speed limit. After the initial excitement, she is much better now. No wonder so many people like to ride motorcycles. It really feels great. It's just that the fuel consumption is a bit high. After only half an hour of driving, the originally full tank of gas was reduced to nearly 1/10. I ran nearly 20 kilometers. After a while, we were approaching a traffic light intersection. The girl began to slow down. I was thinking in my mind, how about going to the store and buying something now? After all, she now has nothing but a helmet. There are no motorcycle accessories. Mobile phone holder, gloves, driving recorder, and so on. Then just park nearby and search for the store on your phone. The red light has 5 seconds left. Mu Cheng squeezed the clutch and stepped into the gear. Under the cool black helmet, his bright big eyes were staring ahead. But the next moment, suddenly a red motorcycle stopped in the lane next to her. Looks like a Ducati. The other party nodded to her. Mu Cheng didn't care. He just thought he had met a fellow rider, so out of politeness, he nodded slightly. Then, when the red light disappears, release the clutch directly and drive towards the road ahead at a very fast speed. Yo, that's kind of cool. Chen Hui was stunned. Then he subconsciously raised his eyebrows and hurriedly followed. Here, Mu Cheng found a section of the road where he could park, turned off the engine, and took off his helmet. Moment. The beautiful hair with fresh fragrance cascaded down like a waterfall. The girl also showed her beautiful face. Unfortunately, this scene happened to be seen by Chen Hui, who was following behind, and was also captured on his sports camera. The moment Chen Hui saw Mu Cheng's face, he was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that the girl hiding under the helmet could be so beautiful. This time, he really felt that he was in love. WeChat must be obtained. Thinking of this, he stopped a little bit behind and took off his helmet and gloves. So he walked over here. There was a smile on his face that he thought was handsome. "Hello, young lady." The girl is looking for the address of a motorcycle parts store. Look back. I found out it was the guy at the traffic light just now. She was a little confused. Could it be her fan? Looks so ugly? Despite her thoughts, Mu Cheng was still quite polite. She blinked her big eyes and looked at him. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "No, I saw you suddenly stop, so I came over to ask if you were in any trouble." "Well, no." "Haha, that's good." Chen Hui was a little embarrassed by the other party's coldness, but he still didn't give up and continued to chat. "Is your bike a Kawasaki?" "Right." "How much is it?" "I don't know. Someone else gave it to me." "Boyfriend?" "Girlfriend." Chen Hui, who originally wanted to test Mu Cheng's relationship status, was suddenly stunned. "Girlfriend? Is this still a lesbian?" "Depend on. How could such a pretty girl be a lesbian?" Chen Hui was a little unhappy and unwilling to accept it, and even deep down he was very confident. "I feel like I can straighten Lala." So he began to show his true colors. "Actually, I also ride motorcycles in Shanghai. Can I ask for your WeChat ID? Do you often ride motorcycles?" You want my WeChat? Mu Cheng felt puzzled. I'll give you WeChat. So what should I use? Chunhui. He was a little helpless. No, I want to add your WeChat. No. The girl saw it just now. This guy is not a fan at all. He just came here to chat. So I simply didn't give him any face and just refused directly. After saying that, he didn't even wait for the other person to speak. He took a look at the approximate address given by the navigation, put on his helmet, and started the motorcycle. Buzz. Kawasaki let out a cold roar. It seems to be warning the guy behind. Then, soon it disappeared from the roadside. Chunhui. Unreconciled. I really can't accept this. He finally met such a beautiful girl. He really wants to pick her up, but everyone refused. Sighing, Chunhui returned to his Ducati. I was just planning to start and then catch up from this road. Let's see if we can meet again. But in a moment, he suddenly saw the sports camera with its breathing light still flashing. Oh, that's right. I can post it on TikTok and ask my fans to help find it. As a Douyin motorcycle blogger, he is now also a small internet celebrity with more than 300,000 fans. Chen Hui thinks that since the other party rides a motorcycle, he should also have a Douyin account. At that time, you can create some topics and interact with each other. I don't believe she doesn't want traffic. Snort. Chen Hui showed a confident smile on his face. He believed that Mu Cheng definitely didn't have as many fans as he did. After all, he is a motorcycle enthusiast in Shanghai, and he follows bloggers with more than 100,000 fans. But Mu Cheng was not among them. Chapter 54. It's really a toad chasing a frog. The ugly flower is playing with it. Hello, can you help me check these out? A motorcycle parts store in Shanghai. An incredibly beautiful girl, dressed in a cool black outfit, pointed with her little hand at the things on the cash register. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment. When he finally reacted, he quickly suppressed the slight throbbing in his heart. Concentrate on your work and drop a few times with the scanner gun. Hello, the total is 3,750. Okay. Mu Cheng didn't hesitate and directly opened a payment app and asked the other party to scan it. Her payment software page. It's black. After buying these things, Mu Cheng turned around and left under the clerk's reluctant gaze, leaving only a lingering pleasant fragrance in the air. I pushed the door open and came out to where the Kawasaki was parked outside. Mu Cheng installed the dash cam directly. She bought two. One at the front of the car and one at the rear. Besides, the bag also contained a pair of black motorcycle gloves and a cell phone holder, as well as an action camera from DJI. Mu Cheng saw this by chance while shopping just now. It costs more than 2,000 yuan, which is not expensive, so she just bought it. Anyway, you can use it to take pictures or something else in the future, not just in the car. Done. After simply assembling it, the girl clapped her hands, a smile flashing across her beautiful eyes. This car is so beautiful. Then let's go home first. She had eaten something in the morning and now she was a little hungry. Buzz. The Kawasaki roared. Mu Cheng put on a helmet and gloves and placed his phone on a stand for navigation. Then, a handsome U-turn on the spot. A shallow mark was pressed on the cement floor. Finally, he left. So handsome. A girl passing by was stunned. It was the first time she saw a girl so handsome. Afternoon, at Chun Hui's home. After failing to catch up with Mu Cheng, he actually returned home early. I've been editing videos. And now, finally finished my video. Minus some tedious segments, only the part where he met Mu Cheng, caught up with her car, and then asked her for her WeChat was left. A total of more than 3 minutes of content. He believed that as long as he sent it out, he would be able to find the girl online soon. After all, this is the era. Basically, there are very few people who don't use TikTok, right? Even if not used. You can definitely find it on other social platforms as well. Upload and send. The title is, I met a super beautiful girl on the streets of Shanghai, brothers. I really like this. And Chen Hui is also a very cunning guy. Very good at capturing internet traffic. The moment when Mu Cheng took off her helmet, revealing her beautiful face. Set as cover. Less than 5 minutes after the video was uploaded, several fans' comments appeared. Oh my god, this girl is so pretty. Hiss, it's a shame if you don't use your legs to pedal the tricycle. Kawasaki. It turns out that she is not only a super beautiful lady, but also a rich woman. Brother Hui, I like this one too. How about you give it to me? Doghead. As time went by, more and more fans saw this video and liked and commented on it. After all, he is a blogger with 300,000 followers. Chunhui felt somewhat proud. He directly commented on his own video and pinned it. Does anyone know this girl's TikTok account? Guys, I really want to fall in love. Just sent out. His comments were quickly spotted by fans. I couldn't help but tease him instantly. You said the same thing yesterday when you kept braking while driving a young lady, side-eye smile. I feel like you can't control this young lady, so let me do it. Didn't everyone say that this motorcycle was given to him by his girlfriend? He must have a partner. Blogger, are you so shameless? Maybe this is just an excuse, and there is actually no partner. Speechless, are all you boys so confident? It's like a toad chasing a frog. The ugly one is just a joke, rolling eyes. Some people applauded. Naturally, there are also people who are pessimistic. When the popularity of the video starts to skyrocket, netizens who disagree with Chen Hui will also follow. Except for some people who were amazed by Mu Cheng's beauty. I'm also speechless about Chen Hui's performance in the video. The girls all said it. Have a girlfriend. You also have to post it online to find other people's Douyin videos. What is this for? It's just lust after beauty. You say it so nicely and want to fall in love. Nausea. Chen Hui kept scrolling through the comments, and when he saw different insults starting to appear, he frowned slightly. The situation doesn't seem good. If he could delete one or two. Now that's too much. What's going on? I just want to add you on WeChat. As for being so exaggerated, he is both an ordinary man and a pretentious man who has never seen a young lady. At the same time, in Changzhou City, a province with a high popularity of online dating, Xiao Kun, who works in a large supermarket, lives the same as usual. I only worked half a day, so I went to the locker room to change my clothes and packed 2 hairy crabs and a bowl of stewed noodles in the supermarket. We went to the rest area and enjoyed our meal happily. Xiao Kun joined the company last month. The salary and benefits at this fat supermarket are super good. You only need to work 1 day a day, in the morning or afternoon, and then you can rest. After deducting 5 insurances and 1 fund, the monthly salary is more than 7,000 yuan. Isn't this much better than those so-called 996 blessings? So Xiao Kun came to this supermarket at a young age, just after graduating from college. Avoid taking detours of more than 10 years. Xiao Kun put on a glove with one hand, picked up the hairy crab, broke it open skillfully, and sucked the crab roe inside. Occasionally, I would take a bite of the stewed noodles and eat it with the crab meat. This feeling is particularly fragrant. On the other hand, he was not idle either. Quickly click on the TikTok icon and start watching today's short video. When I saw several editing bloggers I follow posted the recent photos of Mu Cheng from Fall in Love 7. Xiao Kun doesn't even eat hairy crabs anymore. Save it immediately and use it as wallpaper. Yes, that's right. He is also one of Mu Cheng's fans. It's just that I got into it relatively late and only found out about this dating show yesterday. When he saw the live broadcast, he thought the girl was stunningly beautiful. So beautiful. Later, I learned from the comments in the live broadcast room that Mu Cheng had a Douyin account, so I searched for it immediately and then, well, became one of the 8 million fans. Oh, I wish I could find a girlfriend like this someday. Xiao Kun stared at the girl's photo. I couldn't help but sigh. Then he couldn't help but laugh helplessly and shook his head. Even though his salary seems high, the benefits of working at Fat Supermarket are quite good. But they drive Mercedes, Audi, and Kawasaki. Even the cheapest Kawasaki. It would cost him several years' salary. He couldn't even think about it. But that car is really handsome. Because he watched Date with Heart 7 yesterday, Xiao Kun also saw the Kawasaki. He went to Douyin to search for the price of the car and was instantly shocked. What kind of motorcycle is this? It costs more than 400,000. Chapter 55. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be a little jerk. Put aside those unrealistic fantasies for now. Xiao Kun continued to eat noodles while scrolling through Douyin. Brothers, I met a young lady by chance, and I'm really attracted to her. Can I ask for her WeChat? After watching another borderline video, suddenly, the scene changed. It's the daily life of a motorcycle blogger. In the video, the blogger was riding a red motorcycle passing an intersection. In the next moment, another cool black motorcycle passed by in the wind. That was a girl. She was wearing a black, cool style outfit, revealing a pair of super white long beautiful legs. Behind the helmet, her hair fluttered in the wind. Even through the screen, I could tell that she must be very beautiful. Xiao Kun suddenly felt his eyes brighten and felt a little familiar. Until when the motorcycle's license plate number appeared on the video screen. Magic! Isn't this Orange's car? Yes. This silhouette looks like an orange. Xiao Kun, who was slurping noodles, was stunned for a moment. Because I watched the live broadcast yesterday. The camera captured Mu Cheng's license plate number. He took another look at it and wrote it down. After all, this kind of number is probably rare in Shanghai. Thinking of this, Xiao Kun quickly paused the video. Then searched for the official TikTok account of Fall in Love 7. You can watch the live broadcast replay there. Found it. Xiao Kun kept pulling the progress bar and soon, he froze the picture at the moment when Mu Cheng appeared in the open-air parking lot. It's really a demon. That's an orange. Xiao Kun was silent for a moment and suddenly thought of the video just now, where someone actually asked Chengzi for his WeChat. An orange said that the car was a gift from her girlfriend. Puff. As he thought about it, Xiao Kun couldn't help laughing out loud and almost spit out the noodles. He returned to the blogger's video. Just click orange under the pinned comment and say kindly and deliberately, "Found it? It's this Douyin account." That's not all. Xiao Kun is also a mean guy. He also took a screenshot of the scene in the video where the girl showed her face and was asked for her WeChat. It was posted in the video, Sunny Day, which received the most likes from Mu Cheng. I saw an orange at someone else's place. Who is this guy? Chen Hui, Ducati rider. This comment was just posted. A storm was stirred up instantly. The video, Sunny Day, has been fermenting for several days. The number of likes has already exceeded 8 million. Many fans who couldn't see Mu Cheng during the live show would come here to listen to her songs, chat with Fruit Orange, and share beautiful photos of orange with each other. So, as expected, Xiao Kun's comment attracted the attention of fans in a short time. They were curious and had the same questions. Who is this man? While thinking, fans all followed the TikTok account that was tagged and clicked on it. At the same time, Xiao Kun's reply to the comment was also seen by Chen Hui and his fans. The guy looked surprised. How come someone found that girl's TikTok account so quickly? Then, wait for him to click on the Douyin account named Orange. There was silence in an instant. The smile and surprise on his face also turned into bubbles at this moment. 8 million fans. And he is a musician certified by TikTok. Hiss. Is this really that young lady? Chen Hui didn't even notice that his hands were shaking slightly and he accidentally touched one of the videos. Clicked in. Hi. Why is it so bad? Only 2 days. The girls singing seemed to be whispering softly in my ear, with a hint of gentleness and seductive laziness. Very nice to listen to. But at this time, Chen Hui was in no mood to listen any further. Because he had already seen the photo of the young lady today when he opened the comment section. And there are a lot of them. It seems like these were all screenshots from a show. Chen Hui opened his mouth and felt a hint of bitterness in it. He had thought that by finding Mu Cheng, he could get her contact information and interact with her. It would be best if you could have some sex with her. But I didn't expect that he is actually a musician with more than 8 million fans. What a shame. Chen Hui now feels that he has lost all face. If my fans saw it, that's simply unimaginable. It's really like a toad chasing a frog. What an ugly flower. Sometimes a boy's self-confidence collapses in an instant. Chen Hui now just wants to delete the video immediately. Pretend nothing happened. However, when he returned to his own video, his expression was stunned. The number of likes didn't increase much. There are more than 100,000 comments. What's happening? Chen Hui quickly opened the comments section. Who the hell is this? I thought Orange knew this guy, which made me jealous. I clicked in and found out that he was just a street picker. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. Orange's words about giving you WeChat, why should I use it? Made me laugh so hard that I pooped right here. Okay, my girlfriend gave it to me. I believe you guys, right? Squinting smile. But to be honest, Orange is so handsome when she rides a motorcycle. I want to sit behind her and hug her. Indeed, he's so handsome that I can't help but squeeze my legs together. Oh? Is there something strange? I feel like this is actually Orange's personality when she goes out every day, cool and aloof. That's normal. After all, with her looks, she's bound to be hit on often. Thanks to the blogger for letting us see Orange driving a Kawasaki, but let's be honest, in principle you are still a fool. Ha 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 ha. More than 100,000 comments were concentrated on his pinned post. It's dazzling. Chen Hui was so embarrassed as he watched, and he felt like digging his toes through the floor. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. Just delete the video. Cover yourself in the quilt. Out of sight. Out of mind. Only. The video is pretty easy to delete though. But the person is already socially dead. Many netizens had already anticipated something and downloaded or recorded the video in advance. So, soon the entire Douyin will be Chen Hui's joke. Even some marketing accounts are like hyenas smelling a lioness's butt, rushing at me like crazy. In a high-end residential area in Shanghai, Mu Cheng didn't know at this time that so many things would happen because she was approached on the road. She slowly parked the car in the garage downstairs in the community. This building is all hers. So these parking spaces are naturally hers, and she can park wherever she wants. But there are some. Because the property is rented out, the parking space will be provided to the tenant for use. Certainly, if the tenant wants to park 2 or more cars, you will need to spend money to rent a few parking spaces. Well, not cheap. A parking space costs 1,000 yuan a month. Chapter 56. A pure girl game. Girls are crazy about each other. In the evening, 6:10. Mu Cheng drove the silver Audi from the mall back to the outside of the heart-beating house. Opened the front trunk. There were a dozen coconuts inside. Mu Cheng bought this when she returned to the mall in the afternoon because she saw the coconuts looked good. There is a shell cracker on it, which makes it easy to open the coconut and drink it. Summer in August. Drinking a glass of ice-cold coconut milk is so refreshing. Anyway, Mu Cheng is not afraid of the pain of menstruation now, so just drink it boldly. The girl is very strong, like a super strong girl. One man simply carried a dozen coconuts in his arms and walked back to the hut. Push open the door. No one is here. She didn't care, thinking that everyone was busy today. So she put on her slippers and picked up the coconut and put it in the refrigerator. Let's drink together when we come back in the evening. However, after waiting for almost an hour, Chun Jia and Liang Xiaowei came back, but the boys were still nowhere to be seen. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Chun Jia sat on the sofa, patting the pillow, very confused. Right now, Liang Xiaowei and Mu Cheng were throwing another pillow to each other, having a lot of fun. The two women heard her words. Also stopped. Mu Cheng picked up the pillow and put it on her belly, instantly covering half of her body. The girl was also curious. It's quite strange, it's already past 7 o'clock. Usually at least one of them should be back. Do we have a problem now? Liang Xiaowei's eyes were serious. What are we going to eat tonight? 2 girls? No one had thought about this at first, because they each bought some things and planned to wait for the boys to return to the cabin before doing it together. But now, well, that's a good question. It's already 7 o'clock. A little hungry too. Or, shall we go over to 702 and take a look? Mu Cheng always felt that something was wrong and stood up directly. The soft pillow fell down. It hit her delicate, white, and tender little feet, and then bounced into Liang Xiaowei's hands. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room jump. Can the program team give this pillow to them through a lottery? Liang Xiaowei didn't care at all. She picked up the pillow, pulled Chinjia and put on her slippers. Let's go and take a look. Chinjia also nodded. So the 3 girls changed their shoes at the entrance and went straight to the cabin 702 next door. Soon, they came outside and knocked on the door. It was Miao Miao who opened the door. She was about to say something. Liang Xiaowei said first, "Have any boys returned to your cabin?" Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No, Sister Yuqin and I are also waiting for them to come back for dinner." What's going on? Wang Yuqin, who was in the cabin, also came out at this time. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. When 5 women get together, their IQ instantly becomes comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Finally, the girls looked at each other with subtle expressions. Mu Cheng pursed her lips, her eyes curved with a hint of smile. Is there a new person here, and it's a girl? 1 or 2? I can't guess for sure. Maybe there are 3, hee. What are we having for dinner tonight? How about making dumplings? Since they won't come back, we won't care about them. They have food to eat outside anyway. Sisters, take action. After resolving their doubts, the girls felt relieved instantly. The atmosphere was as lively as during the Chinese New Year, just like a lonely village guard. Suddenly knowing that someone in the village was coming back to get married, their mood immediately lifted. The whole cottage was filled with their laughter, making the audience in the live broadcast room extremely jealous. Can they join in too? Especially when these girls were kneading the flour, they rubbed it on each other's faces and hugged each other playfully. However, even though she was watching this, she couldn't help but smile. But in fact, there were also many viewers expressing their feelings in the comments. They are so smart. Damn it. Just based on this little clue, you can directly infer that there will be a new female guest coming. No wonder my private money keeps disappearing. It turns out women are so smart. Is it possible that your private money upstairs was taken away by your neighbor? Wait a minute. Why is there so much information in this sentence? Time goes back to 9 o'clock in the morning. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. All the boys in the 2 cabins received a WeChat message from the program crew when they were almost getting up. WeChat content. You have a special date invitation tonight. Please arrive on time at 6:30. Please keep it confidential. Boys? So they all held a hint of curiosity and surprise. 6:30. He showed up on time outside the restaurant reserved by the program crew. When these guys saw each other, they instantly realized that they were not the only ones who received the invitation. Lowe's French restaurant. I saw that the program team had already arranged the atmosphere of the entire venue. The 7-seat dining table is placed in the middle of the artificial landscape lake. Walking in from the door, you will walk along a clean white marble path. And all around the restaurant, there is also a piano. There are also several lounge chairs facing the Roman columns. In short, it looks very beautiful. It can be seen that the program crew has put in great effort in creating the atmosphere. Should we sit down first? Okay, everyone sit down. There are 7 spots, and we only have 5 of us. Does that mean 2 more people are coming? In fact, the boys also realized something at this time. After all, in dating variety shows, don't new people always come in suddenly? But no one, including the audience in the observation room and the live broadcast room, expected that 2 girls would come this time. They just started guessing. I think there will be a man and a woman coming. But now if 2 girls come, the number of men and women in the heart-beating house will be unbalanced. Several boys stood by the dining table and took their seats. They are quite gentlemen too. Simply move the dining table on one side that seats 4 people and leave 2 seats in the middle. Give a moment to the new guest. This way, when people come, they won't be marginalized or embarrassed and can quickly get to know everyone. Among us, is there anyone who can play the piano? Eugene asked, looking at the white piano over there. Ward just shook his head. I can't. Neither can I. So, the person who will be here soon should be able to play the piano, right? Lenny thought about it and suddenly said, otherwise, why would the program team prepare a piano here? There must be a purpose. Hearing this, Wang Helong smiled and said, I don't know if the newcomer can do it, but Chengzi should be able to do it, right? As soon as these words came out, several boys present raised their eyebrows instantly. Chapter 57. Orange is not here, but her legend is everywhere. However, they didn't wait for them to continue discussing this topic. Suddenly, at the restaurant door, then there was the sound of crisp, high-heeled footsteps. Here it comes. Could it be a beautiful woman? Wow, a girl in a white dress. The audience in the live broadcast room were instantly excited and wanted to peel off the screen and get closer to see what the new girl looked like. And there were several boys present. He also took a deep breath. Look at each other. Finally, as Eugene stood up first, the others also stood up immediately and greeted each other in a gentlemanly manner. Welcome, welcome. Hello. The boys took the initiative to say hello. The lady in the white skirt also smiled and nodded generously to say hello. Hello, how are you guys? Come, please sit down first. Wang Helong smiled and said. The lady in the white skirt pointed to the 2 seats in the middle. Is this where I sit? Yes, we thought that you might not be familiar with the place since you just arrived, so we left a seat for everyone to get familiar with quickly. Okay, thank you. The girl smiled at Lin Yi. She was new there. I have a pretty good impression of this guy so far. Quite handsome and tall. Everyone exchanged a few words in a slightly awkward atmosphere, then sat down again. The boys were all stealing glances or openly looking at the new girl. She is also quite pretty, dressed very fashionably. It was obvious that the outfit she wore was carefully selected for the date tonight. Although the white strapless dress is a bit unsupportive, at least she looks slim given her height of over 1.65 meters. The audience in the live broadcast room was not as nervous as those in person. The atmosphere was always lively, chatting constantly. It's okay. She looks like an older sister. Her looks aren't bad either. If I had seen this kind of beauty in the past, my eyes would have lit up, but now that there are oranges, I feel like other girls aren't pretty enough. Upstairs, I'm exactly like you. Alas, there is no rabbit. Why is she covering her collar all the time? Isn't that polite of you? Grab the bamboo shoots. Ha 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 ha. For the audience, the first impression of this young lady can be summed up in one sentence. Not as pretty as oranges. Then, everyone started to lose interest. I originally thought that the female guests that the program team would find in the future would be more or less good-looking. Even if they weren't prettier than Mu Cheng, they would at least be prettier than Liang Xiaowei and Miao Miao. Unfortunately, reality is very cruel. This young lady just makes everyone feel pretty good, that's all. My name is Wang Kaiyou. What are your names? Can you introduce yourself to me? The atmosphere became a little quieter. The girl in the white dress took the initiative to speak. Look at everyone. Everyone reacted at this moment and introduced themselves one by one. Lin Yi. My name is Jiang Junhan. Jiang means Yangtze River, and handsome and thoughtful. Lao Jiang, who was sitting opposite Wang Qiyu, made a little joke at the right time, which instantly made the atmosphere much more relaxed. Then others introduced themselves. Wang Qiu nodded and wrote down their names one by one. After a moment, she asked curiously, "So how long have you been in the cabin?" She has not watched this show. It's a completely blank state. And now, I am constantly inquiring about everyone's progress. After all, if all the boys present have someone they like, how can she have fun? Huada was sitting next to her. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. "We have actually been in the cabin for a month." "Ah, is this true?" "Yes, this is the last meal." No, I'm just kidding." After a little teasing, Ward immediately became serious. "We'll only be here for about a week. It seems there is still a chance." Wang Qiu thought to himself. She felt that no matter how fast the pace of a dating show was, a week wouldn't be enough to decide anything. With a few little jokes down, everyone gradually relaxed and had more and more topics to talk about. Until another pair of footsteps appeared outside the restaurant. "It seems like someone else is here." Eugene looked over first. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the unique marble path in the restaurant. You can see that this girl is also wearing a light blue dress, a bit like the suspender dress that Mu Cheng wore before, and she is walking towards you cautiously. Because this marble path is paved on the surface of an artificial lake. The young lady is also wearing high heels. If you accidentally sprain your ankle, you will definitely fall. So everyone at the table didn't make a sound to disturb her, but just stood up and waited quietly for her to come over. "Hello, I'm late, sorry." Hello, it's okay." "Yes, I got here a little earlier than you, too. Please take a seat." Needless to say, there was naturally another round of greetings. Everyone introduced themselves again. The last girl to arrive was called Lu Sijuan. She looks prettier than Wang Qiu. At least she has been recognized by the audience in the live broadcast room. When everyone is here, the food will naturally be served. The waiter brought an exquisite French food for everyone to enjoy slowly. Then they kept looking for topics to talk about. "What years are you all born?" Someone started asking the two girls. Wang Qiu wanted to playfully say, "Guess," but Lu Sijuan had already said it, and said with a smile, "I was born in 1999. I am not the oldest among them, am I?" "I'm the same as you. What month are you?" Zhang Junhan took over the topic and asked her. While cutting the steak, Lu Sijuan said softly, "I was born in June." June. The three boys present suddenly uttered two words in unison. "This change." The girl was confused. "What's wrong?" Eugene quickly explained, "It's nothing. There's just a girl in our cabin who happens to be in June." "Oh, I see." The atmosphere became silent for a moment. It becomes very subtle. Lenny felt that this couldn't be done, and he had to change the subject. His eyes accidentally swept to the piano placed next to the artificial lake, and he smiled and said, "Does anyone among you know how to play this?" "Well, I will, but probably not much." Wang Qiu replied with a smile. Lin Yi immediately glanced at her, and then glanced at the piano. "Or else?"
Now,
The girl's heart moved. Actually, when she came in, she saw the piano. It's just that he didn't take the initiative to speak. That would seem unreserved. And now, it seems that it is my chance to perform. Okay, I'll play one. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Wang Qiu stood up and walked slowly towards the white piano placed in the artificial lake. Everyone was also very supportive, following her footsteps, clapping and cheering. Main. Because the atmosphere sitting here is too awkward. I feel uncomfortable all over. Well, then I will play and sing a song that I like very much recently. Its name is Mermaid. Please bear with me if I don't sing it well. Wang Qiu was feeling a little confident, so he sat down at the piano and started playing. But she didn't notice it at this moment. All the boys had a look of confusion on their faces. Chapter 58. Such pitiful acting. Who can resist it? In fact, it's not just the boys on the scene, but also the audience in the live broadcast room and the guests in the observation room. Also with a slightly weird expression. Good boy. This is really good boy. Isn't this too coincidental? It's over. My embarrassing habit for others has come back again. If this girl knew that this song was written by Orange from the Hut, how would she react? Oh, you know what? I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Ha ha ha. You guys really enjoy watching the fun. But I want to watch too. Why do I feel like even though Orange is not here, he has never left? Orange, I'm making dumplings, no thanks? The audience in the live broadcast room found this scene very funny. Some netizens who were watching the fun and getting excited also recorded the video. And in the observation room, Teacher He and the others also looked at each other with their smiles on their faces. Ahem, I was wondering if these boys will tell Kyo that the song you sang was from our little house's female guest. Ha ha ha. This time, everyone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Just think about it. Everyone found it very interesting. Everyone laughed and continued to keep their eyes on the big screen, their eyes full of gossip. Lo's French restaurant. Wang Qiyu has already stepped down from the piano, but she did not finish singing The Mermaid. Only sang a short passage. Ward opened his mouth and was about to say something. But the next moment, his pants were tugged by Lin Yi, and he shook his head slightly, then clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You sang very well." No, it's just that the song is well written. Wang Qiyu smiled slightly. The boys looked at each other but didn't say anything. Wang Helong quickly changed the subject. "Let's go back and eat. They're serving a few more dishes." Okay. Everyone continued to sit down, and Lu Sijuan couldn't help but want to find out about the situation of the heart-stirring house. So now, how many girls are there in the cabin? 5. What about the boys? There are only a few of us boys, and we are all here. That is, they were 5 men and 7 women, and the numbers were not balanced. Maybe you will end up liking the same person at the same time. Both women were in a somewhat subtle mood. Then, he started to question the girls in the heart-beating house. Soon, after chatting for a while, they realized that there was one person who showed up a lot. These boys call me Orange. And it seems that whenever she is mentioned, Lin Yi always has a smile on his face. This time, Wang Qiyu, who had been somewhat confident just now, suddenly felt pressured. I started thinking and calculating in my mind. The other side. Heart-beating house, 702. After an hour of hard work, they finally wrapped the dumplings and put them in the pot. Wang Yuchen also fried a few dishes. The girls, who were already a little hungry, suddenly had their appetites whetted. I didn't even have time to sit down and eat. Just pick it up with chopsticks and put it in your mouth to cool it down. Eat it with relish. It's delicious. Great. Liang Xiaowei gave Wang Yuchen a thumbs up without hesitation, saying that he is indeed a food blogger. The craftsmanship is in no way inferior to those of 5-star hotels. Wang Yuchen smiled and said, "It will take another 5 minutes for the dumplings to be ready. Don't finish the dishes first." No. While eating, Chun Jia responded with a smile. At the same time, Mu Cheng was trying hard to wash her little face because she had put the most effort into making the dumplings, and she finally pushed the board to the ground, and the flour flew directly onto her face. That's not all. It's all over the clothes and pants. The whole person looked like a stray cat. Miserable. Miao Miao couldn't help laughing when she saw her pitiful appearance, and then thought about it. He put some food on the plate. "This is delicious, Orange. Do you want to try it?" "Then you feed me." Because the girl had just washed her face, water dripped onto her hair, making her originally cat-like appearance look even more pitiful. The girl's big watery eyes stared at Miao Miao motionlessly, like a little fox licking its wounds. It makes people feel pity for me. Her acting skills come naturally. And this expression, not to mention Miao Miao's blushing and heartbeat. Even the audience in the live broadcast room are extremely excited. "I'll do it. I'll feed it." "Aw, don't give me that look. I'm really afraid I can't help but fall in love with your Orange." "Why? Why am I a girl? I want to become a boy." "Let's not talk about this for now, brothers. I have something to do in the bathroom." "Oh? What do you want to do, Dashikin?" Miao Miao was a relatively innocent little girl after all, and her face turned red instantly. However, she still obediently fed it into Mu Cheng's mouth, sandwiched in small pieces. I couldn't help but ask, "Is it delicious?" The girl nodded her head, a smile flashing across her beautiful eyes. It's quite fun to tease Miao Miao. Hey. After a while, just as Mu Cheng was using a face towel to wipe the water droplets off her little face and hair, over here, Wang Yuchen also shouted happily, "Come and eat, sisters. The dumplings are cooked." Woohoo! Several girls worked all night just for this meal of dumplings. Everyone stood up to scoop dumplings. Chun Jia poured some balsamic vinegar on everyone's plate. I have to say, there were no boys in the cabin. They were having a very happy time, with laughter and joy that never stopped. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but smile. This season is so heart-pounding, and the girls' relationships are so good. Even better than with boys. At least for now, Orange has no feelings for anyone. The other girls are also a little blurry. Except for Wang Yuchen and Zhang Junhan, they are considered the eldest brother and sister-in-law in the house, and they get along relatively well. What time do you think they will be back? Having dinner. Several girls also talked about this topic. After all, we are in a heartwarming house. Chatting about it is inevitable. Liang Xiaowei dabbed some vinegar on the dumpling wrapper and chuckled. I bet it'll be until 9 o'clock. Then I say 10 o'clock. Hmm, wait a minute, let me do some calculations first. Just as they all looked at Mu Cheng, the girl smiled playfully, pretended to put down her chopsticks, and gently twisted her white and tender fingers. Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that Orange has the ability to tell fortunes? Meow Meow couldn't help but ask, what did you figure out? I haven't figured out anything yet, but I will definitely come back tonight. Everyone. Audience. Chapter 59, What Kind of Girl is Orange? By the way, I bought some coconuts and put them in the refrigerator. Come over there and open some to drink later. Mu Cheng's little mouth kept chewing, and she spoke a little unclearly. Maybe it's eating 2 dumplings at once. Her little face also puffed up, making her look like a little hamster. Very cute. When the girls heard there were coconuts, they nodded without hesitation and said, "We'll sit over there when we're done eating." Can anyone open a coconut? It's very simple. There is a buckle on it. You press it and it opens. So advanced. The girls were cleaning the dishes on the table while laughing and chatting. Wang Yuchen couldn't help but smile. For someone who can cook, this is the greatest affirmation. After dinner, it was past 9 o'clock and the boys had not returned yet. The girls did not leave leftovers for others to clean up, but did it themselves. Some washed the pots and some washed the dishes. Then, clean up. I was going to go sit over at cabin 701 and wait for the boys to bring back new female guests. At the same time, it was just not long after they entered 701. This way, 3 cars stopped outside the heart-beating house, and 5 boys and 2 girls with luggage got out. So you all live in 702, right? Yes, I was just about to ask, who of you lives in 702? It's just me and Ward. The other 3 are all in 701. Oh, I see. Wang Qiyu's heart moved slightly. It turned out that Lin Yi, the man she liked now, was from 701. It seems that it is not very convenient to get to know each other quickly. It seems I will have to go there more often in the future. Everyone got off the car and walked towards the heart-stirring house. The boys were quite gentlemanly. Eugene and Wang Helong each helped the girl with her luggage. Linny looked at the 2 small houses in front. It seemed that the lights on 701 were much brighter. I turned around and asked the 2 girls, "Are you going to 702 to put your luggage first? Or are you going to 701 to say hello to them? We can all do it." Right. Anyway, it's not just the 2 of them carrying the luggage, so there's no pressure. Huada said in Mandarin with a slight accent, "Why don't we go to 701 first? No need to run around again." I think so too. I don't know if they have eaten yet. I should have packed some food for them. Eugene and Wang Helong were talking in low voices. He was a little worried because the girls were waiting for them in the cabin and hadn't eaten yet. Especially oranges. If the audience in the live broadcast room knew his mental activities, they would probably feel helpless. Don't worry, bro. They're having fun making dumplings. It's just that the face powder is a bit pitiful. But it's very funny. So here, everyone took the 2 new girls and their suitcases, pushed open the wooden door of the 701 courtyard and walked in. Guess who we brought back, guys? As the boys entered the room, they shouted with laughter. Hearing the noise, the girls who were drinking coconuts in the living room also came over to watch curiously. Hello. Hello, hello. Everyone looked at each other with wide eyes. You looked at me. I looked at you. Needless to say, the natural thing was to greet politely with a slightly awkward but friendly smile. The 2 new girls are still wondering which one is Orange. Linny, who was standing next to him, asked curiously, "Hey, where's Orange?" "She's in the kitchen. By the way, do you want some coconut?" Liang Qiao shook the thing in his hand slightly. She couldn't help but secretly look at the 2 new female guests. Then think silently. Well, none of them look as good as Oranges. Hearing this, Lin Yi and Huada walked towards the kitchen first. The people who stayed were still chatting here. But after the 2 new girls looked at each other, they hurriedly followed. They wanted to see what kind of girl this Orange that these boys kept talking about was. At this time, Mu Cheng was still opening coconuts in the kitchen. She wanted to drink 2 at a time. In fact, she also heard the noise outside. But there wasn't much reaction. It will be the same if we say hello later. However, the girl did not expect that before she took the coconut out, a group of people had already surrounded the kitchen. The momentum was just like the 6 major sects attacking Guangmingding, and she became Xiaomin. Hello. The girl held 2 coconuts and looked at them with her big eyes blinking. He was stunned for a moment, then spoke softly and gently, waving his little hand with a few fingers hidden behind the coconut. But Mu Cheng is very strange. Why do the 2 new girls seem to be stunned when they see her? Although it feels a little bit wrong. But Mu Cheng was still very polite and smiled faintly. "Would you like some coconut drinks? I just opened 2. Finally, after hearing these words, The two women reacted. Sorry, I was distracted. You are so beautiful. It's not a good idea to take 2 coconuts from you right after I got here. It's okay. The girl didn't care. She smiled and stuffed the coconut into their hands. She was like a curious baby. What are your names? My name is Mu Cheng. You can call me Orange. My name is Wang Kaiyo. You can call me Kiyo or Yuyu. My name is Lu Sijuan. Chengzi, you are so beautiful. Lu Sijuan couldn't help but say it again. She and Wang Qiyu were both stunned the moment they saw Mu Cheng. There is such a beautiful girl in the cabin. No wonder these boys keep talking about her. To be honest, Lu Sijuan feels that if she chats with her bestie in the future, she will definitely not be able to help but talk about her. Kiyo, I miss you. Okay, I remember that. Mu Cheng gently opened her little hands and nodded her head. For a while, the 3 girls stood there, looking a little overwhelmed. Mainly, Mu Cheng's aura was so strong when she was standing there. Even though she looked like a particularly gentle girl, the 2 of them were new to the place and didn't dare to say too much. The girl herself didn't think so much. She was just thinking about whether the coconuts she bought were enough. Because she didn't know at first. There will actually be a new female guest coming to the cabin tonight. Fortunately, after thinking about it carefully, Mu Cheng should be just enough. She can drink too. Thinking about. The girl looked at Lu Sijuan and the other girl, blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled gently. Why don't you go sit outside first? I'll open a few more coconuts. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the coconut. When the 2 girls heard this, they nodded quickly and went out with the coconuts. So Mu Cheng turned around. Then I went to the refrigerator and took out all the remaining coconuts. There are so many of them, and they look quite heavy. Linny wanted to step forward to help, but the next moment, stopped. The girl was seen holding the entire refrigerator storage box in her arms with great ease, as if she didn't feel the weight of the coconut at all. Chapter 60 Smiling face hiding a dagger. Ha ha, a knife, ha ha ha. Orange, let me help you open it. How do you open this? Ward watched as the coconuts were taken out one by one. He immediately took the initiative to speak. Mu Cheng glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and chuckled. Just press the buckle on it. I see. Then you guys will be responsible for this. The girl curved her eyes, looking a little playful. Someone help. She was naturally relieved. At this time, seeing that he had nothing to do, Linny walked into the kitchen counter to wash his hands and asked casually, Have you all eaten at home? Yes, I ate it. I made dumplings with them. I thought you had food to eat outside, so I didn't save any for you. Hearing this, the 2 boys were immediately embarrassed. Huada and Lin Yi looked at each other. It turns out that Orange and the others knew that there would be new guests coming today. So smart. Ahem. Linny coughed lightly to cover himself up and wiped his hands. Chengzi, I'll go out and talk to them first. You come over too? Yeah, okay. The girl nodded her head and watched him carry out 3 open coconuts. In fact, Linny still wants to stay here. But there was nothing for him to do. And I guess after opening the coconuts, everyone will go to the living room to sit. Just take a few coconuts over first. Share it with everyone. And Ward, who stayed behind, suddenly felt a little happy and couldn't help finding topics to talk to Mu Cheng. After thinking it over, I decided to tell a joke. Orange, have you ever seen Transformers? Mu Cheng placed her little hand on the coconut and paused for a moment, feeling a little strange. But he still said, I've seen it. Just Optimus Prime and Megatron, you know them all, right? I know him. What's the matter? I saw a funny story about Optimus Prime and Megatron fighting in the city. Optimus Prime lost, and only a bunch of spare parts were left. Bumblebee collected the spare parts and found a mechanic to fix it. The girl was a little confused at this time, but Ward enjoyed the joke very much and continued to tell it. Then the mechanic looked at the pile of parts and was very confused. He asked Bumblebee what it was. Do you know what Bumblebee said? Say what? Mu Cheng responded subconsciously. Ward couldn't help but laugh. Bumblebee said, If you are well, you are the sky. Girl. Suddenly I felt a cold wind blowing over my head. I feel numb. Seeing that she was a little silent, Huada also stopped smiling and asked quickly, Isn't it funny? Not bad. Then I'll tell you another one, and I promise it'll be funny this time. Okay. Do you know how to express the phrase smiling with a dagger? Have no idea. If you don't know, just look at me. Ward couldn't help laughing at this time. He grinned. Ha ha ha. Girl. I thought this guy could hold it in for a big one, but I didn't expect it to be a big one. Mu Cheng lowered her head and gently stroked her drooping hair, smiling helplessly with a hint of tenderness. I feel that everyone is in a state of mental disorder after coming to the cabin. You should go to bed early tonight and don't stay up late. As he said this, he took the open coconut out. Ward was left alone, disheveled in the wind. What a joke. Isn't it funny? Actually, it was quite funny, but it wasn't Mu Cheng who found it funny, but the audience in the live broadcast room were laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. What kind of person could come up with such a cold joke? I am dying of laughter, but I am not amused by the chicken. I am rolling on the ground laughing at Orange's expression. She is really so gentle even when she is freezing cold. I am crying. People do smile when they are speechless. Even through the screen, I feel that Orange is helpless to death. Can this Tuji guy please stop doing this? I'm going to dig my toes into the ground. Because of two bad jokes, and Mu Cheng's facial expression and reaction, it directly made countless netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Some viewers couldn't wait to post the videos they had just recorded on TikTok. Prepare to let other netizens keep watching. This is the heart-beating house. Mu Cheng brought out 2 coconuts and sat in the living room with everyone. She was sitting cross-legged next to the coffee table. The black denim shorts on the white carpet made her beautiful legs seem to glow, attract everyone's attention from time to time. Then, Liang Xiaowei came to sit next to her. The 2 girls were whispering in each other's ears. What are you guys talking about? Let's talk about our careers. Is your coconut sweet? Give me a bite. I have drunk it. I want the ones you drank. Mu Cheng, do you want to listen to what you were saying? The 2 sisters were laughing and joking quietly here, and it seemed that they were talking about a different topic from everyone else. But some people, even sitting there, it is destined to be impossible not to be noticed. Lu Sijuan looked around the room 701 and saw the photo wall behind the sofa. He was surprised and said, "The photos you took are all very beautiful. From the first day I arrived at the cabin to the exciting date yesterday. They all took photos as souvenirs." Lu Sijuan looked at them one by one with appreciation, until, inside a bakery, she was stunned by the sight of a girl wearing a light blue suspender skirt. She instantly looked down at her skirt, then back at the rabbit in front of her. In an instant, the person is still there, but the soul has drifted away. As if petrified, Lu Sijuan felt like ants were crawling all over his body. Why is she wearing this today? As the saying goes, wearing the same clothes is not a big deal. Whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. Her dress is at least 80% similar to Mu Cheng's light blue suspender dress. Her looks are fine, and she is also impressed by how beautiful Orange is. But the key is, she held up her skirt. She didn't. Hiss, Lu Sijuan's scalp tingled, and he didn't dare to continue looking at the next photos. I don't know if you have discovered it now. Actually, everyone can still see her obvious movements. It's just that I see through it, but don't say it out loud. Didn't say anything. Continue to change the topic of conversation as if nothing happened. Ding dong. Suddenly, a WeChat message on a mobile phone quieted the atmosphere at the scene. Of course, they were familiar with this voice. I thought it was sent by the program team again. But wait a moment. I realized that only one person's phone had the same problem, and that was Mu Cheng. While drinking coconut milk, the girl clicked on it and took a look. It was a group chat message with 3 music platforms. The manager of Penguin Music said that the song will be released simultaneously on 3 platforms tomorrow. I hope Mu Cheng can help promote them on Douyin. Mu Cheng replied with a emoticon. Wait until you raise your head. Only then did she realize that everyone was looking at her, and they all seemed curious about who sent the message. The girl did not hide it and smiled slightly. My song will be released on 3 music platforms simultaneously tomorrow. You can download it then. Real? Everyone was a little surprised, and they also liked listening to Mu Cheng's songs. It's just because of the limitation of TikTok. It can only loop a single song, and there is no way to switch automatically. And now, by putting it on the music platform, they can set the order of listening to songs at any time and download them to the car computer. Everyone in the cabin was surprised. The audience in the live broadcast room were also very excited and thrilled to hear the news. On the contrary, the 2 new girls were a little surprised and curious. Wang Qiyu couldn't help asking, Chengzi can also write songs? Chapter 61. Stay young. Orange, can you write songs? When this question came out of Wang Qiyu's mouth, the eyes of the audience in the observation room and the live broadcast room lit up instantly. That expression was full of anticipation and excitement. Here it comes. It's finally here. God knows how long they have been waiting for this moment. The boys present suddenly felt something was wrong, as if someone was going to be killed. They no longer have the eyes to look. But the girls had no idea what was going on in the restaurant that night, so they explained happily one by one. Yes, Chengzi can write songs. The songs she writes are all so good. Hee hee, your internet speed is slow. A few days ago, people from the music platform found the hut and wanted to buy the copyright of Orange's songs. Now it's finally going online. Why don't I listen to it for you? I think you will definitely like it. Several girls were talking to each other. Even Meow Meow, who has a relatively quiet personality, couldn't help but open Douyin and recommend Mu Cheng's songs to them. This made Wang Qiyu and the other girl even more curious about the song that Chengzi was singing. Then, I don't know if it was really a coincidence, but the first song Meow Meow clicked on was this one. Legend has it that you were willing to be stranded for love. I can also dive into the sea for you. How can I bear it? In fact, after hearing the prelude, Wang Qiyu felt unwell. I thought to myself, oh no. I'm showing off in other people's professional fields. Hiss. At this moment, she personally experienced the feeling that Lu Sijuan had just had, as if ants were crawling all over her body. Woo woo woo. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Lu Sijuan. The other party also looked over with empathy. Their expressions were tense, and they were all trying hard to control their toes and listen. This scene did not attract the attention of others. Liang Xiaowei, who was sitting opposite Mu Cheng, was a little confused as to why the two new girls had such expressions. Ask again later. She glanced at Orange, who was still looking at his phone, a chuckle on his face. While the other person wasn't paying attention, he secretly took another sip through the straw. So sweet. At this moment, a girl who was looking at her mobile phone did not notice anything in this short moment. So many things happened on the scene. She was only very surprised in her heart. Because just now, the system sounded in my mind again. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. Option 1. Record a new song on TikTok, promote the music on the platform, and get a reward for staying young. Option 2. Just promote it and get a bottle of whitening sunscreen spray as a reward. Choice 3. How about dancing to celebrate now? You can get a pair of UV-proof sunglasses as a reward. Once you wear sunglasses, no one will like you. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. You are a very nice person, system. When seeing the third choice reward, Mu Cheng couldn't help but complain in his heart. But when you look back at the first option, the girl was so surprised that she couldn't control herself. Keep youthful look. Is this really the anti-aging beauty she thought it was? Anyway, no matter whether it is or not, she is now going to choose the first one. No girl can resist the excitement of maintaining her youthful appearance. If you ask what is one of the most profitable industries in the world, those are undoubtedly cosmetics and skincare products used by women. Just some whitening products can cause women to rush to buy them. Not to mention something like the anti-aging level. Therefore, even Mu Cheng, a girl with a boy's soul, is no exception. She also hopes to maintain her youthful appearance. Just imagine this. By the time we reach our 40s or 50s, everyone is older and more mature. But you still look like you were in your 20s. Just thinking about that scene makes me excited. System, choose one. Mu Cheng muttered to herself, but the system did not respond. I guess the reward will only be officially given after she makes the choice she wants. It's just tomorrow's matter. So the girl put aside her excitement and stopped being anxious. Here, everyone is still listening to music. Meow Meow had a smile on her face and asked them happily, right? Doesn't it sound good? The two women nodded hurriedly. The audience in the live broadcast room were almost laughing crazy. Sister, take back your magical powers quickly. Otherwise, they would be really embarrassed to death. Who would have thought that the two new female guests who had just arrived at the cabin on the first day would both be embarrassed by the same person? If it were them, they would have just picked up their luggage and left. It takes courage to stay. Fortunately. After all, the boys were a little afraid to look at it. Jiang Junhan suggested directly. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why don't we go to 702? You guys still have to pack up and stuff? Okay. Sijuan and Kaio, let me ask you, do you want to stay in the same room, or stay separately with Meow Meow and me in one room? Wang Yuchen stood up at this time and suddenly said, but maybe he was worried that the two women would misunderstand him. She paused and explained, don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that you guys might not be familiar with me and Meow Meow when you first arrived. Oh, I can do anything. Would that be too much trouble for you? You have to move your things away again. It's okay. I don't have much stuff. Thank you, Yuchen. As they talked, they quickly picked up their luggage and went out. I was afraid that I would not be able to help but dig my toes into the ground. I feel like I'm seeing Mu Cheng now. They all have psychological trauma. What a terrible woman. So, after they left, cabin 701 suddenly became much quieter. But because there are fewer people, it no longer felt so crowded, and the atmosphere seemed a little more relaxed. Mu Cheng got up from the carpet, crossed her legs, put on her slippers, and ran upstairs. Liang Xiao was curious. Where are you going? Get the computer. A gentle and pleasant voice came from the stairs. This girl runs really fast. Looking at the finished coconut, Liang Xiaowei took the initiative to take it to the kitchen trash can and threw it away, then looked at Wang Helong, who was sitting in the restaurant. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did anything happen during dinner tonight?" "What?" Wang Helong didn't quite hear it. Xiao Qiao sat directly opposite and smiled. "Tell me about your dinner tonight." Ahem. The person over there almost choked on his mouthful of bread. But Wang Helong is also a big talker, and he actually wanted to say something just now. But both girls are there. It would be ungentlemanly to say it to his face. So now, then let me tell you. After hearing what happened in the restaurant, Liang Qiao burst into laughter. Now she finally understood. Why do the two new female guests have such expressions? Puff. I laughed once, and couldn't help myself when I thought about it carefully. Liang Xiaowei couldn't sit still anymore, so he ran upstairs to look for Chengzi. She can't let herself be happy alone. Chapter 62, Hearing Winter's Departure. Heart-beating house, 702. Wang Yuchen had already moved his things to Miao Miao's room. Leave this empty double room for the two new girls. She was actually afraid of embarrassment. After all, we are not very familiar with each other. And she also likes Miao Miao's personality, a quiet, simple, and lovely girl. After Wang Yuchen took the things, in the room, only Lu Sijuan and Wang Qiyu were left, and their luggage. At this moment, the two women had already spread out the new bed sheets prepared by the program crew. Wang Qiyu lay face down and covered her face without any resistance. Sijuan, I'm really embarrassed today. That kind of situation. It's to the point where I get goosebumps just thinking about it now. Who understands? Show off your singing and playing in front of the original singer, and it's a song that the singer wrote himself. Although Mu Cheng was not in the restaurant at that time. Maybe they don't even know it exists. But she still felt difficult. A face full of constipation. Lu Sijia understood her feelings very well at this time. After all, she had also experienced it. It's just that the degree may be comparable. It is better for Wang Qiyu to be more socially dead. She couldn't help but said helplessly, "Don't say it, you don't know. When I saw the photo of Orange just now, I almost wanted to take my luggage and leave immediately. Why are people's bodies so different?" Lu Sijuan looked down again. "All right. I feel like I'm rich enough to rival a country. I don't know why Mu Cheng is so beautiful and has a good figure. How can someone take all the good things for himself?" Both women were lying on the bed. Wang Qiyu also turned over and looked at Lu Sijuan in silence. After a while, maybe his mood eased a bit, so he said, "But Chengzi is really pretty." "Yeah, and she smells really good. I smelled it when I got close to her just now. I don't know what perfume she used. I wonder if she has a crush on someone now? Probably not." I looked carefully in their room, and it seemed that two boys looked at her in a rather different way, although the words were not finished. But those who understand will understand. But now that we are talking about this topic, then they also want to see what the other party thinks. What about you? Who are you interested in? I'm fine. I don't know. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Me too. Both girls have their own little thoughts, and they are the guests who appeared relatively late in the heart-stirring house. There is a small privilege in the hand. Heart-beating house, 701. After chatting with Wang Helong, Liang Xiaowei ran upstairs excitedly. She was going to tell Orange what happened. Hee. However, wait until you get to the second floor. Liang Xiaowei quickly stopped because she saw the girl was concentrating on using the computer. Keep writing something. For a moment, the excitement was dispersed a lot, and IQ took the high ground. Are you working? Orange. The girl looked up at her and nodded her head. Then he lowered his head and continued working on the computer, his little hands tapping the keyboard non-stop, as if he was creating something. Where Mu Cheng was sitting, there was a small notebook on her lap. There seemed to be a whole page of words written in it. Liang Xiaowei instantly became interested. This was the first time she saw Mu Cheng write a song in person. Orange, can I take a look? Well, it's okay if you don't want to disclose it. She felt that she was being a little rash, all because of her excessive curiosity. The songs created by others should be kept secret at this time, right? After all, Liang Xiaowei also remembered that Mu Cheng once said that he had to register the copyright before he dared to sing it publicly. However, she felt sorry when she thought about it. But the girl smiled gently. Sure, it's almost done anyway. Almost done? Is writing a song that easy? Liang Xiao was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. They had been keeping the girl's sight in their eyes for a while. After she ran upstairs, they saw her typing away on the computer. The fans were still excited at that moment. I think it won't be long. I can listen to new songs again. But now, you actually told me it was almost finished? Oh my God. What kind of speed is this? Did he write a song in such a short time? Or was he only halfway through writing it? If it's so easy to write a song, can I write it too? How about you write a song called Sunny Day? As a music student, you shouldn't take songwriting so lightly. Not everyone is an orange. I only wrote 5 songs in 4 years of college, and none of them were of high quality. It's numb. So this speed is only suitable for oranges, not for others. She's really talented. I'm so looking forward to her new songs now. Me too. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments, and fans and netizens began to get excited. And the news that Orange is about to release a new song. It quickly spread across the internet. The speed of the spread was rising as crazy as a rocket. But true. After all, with the current number of millions of viewers online in the live broadcast room, it would be difficult for such news to spread slowly. Not to mention that the person involved is a beautiful girl who has become very popular recently. If you want to ask if anyone questioned the quality of the new song and then mocked it in the barrage, sorry, reality is not fiction. No one would question it at all. He can prove his talent with just 6 songs. Countless netizens are just looking forward to it and can't wait to hear the new song right now. Even those who are envious and jealous of Mu Cheng will just lie dormant at this time and wait until the quality of the new song is really bad before they mock. My gaze returned to the heart-beating house. When they saw young Xiaowei had picked up the small notebook on the girl's thigh, many boys swallowed their saliva because they actually saw Xiao touching it. Depend on. They wanted to. Woo woo woo. Liang Xiao smiled contentedly, then read the contents of the notebook carefully. She subconsciously read it out loud. Here, winter, leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. I think, I wait, I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged accordingly. After simply reading a short paragraph, Liang Xiaowei couldn't help but be surprised. With her mouth slightly opened, she seemed to be able to feel the deep tenderness and a little loneliness and sadness through the lyrics. Mu Cheng had stopped typing on the computer at this time and looked at Liang Xiaowei with her beautiful eyes. Then he blinked gently and said with a smile, "That's not how you pronounce it." As she spoke, she walked directly to the piano next to her. Walked down. Yes, there is also a piano in room 701, but no one has ever used it. I started directing just to put it here to look good. I didn't expect Mu Cheng would do it too. After all, Mu Cheng's teacher never told her that this girl also had a level 10 piano skill. Chapter 63. Is that the clutch or the brake under the piano? Here, winter, leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. I think, I wait, I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged by this. Following a clear and melodious piano sound, Mu Cheng's small hands gently pressed the black and white keys. Also at this moment, the girl's ethereal voice, yet with a hint of story, was heard. She seemed to be telling someone's story. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very nice to listen to. Just a few lines of lyrics instantly made the comments in the live broadcast room silent. Even Liang Xiaowei stared at the girl in front of him without blinking. Until Mu Cheng came down from the piano and looked at her with a smile. Right, that's not how it's pronounced. Liang Xiaowei finally reacted, came back to his senses, and hugged her excitedly. It sounds so good. Chengzi. At the same time, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was still for a moment, and then instantly rushed over like a wave of the sea. Holy crap, what a divine voice. I can almost imagine a story from just a few lyrics. Ah, sister's singing is so beautiful. I have a hunch that this song will definitely not lose to Sunny Day. Wow, my roommate is dying. His last wish is to listen to the full version tonight. Orange, can you please satisfy him? Crying? Why can you all hear the song but I can't? I was just thinking about kissing. Get out of that upstairs. Don't set your sights on my wife. I have a question now. Is that the clutch that Orange is stepping on when he plays the piano? It should be the brakes. No, no, no. I think it's the accelerator. Squinting smile. A bunch, that's a pedal. It's used to sustain the piano. If someone opens the live broadcast room of Falling in Love at this time, they will definitely be shocked, because there were tens of thousands of barrages sent out at the same time. The entire live broadcast room was packed with people. I can't see clearly at all. It can be seen how passionate and excited the audience and fans in the live broadcast room are now. In the cabin, the two girls hugged happily. Well, Mainly Liang Qiao was happy because the oranges smelled so good. However, she also asked many questions in the live broadcast room, pretending to be pitiful and asked, "Can you sing it again?" "Cannot." Mu Cheng was serious at first. Then she smiled playfully and said, "Don't worry, you will be able to hear it on your phone soon." After all, her plan was to record the song tomorrow. It's just now. Keep a little mystery for now. However, even so, after hearing the girl's words, fans in the live broadcast room still expressed surprise. Certainly. The same goes for Liang Xiaowei. She is also now looking forward to the full version of the song. So, in such a good mood, she prepared to go back to her room to take a shower. Hey, what was she going to say to Orange just now? She remembered that she was quite excited at that time. Never mind. Take a shower first. Take a shower first. As night falls, the sky is dotted with stars. In the early summer of August, it is quite comfortable to enjoy the breeze at night. However, in the heart-stirring house, everyone quickly returned to their rooms to sleep. After all, tomorrow is the most troublesome day of the week, Monday. And on this night, late at night, Liang Xiaowei finally remembered. I told Mu Cheng about the restaurant. Suddenly, the two girls in the room laughed happily. It adds a different flavor to the hot summer. The next day, morning. Mu Cheng got up quite early today. It was just past 7 o'clock, but he had already slept soundly. I feel like since I got Ant God of War, it seems that even the quality of sleep has improved a lot. Very comfortable. However, she also felt that her period might come in these 2 days. Girls are always very accurate in this feeling. So after Mu Cheng got up and washed up, she put a few sanitary napkins in her bag, both for day and night use. It is mainly for preventing emergencies and emergency relief. Hello, good morning. After changing clothes and going downstairs, Mu Cheng saw Lin Yi and Wang Qiyu. For Wang Qiyu here in the morning, she was a little surprised. Of course, I didn't care much and didn't think too much about it. I just greeted them gently and softly. The two were in the kitchen and looked up when they heard the sound. Lin Yi raised a smile. Morning, Orange. Hello, good morning. Wang Qiyu's face still looked a little unnatural, as if he was slightly embarrassed, but he still smiled and waved his hand. In fact, Mu Cheng knew what happened in the restaurant last night, but she herself didn't have any special ideas. It just seems a bit of a coincidence. So naturally, I wouldn't say it deliberately to expose others. The girl went to the water dispenser and poured herself a cup of warm water. Then she scooped a little honey into the water with a spoon and stirred it. Then she went straight to the dining table and sat there, quietly supporting her little face and staring blankly. She originally wanted to make some breakfast, but now those two people are in the kitchen, and they seem to be having a good chat, so it's better not to disturb them. After all, Mu Cheng came to this show because she was invited by the production team. She had no intention of falling in love. At most, I can just make friends with everyone. Only, some people are just sitting here in a daze, wanting to be invisible. But in reality, it is not that easy. It was seen that ever since this girl came down, Lin Yi's eyes had hardly left her. Although he was still making breakfast in the kitchen, his mind had probably drifted over there a long time ago. Wang Qiyu felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He waved to Lin Yi directly. Can you come with me for a moment? Ah. Lin Yi was stunned. After taking a look at Mu Cheng who was sitting there, he finally turned off the fire and followed Wang Qiyu out. The two passed by the restaurant. It seemed like he was trying to avoid Mu Cheng and say something. This also brought the dazed girl back to her senses, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes. And just at this moment, bite. Host, please open your heartwarming choice. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Option 1. Follow them quietly and eavesdrop on what they say. Reward. Top disguise skills. Choice 2. It's none of my business. Honey is too sweet. Add some water, and you will be rewarded with top makeup skills. Classic 2 choice. Mu Cheng didn't need to think too much, and just added some warm water to the honey. She would never do anything like eavesdropping, although a little curious. But even if people say bad things about her behind her back, she can't do anything about it, and just lets them do whatever they want. As a Gemini, this is her personality. Start. Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice, and be rewarded with top makeup skills. In an instant, countless knowledge and techniques about makeup appeared in her mind, and Mu Cheng suddenly became a makeup master. Her eyes lit up, and she didn't care about not having breakfast. He just picked up the cup of water and ran upstairs. Chapter 64. You won't be angry because of me, Orange, right? The heartwarming house, the yard of 701. Wang Qiyu called Lin Yi out here, and without waiting for him to speak, he took out a card and handed it to him. What's this? Linny took it subconsciously and looked down. It said, invitation card. He was stunned. You want to invite me? I have a privilege, which is this card. I can actively invite a boy to a date, and you can't reject me. She didn't say the rest. Wang Kaiyou stood on tiptoe, seeming a little shy and embarrassed. But he still mustered up the courage to look up at Lin Yi. She smiled and said, I was wondering if you have time this afternoon or evening so we can go out and play or something. Afternoon or evening. Lin Yi originally wanted to say that she might have a lot of work and would have to work overtime. But after hesitating for a moment, he didn't refuse and nodded. I may be free later in the afternoon. It's okay. I'll wait for you. Okay then. So the invitation was happily decided. Wang Qiyu was very happy. She could see that Chengzi might not have any feelings for Linny, so this was her chance. But it is. If Orange has any idea, it's probably the girls here. I think no one can grab it. Who can resist a girl who is so beautiful, has a good figure, is gentle and lovely, and has talent? Last night, Wang Qiyu and Lu Sijuan specifically searched for Mu Cheng's Douyin account. I was simply shocked by the nearly 9 million fans. 6 videos. The highest number of likes exceeded 10 million. The key point is, Mu Cheng only posted her songs on TikTok and didn't even show her face. Wang Qiyu was satisfied with getting a positive answer and returned to the kitchen of the cabin with Lin Yi. But this time there was no sign of a certain girl. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. No, because he just went out with Kaiyou, which made Chengzi unhappy, right? If that were the case, he wanted to slap himself. At this moment, Lin Yi became a little absent-minded even when making breakfast. He fried 2 eggs, ate them, picked up his backpack and went to work. Before leaving, I subconsciously looked up the stairs. Unfortunately, I didn't see Mu Cheng. At the same time, the girl who was putting on makeup upstairs had no idea that she was being misunderstood. She was like a little kid who got a new toy. Very excited now. It turns out that top makeup techniques can be so powerful. To be honest, Mu Cheng is not really good at putting on makeup. Her face determines that she can be beautiful with or without makeup. Other people's makeup is to reconstruct their faces, and she is the icing on the cake. So Mu Cheng only knows some simple makeup techniques, such as applying loose powder, drawing eyebrows, applying blush and lipstick. This is what many people commonly call bare face makeup and light makeup. She went on a date the other day. That's it. At that time, I wanted to match that beautiful light blue suspender skirt. Otherwise, Mu Cheng rarely wears makeup. Mainly, I don't know much, and I just don't like to mess with my face. And now that she's been gifted with top makeup tips, she can't wait to try out the magic of makeup. The girl took the loose powder, spread it evenly, and patted it lightly on her face. Watching TikTok and the internet, many girls apply loose powder very vigorously. In fact, it is because their skin is rough and powder is easily stuck on it, so they have to apply force. As for Mu Cheng, her skin is naturally very good, and her pores are not even visible when you get close. Naturally, you don't need to use too much strength, just be gentle. The base makeup and loose powder are all set. Next, that's the eye makeup part. This is also the most difficult part to draw. The reason why Mu Cheng finds makeup troublesome is largely because of this. But today, she wants to challenge herself with top makeup skills. Eye makeup. It's nothing more than eyeshadow, eyeliner, and eye bags. If you want a good eye makeup, the eyeshadow must be applied carefully and meticulously, because if it is too thick, it will easily turn into European and American makeup. But it is too shallow to be seen. It's like there's no painting. Mu Cheng looked at the eyeshadow box and finally chose a light pink color. She uses eyeshadow from the high-end brand Dior makeup series. For a girl, the cosmetics and other things are very complete, even if not used. But it can't be without. Just like a flower grower must have Dongfeng Express, it is always possible to accomplish the mission and let the enemy receive it at the destination. Downstairs in the cabin, Eugene was alone in the living room, holding an online meeting on his laptop. The company where he interned was a foreign company. No need to arrive early, but we still need to hold morning meetings. Mainly, I listened to my boss talking about some plans that needed to be completed this month, how to plan for the Chinese Valentine's Day in a few days, etc. Meetings take a long time, even for foreign companies. Some leaders still speak at length. Eugene could only listen hard and take notes seriously. It was almost 9 o'clock. The meeting was finally over. He closed the computer and stretched himself. Chunjia had come back without knowing when and asked with a smile, "Are you done with your work?" "I'm done with my work and will be going to the company soon." "I envy you. You start work at 11 o'clock. I have to be at the company at 9 o'clock when I work in a big internet company." Chun-jia's tone was full of envy and resentment of the working people. She had left something in the cabin when she was leaving in the morning. Tell your leader and come back to get it. Otherwise, we would have arrived at the company by now. As a result, when she came back, she saw Eugene was in a meeting here, and he told her that he could go to work at 11 o'clock. I can only say that it's great to be a student at Peking University. Even finding an internship can be so easy. Well, I don't want to chat with you anymore. I'm leaving. Glanced at the time. It's almost 9 o'clock. Chun-jia picked up the documents on the sofa and prepared to leave. There was a city bus prepared by the program crew outside, which was convenient. The two said hello and were about to part. But at this moment, a girl in slippers came running down the stairs with a clacking sound. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the two people. Eugene raised his head. Chun-jia also looked back. Suddenly, Chun-jia was so surprised that her mouth opened wide and her eyes widened. Wow, Chungzi, you put on full makeup. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. It's not just her. At this time, Eugene was already stunned, standing there in a daze. There is only the figure of a girl in his eyes. It was also the first time he saw Mu Cheng appear in full makeup. The effect was just like the first time I saw this girl, so stunning that I couldn't believe my eyes. You guys, haven't you gone out yet? Mu Cheng was also a little surprised when he saw them. The girl blinked her big, lively eyes. The long eyelashes seemed to flutter playfully, just like their owner. There is also a smile as gentle as the stars. Chapter 65, Your Special Attention Update. Some people's eyes seem to be able to speak naturally, and when they smile, they look like a crescent moon. When Mu Cheng appeared in the cabin with full makeup, the first ones to be amazed were not Chun-jia and Eugene, but the audience in the live broadcast room. Orange's makeup is so pretty. So pretty. Oh my god. Can you give me a full makeup tutorial? Why is it that every time I put on makeup, my powder gets stuck, but Orange doesn't? Come on, Fruity Orange. Today's Orange baby is so beautiful. Hiss, can't she be my wife? Really? Ha 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 ha. I took a screenshot and sent it to my mother. I told her this is her future daughter-in-law. Get out of here. Did your mother reply? She replied and told me to go home and take me to a mental hospital for treatment. She said I had delusional disorder. Ha 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 ha. You're such a real mom. The comments in the live broadcast room went crazy at this moment. Even though it's early morning again because it's Monday, there are not many people. But it was also so densely packed as if there were tens of thousands of evil sword immortals crammed in there. When they saw Mu Cheng's makeup, they were all stunned. Both boys and girls felt their hearts pounding and their eyes were frozen at this moment. Really Orange. She is so beautiful. Heartbeating House, 701. Although Chun-jia also wanted to ask Mu Cheng how to do the full makeup. But it's too late. She said this, then quickly changed her shoes and ran out. So, now only Mu Cheng and Eugene are left here. Don't you have to go out today? The girl took the cup and went to the kitchen to wash it and prepare breakfast. She saw Eugene following her and asked softly. Eugene smiled and said, It's okay. I can be there at 11 o'clock. There's still time. Who is in the mood to go to work now? There is such a beautiful girl in the cabin that he wants to take a leave and not go. Today, Mu Cheng, because she was wearing full makeup, also changed into a new set of clothes. The upper body was a refreshing light-colored shirt with a small bow embellishment. It is paired with a dark denim skirt. There is one benefit to culottes. It looks like a skirt, but it's actually pants. This way the combination looks good. No need to worry about your period coming suddenly and feeling embarrassed when wearing a skirt. In conclusion, this simple outfit looks very beautiful on Mu Cheng, with a pure campus style. It brings out the girl's gentleness even more vividly. Eugene was now completely unable to take his eyes off her and followed Mu Cheng to the kitchen. Watch her make breakfast. The two of them chatted casually like this. Only, the distance between them was always kept at least one person's length. Eugene actually wanted to have some physical contact. Unfortunately, Mu Cheng didn't. She would look at the other person politely, and her beautiful and lively eyes would blink slightly, making it impossible for Eugene to have any bad thoughts. It seemed as if I got any closer, I would be a sinner. So, in a slightly strange atmosphere, Mu Cheng also prepared breakfast. She steamed an egg custard and added some steamed fish soy sauce and chopped green onions. Just stir and you can eat. As for the taste, it's not bad. At least she can cook now, as long as she doesn't get too busy. The girl took the egg custard and went to the dining table to eat it. Take small sips. It seems like she is a little afraid that the lipstick will be rubbed off. Eugene looked at the time and sighed slightly in his heart, but still had a smile on his face. Then Orange, I'll go out first. Yeah, okay, bye. The girl smiled faintly and waved her hand. Then he continued to eat with his head down. Many male fans in the live broadcast room cheered instantly as they could finally see that there were no boys around Orange. To be honest, just the distance just now, even though there was only one person between us. But they are still sour and a little jealous. I wish I could replace Eugene and stay in the small house myself. A simple breakfast. After eating, clean the pots and bowls. Mu Cheng was also getting ready to go out. Don't forget, she has a mission today. Taking a video to record a new song. The reward is youthful appearance. Mu Cheng has already witnessed the magic of the system's rewards, so naturally, she is looking forward to the reward of maintaining youth. I went upstairs, picked up my crossbody bag, and put the sports camera I bought yesterday in it. The girl started the silver Audi. Drive directly to the Magic City Drama Academy. A little after 3 in the afternoon, in Ward's game studio. Tuji is controlling his own national server Lubu, killing a lot of people. Difference. With a roar, in the game, Lubu was like a god descending from heaven, killing 4 with one hammer, and his ultimate move directly controlled 5 people. And in an instant, this guy used a big flash. Complete the triple kill with the health bar disappearance technique. It also laid the foundation for victory in this round. Ha 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 ha, look, this is the strength of Lubu in the national server. With a proud smile on his face, Huada showed his wonderful performance of 11 to his brothers in the live broadcast room. However, his fans were not buying it at all. It's so funny. If you hadn't been killed 5 times by Ji Xiaoman in the early stage, would you have dragged it on until now? That's right, the other team is so bad. I can do it even if I take over. To be honest, if I were the jungler on Tuji's side, I would want to report this guy. Facing fans' complaints. This guy Ward didn't care at all. He just won. So why are you bragging about me? He had a look of disdain on his face. It seems like a group of people are hanging. Just when he was about to open the ranking interface and enter the next crazy game. Suddenly, a prompt message from TikTok popped up on the screen. Your special attention has been updated. Ward. He uses this phone specifically for live streaming of gaming, and he doesn't usually use TikTok. So why did a pop-up window suddenly appear? Oh no, wait a minute. Ward's hand was about to subconsciously swipe away the pop-up window, but suddenly remembered something. Last time. It seems like I searched for Orange's Douyin account using this phone. Then click on the special attention. In other words, Orange updated TikTok. In fact, while Huada was still in a daze, the same pop-up windows had already appeared on the phones of many fans in his live broadcast room. These are all reminders for them that there are new developments on the people they set as their special focus. That moment, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. The barrage of comments poured out as if they were risking their lives. Fuck. Guys. Orange has updated. What? Isn't there a new song? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Who would still watch this chicken when Orange has updated? That makes sense. Goodbye, stupid chicken. I'm going to find my wife. For a while, the popularity of the live broadcast room was like a deflated balloon, dropping from over 800,000 to only 300,000. But now Ward has no time to care about these things, because he also clicked on Mu Cheng's Douyin account. Chapter 66 I declare. Orange is the earth flower. Hello. Today is the first day of my life. My name is Mu Cheng. You can also call me Orange. Then I saw a lot of fans calling me Orange Baby in the comments. You guys call yourself Fruity Orange. Who came up with this name? Hee, it's so cute. I like it very much. So today, I also bought a bottle of orange juice. When countless fans and netizens clicked on Mu Cheng's latest video, what you see is not the same black screen as before. It was a girl walking on the street, smiling at her camera, and with her other hand, shaking a bottle of pulpy orange, which she must have just bought. In an instant, everyone was healed by the brightness of her smiling eyes. I just feel that even the air is sweet and delicious. Many people were even so excited that they wanted to click on the comments and express their feelings as soon as possible. But they hesitated, because this is Orange's first. They couldn't bear to pause or be distracted to do other things. They just wanted to listen carefully to the girl's gentle voice. Sometimes, as they listened, these fans and netizens couldn't help but smile. It feels harder than ever. Video, still going on. This is a route that is more than 10 minutes long. Maybe it was the first time that Mu Cheng recorded herself like this, and she was not quite used to it. She was afraid that if she didn't say anything, the audience would become bored. So in the end, she just started mumbling. I'm on my way to record a new song now. Let me show you how a song comes out fresh. Look, that's my school. There are younger students here during the summer vacation. There's also a cat, but it should be a senior. Here we are. This is where I record my songs. I think the sound quality here is pretty good. Hello, I have an appointment for today. Following the mumbling, the girl in front of the camera also arrived at the recording studio. Mu Cheng showed her appointment information. Then I was taken to the designated recording studio by the store clerk. Many netizens are very curious. So this is where Orange recorded his songs. It doesn't look very big, but there are a lot of equipment. There are also 2 teachers monitoring the audio tracks and channels in the glass booth, and everything is very professional. For fans who have never seen it, these things are rare and make them very interested. Certainly. I am also looking forward to the moment when Orange sings. But for Mu Cheng, coming in here was a bit familiar. I handed the song I had composed on the computer yesterday to the sound engineer, and the girl directly pointed out where the vocals needed to be higher and where the reverb needed to be lowered. Mu Cheng probably included this segment because he was afraid that everyone would be bored. She sped it up. But even so, the fans were delighted to see how serious and professional Orange was, still expressing surprise. Although I didn't understand it, I was deeply shocked. Soon, the accompaniment was ready. Next, Mu Cheng went into the recording room for one person. Put on your headphones. The girl glanced at the sports camera that was placed outside with her beautiful eyes, smiled slightly, and then made a yes gesture. The next moment, a clear and melodious piano prelude sounded. Along with the rhythm, more and more musical instruments are joined in. Until Mu Cheng spoke softly in front of the camera. Here, winter, leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. When the gentle voice came from her microphone, countless people subconsciously closed their eyes in an instant. Those fans who watched the live broadcast of Falling in Love last night were even more excited. It turned out to be this song. Cloudy day, evening, outside the car window. There is a person in the future. Who will I meet, and what kind of conversation will I have? How far in the future is the person I'm waiting for? I hear the wind from the subway and the crowds. I'm standing in line, holding the number plate of love. The simple chorus came to an end, and Mu Cheng was also singing along with the beat of the interlude. Her little head swayed gently, her red lips slightly parted. Even through the screen, I can seem to smell the fragrance coming from my nose. Even the 2 teachers outside the glass partition. I was also shocked by her singing. This singing skill, this breath. He is almost on par with the singers in the entertainment industry today. This is too stable. In the room, the girl had no idea of their mood. Once the rhythm is over, she continued to follow up naturally, putting herself into the story of the song, whispering and narrating. There was a faint, gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. The 2 sound engineers outside were fascinated by the sound, and the fans watching at this time. They were also deeply immersed in Mu Cheng's singing. In their minds, they seemed to see a girl, and also seemed to see their encounter in their youth. That's beautiful. Maybe the final result is not satisfactory, but it is an experience that will never be forgotten. I met you. It's the most beautiful accident. One day, my mystery will be revealed. The sound of the accompaniment slowly fell with the girl's last word. This song has also been recorded. The 2 sound engineers outside couldn't help but stand up and applaud excitedly. It was the first time they had seen someone do it so perfectly, and no tuning required. Marvelous. In fact, it's almost over here. The next few minutes are when Mu Cheng comes out of the recording studio, and at the end, one thing was announced. By the way, tonight at 8 o'clock, 7 of my songs, including the song Meeting that I just recorded, will be available on the Penguin, Kugu, and NetEase music platforms. It's free, you can support it. Then goodbye. See you next time, bye. The progress bar finally stopped at 16 minutes, and at this time, fans who have already watched it without realizing it. I woke up instantly. They have never felt time passing so quickly. It's already 16 minutes? Wait until you come to your senses. In an instant, Mu Cheng's latest video caused an unprecedented shock. In just 1 minute, the number of likes exceeded 100,000, and no one paid attention to the comments at the beginning. Up to now, there are tens of thousands of them. So this song is called Meeting. It's so damn good. Now there are 150,000 likes, and the estimated number is 15 million. I'm going to put my butt here first. I declare, Orange is the earth ball flower. Oh, I agree. What should I do if Orange chases me? The kitten points to itself. Don't worry upstairs, I'll help you stop it. Please take more photos of Chengbao. I really love her mumbling, crying. Really? My baby's mumbling is so cute. Exploded. This video totally blew up. Within half an hour of its release, it directly reached the top 3 of the TikTok hot search list. At the same time, the song Meeting was regarded as a golden song by countless people. It even alarmed the giant companies in the entertainment industry once again. Chapter 67. Almost sickened by private message. Shenzhen, the headquarters of Penguin Music, is also the Penguin headquarters building. Looking at the screen, a certain girl's TikTok popularity once again became a hot topic on the internet. The manager of Penguin Music couldn't stop smiling, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Watched the live broadcast last night. I heard Mu Cheng playing and singing a short piece of Meeting. He immediately told the other party in the group that he also wanted to buy the copyright of this song. And after reading the lyrics that Mu Cheng sent to the group, just give 1 million a year in copyright fees. Equally valuable as Sunny Day. As the manager of Penguin Music and a senior music producer, he has an extremely keen professional sense. I just looked at the lyrics once. I immediately realized that this was another masterpiece comparable to the Golden Melody Awards. So there is no hesitation. And the same. The other 2 music platform managers in the group had the same idea. So this is why it happened at the end of Mu Cheng. She'll say there are 7 songs coming up at once tonight. In a high-end residential area in Shanghai. After Mu Cheng finished editing the video, he posted it on his TikTok account. Moment. A familiar voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the desired choice, and be rewarded with a youthful appearance. Rejuvenation. Keep youth and skin forever, and repair irreversible damage caused by bumps, but scars before achieving rejuvenation are not included. So, if there was no scar removal cream, the scar on her thigh would still not be removed. The girl thought to herself. But what followed was a burst of excitement and excitement. It really keeps your youth. It really can keep your youth and skin forever. Despite this reward, she felt that her body did not seem to have any changes. But she believes in the system very much. After all, Mu Cheng had personally experienced the magic of the system. Certainly, believe it or not. But Mu Cheng was still not willing to really make a scar on her skin to test the effect, like the protagonist in the novel who gained an indestructible body and then cut himself with a knife. It's just stupid. Call. The girl sitting in front of the computer desk stretched, and her proud figure instantly burst out, revealing a belly as white as jade, exuding alluring charm. It makes people want to stretch out their claws and pinch it gently. What a pity. I'm afraid no one will ever see such a lovely scene. Mu Cheng picked up the phone, glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. She came back from recording a song, had lunch, and has been editing the video ever since. The previous generation was a corporate worker majoring in design. Mu Cheng was certainly no stranger to editing, but his proficiency was limited to what was written on his resume. So it takes about 10 minutes to cut a strip. It still took about half an hour. The girl casually clicked on the new video she had just posted and noticed that it had more than 300,000 views, but only more than 10,000 likes and comments. She was a little surprised. Does this number of views and likes mean they're getting divorced? So magical? Forget it, never mind. Just do what you have to do. She looked at the comments section for a while and then started watching other videos. I didn't pay any attention to the private message from Red.99. The main thing is that Mu Cheng once saw a private message on Douyin. Then it almost made her sick. Because in addition to the messages from fans and those organizations, there were actually some idiots who claimed to be 18 and sent in their maggot-like photos. There are even quite a few uncles in their 30s and 40s who come up and ask about dates or how much it costs. At that time, Mu Cheng was stunned by these private messages. If you are not a girl, you don't know. Only after becoming a girl did I realize that there are always people in this world who speculate about you with malicious intent. In her previous videos, she didn't even show her face. Just singing. It actually attracts so many greasy guys. It can be seen what kind of harassment other beauty bloggers will face. Certainly. Maybe boys will be harassed too. Anyway, when you go out, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Around 5 in the afternoon, Mu Cheng tidied up the house, took a few sets of clean clothes and put them in a canvas bag, then prepared to return to the cabin. This time, she didn't drive the Audi back. Instead, he changed back to the Mercedes-Benz. A sports car may look cool when driving, but it is actually not comfortable to drive for a long time. Moreover, the central control is simple and the car computer has no screen, which makes Mu Cheng a little uncomfortable to drive. So, I still plan to change back to a Mercedes and drive it for a while. But to be honest, because this car was bought by Mu Cheng's father in 2015, and it has been almost 10 years now, many of the configurations inside are a bit behind the times. It has an antique feel. So, now Mu Cheng is planning to buy a new car. I just haven't had time to watch it yet. He opened the car door and slammed it shut with great force, making a loud bang sound. The Mercedes-Benz slowly drove out of the parking garage. On the way back to the cabin, Mu Cheng went to a famous restaurant specializing in crayfish and packed up 10 kilograms of crayfish. I want to eat it tonight. Take it back and share it with your friends. 8 o'clock in the evening, the heart-beating house. Everyone is refreshing the music platform software they use. Orange, your song is available now. Someone suddenly shouted in surprise. Not a second less. At exactly 8 o'clock, a photo of a girl popped up on the homepages of the 3 music platforms. At the top of the homepage, Mu Cheng was wearing a light blue suspender dress. She was facing the sea, with her white and tender feet stepping on the beach. In the picture, it seems that someone is calling her. The girl looked back and revealed a stunningly beautiful smile, and the photo was frozen at this moment. So beautiful. And next to this very beautiful photo, there is also a cute orange. And attach a sentence. Light up the orange, illuminate your future, and listen to the playlist dedicated to the sweet orange of summer. Mu Cheng took a look and suddenly felt her toes curling slightly. However, others were very excited when they saw it. Go crazy with that lovely orange. So the next moment, it jumped directly to an exclusive playlist with only 7 songs. But undoubtedly, these are all fine products. The audience in the live broadcast room were also cheering and sending comments. It's online. My wife's song is online. I want to be the first to comment. Haha, you're late. I'm the first one. It's not like you two are not on the same platform. What are you arguing about here? Unlike me, I directly broadcast on 3 platforms at the same time. Hehe. I feel like our music platforms all love Orange so much, and everything they do is so cute. I'm confused. Why does it show network delay when I click on it? Woo woo woo, me too. Maybe there are too many people. I can't help it. I feel a little stuck when listening to it. I'll teach you a method. Download it first, and it won't get stuck. I'll go. Of course. Amid the excitement of countless fans and netizens, this is the heart-beating house. Everyone came to the restaurant with lively laughter and prepared to eat. There were 4 or 5 flavors of crayfish covering the entire table, as well as pizza and steak, which was a very rich feast. But Meow Meow was a little confused. Why haven't they come back yet? Chapter 68. Jealousy caused by the group's favorite. Why haven't they come back yet? Everyone has sat down in the restaurant, put on gloves, and is ready to start today's dinner. But Meow Meow asked with some confusion at this time. Because there are now 4 fewer people in the room. Lin Yi, Wang Kaiyou, Zhang Junhan, and Lu Sijuan. Everyone could understand Lin Yi. After all, it was not the first time he had to work overtime, and he usually came back at 9 o'clock. But Zhang Junhan wouldn't do that. Lao Zhang normally gets off work at 7 o'clock and returns to the cabin. Everyone thought he had something urgent to do today. I didn't think much about it just now. But now, the 2 boys and 2 new female guests came back so late at the same time, which instantly made people guess something. For some reason, everyone turned their heads and looked at Wang Yuqin. Wang Yuqin looked confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to eat? These crawfish will get cold soon. Oh yes, yes. Eat. Seeing these guys obviously having gossipy expressions, Wang Yuqin felt helplessly amused. In fact, she guessed it all. Zhang Junhan hasn't come back yet so late. He must be going on a date with the new female guest. To be honest, the taste is a little bit unpleasant. But adults come to the dating show. She can't stop people from getting in touch with new girls, right? I just don't know who asked him out. For a while, the atmosphere in the cabin was a little strange and silent. But this couldn't stop Mu Cheng, a little foodie. She had a huge appetite and put on gloves and went straight for 2 pizzas. Sitting next to the girl is Meow Meow. This sister was very quiet and was silently peeling crayfish. I peeled 6 or 7 of them. Just when Mu Cheng thought she was about to swallow it all in one gulp, he saw her push the plate in front of him. Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as if there were stars in them. With a gentle and smart look, he asked softly, "Why? Don't you eat it yourself? You eat first." A smile appeared on Meow Meow's face. She said happily, "Celebrating your song's release, here are exactly 7 of them." Woo. You know what? I really felt the warmth. If Mu Cheng wasn't holding a pizza in her hand, she would have hugged her tightly. The girl's eyes suddenly curved, and she put down a piece of pizza she had never eaten before. Gently feed it into Meow Meow's mouth. "Hey, last time you fed me. This time I feed you." Meow Meow nodded obediently. "Wow, you two are so sweet." Seeing this scene, The audience in the live broadcast room immediately smiled. Someone at the scene also felt his brow twitch and felt a little sad. Liang Xiaowei was seen putting a crayfish in her mouth and chewing it. Then she stopped and looked at Mu Cheng. He actually started peeling the crayfish and putting them on the plate. After a moment, he brought it over and placed it in front of Mu Cheng and snorted proudly, 7 as well? Girl? Why do I seem to smell a hint of vinegar? It's not just her. Even the people at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room noticed something was wrong. Although Chen Jiao was also trying to hold back a smile, she still wanted to watch the fun and suggested, "Hey, how about we all peel 7 shrimps for Chengzi to celebrate?" That's a good suggestion. I agree. Several boys had already had this idea, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud just now. And now, action is taken instantly, even for cleanliness. They also wanted to take off their used gloves and replace them with new ones. This sudden change. Mu Cheng was so stunned that she quickly stopped him. "No, this is enough for me. I won't be able to finish it later. No more peeling. Stop it." Ha ha ha. The whole room was instantly filled with laughter, which made the girl very angry. Finally, a few boys chose to stop. I secretly thought what a pity. Observation room. Everyone who was watching this scene couldn't help but smile. Xiling had a sweet smile on her face. "I feel like Chengzi is the group's favorite now. Everyone likes her so much. To be honest, I like it too." Professor Chun Ming said cheerfully. Wang Yinlin immediately played up the show effect and joked, "How about Teacher Chin also go over and be the new guest?" "Oh, no, no, no." This scared the professor, and he waved his hands repeatedly. His wife at home is watching. What I just said about liking oranges is not that kind of liking. Teacher, he watched everyone chatting and playing, and also smiled and said to them, "In fact, I am still looking forward to meeting them in person one day. I heard from the director that Chengzi is even better looking in person than in the camera." Ah, is this true? In one sentence, Meng Ziyi and other girls couldn't sit still. They are now looking at the girl on the screen. Everyone thinks she is absolutely beautiful. If this doesn't look photogenic, how beautiful must the real person be? At this time, listening to what everyone in the observation room said, in the live broadcast room, quite a few viewers came out to share their experiences. "Really? I was lucky enough to meet Orange a few days ago. Wow, she's so pretty. She's so beautiful and has a great body. Yes, and her skin is so white that it feels like she's glowing when I look at her from a distance. Why did you all see Orange, but I didn't? I'm also in Shanghai. Wow, I'm so envious. You guys in the Magic City still have a chance to meet each other, but what should I do when I'm so far away? Hey, don't panic upstairs. I didn't say anything in Qinghai." Lying down? Where is Qinghai? Is it near Qingdao? It hurts. His gaze returned to the observation room. When Xinling heard what teacher he said, she smiled faintly. "Really? I'm looking forward to it." Haha. Teacher, he just smiled and didn't answer. However, there were 2 of them, but it seems to be saying something else. Everyone present was a little confused. "How do you feel? Don't quite understand?" Forget it. No one thought too much about it and continued to look at the screen with an innocent smile. Heartbeating House, 701. "You actually wore such big earrings today. I just noticed it now." In the living room, Liang Xiaowei had a surprised expression on his face. She looked at Mu Cheng blankly, because just now, when she approached the girl, she discovered that there was a string of earrings hanging on Mu Cheng's earlobe. It's a jasmine-style tassel pendant. Snow-white flower buds bloomed from the girl's delicate ears. A few tassels fell like seeds. Very beautiful. But Mu Cheng had a weird expression on his face at this time. "I've been wearing it for a whole day, and you just saw it now?" She has been wearing it since she put on full makeup. Why do I feel like I have worn it for nothing all day? While speaking, Mu Cheng took off her earrings. Chapter 69. You went out on a date. Didn't you have dinner? Is there anything else missing? No, thank you. You're welcome. Just over here in cabin 701, everyone has already had dinner in the parking lot outside. A Mazda also slowly drove back. Then, 2 people came down from inside. It was Zhang Junhan and Lu Sijuan. They also went on a date at a functional bookstore in Shanghai today. There was a traffic jam on the way back, so they were a little late. Zhang Junhan looked inside the car to make sure nothing was left behind. Only then did he lock the car door. Returned to cabin 702 with Lu Sijuan. Only, when I came in, I found that there was no one there. Where did they go? Lu Sijuan also looked very curious. Could it be that everyone is going on a date today? However, Zhang Junhan obviously knew something and said with a smile, they should all be in 701. People in our cabin like to sit over there. It's because of the orange. Although he already understood what was going on, Lu Sijun didn't say it out loud. Just smiled. Then let's go and take a look. Okay. In fact, Zhang Junhan is quite anxious now. He knows it is so late today, so he decided to come back with Lu Sijun. Everyone will definitely know that they went on a date. So, we need to remedy this quickly. Otherwise, because of this little misunderstanding, the ambiguous experience card with Wang Yuqin would expire. That's miserable. After all, Zhang Junhan really didn't have any feelings for Lu Sijun. Not to mention her appearance, her personality, emotional intelligence, and conversation were not Zhang Junhan's criteria for choosing a partner. But he didn't expect it. As soon as Lu Sijun arrived, she gave him her only privilege of a date. Can't refuse yet. The two chatted casually while walking to the small courtyard of 701. Outside, there was a knock on the door. Then he pushed it open and walked in. Hello. Wow, you two are really timely. We just finished our meal. Wang Helong joked with a smile. Huada laughed carelessly. Did you go on a date? Did you have fun today? Hearing this, the two people who came later felt a little awkward for a moment. Wang Yuqin over there glanced at him. Just get out of the way. Pretend not to see. But she didn't expect that after Zhang Junhan came in, he would pat her on the shoulder and say, I bought something for you. Wang Yuqin. So with everyone grinning and watching them, the two of them just walked out. I seemed to hear laughter in the distance. And at this time, Lu Sijun, who came in with Zhang Junhan, was a little at a loss. She had just arrived at the cabin after all, and most people are not very familiar with it. If I stay here, I don't know if I can join in. Lu Sijun seemed a little confused. Fortunately, the subtle atmosphere did not last long, because two girls suddenly came down the stairs. Mu Cheng shook the thing in his hand and smiled faintly. Friends, something's going on? A card from the program team. Miao Miao followed behind and added a sentence to help. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. At that time, Mu Cheng took off her earrings and shared them with a few girls, and then Miao Miao said she wanted to go up and take a look. Result. I just tried on the earrings in the room for a while. They came out and saw it. In the lounge area on the second floor, where Mu Cheng wrote songs last night, there was a small pink card. Open it and take a look. It turned out that the program team was preparing new rules. At this time, everyone downstairs looked at the card, and Chen Jia took it in his hand and read it out loud. The rules are that each resident has one chance to start. If you want to organize an event outside the cabin, please go to the announcements of the two cabins and write down your invitation information. Residents who want to participate can post their own avatars on the announcements to indicate their willingness to participate. This seems quite interesting. Does any one of you want to make an invitation? Chen Jia glanced at everyone. The small cards were also passed around to everyone in turn. In fact, there is an identical small card not only in cabin 701, but also in cabin 702. But there are only two people there now. Not upstairs yet. Naturally, they didn't notice. Show me? Ward took the card with a somewhat moved expression. He really wanted to participate in this. But what to initiate? Is he going to ask everyone to go to his live broadcast room, watch him play games, and then get angry and use his mobile phone as a kitchen knife to cut things? That's too bad. Just thinking about it makes me feel socially doomed. Ward gave up the idea instantly. Put the card back on the coffee table. On the contrary, Eugene next to him seemed to be thinking about something and unconsciously fixed his eyes on a certain girl. He thinks, this seems to be an opportunity for me. On the other side, Mu Cheng did not join in the conversation. She looked at Lu Sijun, who had just returned, and blinked curiously. Where did you go today? I went to a bookstore that had a lot of stuff. Lu Sijun smiled, then said helplessly, but how did you guess that we were going to play? It's simple. It's so late, and only you four haven't come back. Look, there are still two people missing. Hearing this, Lu Sijun was also slightly stunned. She just discovered it now. Wang Qiyu and Lin Yi were not there, and there was no sight of them. Are these two not coming back to stay tonight? Developing so fast? However, she was overthinking it. They just had to postpone their subsequent dates to the evening because Lin Yi had to work overtime today, and Wang Qiyu waited too late. Look, it's almost 10 o'clock. Still coming back. Lin Yi looked tired, and Wang Qiyu was holding a kite in his hand, but he didn't seem to be having much fun. In fact, just think about it, and you will understand. One of them works overtime until after 7 o'clock, and then has to drive to a date after get off work. The key is that this girl is not the one you like. And another. I waited from 5 in the afternoon to 8 in the afternoon, constantly checking the time on my phone and looking to see if there was anyone outside the park. In the end, We were all hungry and didn't get to play anything particularly interesting. Made an invalid appointment. That feeling is really tiring. In other words, she really likes Linny now. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be willing to wait for several hours. What's wrong? You look listless when you come back. Inside the cabin, Lin Yi and Wang Qiyu separated outside, and when they came in they were seen by Eugene, who asked with a smile. Logically speaking, this isn't the expression you should have on a date. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled helplessly. He did not answer this question, but asked, "Is there anything else to eat in the kitchen?" "Yes, there are also some crawfish and pizza, specially reserved for you. But there's no steak." Eugene was very surprised. You guys were dating, but didn't eat? Chapter 70. How do you know that Orange gave me earrings? It can't be said that I didn't eat. It's mainly because I was extremely tired. Who is such a good guy who has worked overtime all day and still goes on a date and plays kite? It would be strange if he is not listless. In conclusion, neither of them was satisfied with this date. Linny thinks it would be better to just watch Orange happily make the cake like last time. Had a bite to eat in the restaurant downstairs. Kill all the crayfish and wash your own dishes. At this moment, the girls in the cabin all went back to their rooms to rest, and only Eugene and Wang Helong stayed downstairs with Lin Yi. Boys. Sometimes, even if they like the same girl, it does not affect their brotherhood. After all, when we come to the cabin, everyone is in a fair competition. By the way, do you have any ideas about the new rules of the cabin today? Outside the courtyard, a few boys chatted about interesting things in the past for a while enjoying the evening breeze. Suddenly, Eugene couldn't help but talk about the little card. Wang Helong looked at him with a smile. "I don't have any idea, but from what you said, what kind of activities do you want to organize?" "Well, I want to invite you to a ball game." "Do you fight? Or?" Linny also asked out of curiosity. Eugene nodded and smiled. "I will play. We are a team from Peking University. We will come to Shanghai to play." "Oh, that's interesting. Peking University is a strong team." No. It's not that serious. I just want to have a friendly match with the people from Shanghai Jiaotong University. In fact, when Eugene saw the little card tonight, he had an idea. At that time, he secretly asked his friends in the team to see if anyone would come. The answer I got was that everyone could come. It's summer vacation, so I might as well take it as a trip. And several of them are also doing self-media work related to basketball. I often go to some cities to play basketball games. Eugene then contacted his friend at Shanghai Jiaotong University, who was his high school classmate and also a member of the basketball club. After asking, the other party agreed to have a friendly match with the classmates. So, they hit it off immediately. The game was scheduled for Wednesday at the basketball court inside Jiaotong University in Shanghai. Eugene finished talking to the two of them at this point. Wang Helong was stunned. "My school? My goodness, they even hit my doorstep." Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. "Brother Wang, why don't you come over to Jiaotong University and have a civil war in our little house? I can't beat you guys. I'm asking for trouble if I play with you guys, the athletes." Wang Helong was helpless. Although he can play basketball, he only plays on the wild court and plays some games to keep fit. This kind of competition between colleges is usually very fierce. Can't beat. It would be very embarrassing if you still get embarrassed at that time. Everyone was chatting and laughing here, and Lin Yi's mood improved a lot. He is now. Suddenly I want to find Mu Cheng. Mainly, I wondered if she was unhappy at that time in the morning, and I didn't see the girl when I came back. I always feel a little empty inside. Let's go back and take a shower. I'll wash first. I'll go first. Don't snatch it from me. Why don't you two stay together? You both share a room anyway. Get lost. A few boys gathered in a courtyard, and the party soon ended. Lenny picked up his backpack and put it back in the room. After thinking for a while, he went out to the door of another room and knocked gently. Soon, the door opened. It's a girl. But she just saw Lin Yi and turned around with a smile. "Chengzi, I'm looking for you." That's right. The one who opened the door was Liang Xiaowei. This room belonged to her and Mu Cheng. But she didn't believe that Lin Yi would cause trouble to her. So I didn't even think about it. Just called Orange. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed, but as a boy he still had to be thick-skinned. So he just smiled and said, "Yes, I'll look for oranges." "What's up?" Here, Mu Cheng was just about to remove her makeup when she was suddenly called out. The girl looked a little confused. Also, close the door when you go out. On the other side, the heart-beating house 702. Unlike 701, 702 is where several girls gather to chat. Wang Yuqin was holding a cute seal in her hand. Jiang Junhan had bought it before going on a date today, and he gave it to her as a gift as soon as he came back. So now our sister Yuchin is quite happy. The slight unpleasant taste also disappeared completely. She looked at Wang Kaiyou, who looked a little depressed, and couldn't help but be curious. How was your date today? I waited until 8 o'clock before I finally got to Lin Yi. We didn't play for long. He must be working overtime. He usually comes home very late. No, mainly. Wang Qiyu came over and complained quietly. I feel like he seems absent-minded when playing with me. With this said, everyone actually understands. Even Miao Miao nodded. She thought back to their first date, when Eugene seemed to be the same, often distracted. Thinking and thinking. Miao Miao couldn't help but stare at the earrings in her hands in a daze. This was given to her by Orange just now. Hey, Miao Miao, are these the new earrings you bought? My sister's days soon attracted the attention of several girls. After all, everyone was chatting except her. Lu Sijuan is a woman who often buys luxury goods. I recognized it immediately. She was surprised and said, these should be Cartier's four-leaf clover series earrings, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it seems so. I've seen it in the store before. Miao Miao, did you ask someone to buy it for you? Wang Qiyu became interested instantly. The reason why she thought Miao Miao was looking for a purchasing agent was because Miao Miao didn't have pierced ears, and the earrings in her hands didn't have a box. It can't be that he is doing this to show off to them, right? She felt that Miao Miao was not that kind of girl. However, the younger sister, who was in a daze at the time, came to her senses but was a little confused. She looked at the earrings and said softly, no, this is what Orange gave me just now. Is it expensive? Girls? They were all shocked at once. His eyes widened immediately. Lu Sijuan couldn't help but exclaimed, give it to you? 50,000 yuan is given to you? Oh my god. Some good person would give her 50,000 yuan. She wants it too. Hearing this, Miao Miao became even more confused. I was almost scared. This pair of earrings costs 50,000 yuan? But just now Orange told me that she had never worn it since she bought it, and she didn't know where the box was lost, so she gave it to me. The women. Several girls looked at the pair of exquisitely crafted Cartier four-leaf clovers with complicated eyes. I feel a little jealous. $50,000, never worn. No idea where the box is lost. These few words. How did you say it all in one breath? Even the audience in the live broadcast room were so shocked that they couldn't help but exclaim, WTF, once again. Chapter 71. The Vanishing Earring. Do you have anything to do with me? Outside the second floor of the cabin, the girl came out in slippers, looked at Lin Yi, and asked gently. Lin Yi's eyes glanced over unconsciously. Then I felt my heartbeat speed up a little. Orange, your makeup today is so beautiful. The two accidentally looked at each other. Facing Mu Cheng's curiosity, Lin Yi tried to control his emotions and said hesitantly, Kyo asked me to go out this morning to fly a kite. I know, and then what? Mu Cheng blinked and showed an interested expression. Is there any melon to eat? Well, Lin Yi was confused by her expression. Was she angry or not? After thinking for a while, he continued, when I came back this morning, I saw that you were not there, and I was worried that something had happened to you. This statement is relatively euphemistic. After all, he couldn't ask directly. Are you unhappy because of me? That would really make him a common man. Well, Lin Yi felt a little greasy just saying it. Therefore, this also led to Mu Cheng being very surprised when hearing these euphemistic words. No, what can happen to me? The atmosphere was a little weird for a moment, because the two people are not on the same channel. That's right. At this moment, the girl seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of anticipation flashed across her beautiful eyes. Can you see my earrings? Lin Yi? The topic suddenly jumped to another level, and he almost sprained his back. But after he reacted, he still took a closer look at Mu Cheng's ears. Sorry, I just saw it now. Lin Yi looked surprised and a little embarrassed. Such big earrings. If Orange hadn't said it himself, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. So weird. Actually, you can't blame him for this. The main thing is that when he saw Mu Cheng for the first time, his eyes were fixed on the girl's face, so he had no energy to pay attention to anything else. All right. Mu Cheng was a little puzzled. Could this be the earring disappearing technique? Xiao Xiao told her just now, but she didn't believe it. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room who saw this scene were also discussing this issue frantically. Really? I just noticed there's something in Orange's ear. What the hell? I just looked through Orange's photos, and she seemed to have earrings in every photo, but I just realized it now. Could this be an illusion? If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have seen it. Laughing and crying, there's nothing we can do. We all seem to be looking at that gorgeous face of hers. It's so funny, Orange said. Then I'm wearing this thing for nothing. Wow, if I had a face like this, I wouldn't have any problem wearing a pair of earrings, let alone one. No, I have to do good things now, so that I can look like this in my next life. Huh? Wait, where are you going to do good deeds so late at night? What do you mean so late at night? The sun has just set here. By the way, I'm from northern Xinjiang. Ah. A group of netizens were chatting happily in the live broadcast room. And here is the heart-beating house. Mu Cheng also said goodbye to Lin Yi and went back. This girl was a bit strange. It felt like the other party had something to tell her, but he didn't say what it was, as if he was hesitant to talk. So, I didn't think too much about it and went back to my room to remove my makeup. Good night then, my friends. The girl waved her hands in front of the camera and smiled. The next moment, just cover it. Faced with this girl's ruthless operation, the fans in the live broadcast room were not only not sad, but also very excited. Orange is smiling at me. Does he like me? Blush. Good night, Cheng Bao. I'm going to listen to your song now. Hey, listen to Orange's meeting. I think I can meet her in my dream. But with the lively barrage. Soon, the number of people online in the live broadcast room dropped sharply to only more than 200,000, and some of the fans were still hanging in the backstage and had not logged out. Otherwise, there would probably be less than 100,000 left now. It's so scary. The director behind the scenes of the program could only sigh in his heart. If someone had told him before, he couldn't believe that a program could suddenly increase from 5 or 6 million viewers to 200,000. But now, you have no choice but to believe it. After all, this is the fact before us. And before we knew it, Mu Cheng's Douyin fans have exceeded 10 million. Awesome. While thinking about it, the director also clicked on special attention. The next day was Tuesday. The weather is pretty good today, with a little rain in the morning. The urban area of Shanghai is like a steel sauna, humid and hot. And in the heart-beating house, it is much cooler here as it is farther away from the city. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, no one went out. Because in the morning, the program team suddenly sent a message asking everyone who could come back in the afternoon to come back because there was an important event. So, the few people who were working just asked for leave from the company and came back. It is also easy for them to take leave. After all, the company leaders all knew that they participated in the show. I approved the note without even thinking about it. Cabin. Why did the production team ask us to come back? Mu Cheng also went out today. Called back. Then I packed some afternoon tea and ate it in the restaurant with my friends. When the girl heard Liang Xiaowei's words, although she was still chewing, she couldn't help but reply, "Is there a new guest coming? Are you sure?" Everyone was stunned and paused in drinking their milk tea. Mu Cheng shook his head and smiled with his eyes curved. "I don't know, but I guess so. Why else would you suddenly call everyone back? Could it be that the Qixi festival is coming soon, and they are sending us gifts?" Chunjia suddenly said with a smile. Wang Helong immediately responded, "If you want to send a gift, it should be on the Chinese Valentine's Day, which is still a few days away. 2. Since you can't figure it out, just eat and drink." I have to say, the afternoon tea that Orange packed back was really delicious. Yes, of course. They just don't know the price. Otherwise, I would probably be shocked. A nice person in my family can spend almost 3 figures on afternoon tea. Just those cups of coffee and milk tea, there were at least 50 or 60 cups. There are also various snacks. At the same time, outside the heartbeat house, a taxi suddenly appeared in the program crew's camera, and a person with a new silhouette got out. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Oh shit. Could it be that what Orange said was right? There will be a new guest coming. Still a boy. However, the camera did not capture the boy's appearance, only his back, which made everyone curious, including the guests in the observation room. Chapter 72. The boys in the hut are facing a formidable enemy. Today, there were 2 fewer people in the usually bustling observation room. One is the host, Mr. He. The other one is the sweetheart leader, Cindy. Neither of them came, which surprised the other guests in the observation room. Cindy Wang was okay, as she might have something wrong, but teacher He didn't come either. So when he first started working, Chu and I want to ask the program team specifically. The reply was, "They both have an important mission, and you'll be able to meet them soon." Actually here, the director smiled meaningfully and said that we can see it soon. But he didn't say that they would be back soon. Chu and I didn't notice this little detail. He just told everyone not to worry. At this time, Chunyi, who was acting as the host, looked at the new figure outside the hut with a curious look in his eyes. Who is this? Could it really be a new male guest? He looks pretty tall. His back view is pretty cool. He feels like a little boy. Maybe he's a younger brother type? Everyone was talking at once, also very excited. Wang Yinlin immediately made a bet. I think if he were the new male guest, he would definitely like orange. Stop it, kid. Professor Chun Ming smiled helplessly. However, I didn't refute him. After all, deep down, he felt that no boy could resist orange. What's more, it's a romantic variety show. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then, keep your eyes on the big screen in front of you and be ready to watch the show at any time. Of course, they are not the only ones. Even the audience in the live broadcast room are feeling the same way. All looked expectant. Heart-beating house, 701. Everyone was still eating and chatting. In addition to the afternoon tea bought by Mu Cheng, Chunjia also brought back some snacks. This made the boys feel very embarrassed. I secretly decided in my heart that next time I go back to the cabin, I must at least bring more food with me. Click. At this moment, a slight sound made Mu Cheng's ears move. The girl paused. There seems to be someone outside. Is this true? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their expressions became confused as they looked outside. Don't tell me. Listen carefully. It seems that I can really hear some noise. Oh shit. This would be late at night. It's a bit scary. Liang Xiaowei simply moved her and sat closer to Chengzi, so that the two girls were almost sticking together. Just when everyone was staring outside, a boy came in from the door pulling luggage. He stopped in an instant. For a moment, she was confused. Several boys in the cabin. If you are not my buddy, who are you? Are you new here? The two girls' eyes lit up. Wow, he's quite handsome. Mu Cheng's thoughts were simple. He didn't look like he was wearing height-increasing insoles, but something. Excuse me, I'm interrupting you. In the extremely silent atmosphere, the new boy finally raised his hand and greeted everyone shyly. Hearing this, everyone here also reacted. Eugene couldn't help but ask first, are you new to 601? Yeah, well, no, how should I put it? To be honest, the new boy was a little nervous being stared at by 6 people. Even his speech became stuttering. At the same time, the audience in the observation room and the live broadcast room, who had been staring at the screen in the cabin, finally came to their senses. There was an instant uproar and everyone was stunned. Fuck. Zhou Qiyu? This guy is on a dating show? Didn't you say amateur bureau? What's so strange about this? Chengzi is a singer now, and she can be in it, so why can't artists be in it? But Chengzi hasn't made his debut yet. He's just a certified musician. It's over. I'm starting to get a little nervous. My wife won't fall for this guy, will she? Although I admit that he does look quite handsome, everyone here is Yinzu and Yifei. The person upstairs speaks so nicely. I love it. Shouldn't the focus now be on why Zhou Qiyu is on a dating show? Yes. The moment Zhou Qiyu appeared, the barrage in the live broadcast room went crazy and countless netizens stared with wide eyes. Although he is an idol artist who has only debuted for a few years, but I have participated in quite a lot of variety shows. Moreover, there are now quite a few people online in the live broadcast room, almost reaching 8 million. So I recognized his identity instantly. An idol artist. I actually went to a dating show. This can be considered a dimensionality reduction attack. Don't you see that the boys in cabin 701 are now facing a serious enemy? Real. The person who is most nervous right now is actually not Zhou Qiyu. It was Linny and the others. My butt felt something was wrong when I sat on the chair, and I couldn't sit still and stood up. Is he a celebrity? I think I've seen him on TikTok. Here, Liang Xiaowei was also whispering to Mu Cheng. The girl also spoke softly. I don't know him, but he looks like he can sing and dance. I wonder if he can play basketball? Hey, he's pretty handsome. Liang Xiao glanced at Zhou Qiyu, and her eyes showed admiration for the handsome guy. At this time, the boys over there have already started communicating. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhou Qiyu. Wang Helong quickly shook hands with him. Hello, you too. Linny, just call me Ai. Are you really new to 701? Yes, I'm going to stay here for a while. You can see I brought my luggage with me. How old are you, bro? Everyone seemed to be chatting like they were checking someone's household registration, and Zhou Qiyu couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. He was not good at lying. Why hasn't teacher he come yet? Fortunately, after a while, several boys seemed to resign themselves to their fate and accepted the fact that a new boy had come to 701. Everyone invited him to sit down and eat together. Chunjia stared at his face, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. Zhou Qiyu, have you ever participated in Chuang 2021? Zhou Qiyu. Is he really a star? Mu Cheng was also a little curious. Would a celebrity actually come to participate in a dating variety show? Something's wrong. Zhou Qiyu, who had just reacted, waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm not. You must have recognized the wrong person. That's what I think. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Liang Xiaowei saw his panic expression. Every moment is a joy. This little boy just can't hide his true feelings, and he revealed them so quickly. Well, I'm definitely not the male guest of 701. Seeing that his lie was exposed, Zhou Qiyu had no choice but to say helplessly, "But I brought you a gift today. It's in that box." Ah, look, I told you someone is here to give you a gift for Chinese Valentine's Day. Chun Jia cheered in surprise instantly. The several boys present seemed to be suddenly relieved. Chapter 73. I finally saw the orange I had always dreamed of. Almost at the same time, new guests arrived in cabin 702 on the other side. All I saw was Cindy wearing a sweet white dress. Knocked on the door of the cabin. Tuck tuck. Here it comes. Ward, who was in the cabin, heard the noise and came over to open the door. Then everyone was stunned. Sweetheart leader Cindy. He was naturally no stranger to this 40-year-old woman who was still active in the domestic entertainment scene. After all, as a post-90s generation, I grew up watching idol dramas. Hello, excuse me, may I come in? Cindy smiled sweetly. Ward came back to his senses instantly and nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. Hello. When the two came in, Cindy waved and greeted everyone else inside. Looking closely at the guests in the small house who had been in the live broadcast before, there was still a little different feeling. For some reason, she was looking forward to seeing Orange soon. And at this time, because of the sudden encounter, the other people in cabin 702 were also filled with surprise and astonishment. Oh my God, Cindy. Yes, it's me. I'm sorry for disturbing you all of a sudden. It's okay. It's okay. There are two more upstairs. I'll go up and ask them to come down now. Well, actually, I want to go up and take a look. For the first time to the cottage. Cindy was obviously very curious and a little excited. However, she was excited. But everyone in the observation room was looking at this scene in a daze. What? Did Cindy also go to the heart-beating house? Doesn't that mean? Teacher, he is here too. Meng Zi felt an endless shock, as if the sky had fallen. They are going to the cabin. Why don't they take me with them? That's right. I didn't even know this news. Chunai also had a disappointed expression on his face. The two women looked at each other, feeling quite betrayed. Sob. On the contrary, the three boys remaining in the observation room did not have any particularly strong emotional fluctuations. It's fun just watching it. With smiles on their faces, they looked at each other and then continued to look at the screen. After a moment, after visiting cabin 702 and gathering the 6 guests inside, Cindy smiled and said, "Actually, I came here today because I have a little surprise for you." Surprise? What surprise? Here, everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. Isn't that suitcase gift a surprise? Zhou Qiyu was nervous when he first arrived, but now he feels much better after confessing. He smiled shyly and said, "Brothers and sisters, please let me keep it a secret. The surprise will be revealed to everyone outside the parking lot. So are we going out now? Let's go." It rained in the morning, and now the temperature is just right, very refreshing and comfortable, very suitable for outdoor sports. Mu Cheng wore a beige sportswear with a shirt today. She tied her hair into a high ponytail. Her hair with a faint fragrance floated past her ears, and her whole body exuded youth and vitality. She saw Zhou Qiyu constantly wiping his sweat. It's also very heartwarming. I took out a cup of lemon tea from the refrigerator and handed it to him. How about a cup of this? Hey, thank you. Thank you, Sister Orange. The other person quickly took it with both hands. He was a tall man who was almost 1.9 meters tall. He was so shy that he looked a little embarrassed. He didn't even dare to look at Mu Cheng. I just felt my heart beating very fast. In fact, when he was sitting in the restaurant just now, he couldn't help but glance at the girl several times. So beautiful. It is several levels more beautiful than what you see in the live broadcast room. It's like breaking through the dimensional wall and feeling like a senior student walking out of an anime. But Mu Cheng was a little confused. Aren't you 1 month older than me? Why do you call me sister? No, I'm your fan, Sister Chengzi. I really like your songs. I really didn't mean to call you old on purpose. I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Well, I just feel weird. The girl chuckled, her tone full of tenderness. Of course she wouldn't be angry. She was just asking out of curiosity. Everyone followed Zhou Qiyu out to the parking lot, and everyone was a little happy along the way. The three girls chattered nonstop. After relaxing their guard, several boys were also eager to perform. The boy named Zhou, at this time, was drinking lemon tea, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The audience in the live broadcast room felt sad again. What kind of lemon tea is this? Not good to drink at all. Ah, I'm so jealous. This is the second time it's so sour. Outside the parking lot. At this time, teacher he was arranging the props for the activities with the staff of the program team. I saw someone had already come out. He immediately waved happily upwards and shouted, "Hey, friends. Ah, Mr. He. Wow, teacher He, you are so handsome." All of a sudden, everyone was excited and thrilled. It's okay if you don't know other people, but I believe that anyone who has watched some variety shows or paid a little attention to the entertainment industry will know teacher He. He is known as the mainstay of the domestic entertainment industry. Soon, the people from cabins 701 and 702 came out and met each other. At that scene, the atmosphere in the entire parking lot was as lively as if it were Chinese New Year. The moment Xinling saw Mu Cheng, her eyes lit up instantly. "Chengzi, you are even prettier than on TV. Can I hug you?" As she spoke, she smiled sweetly and looked at the girl. "Okay, for my sister's stickers." Mu Cheng naturally wouldn't refuse. The girl smiled sweetly with her beautiful eyes and gave Sister Xinling a hug. The height difference between the two women was revealed at this moment. Cindy as a 40-year-old sister. I actually felt like a little bird in Orange's arms. Teacher he was so happy that he couldn't help laughing. "Finally, you get to see the orange you've been thinking about. How do you feel now, Xinling?" "From what I feel, she smells really good, and she's super pretty in person." It was originally just a joke from teacher he, but Xinling answered seriously. This made Mu Cheng feel a little embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she still smiled gracefully. Just a simple hug. The two women separated. Next, teacher he will also tell everyone what little surprises the program team has prepared. I saw everyone standing in a row, just like in college military training. The three teachers, including Mr. He in front, are like instructors. Teacher he smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you. We have been watching your live broadcast in the observation room before, but this is the first time I have been in such close contact with you." Chapter 74. The world is uncertain. You and I are just cattle and horses. In fact, the three of them came here today with a mission. In addition to holding a small event before the Chinese Valentine's Day, it is also to allow the two new female guests to quickly integrate into the life in the cabin. At the same time, play some mini-games. It can also enhance the goodwill between boys and girls in the cabin. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, it was natural that Mr. He, the stabilizing force, was needed to control the situation, and he also called Cindy Wang and the new guest Zhou Qiyu, who had not yet arrived in the observation room. As for, why not call him Ming Zi? The director has no choice. That guy would scream excitedly when he saw an orange during a live broadcast. He would have no idea what would happen if he was there. At this time, teacher he was still explaining today's rules of play. How about this? This Heartbeat House sports meet has 3 parts. Let's go through them one by one. The first one is the tug-of-war game. Well, considering that the distribution of men and women in our 2 cabins is uneven, we will let Qiyu and Xinling join your camp to help you compete. Teacher he smiled gently. The gameplay is also clearly explained. Even the gender ratio has been taken into consideration. When all the boys present heard that it was a tug-of-war game that required strength, their eyes lit up and they became eager to fight. Everyone was excitedly moving their bodies and rubbing their hands together, getting ready to try. Then, Xinling and Zhou Qiyu also came to the team of the 2 small houses. "Dear brothers and sisters, my name is Zhou Qiyu. Please take care of me. Come on, we will definitely win." Compared to the shy girl from 702, Cindy high-fived everyone from 701 and cheered them up. Everyone had a smile on their face. The 4 girls standing in a row also looked very pleasing to the eye. Mu Cheng held her 2 little hands under her skirt and squeezed them gently, blinking her big eyes as she looked at teacher He. Listen to what he says next. "Of course, since we are playing a game, there must be rewards and punishments, right? So if a team from a small cabin loses, we boys will suffer a little and have to do 60 push-ups." Hearing this, Zhou Qiyu was stunned and pointed at himself. "Teacher He, do I have to do it too?" Teacher He almost couldn't hold back his smile and nodded seriously. "Of course, you are a boy too." Zhou Qiyu. Puff. Hearing these words and the child's expression, the girls present couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Mu Cheng was the same, with smiling eyes. "I think this is kind of funny. Okay, Let's not waste any more time talking and just get started, okay? Okay, come on. It's finally time for us fitness people to show our talents. Brother Hua, you guys have to do push-ups here. I'm telling you. The outcome is uncertain. You and I are both potential winners. It's still unclear who will win. Let's wait and see. You girls should stand in the middle later. Be careful not to get hurt. Caillou and I will be in the front, and Brother Hua, you will be in the back. Then teacher he clapped his hands. Several boys at the scene immediately started talking trash before the game. Certainly. It's the more restrained kind. While others were also planning their tactics. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room so excited that they wanted to unplug the charging cable immediately. Well, that's also tug of war, right? Okay, everyone, are you ready? Teacher he saw that the people in the two cabins had already distanced themselves from each other. So, he took out a whistle from somewhere. Ready. That. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the whistle sounded in the parking lot, the rope that was pulled tight by everyone instantly straightened. Everyone burst out with unprecedented strength. Teacher he uttered, wow, silently, and his expression showed a smile as if he was watching a show. This is quite exciting. 1, 2, 1. Pull back. We can't lose. On the scene, the situation was a bit tense at the beginning, with neither side losing to the other. The boys' veins bulged and their expressions were very wild. It feels like this thick rope could break at any time. But, as time goes by, unconsciously, the fatigue of the cabin began to show. Everyone was sweating and felt a little exhausted, then followed by a loud shout of a command. The hut pulled the rope back hard again, and the game ended. Woo-hoo! Oh yeah! Great guys, you guys are awesome. Oh my god, Orange, you are so strong. I didn't even feel like I was pulling the tug of war from the front. I was just being dragged along by you. Chunjia turned around, panting, but looked surprised. She didn't even feel the rope had any weight just now. The whole process of strength. It's all on the girl at the back. It's okay, I might have been too absorbed in the game. Mu Cheng smiled faintly and responded casually. She looked in the direction of cabin 702 with a concerned look in her eyes, and then took advantage of the time when everyone here was high-fiving to celebrate. The girl took off her gloves and ran over quickly, supporting herself on her knees and looking at Meow Meow who was sitting on the ground. Gentle and concerned, are you okay? When they were playing tug of war just now, she noticed that Meow Meow almost fell. I was tripped. It's okay, just a little tired. Meow Meow shook her head and smiled. Looking at her sister's caring eyes, she felt a little warm throughout her body. The two girls smiled at each other unconsciously. Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness, and she reached out her hand and pulled her up from the ground. Then, gently dusted the back of her pants. This action. Meow Meow's face turned slightly red in an instant. This also made many of the people watching them at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but smile. Instead, Liang Xiaowei was biting her lips over there. I don't know what to think. As soon as Mu Cheng returned to Team 701, the queen couldn't wait to hug the girl's neck and said in a small, aggrieved voice, I want you to pull me too. Then you sit on the ground. Hey hey. Of course, this was just a little joke from Liang Xiao, and he wasn't really jealous. The two girls were laughing and joking here. After a while, Xinling came over to chat with them. Then Chunjia came too. And the other side. The punishment for the boys is about to begin. 60 push-ups. Divided equally among the three boys. That means each person has to do 20, which is not difficult. But our program team has always liked to stir up trouble. Teacher he smiled delicately and made a suggestion. How about this? You can choose a girl to help you count push-ups. Chapter 75. This is the heartbeat. Sure enough, as soon as teacher he said this, the expressions of several boys present were stunned for a moment. Why does it feel like there's a reward for the loser? Eugene felt it all of a sudden. This tug of war is not fun anymore. He now had a strong and inexplicable intuition that among the three people on the opposite side, someone would definitely choose Orange to count. So, among you students, who will go first? Teacher he enjoys watching the fun and always has a cheerful smile on his face. And Xinling was also looking at Mu Cheng's face. Finally, she showed a sweet smile. There are melons to eat. Over here, the three boys representing cabin 702 are looking at each other. It was Jiang Junhan who stood up again. As the big brother of this season, he acted quite frankly and said with a smile, I'll go first. I want to choose Yu Chen. Okay. Then Yu Chen, you can help Junhan count at 20, okay? No problem. Wang Yuchen looked at the man who was ready to lie on the ground, with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, but with a smile on his face. Come on, why don't you put on these gloves? As he said this, he handed him his gloves. Zhang Junhan took it without hesitation, scratched his head and smiled. Thank you. TSK. This scene made everyone feel excited. She couldn't help but smile a little like an ant. Even Mu Cheng, who was standing on the other side, 701, was eating the melon with a happy look on his face, as if he was so shy that he hid behind Liang Xiaowei. The two girls hugged each other excitedly, their eyes full of gossip without blinking. Certainly, the others were showing almost the same reaction at this moment. There were a few boys present, a little envious. I wish they and Orange could be as sweet as this couple. I guess it's to the extent that I would wake up laughing even in my dreams. 1, 2, 3. 20 push-ups were not difficult for Zhang Junhan. He finished them easily and stood up. Then he smiled and high-fived Wang Yuqin. Seeing this, teacher, he continued to urge the progress. Who's next? Let me do it. Ward suddenly took a step forward. There is a sense of momentum that, even if there are thousands of troops, I alone am enough. Of course, this is 2G's own imagination. In fact, the guy raised his hand with a smile on his face. Teacher, he couldn't help but laugh. So which girl do you want to choose to help you count? I. When it came time to say it out loud, Ward felt a little embarrassed. But in the end, he gave it his all. I want Orange to come. Is that okay? May I? Teacher, he also looked at the girl in beige clothes who was always dazzling standing in the crowd. It's not even just him. It can be said that everyone's eyes are now on Mu Cheng. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. Option 1. Help Hua to count, and you will be rewarded with high heels that will make you walk briskly and never hurt your feet. Choice 2. Help Hua to do push-ups directly and get the King Game Mastery reward. Choice 3. Do nothing, watch the show quietly, and get a gym membership as a reward. No surprise. Faced with the sudden question, the system sounded in my mind again. Mu Cheng was a little surprised by the first two rewards. It actually appeared before. Can you return? However, the girl did not hesitate too much and silently chose the first one in her heart. She nodded readily and smiled faintly. Of course. Just helping to count. It's not that difficult. However, that's just what she thought. In the eyes of the boys, Mu Cheng's decision instantly made them feel a little jealous. And Ward's face was filled with excitement, and his eyes seemed to have gotten much bigger. Now I wish I could just lie on the ground and do 50 push-ups right now. Come on, Orange, you'll be in charge of counting. 20. Teacher, he smiled. Okay. Mu Cheng nodded her head, a slight smile on her face, and walked over with brisk steps. The sunshine is slightly warm in the afternoon. The golden summer breeze gently blows on the girl's delicate facial features. The high ponytail of her hair swayed gently and freely under the girl's liveliness. She walked over with a smile. In that instant, many people felt that even their breathing stopped slightly. My heart is beating rapidly. This moment. Only then did everyone truly understand the meaning of the name, heart-pounding. Then let's get started, Brother Hua? Yes. Ward came back to his senses, quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and reluctantly looked away. Then lie prone on the ground with your arms stretched out. I started doing push-ups directly. He felt that the physical strength that had made him exhausted after 5 minutes of fitness in the past suddenly exploded at this moment. He could do 100, let alone 20. Mu Cheng couldn't help but smile as she saw how hard he was working, but she still counted seriously. 19, okay. It's healed so quickly. The native chicken stood up, still feeling a bit sorry. The girl's gentle voice just now was like whispering softly in his ear. He was fascinated by what he heard. Teacher, let's start the next step. Someone has already made a suggestion. They were afraid that if Zhou Qiyu also let Chengzi count, he would be so jealous that he would die. Sometimes, boys are just that jealous, even if that girl has little to do with you. However, teacher, he cannot satisfy them. After all, this is the fairness of the game. He shook his head gently, smiled and said, Qiyu, it's your turn. Do you want to choose a girl to count as well? I choose Sister Xinling. Zhou Qiyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to give in. I always feel that as long as I choose Sister Orange, it's not long before you get beaten. And after all, he just came here with teacher he to play games with the guests, and he was not a resident of the cabin, so it was not a good idea to choose a girl like her. I have to say, this kid is quite sensible. This made Lin Yi and the others' eyes soften a little. Otherwise, well, now they even want to kill the native chickens. Sometimes I want to kill someone. It really can't be hidden. In fact, it's not just them now. Even the male fans in the live broadcast room couldn't control themselves and frantically searched for useful tools in the kitchen. For example, the US dollar, the British stick, the French wolf, mace, etc. Kill this loser. At this moment, Ward was wiping the sweat off his face and couldn't help sneezing. I always feel a chill in my heart. Someone wants to murder me. Hiss. Okay, now that the tug-of-war game is over, let's move on to the second part of today, okay? Teacher, he took control of the situation again at this time and blocked everyone's resentment. I felt funny in my heart too. I can only say that the charm of Orange is really too great. Chapter 76. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so abnormal anymore. Here, Teacher He began to talk about the second rule of the game. And in Mu Cheng's mind, the system prompt sound also sounded. Congratulations to the host for making the desired choice. As a reward, you will be able to walk briskly with high heels that will never hurt your feet. But maybe this only works when wearing high heels. So she didn't feel anything. The girl looked down at her fair little feet and suddenly wanted to try wearing high heels. So what about the next game? It's called washing the quilt. Teacher He looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Wash the quilt? Yes. He pointed to the oversized wooden basin that had been placed on the ground by the staff in front of him and said with a smile, "It's like this, we won't wash the quilts by hand this time. Hand washing doesn't reflect your ability. So we decided, let's wash the quilt with our feet this time, okay?" Ah. Everyone's eyes widened. Washing the quilt with your feet? Can I still have that quilt? In case anyone has athlete's foot. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned and couldn't help but complain about the rules of the game. Certainly. At this time, some fans also stood up against the majority opinion. Hey, it's better to wash with your feet. I like to look at Orange's feet, like the screen. The upstairs is too perverted. Ahem, whispering, don't you think Orange feet are really pretty? I just want to discuss one thing with the production team, which is whether the water used by Orange to wash the quilt should not be thrown away. I'm willing to pay for it, but I can drink it. Ugh, shit. I already feel a bit out of tune with you guys. No one expected it. Because of a quilt washing game, a bunch of perverts suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Many people were trembling. There are really people who like foot washing water. But, in fact, many viewers have to admit that Orange's feet are really beautiful. As white and tender as jade, the naughty toes are slightly curled up, and they are so crystal clear that people can't help but want to hold them in their hands and pinch them gently. When I think about it this way, it suddenly seems that they are not abnormal after all. Someone seemed to have discovered the door to a new world. His eyes lit up, and here is the parking lot of the heart-beating house. Everyone could only accept this new way of washing the quilt, waiting for Teacher He to explain the rules of the game. Then, the rules are very simple. We will cooperate and let the girls choose a boy to pair up with, and then the two of them will go into the wooden tub to wash the quilts. Finally, wring out the quilt and put it on the scale to weigh it. The lightest quilt wins. The gameplay is indeed quite simple, but now there is a problem. Xinling couldn't help but express her confusion. Hey, then Teacher He, now we have 7 girls and 5 boys. How should we allocate them? Are they going to let her go up with Zhou Qiyu again? But that's not right either. So the answer to this question is obviously no. Teacher He smiled and said, that's right. We draw lots. Then the 2 girls who didn't draw a number will automatically be put together as one team to complete the game. Is this okay? He turned his head left and right to look at everyone, also asking for their opinions. No one had any objection. They all nodded. Can. It's no problem, Mr. He. Well then, let's start drawing lots now. Teacher He took a few cards printed with heart beating from Zhou Qiyu, and then distributed them to the 5 girls present. Yes, are you wondering why there are only 5? Because. Teacher He smiled and explained to everyone. Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu are new to our room, so let's be generous and let them make a choice first. Then who drew number 3? Teacher He, it's me. Miao Miao raised her hand obediently. Teacher He smiled and asked her to come out and stand with Wang Qiyu and Lu Sijuan. Because the parking lot is not very big. Only 3 tubs can be placed in one round of the game. Therefore, this game of washing the quilt can only be played in 2 rounds. At this time, Mu Cheng looked at his cards from behind, a hint of surprise flashing across his eyes. There are no numbers at all. That means she will team up with another girl. Who is it? Hey, Orange. Liang Xiaowei jumped over at this time and shook the white card in his hand. Well, neither did she. The 2 girls looked at each other inexplicably and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a coincidence. Here, Teacher, he has already started asking the three girls to choose a male guest with whom to wash the quilt. Wang Qiyu and Lu Sijuan both gave way to each other politely. In the end, Wang Qiyu was allowed to choose first. She looked at the boys present and pointed at one of them without much hesitation. I choose Lin Yi. Me. Lin Yi was chosen. Although he had a hunch, he still felt helpless. For him, the person he most wants to be chosen is definitely Orange. But there's no way. When playing games, you have to respect the rules of the game. Lin Yi paused slightly. He stood out and stood next to the first wooden basin with Wang Qiyu. It's Lu Sijuan's turn. Everyone looking at her couldn't help but wonder whether she would choose Jiang Junhan. After all, she went on a date with Jiang Junhan last time. Wang Yuqin felt a little nervous. However, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Sijuan just smiled and said, I'll choose Eugene. He's a sports student, so he should be very good at twisting the quilt. Eugene? Miao Miao was also stunned. Who should she choose then? Just like that, Eugene stood up with a confused look on his face and walked to the second wooden basin with Lu Sijuan. Teacher, he looked at Miao Miao. In an instant, Miao Miao felt conflicted and subconsciously looked back at Chengzi. But Mu Cheng couldn't do anything. She couldn't help. I could only smile softly and give her some encouragement. Miao Miao was helpless, so she just gave up and chose someone she was more familiar with. I'll choose Brother Hua. Choose me, then we will definitely win. Ward didn't know where he got the confidence from, but he stood up with his head held high. Miao Miao. Puff. Looking at her cute yet confused expression, Mu Cheng and the other girls here couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why do I feel that my sister looks a little pitiful? Miao Miao, what if she was kidnapped? Just blink your eyes. Teacher, he and the others also found it a little funny, and their expressions showed that they wanted to laugh, but were not able to do so. Fortunately, I tried hard to hold back the upward movement of the corners of my mouth. Cough twice. Then let's start the first round of the quilt washing competition now. Please enter the basin, students. Chapter 77. A little shy, almost standing outside the tub. A very thin air conditioning blanket has been placed in the 3 extra-large wooden basins. The staff also poured the sponsor's laundry detergent in it. So, now there are 3 groups of people. They all use their hands to create bubbles in the wooden basin. Then, slowly walk in barefoot. It's a bit slippery, be careful. Good. Do we go around the basin in circles? Or how do we wash it? Linny and Wang Qiyu were relatively familiar with each other and could chat for a while, so the atmosphere wasn't too weird. But on the other side, Miao Miao and Huada, 2 people who live in the same cabin but have nothing in common with each other. It's really embarrassing. Don't be fooled by Tuji's repeated claims that he is sure to win. But in fact, just talk. Huada scratched his head, looked at Miao Miao and smiled awkwardly. Why don't you go in first? Okay, I'll stand over here. Then I'll stand here. 2 people entered the basin one after the other, with a pair of thick and very hairy legs and a pair of white and delicate feet. It makes people laugh. Why do I feel such an inexplicable sense of disobedience? It's like the old man is the same as the little sister. On this side, Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei were also laughing happily and were smiling the whole time. They didn't look at other groups the whole time and just stared at Miao Miao. Even from such a distance, I could personally feel my sister's embarrassment. Eugen, can you help me up? I'm afraid of falling. Yes, sure. At the same time, the second group also made some small moves. It was Lu Sijuan who initiated it. Eugene subconsciously glanced at the girl over there, and when he saw that she wasn't looking at him, he extended the back of his hand. Let Lu Sijuan support him. The 2 of them stepped into the bubbles of detergent together, trying to make the quilt cleaner. 3 groups, 3 different atmospheres. Teacher, he and the others were also watching and laughing, plotting quietly. It's okay here, it's pretty close. Do you feel the pink bubbles? A little, but not much, Mr. He. Haha. Hey, look at what's going on over there. She looks so shy. You do not say. It's not just a matter of shyness. It felt like if she didn't come out in a while, Miao Miao would be able to stand outside the wooden basin. She and Ward didn't even move. Just rub the quilt with your feet. It's nothing like the other 2 pairs. At least they turned around and stepped on it a few times. Mu Cheng was so happy that she went crazy. She couldn't stop smiling with her eyes curved up, and her 2 little hands subconsciously patted Xiao Qiao. Chun Jia next to him came over and asked, Did you draw a number? No, we just happened to be together. Liang Qiao raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Thump, thump. The girl seemed to be showing off and happily showed the white card. Chun Jia said helplessly, Then I can only go with Brother Wang, since both of them are cards without numbers. The last one is with Wang Yuchen. No need to think about it. The other party will definitely choose Jiang Junhan. So, only Wang Helong was left for her. Seeing that the three groups had already started twisting their quilts, Chen Jia went straight to find Wang Yuchen and the remaining two boys. The four of them discussed it and divided into groups in advance. At this time, the results of the first round of the quilt twisting competition have come out. Let's see. Okay, the score for the first group is 2, very good. Teacher he smiled and clapped. Then continue and put the second group of quilts, which are Eugene and Lu Sijuan's quilts. I have to say, the strength of athletes is really useful, and they are really good at twisting the quilt. Zhou Qiyu immediately announced, the second group score is 2, wow. Even Lu Sijuan himself found it a little unbelievable. Wait for the reaction. She instantly jumped up with excitement and gave Eugene a hug. You are so awesome. Lucky luck. Someone was suddenly attacked and became so stiff that he dared not move. This scene made Miao Miao, who was watching from behind, surprised. I felt a little lost. Fortunately, although this feeling of loss came quickly, it was not strong. I just felt a little bit uncomfortable. For her, who had never been in a relationship before, she knew that this was a sign of jealousy. But it's also quite strange. Why does it feel like my reaction isn't that big of a deal? Miao Miao is a top student who was able to get into one of the 5 colleges and 4 departments based on her actual strength. Don't be fooled by her quiet appearance. But in fact, this sister is a very rational person. She was now beginning to think about why she had this reaction. Soon, it was her and Ward's quilt's turn to be weighed. Xinling smiled with a sweet accent. Oh, there are 2 of you. For now, you can only be the last one. It's okay. I don't think we will be the last one. Ward continued to remain confident. Miao Miao nodded and smiled. Anyway, for her, winning or losing this game doesn't matter. The most important thing is to participate. Okay, our first round of competition is over. Now, it's the turn of the other 3 groups of students. Teacher he first applauded Eugene and Lu Sijuan before continuing. He glanced at the remaining few people. With a smile on his face, he said, I want to ask, which 2 girls drew the cards without numbers? Thump, thump, thump. As if it was agreed upon. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei jumped out happily at the same time. You can see it. They were really happy and even looked a little proud. This made everyone laugh. What a funny guy. But this also made the boys who had just played a round of washing the quilt feel relieved. Fortunately, Orange did not team up with that guy Wang Helong. You two are such a coincidence. Xinling looked at the 2 girls in surprise. This pair of good sisters actually got the same cards. Zhou Qiyu looked at the other 4 people and asked curiously, so, 2 sisters here, who are you going to choose? I've already chosen. I'm on the same team with him. Chen Jia stood up, pointed directly at Wang Helong, and said with a smile. Wang Helong also raised his hand with a smile on his face. But if you look closely, it's actually not hard to see. This guy seemed to feel somewhat regretful. Well, although it's hidden very deeply. But it still made Liang Xiaowei's eyes flicker. Then look at the orange. Thoughtful. The scene was suddenly filled with all kinds of undercurrents, and everyone had their own little thoughts. But Mu Cheng is heartless. The girl waved at Liang Xiaowei and winked at him playfully. Come here quickly. Here I come. Chapter 78 Sister, don't step on the quilt. Step on me. The program crew has replaced the basin with a new, oversized one. I put an unwashed quilt in it. The 2 girls were stirring the water vigorously, causing thick foam to appear in the basin. With Teacher He's voice, you can get into the basin. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei. She casually loosened her slippers, held hands, and put her feet into them. The water is quite cool and comfortable. It feels like ice skating. I step, I step, I step, 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 step. The 2 girls couldn't help laughing while playing. The girl kicked the quilt wildly, and water splashed onto Liang Xiaowei's hair in an instant. Then, the scene immediately erupted into a scream of joy. So before I knew it, they actually started stepping on each other. Their laughter soon attracted the attention of everyone present. Everybody look here. Seeing the 2 girls having so much fun, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. Zhou Qiyu asked a soul-searching question and whispered to Teacher He, why do I feel like they are idle dramas? Hush. Teacher He gave the former a subtle look and smiled. Xinling was envious at this time. I also want to play in their water basins. Certainly. In fact, she is not the only one who has this idea. For example, Meng Ziyi in the observation room. For example, the audience in the live broadcast room were already inexplicably excited and thrilled. Ah, sister, don't step on the quilt. Come on. Step on me. I'm easier to step on. Eyes shining. Sure. I can't even imagine how good Orange's feet would look if they were painted with nail polish. You rascals, you look at her for an hour. She is still not yours. But you read for an hour. The knowledge is yours. We should strengthen ourselves. Study for the rise of the nation. Say no to women. Start from the Bulk province. Smile dash. Mu Cheng? You'd better tell me which place in Bulk province you are from. Angry. Donghai County, Lianyunqing, Bulk province. Wow, wow, wow. Now even in my dreams I want to become that quilt. Crying. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood asking Orange to paint his nails. Agree. Agree. I can't take it anymore, guys. I really can't watch this anymore. I'm already feeling a bit malnourished. I'm going to the bathroom again. Oh? No. What on earth do you want to do? You big fool, chun upstairs. At this moment, after Mu Cheng walked into the basin with her little feet that were as delicate as jade, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. I don't know how many people were staring at other girls' feet and swallowing their saliva madly. And those female fans hidden in the barrage. He looked puzzled and depressed. Girls' feet. Is it really that attractive to them? Then why didn't these guys seem so excited when Meow Meow and the others went into the water just now? However, they are still somewhat unaware. The words top-grade edible. What does it represent? Amid the excitement of countless viewers, not many people are even paying attention to the other two groups washing quilts. Even the eldest brother's camera was focused on the two girls here the entire time. After all, they like to watch it too. But this is still a game after all, so there are naturally time limits. Soon, teacher, he smiled and said, "Okay, now you can start twisting the quilt." Hearing this, everyone stretched out their feet and put on their shoes. Back to the ground. Wang Helong almost fell over there and scared himself. It's a bit slippery. We have too much foam here. Be careful. Chunjia also put on slippers and dragged the quilt out of the wooden basin. The two of them immediately began to twist and turn. Because I just saw Eugene group play the same way and got the lightest weight. Look, the same is true for Wang Yuchen's group. She and Jiang Junhan worked together to break the long quilt into two halves and twist them together. Teacher, he smiled slightly and whispered to the two people next to him. This competition is quite intense. Everyone wants to win. Teacher, he, look over there. A weak voice suddenly sounded. Zhou Qiyu pointed in a direction and the two looked over there immediately. Then, his eyes widened at the scene before him. Because I don't know when. Orange was actually playing circles with two girls. Chow chow. Each person holds a corner of the quilt. Then it spun around like a compass, jumping around, and the two girls had cute smiles on their faces. It can be seen that they are having fun and playing casually. There is no intention to win at all. Xinling couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was amused by the cuteness of these two sisters. I remember Chow Chow was a Sagittarius. Fire and air signs can really play well together. Haha, they are the instigator group after all. Teacher, he also laughed. Now, I feel a little reluctant to let these two happy girls stop. But there's nothing I can do. It's almost 5 o'clock. They have the next step. So, I could only clap my hands, smile and shout. Come on, students, let's start weighing now. Start with the fourth group. The fourth group is the group consisting of Chunjia and Wang Helong. Crowds of people gathered around to watch. Full of curiosity, Wang Helong also carried the quilt onto the scale. Yo, sure you guys. This result is also quite good, better than the two groups in the previous round. Chunjia and Wang Helong were also very happy to see this. The two of them high-fived. Just to celebrate. It was the fifth group's turn. Jiang Junhan brought the quilt up and placed it gently. In an instant, the scale showed 2. Much better than the previous group. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that their method is quite useful and they are almost catching up with Eugene's group. It's your turn, Orange Chow Chow. How about it? Do you have confidence? Perhaps because he really liked these two girls. Teacher, he asked them a question with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Cheng shook her head, her beautiful eyes raised with a playful smile. I feel mine is quite heavy. I guess I lost Even Liang Xiaowei has no confidence in himself. He let out a light chuckle. After all, they were really playing just now and completely forgot about winning or losing. He didn't care about the life or death of the quilt at all. So, under the expectant gaze of everyone, it was Mu Cheng again, holding the cup and casually placing it on the scale. The next moment, it was displayed. Chapter 79. We've figured out pi. So why isn't this considered a win? Facts have proved that no matter how good-looking a person is, The scale is also not giving face. Teacher he came over and took a look at the number displayed on it, and immediately couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just right. The quilt that Mu Cheng and Liang Xiao wrung out directly reached the international mathematics standard. Wow, this is a whole number of pi. The audience in the live broadcast room were surprised. I also laughed out loud instantly. Not to mention the curious onlookers. They sent their teasing blessings one after another. Congratulations, Orange Chow Chow. This score is not something that ordinary people can get. Oh my god. You guys are awesome. Can you teach me ha ha ha? Actually, from a mathematical point of view, I think I won. This. Face everyone's jokes and laugh. The two girls looked at each other, bewildered and confused. The scene burst into laughter at this time. Even the comments in the live broadcast room were filled with a joyful atmosphere. I have to say, Orange and Xiao Xiao are such a live show when they are together. This pair of little sisters. It's just too cute. Teacher he also had a smile on his face. Well, that's a pity. Your group 6 will lose this game. There has to be a small punishment. Can. Liang Xiao nodded and chuckled. She was willing to accept defeat. Anyway, I was just playing with Orange. Not planning to win. As for Mu Cheng, this girl didn't care at all. If she did push-ups, all kidding aside, she can do 10 roars with one hand. This way. Looking at the happy expressions on everyone's faces as they watched the fun, teacher he was also discussing with Xinling and the others what kind of punishment would be best. Tell me if you have any ideas for fun punishments. I'm teacher he, please don't look at me. Being stared at by teacher he. Zhou Qiyu waved his hands repeatedly. He is now Mu Cheng's little fan, so it doesn't seem appropriate for him to talk about punishing his idol. On the contrary, Xinling has a little idea. She patted teacher he and smiled. We looked at Chengzi's information before. She must be a dancer. You mean, punish them for dancing? Teacher he immediately understood what Xinling meant. He suddenly felt, this seems like a good idea. After all, if used to punish girls, doing push-ups is too unfriendly to girls. It's easy to expose yourself. So doing a dance is a very important decision. Think like this. Teacher he clapped his hands and asked everyone to look over. He smiled slightly. How about this? Our punishment is to give everyone a small benefit. How about having Orange and Xiao Xiao do a dance? Everyone. Audience. As soon as teacher he said this, instantly, everyone present widened their eyes. The live broadcast room was quiet for a moment. By the time I reacted, the atmosphere of the barrage seemed to be able to drown me, and I fell into a boiling excitement. Yes, I think it's totally fine. I haven't seen Orange dance yet. This punishment is so awesome. Teacher he, I love you. Ha 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 ha, I want to see Orange and Xiao Xiao dance a double tango. Wow, this is really a benefit. No, I'm going to record it. Where is my screen recording? The live broadcast room was completely out of control at this point. Everyone was so excited. In the parking lot of the heart-beating house. After everyone heard it, his eyes lit up and he looked very interested. Especially those boys. I just wanted to come over and dance with Orange and the others right away. Here, Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the punishment would be dancing. Liang Xiao opened his mouth slightly, but I can't. It's okay. It's just a short paragraph, very simple. I can teach you. Xinling came to the two girls with a sweet smile on her face, blinked her eyes and said to them, have you heard my song, Love You? Yes. That song has become popular again in the past 2 years. Both girls have 5G internet speed. How could I not have heard of it? Mu Cheng seemed to have thought of something at this time. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and then smiled. If it's love you, then I know how to dance this dance. You know, my predecessor had been learning classical dance since childhood and had a strong talent for dancing. I also like to practice dancing. Now, Mu Cheng has completely adapted to her appearance. That dance technique. Naturally, it is already proficient in muscle memory. In addition, the song Love You is one of her favorite songs, and the dance in it is also relatively simple. She certainly will. Hearing this, Xinling's eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled at the two girls. Then let's dance this? Okay. Liang Xiaowei agreed when she saw Chengzi. I could only nod my head reluctantly. She really can't dance. But by then everyone will probably go to see Orange. So why not just be lazy and jump for a while? Thinking about it this way, Liang Xiaowei felt that he was quite a clever kid. Hey, come on, students, let's start the punishment. Teacher he went from somewhere and pulled a large speaker. Just play Cindy Wong's song directly. That's the song. Love You. Cindy, love you. As a cheerful and familiar music sounded, everyone cheered instantly. Meanwhile, Cindy has already started swinging her arms to the rhythm of the dance. Seeing this, Mu Cheng also pulled Liang Xiaowei's hand over. The two girls, one with a bright and gentle smile on her face, and the other a little confused, making people want to laugh. But they all followed the rhythm. As the host, teacher, he was very good at creating atmosphere. He just picked up the microphone and shouted with a smile. Students on the mountaintop, can we all come together? Good. Woo-hoo. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely lively. Even the afternoon was cool enough. But it still couldn't stop everyone's inner enthusiasm, and the entire parking lot was filled with joy. And in the live broadcast room, the audience was also extremely excited, and even had the urge to rush into the screen and play with them. If you suddenly hit Chapter 80, don't call the military advisor. The military advisor also wants to chase. If you suddenly sneeze, that must be me thinking about you. If it's midnight, as the prelude of the song Love You enters the main song, this time outside the parking lot, everyone has surrounded the three girls into a small circle. They had excited smiles on their faces and clapped their hands to the rhythm. And in the middle of the circle, Liang Qiao was in a fluster. He looked at Xinling, then at Chengzi, and followed their movements to dance. But soon, the queen just chuckled and quietly stood aside to do some fishing, clap along with everyone else. So now only Xinling and Mu Cheng are left. Certainly. In fact, the two girls had already discovered that Xiao Qiao had left their team. But the two girls smiled at each other. Just pretend nothing happened. She continued to maintain gentle yet powerful body movements, following the melody of the lyrics, singing softly and tapping the beat. Because I just washed the quilt with laundry detergent. There was still some foam on Mu Cheng's little feet, and they were very slippery when she put on slippers. So now she is walking on the ground barefoot. That jumping around, the youthful, lively, and bright side profile smile instantly makes many people feel struck by her beauty. Several boys stared at the girl without blinking. Orange dance is really beautiful. It feels sweeter than Cindy's original dance. Like, it's because I'm always bothering you. Say more sweet words. If you want me to take one more look at you, show a little more. Let me really see. And at this time, at a relaxed and happy pace, we've finally come to the chorus. Mu Cheng and Xianling smiled at each other in tacit understanding. The girl curved her eyes, crossed her hands on her slender waist, and moved her long, white, and smooth legs on tiptoe. The hair was tied into a high ponytail on the little head. At this moment, it seems to be scattered with the playfulness of its owner, smartly and gently. A breeze blew by. It carries the girl's pleasant fragrance and her sweet smile. This scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were extremely excited, typing frantically on the barrage. Military advisor. Where is the military advisor? I want to chase this guy. Don't call the military advisor upstairs. The military advisor wants to chase too. Ah, sister is so beautiful. Can I live in this video without eating or drinking? It's so funny. Look at those boys. Their eyes are wide open. If it weren't for this, who could stand it? Laughing and crying. Zhouqiu, you better send me the photos in your phone. Just when the popularity of the live broadcast room had exceeded 10 million and countless viewers and fans were going crazy. Here at the scene, it is exactly as they said. Several boys were completely stunned. That stupid look. Very funny. Zhouqiu was also a smart guy. He took out his cell phone and took pictures of Mu Cheng continuously. The smile on his lips almost reached his ears. As you can imagine, he was very sweet. Certainly, there were not only boys present. In fact, there were several girls in the cabin as well. They were also jumping and waving their hands in ecstasy. Meow Meow even turned on the flashlight on her cell phone. Fight for the orange. In short, the atmosphere at this time can be said to be very exciting, completely comparable to a small concert. A little more. Let me be willing. Love you. If it's a short dance, then of course it won't last the entire song. The music ends here. The two girls turned around in a circle, and Mu Cheng smiled at the girl in the cabin over there and made a playful move. In an instant, their excited screams rang out at the scene. Liang Xiaowei couldn't help it. He immediately jumped up and shouted excitedly, "Oh, Orange, I love you too." Okay, we can see that this fan not only did not punish him, but also wanted to go up and hug his idol. Teacher, he made a joke. Everyone couldn't help but laugh too. This made Liang Xiaowei feel a little embarrassed. He smiled. The music gradually stopped. Xinling was a little out of breath, but she still had her signature smile on her face. She looked at Mu Cheng, clenched her fist and praised her. Chengzi, you are really amazing. I feel that you dance better than me. Moreover, she noticed that the other person was dancing so vigorously that he was not even sweating. This physical strength is amazing. No, Sister Xinling, you are the original singer. I will be proud to say this. Be proud if you want to. You're so pretty, it's only natural for you to be proud. And I also love listening to your songs. They're so well written. Thanks. The two women started to flatter each other a little bit. Certainly, this may not necessarily be without genuine praise. After all, Xinling really likes this stunningly beautiful girl in front of her. She thinks Mu Cheng will definitely have an extraordinary position in the domestic entertainment industry in the future. Well, it comes from the perspective of an artist who has been in the industry for decades. And a woman's intuition. The two of them walked out of the dancing atmosphere with smiles on their faces, and Mu Cheng also put on his shoes. You're not even to mention. It's a bit painful to dance barefoot on this concrete floor. But fortunately, her anti-aging formula can ensure that her skin remains intact. It's great. Crash. Woohoo. Orange, you dance so beautifully. At this moment, everyone in the cabin finally reacted and started clapping excitedly and cheering extremely loudly. Mu Cheng smiled softly. I haven't danced for a long time. I almost couldn't keep up with Sister Xinling just now. At least it's better than me who can't do it. At this time, Liang Xiao said weakly. Instantly, it makes people burst into laughter. Thinking back to the scene of Qiao Qiao dancing just now, it was so hilarious that it was almost fatal. For a while, the parking lot here is like a vegetable market in the urban village. Very noisy. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, teacher he could only smile helplessly, looked at Zhou Qiyu, and waited for them to calm down. After a moment, he clapped his hands, making a sound, and said with a smile, okay, let's prepare for the third part next, okay? Speed up a bit, otherwise the sun will set soon, classmates. I have to say, there are people who have really been teachers. Those words instantly made people quiet. The friends in the heart-beating house stood in line, one by one as if they were in military training, waiting for the next game. Although, at this moment, some people still haven't come out of the dance. The picture in my mind. Always stay on the smile of the girl's wink. Chapter 81 Orange's ability to identify scumbags. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, room 702 of the heart-beating house. The yard was filled with everyone's laughter. There is also the aroma of charcoal wafting from the barbecue grill. Actually, today, Mr. He and his team came over to lead the residents of the cabins in a competition, and they really have a little surprise for them. And this little surprise, it was this sudden barbecue. The program crew prepared everything for them, all kinds of ingredients, including beef, seafood, vegetables and fruits, basically everything you can think of. The audience in the live broadcast room were so envious that they couldn't help swallowing. It's not a good idea to release poison tonight, especially those hardworking workers who need to work overtime. I'm about to cry. By the way, I have something to tell you all. Eugene is lighting the charcoal fire. Suddenly remembering something, he turned around and smiled at everyone. Hearing this, everyone became a little curious. What's the matter? He continued, it's like this. A team from our school will come to Shanghai Jiaotong University tomorrow to play a friendly match. So I want to invite you to come to Jiaotong University to play tomorrow. Hey, are you playing games? Lu Sijuan instantly became interested and asked quickly. Eugene nodded and smiled. Yes, I want to initiate that. Now I'm telling you in advance. While speaking, but he turned his gaze to Mu Cheng. I hope to see a different expression on this girl. Only, when the two looked at each other, Mu Cheng just smiled faintly and made a gesture to indicate that he knew. This made Eugene a little confused. Will she look forward to playing ball herself? Or just come and take a look? Anyway, no matter what, if Orange comes tomorrow, I will definitely give my 100% strength. Beat up those guys from Jiaotong University. His friend? Just as everyone was chatting casually about various topics, after a while, the charcoal fire here was also lit. Zhang Junhan quickly called everyone. Come on, bring anything you want to eat and I'll help you grill it. Then I'll leave it to you. Wang Yuchen is already ready to do it himself. Hear this. She immediately handed him the basket of ingredients and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Anyway, the relationship between her and the other party is becoming clearer. Just stop hiding it. Open and above board. Sure enough, Zhang Junhan took it with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you eat uncooked food. Then sisters, let's not do it and let him bake it alone. Okay. Brother Han, Can you bake it? Do you want me to help? The boys in the cabin are still very loyal. Ward came over immediately, smiling with bared teeth. For a moment, the atmosphere in the yard was very good, with a little warmth, and everyone couldn't help laughing. Well, they got it again. The key is, this is probably the only recognized couple in the cabin at present. Orange, do you want some roasted beans? Here, several girls were also sitting around a small oven. Small portions of ingredients were placed around it. Because the program team took into consideration that there were many people in the cabin, they specially prepared 2 barbecue grills for them. The boys are responsible for the big one, and the girls can participate in the barbecue if they want. You can also use this small one. Very convenient. So Mu Cheng and the other girls sat together, just opposite the boys. Certainly. If there are boys who are thick-skinned enough, they can come and sit with them. For example, this guy Wang Helong. She sat directly on the small stool next to Mu Cheng and took the initiative to say with a smile, "You danced very beautifully today. I learned it by watching the video. If you want to learn it, I'll send it to you." The girl said softly casually. I don't know why. She was not very interested in this guy Wang Helong, and it was not because he wanted to pursue her. Rather, I just don't like this person very much. Like Lin Yi and Eugene, although they are also pursuing her. But Mu Cheng could see that both of them had good character and could get along well as friends. But Wang Helong is different. Anyway, Mu Cheng couldn't explain it. She just knew that it was a girl's intuition. Orange here, freshly roasted beans. Liang Xiao came over with a smile and handed a small plate to Mu Cheng. She glanced at Wang Helong. Just. The other person also looked at her, and when their eyes met, this guy smiled awkwardly with a guilty conscience. Quickly shift your gaze. Thanks. Mu Cheng raised the corner of his mouth happily and blew a kiss to Xiao Qiao. Then I saw Liang Xiaowei looking shy and embarrassed. Miao Miao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but let out a cry. It instantly caused everyone to laugh. It seems that they are really familiar with each other. Even Miao Miao, a quiet sister, can make such a joke. Orange, can you help me peel some garlic? I want to make garlic eggplant. Please, please. Chunjia said at this time. Mu Cheng naturally said that it was no problem. Since she is not very good at cooking, she leaves things like barbecue to everyone else. So natural. She would definitely be happy to simply help out and do some easy work. Otherwise, everyone else is working on something, and you are the only one enjoying the fruits of their labor. It seems very inappropriate. Perhaps, this is the reason why Mu Cheng's personality is so popular with everyone. She is casual but not eccentric. Not only is she good-looking, but her personal charm is the most attractive. Okay. The girl smiled with her beautiful eyes and took all the raw garlic over there. One person is peeling here. Pretty serious. Seeing this, Wang Helong couldn't help but have an idea. He moved the stool over and said with a smile, I'll peel it with you. It just so happens that I have nothing to do. Then I'll take the basket and give you some. Need not. I'll just grab a few at random. As he spoke, Wang Helong directly reached out his hand to Mu Cheng's thigh. Because of the raw garlic, she put it on top in a basket. As soon as you finish peeling the garlic cloves, you can remove them. She didn't expect it either. This guy Wang Helong actually reached out his hand. A moment. Nearly 10 defensive actions have appeared in Mu Cheng's mind. For example, slap the basket on Wang Helong's face. Or you can do like Brother Crow and just overturn the table and stop eating. Also, give this guy a back elbow on the hand. Use the knife on the table to draw some blood, etc. In just 1 second, he has died several times in Mu Cheng's mind. Watching the hand getting closer, Mu Cheng finally gave up the idea of being rude and just went along with him, stuffing the basket into Wang Helong's hands. Then I'll give it to you. I'll go see if there's anything else I can help with. I haven't even finished my words yet. She had already stood up, her voice still as gentle and pleasant as before. But one can hear the indifference. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, Chapter 82. Strange, yet familiar. She is here. I didn't see it wrong. Did this kid just want to touch Orange's legs? Angry. Which hand? I'm asking you which hand. Damn it. I've disliked this guy Wang Helong for a long time. Bah. If I remember correctly, didn't he want to peek at Chengzi's collar last time? What? I'm a new fan and there's actually such a thing? That's not all. When he was going to date Xiao Qiao, he also secretly formed an alliance with Jujia, saying that he wanted to know Orange's movements, but fortunately Jujia hasn't paid much attention to him recently. Fuck. I can't take it anymore. Is there anyone who can help me dig up some dirt on him? I want to expose this damn scumbag. Come on, Orange Fruit. Let's get to work. Speak up and then leave. because the program team has always known who has the biggest traffic in this room. So almost every shot is focused on Mu Cheng. And they didn't expect it. Wang Helong is such a shameless guy that he actually dares to blatantly take advantage of other people's oranges. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room that had already fallen into rage, the director also frowned deeply. You know, now Orange has over 10 million fans, and 2/3 of them are watching the live broadcast. Their rage would make even the program crew shocked. The current situation can be considered a live broadcast accident. Wang Helong. What a fucking idiot. Did this guy forget that the show was still live? How dare you? Even the director couldn't help but curse in his heart. Looking at the barrage that was still being quickly led by the rhythm, he helplessly let the camera continue to follow Mu Cheng. If Wang Helong was recorded, avoid it if you can. Yes, the director has already decided in his mind that Wang Helong's shots will be as few as possible, or even no shots at all. This might appease Orange's fans. However, maybe even he didn't expect it. This matter. It will develop to another level. The heart-beating house, the courtyard of room 702. Mu Cheng didn't know what happened in the live broadcast room at this moment, so she got up and slipped out. Just as I was about to move to another place to sit, I suddenly felt something strange. This feeling. It can be said to be both strange and yet extremely familiar. Orange, what's wrong with you? Wang Qiyu, who was passing by to get some skewers, happened to notice the girl's expression change slightly, so he asked curiously. The girl pursed her lips and said, "It's okay, that's it." In an instant, Wang Qiyu suddenly realized. Girls. It's not surprising at all that this happened suddenly. She said with some concern, "How about I go to the room and get you a sanitary napkin first?" Yes. The feeling that was both strange and familiar to Mu Cheng was naturally her period. After all, she had never experienced it in her previous life. Exists only in memory. This is the first time in my life. I don't know if it was because I was a little too emotional just now, or if it was just the right time, which caused Mu Cheng to be not mentally prepared at all. She looked at Wang Qiyu and shook her head slightly, saying softly, "No, I can go back and change it." "Well, okay, go ahead then." Speaking of, she also quickly ran behind Mu Cheng to help her check for any traces. The good thing is, the girls' pants were still clean. There shouldn't be any problem. So the two girls separated, and Mu Cheng quickened her pace all the way back to her room in 701. When passing by Wang Helong, he didn't even look at him. That leaves the latter. There was a hint of unnatural embarrassment on his face. To be honest, he did have the idea of taking advantage just now, and originally just wanted to touch it accidentally when taking the raw garlic. But I didn't expect Orange to react so big and so quickly. Just stuff the basket over here. Don't give any chance at all. This also made him feel a little unhappy. In the end, I just vented my emotions on this basket of garlic cloves. The other side. Liang Xiaowei went to bring back a dozen grilled oysters. But there were no oranges. She looked at Wang Helong, nodded, and asked, "Where's Chengzi? Wasn't he sitting here just now?" Orange went back to get something. Before Wang Helong could say anything, Wang Qiyu responded directly. As he spoke, he gave Liang Xiaowei a look that only girls could understand. Sure enough, Xiao Qiao understood instantly and was a little surprised. He also quickly put down the oysters. "I'll go see her." "Go quickly." The tacit communication between the two women made Wang Helong completely confused. He began to get a little nervous. Did he make Chengzi angry? That's it. Thinking of this, he squeezed the freshly peeled garlic cloves away. It hit Chenjia's head just right. The latter immediately rolled his eyes, touched his head. Neither of them spoke. At the same time, the girl, who had returned to her room and changed into new panties and sanitary napkins, washed her hands and came out. It was just as the system said, except for the difference. It doesn't hurt at all. But, to be honest, if she hadn't been a girl, Mu Cheng wouldn't have known that this is how sanitary pads are used. Fold the small wings on both sides down and fit tightly against the pants. She used to be curious. How on earth was this thing attached? "Orange, are you in there?" Just as the girl finished washing her hands, Liang Xiaowei rushed over and shouted towards the bathroom. She hurried out, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "Why are you back? Kyo just told me that you had your period. I was worried about you." "Hey, I'm not such a hypocritical person." Mu Cheng curved her eyes, looked at the other person tenderly and smiled. "You're not even to mention. It's quite touching to be cared about by others." Liang Xiaowei also smiled and said, "I don't care. Anyway, I'm best friends with you now." As she spoke, she came closer and asked curiously, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." "Wow, why doesn't it hurt when you do this?" I'm really jealous. How could there be girls in this world who could eat without gaining weight and not feel any pain during their periods? And no leg hair. Depend on. Liang Xiaowei was envious to the point of going crazy. Made her angry. However, having said that, after saying that, the queen went to get her plaid coat and handed it to Mu Cheng, smiling softly. Put it on your legs later, don't catch a cold. Then why don't I just tie it here? The girl smiled playfully and lowered her head to tie her long sleeves together. Look at it this way. The plaid shirt instantly turned into a plaid skirt, paired with Mu Cheng's shirt. This kind of outfit has a very novel feeling. But after all, her face is so beautiful, so this combination not only does not look weird, but also has a kind of inexplicable cuteness. Anyway, Liang Xiaowei's eyes lit up and he felt quite satisfied. Sure enough, my clothes look good on orange. Hey. Chapter 83. Halfway through the show, someone collapses. The two girls came back from cabin 701, talking and laughing. Meow Meow immediately stepped forward with concern, looked at Mu Cheng closely and asked, "Are you okay?" Well, she also knew that Orange was having her period. I have to say, Wang Qiu is a bit of a big mouth. But actually it's not a big problem, because the boys still didn't know what was going on. Only Wang Helong was a little nervous. Mainly, it's really scary when these girls play charades. Even Chun Jia ignores him now. Mu Cheng smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry, I was just caught off guard. In fact, I often do this." Knowing that everything was fine, Meow Meow breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. She was too worried. This is because a classmate of mine was sent to the hospital because of the pain during her period. A few girls chatted here. Liang Xiaowei came over and looked left and right, looking for something. "Where are the oysters I just put here?" He ate it. Chun Jia pointed at Wang Helong with a smile. In an instant, Liang Qiao glared at this guy, snorted coldly, and then went to the food area next to him to get a dozen oysters. Wang Helong, why do I feel like I have offended all the girls this time? It seems like it's really over. Certainly. In fact, his intuition is not without reason. Because at this moment in a WeChat group, nearly 500 fruit orange are frantically searching for clues. Only love orange. Damn. I wouldn't have known this guy had a Weibo account if I hadn't dug it up. If I hadn't been so smart, I would have almost overlooked him. Orange's wife is mine. What's her name, sister? Send it out quickly. Only love orange. Screenshot. Chung Cece. Hey guys, I just searched Douyin with this small account. Guess what you saw? Chung Cece. It's so funny. All the posts he liked were about how to treat kidney deficiency. Contestant number 1 fruity orange. Ha 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 ha. No wonder he ate all of Chow Chow's oysters. He's a man with kidney deficiency. Orange 0603. I was saying that he didn't seem to be putting in any effort when he was playing tug of war today, and he even pretended to be sweating, snickering. Puff milk tea. Oh my god. This is incredible. Look at this video. It's an orange. My eyes. Bao Wan. Terrified. As Mu Cheng's fans dug up some negative information about him bit by bit, suddenly, many people were stunned by Wang Helong. This hidden guy. Does he play so extravagantly in private? There are even photos like that. Everyone sighed and excitedly saved the message, and then forwarded it to other Fruit Orange members in the group chat. For a moment, one stone caused 1,000 waves. No one expected it. Wang Helong, who appears to be a gentleman on the surface, is actually a bar hostess in a club. This is really eye-opening. So, when everyone was halfway through digging out the dirty secrets, some people couldn't help but post these photos and videos online. Then, it immediately became a hot topic. Cheers. I have to praise Brother Han tonight. The skewers he made are so good that they don't stick. It is indeed worthy of praise. In the small courtyard, a round of barbecue has been perfectly served on the table by everyone's division of labor. Everyone had a smile on their face. To raise your glass is to clink it with joy. Mu Cheng also poured a glass of iced coconut milk and clinked glasses with them. A bright smile blossomed on her delicate little face. She was quite happy to be with this group of friends. Well, except for one guy. Now she was sitting the farthest away from that stupid thing and had run to the 702 camp. So, Meow Meow looked at her in surprise and whispered, "Sister, you're already having your period. Can you still drink iced drinks?" "I'm fine. It may be a physical problem. It doesn't matter how much I drink." Envious. Yes, Meow Meow was also jealous. It can even be said, any girl would feel jealous after hearing these words. After all, there are countless people who suffer from menstrual cramps. There are some people. He even needs painkillers to stay alive. The two girls looked at each other, and Mu Cheng couldn't help but be amused by her straight eyes. She curved her eyes and said, "If you look at me again, I will think you want to steal my coconut milk. It's not impossible." After hearing this, Meow Meow also laughed and leaned on the girl's arm subconsciously, gently sniffing the fragrance of her hair. Oranges smell really good. Friends. At this time, seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Lin Yi took the initiative to suggest, smiling, "Shall we play a game?" "What game?" "Come on, think about what to play, truth or dare. Or something like you have it or I don't." "Then let's do what you have and what I don't. This is quite fun." "Come on." When it comes to games, everyone is a little excited and interested. Apparently, we hadn't had enough fun in the afternoon. Linny couldn't help but smile and said, "Here you go. You have what I don't. Let's start with orange." "Oh, huh?" The girl raised her eyebrows instantly, and a mischievous sly smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. "In that case, she won't be polite. Only heard. I have 2 buildings for rent in Shanghai. Everyone. Audience. What the hell?" Just when everyone was still laughing and playing in the heart-stirring house, backstage of the heart-beating production team, also here in the observation room, the director stared at the screen of his mobile phone for a long time without saying anything. If someone came over to take a look at this time, they would definitely find that it was the hot search on Weibo, and it was in the top 5. Heart-beating 7 male guest Wang Helong's scandal. That's right, the matter about Wang Helong has already made it into the top 10 hot searches with the help of some people with ulterior motives, and the popularity is still rising wildly. The word explosive after the hot search term obviously explains everything. The director took a deep breath. "Go, contact this guy, and tell him not to come starting tomorrow." "Then director, there are only 4 male guests left in our cabin." "It's okay, don't worry about it, just notify me." To be honest, things like the fallout from a show guest reputation can have a huge impact, and at the very least it can cause a show's popularity to drop. And if it's a little heavier, maybe the entire program will be asked to be rectified by the higher-ups. Fortunately, Wang Helong only had a scandal and it did not involve the legal level. Otherwise, this show will be a failure just as it becomes popular. I have to say, this is actually a drawback of live broadcast programs. Once a scandal occurs, there is not even enough time to react. Thinking of this, the director immediately found the post-production staff. Let them work overtime tonight. Cut out all the scenes that belong solely to Wang Helong. For a while, the entire post-production department was filled with complaints. "It was almost time to get off work, and you did this to me?" At that moment, they almost hated Wang Helong to death. Chapter 84. Do you think there is a possibility that I might expose myself? A barbecue party carefully prepared by the program team lasted until after 10 o'clock. During this period, Wang Helong seemed to have left for something, but never came back. If the few people in 701 had not already returned to their own cabins, it is not certain that this will be discovered. Everyone felt a little strange. Eugene went up to the 2nd floor and into the room, but didn't find him there. Where did he go? Just when everyone was a little confused, a message from the program crew suddenly came to everyone's mobile phone. "Heartbeat 7. Please be informed that guest Wang Helong needs to temporarily leave the Heartbeat house for some reason." Well, leave for now. This is the last face the program team gives. Their post-production department is now editing the video while cursing. "I wish I could whip him up and beat him." Heart-beating house. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know what was going on. Chun Jia took the initiative to break the atmosphere, since the production team told us it should be fine. "Yes, then never mind. I have to go up and take a shower." Linny also smiled. Now, they all smell like barbecue. No one can stand it for a long time. So everyone said goodnight to each other. Don't bother with Wang Helong anymore. Do what you should do. Eugene did give a reminder, mainly to Chengzi, "Don't forget to come and watch me play basketball tomorrow at 4 p.m. The specific location will be sent to your mobile phone at that time." "Okay." A few girls responded and went upstairs first. Mu Cheng simply loosened the hairband and put it on her hand, and instantly, her hair in the high ponytail fell apart. Like a black waterfall, pouring down. She had a premonition. Wang Helong's departure might have something to do with her. But it doesn't matter. Who told this guy to take advantage of her? To be honest, she didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Helong at all. "Orange, do you want to wash first or should I?" "You go first. I'm going to go outside and get some fresh air and see if I can find some inspiration to write a song." "Yeah, then you have to work harder." When Liang Xiaowei heard about writing a song, he instantly became excited. I was a little excited and gave him a hug as encouragement. The 2 women smiled at each other. Then, Liang Xiaowei hummed a song, skipped around, picked up her pajamas, and went to the bathroom. If you listen carefully, you can still hear it. Love can overcome distance. We will be together no matter how far apart we are. The sound gradually faded away. Mu Cheng didn't stay in the room for long. He just picked up his notebook and went out to the piano to write and draw. After a while, Linny and Eugene also went up to the second floor. They originally wanted to say hello, but suddenly they saw this girl writing songs seriously. Suddenly, he just smiled silently and didn't disturb her. Wait until Mu Cheng comes out of the shower. It's already past 11 o'clock. Girls, bathing time is long. Not to mention that the barbecue smell on her body was quite strong. When Mu Cheng came out, she was still applying body lotion while walking. Spread these fragrant things evenly and gently rub them on your arms and neck. Liang Xiaowei is applying a facial mask at this moment. Seeing her look, my lips moved slightly out of curiosity. Orange, which body lotion do you use? Half an acre of flower fields. Is it useful? I think it's okay. Look, isn't it quite white? As she spoke, the girl seemed to show off. A hint of playful pride flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she stretched out her arm. You know what? It's so white that it glows under the light. Liang Xiao was slightly moved. Is the effect so good? And at this time, she was not the only one in the live broadcast room. Many female fans' eyes lit up as well. Really? Is this brand really that good? To be honest, I have used it, and it feels pretty good. Oh my god. I have to hurry up and place an order for 2 bottles. I trust Orange. What she uses must be correct. I want to buy one too. I'm almost out of body lotion, and I don't know which brand to buy. I'll buy 1 bottle to try first. Hiss, are these 2 above me just agents? What they said makes me want to buy it. Crying, I don't ask for it to be as white as an orange, but at least give me half the effect. Fruit orange. Go to the Huatian Bamboo live broadcast room. Receive. Because of Mu Cheng's words, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became a little excited. Is it true? Can you be as white as an orange by using this body lotion? Although everyone thinks it's a bit exaggerated. But many people also think that since even oranges can use it, it would definitely be a good idea to buy it and try it yourself. After all, she is so beautiful that there is no problem using it. Then try it yourself. Even if the effect isn't particularly good, at least it can improve things a bit. I have to say, sometimes the psychological effect is more touching than the reality. In a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of fans had already opened the Douyin Huatian Bamboo live broadcast room and placed an order for the same body lotion without even looking at it. This made the host in the live broadcast room confused. I worked in half an acre of flower fields for half a year. This is the first time I see so many people. What happened? You are not here to cyberbully me, are you? But I didn't say anything wrong. The anchor boy was terrified. At the same time, Mu Cheng didn't know that because of her words, everyone was rushing to grab the body lotion. But she did notice that the camera in the room had not been covered. The main reason is that they both were busy taking a shower after coming back. Didn't notice it at first. But fortunately, the pajamas she and Xiao Qiao wore were relatively tight, so they didn't have to worry about exposing anything. Bye-bye. The girl blinked gently and smiled at the camera, then raised her hand that was applying body lotion and waved it. Then, simply snapped the camera cover on. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room, getting excited again. But none of this mattered to Mu Cheng anymore, as she couldn't see the comments. He just turned around and ran to sit by the bed, and couldn't help but pat Liang Xiaowei. Can you not be so careless? What if you come out of the shower and get exposed? Do you think there's a chance that I'll be exposed? Liang Xiaowei was stunned by the question. Then he looked down at himself and asked in frustration. Mu Cheng. She almost couldn't hold it in. No, you can't laugh. All right. Still couldn't help it. Okay, Orange, now even you are starting to laugh at me. I want to feel the big charm now. It's time to put on a facial mask. Liang Xiaowei threw it to the ground in an instant and pounced on the girl's bed to fight back. However, this mature lady was soon pinned down on the bed by Mu Cheng. He patted her on the back. With a snap. Hey. Well, not only did I not get any advantage, but I was also taken advantage of by others. But it doesn't seem to be a loss. While the 2 girls were laughing and playing in the room, on the other side, as Mu Cheng's camera was turned off in the heart-beating live broadcast room, the homeless fruit orange instantly moved to another battlefield. Chapter 85. One sentence sold out the live broadcast room. Huatian Bamboo is a domestic brand that is not old and is even a bit young. In recent years, its sales have not been particularly good, because the main feature is large quantity and low price. aimed at student party groups. Therefore, its price is much lower than other skincare brands. This also leads to the fact that usually there are only a few dozen people in this live broadcast room. And most of the time I come in to take a look because I'm bored. I don't place many orders. But today, I don't know what's going on. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people came to this live broadcast room, and some netizens placed orders immediately without even asking. The key is, I bought all body lotion. In an instant, the two anchors in the live broadcast room were confused. What on earth happened? I haven't heard that the company will buy traffic recently. Moreover, even if you buy traffic, isn't this a loss? After all, he is an anchor with several years of work experience. Soon the slightly plump female anchor reacted and asked quickly, "Welcome to the live broadcast room. There are tens of thousands of people coming in suddenly. Can you tell me what's going on? Am I going to be cyberbullied?" Cyberbullying? This scared the other female anchor so much that she almost couldn't hold the cup of water. At this time, the Fruit Orange fan saw this scene. It seems that I have discovered it too. It seems like he was too enthusiastic and scared everyone. This discovery made the fans of Fruit Orange want to laugh but also a little embarrassed, so they quickly started to post comments. So with the explanation of a bunch of people, finally, the two female anchors understood what had happened. While they breathed a sigh of relief, they looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, I have been doing this for half a year. We have shouted all kinds of slogans. But the sales volume of the live broadcast room in half a year is not as real as what a female guest on a dating variety show said. This seems a bit sad. Wait a minute. Dear babies, dear oranges, I'm going to search for your real owner. Okay? Don't worry. In fact, the anchor was also very afraid of them because they were acting on impulse. Cancel the order immediately after the excitement has passed. That would be a loss for both their performance and half-acre of flower field. So now to do. Just try to appease the enthusiasm of these fans. Then, the slightly plump female anchor started searching, and her hand was shaking a little as she picked up the phone, until I saw a TikTok account with a cute orange avatar. The more than 10 million fans were staring at him with their eyes wide open, subconsciously slapping his friend. Look. Oh my God. The little friend almost uttered the national quintessence with a cry of surprise, but fortunately he covered his mouth in time. She quickly changed the subject. All 7 videos have at least 6 million likes. My dears, your orange is amazing. Isn't she a super beauty? Hey, let's click on this video and see for ourselves. I think she must be a very pretty girl. In fact, not everyone has heard Mu Cheng's songs, or maybe even heard of it. It's normal not to know that this song was sung by her, just like Wang Qiu's child. The way these two live-streaming hosts speak is also very likable. It instantly aroused the emotions of fans. The barrage was filled with excitement and excitement. Yes. Hurry up and watch. That's right. Our Chungbao is a super beauty. Ha, anchor. Please open it quickly. You will definitely like orange. If you like it, I will buy you another bottle. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. If your Huatian Bamboo can hire Chengzi as a spokesperson, I will directly order 1,000 bottles and assign them to the female employees of our company. Fuck. Boss, you are so generous. Is your company still hiring now? Almost 100,000 barrages of comments were rolling madly in the live broadcast room. But now, calm down a little bit, you Fruit Orange guys. I am no longer placing orders so crazily. Everyone was chatting and laughing, causing the popularity of the entire live broadcast room to instantly soar to hundreds of thousands. Even the number of likes is almost reaching 70,000. Become one of the top 5 in the live streaming sales room. The female anchor of half an acre of flower field glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Then, point your finger. I clicked on Mu Cheng's pin song recording. Well, her title. Just writing and recording songs. Hello. Today is the first day of my life. My name is Mu Cheng. You can also call me Orange. No one has seen it yet, but the girl's gentle, sweet voice with a smile instantly attracted them. And then, Mu Cheng's beautiful face appeared in the camera. Suddenly, the two female anchors' eyes widened. Oh my God, so beautiful. As the video played, they could also hear the girls mumbling, and were so touched by her cuteness that they couldn't help but smile. Later, I was so stunned by the song Meeting sung by Mu Cheng that I couldn't recover for a long time. This is what netizens call orange. No wonder some people said in the comments that they would definitely like it. Because they are really attracted by the fans now and are amazed. My babies, I agree with you. I feel like I am also a fruit pulp orange now, haha. The slightly plump female anchor was extremely happy. He even did it directly on his own mobile phone, in front of everyone. Followed Mu Cheng. When the other female anchor saw this, she quickly followed suit. Sure enough, this action instantly made the barrage boil again, and countless order messages resounded throughout the live broadcast room. This night, in just 1 hour, the monthly sales of Huatian Banmu's body lotion increased from a dozen to more than 70,000. Sold out immediately. This news shocked the two female anchors. It also alarmed the owner of half an acre of flower field. At first, he thought someone was maliciously placing fake orders, and it was a competitor in the same industry. But soon, the truth of the matter came to light. Fell into deep thought for a moment. To be honest, Huatian Banmu has looked for spokespersons before, and even now there is a female artist endorsing its scrub. But sales are really bad. Even that female artist has quite a lot of fans, about 20 million on the entire internet. But in the end, the sales volume of the scrub was roughly counted. At most, only 1,000 or so people placed orders. Moreover, some fans will return the order without giving any reason within 7 days after placing the order. Therefore, Huatian Banmu no longer plans to find a spokesperson. But I didn't expect it. This night he witnessed such a shocking scene. You know, a bottle of body lotion sells for about 70 yuan, and the total number of orders tonight is more than 70,000. But some people ordered more than just one bottle. We have 2 bottles, 3 bottles, and even 10 bottles. The boss has asked someone to do the calculation. See what the sales will be. Chapter 86. It seems like I'm in love, but it also seems like I'm out of love. Boss Wu, tonight's sales figures are out. A total of 74,000 people have placed orders. Except for the 3 bottles of body lotion sold before 11 o'clock. Those orange fans in the back probably bought more than 80,000 bottles, and the sales volume almost reached 6.03 million. After waiting for over an hour. Finally, the accountant who was notified to work overtime also sent a message back. Mr. Wu, the boss of Huatian Banmu, was overjoyed. He couldn't stop feeling excited and excited. Okay, all of you who work overtime tonight will receive 1 day's pay, and you can be 3 hours late tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Wu. This is so cool. All the people who were originally called up to work overtime were woken up unexpectedly. The moment was filled with excitement. But they are now more interested in the girl named Orange. What is the charm? She actually managed to get her fans to buy out all the body lotions. Think of this. Some employees who were woken up and couldn't sleep search for news about Mu Cheng out of curiosity. Then, wait till they know just because of one sentence. This attracted a group of fans to come and place orders crazily. My jaw almost dropped. Here, Mr. Wu, who had been looking at the sales volume and pacing in thought for a long time, finally took a deep breath. He decided to take a gamble. Please invite Mu Cheng to come and sign a contract to be the spokesperson for all Huatian Banmu products except scrub. A sentence. The sales of body lotion can reach more than 6 million. This is absolutely no different from opening the golden mouth. Her personality charm. It is absolutely beyond imagination. And not to mention anything else, after watching Mu Cheng's Douyin account and listening to those songs, Mr. Wu himself couldn't help nodding his head. He really liked her songs. Therefore, he directly sent a private message using the company account, preparing to contact Mu Cheng. Only, after waiting for half an hour, there was no response. Although I guessed that the other person had fallen asleep. But Mr. Wu is very anxious now. As the saying goes, when one is desperate, one will try anything. When he clicked on Mu Cheng's Douyin account again, this time he noticed the email address on the profile. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Mr. Wu sent a sincere invitation letter through the company's email. He hadn't thought that Mu Cheng would come back right now, but I didn't expect it. Didi, it's Wednesday, and it's exceptionally sunny in Shanghai today, with no rain. It's a relatively comfortable weather. It is also suitable for an intense fighting sport. The campus of Shanghai Jiao Tong University. Since it is already August, there are many students who come back here or stay here during the summer vacation. Some of them were strolling leisurely. There are some people too. At this moment, with the intention of watching the fun, he ran directly to an indoor basketball court on campus. Li Yanjun is one of these people. Because he is a senior, he knew that today there was a game between the engineering department, which is also a senior team, and a team from Peking University. So I came out after studying in the library. I immediately prepared to rush over. But, just when he was halfway there, he suddenly met a girl wearing a mask. Hello, I would like to ask where is the 4th basketball court? Li Yanjun was stunned for a moment. He was amazed by the other person's voice. It was so nice. Better than his online crush. When he came to his senses, he quickly said, "The fourth basketball court. I also want to go there. How about I take you with me?" "What a coincidence. That's great." The girl nodded her head and smiled with her eyes curved. The sound of her soft laughter. Li Yanjun couldn't help but look into her eyes. When the two looked at each other, he was instantly attracted by those curved eyes that looked like cute little crescents. What beautiful eyes. It is said that eyes are the windows to the soul. If a person has beautiful eyes, then the girl is definitely beautiful too. He had forgotten the fact that he had an online crush. "I couldn't help but start a conversation. Miss, aren't you from our school?" "No, someone invited me to watch the game today." "You are also here to watch the match between Jiaodong University and Peking University." Li Yanjun found a topic and asked with a smile, "So, little sister, do you support Peking University or Jiaodong University?" "My friend is from Peking University." "Well, people support Peking University." "I'm sorry. I also support Peking University." The two chatted idly like this. In fact, Mu Cheng had already looked for the basketball court when he first came here, but unfortunately he couldn't find it after searching around for a long time. Finally, "I can only ask this boy who looks a bit like a teacher." "Why do you say he is like a teacher?" "Because Li Yanjun is a bit bald. Comparatively mature? At least that's what Mu Cheng thinks." After walking for nearly 10 minutes, and with the two of them chatting casually, it was quick. They came to the fourth basketball court. Mu Cheng looked at the building and suddenly realized something. She asked why she couldn't find it. It turned out that this basketball court looked like a cafeteria, and she just passed it by when she walked over. "Wait until you walk in." After a while of casual gaze wandering, Mu Cheng saw Liang Xiaowei and the others. She waved her hand to Li Yanjun and chuckled, "I found my friend. Thank you, Teacher Li." "No need." Li Yanjun was still staring blankly at her back, but suddenly he was stunned. When he reacted, he fell silent instantly. "Do you look so old?" As the two separated and the girl's fragrance gradually dissipated, his mood became a little melancholy. "I feel like I'm in love. It seems like I've been heartbroken again." The other side. Mu Cheng has already found Liang Xiaowei and the others. The fourth basketball court is an indoor arena, but it is not used exclusively for competitions, so there are several courts available, with rows of stone benches against the walls on both sides. At this time, several friends from the heart-stirring house have arrived. Except Lin Yi and Wang Yuchen. I guess they are still at work and won't be here soon. In the half-court, Eugene, wearing a blue Peking University jersey, was turning around and shooting handsomely. He immediately saw Mu Cheng coming in. He immediately smiled and waved to the girl. Mu Cheng also smiled faintly and greeted him. "Yes, we will definitely beat Jiaodong University today." Eugene felt like he had endless energy at this moment, and he wanted to rush over and dunk. "Orange. This way." The view from the stone bench was very wide, and everyone in the cabin could see Mu Cheng. They waved and greeted with a smile. Only Liang Xiaowei looked at Mu Cheng's clothes with a strange expression and slowly asked, "What are you wearing today?" "Only. This girl is wearing a very cool pair of camouflage pants and a pair of Martin boots. At first glance, you think it's a hot girl's outfit, right? But what happens?" She wore a loose gray t-shirt on her upper body, which perfectly concealed her figure. The back of her hair was casually tied up with a sharp clip into a shuttlecock hairstyle. Well, I have to say, this thing would be a disaster no matter who wears it. But it was worn by Mu Cheng. It looks pretty good, especially the shuttlecock hairstyle, which really highlights her laziness. Very beautiful. Chapter 87 Boys Show Off is that simple. It's just that you are beautiful, but you can't dress like this with your pretty face. Not very good. Liang Xiaowei was speechless by her outfit. However, Mu Cheng blinked her beautiful eyes at this time. "If you think it doesn't look good, then how about this?" "I only saw this girl." Suddenly pinch the loose corner of the shirt and roll it up from the bottom. A hint of belly was revealed. Moment. That gives people a different feeling. It's actually a little sexy. Liang Xiaowei's eyes lit up, but with a hint of a sly smile. He actually secretly poked her in the stomach. This immediately earned the girl's eye roll. "Just release your hands." So that hint of sexy belly was hidden back inside the gray-white t-shirt, making it difficult to see how seductive the figure was inside. "Here, I'll give you this inflatable cheering stick." When Mu Cheng came, she actually bought some things from the small shop outside. For example, you can squeeze the airbag inside and make it inflatable. There are also palm clapping and so on. After all, today we are here to watch Eugene's game and cheer for him, so we need to prepare these props well. She already considered him as a friend. This support is natural among friends. Anyway, this is what Mu Cheng thought, and do it gracefully. Liang Xiaowei directly took two small props and said, "Hey, this is quite fun. Give me a clap. Brother Hua, take these and divide them among you." "Okay. Thank you, Orange. You are very thoughtful." "No, I think my sister also bought some flowers." Suddenly, Mu Cheng chuckled. The tone was joking. Because next to Miao Miao's seat, there was a bouquet of light blue roses, which were the crushed ice blue variety. Hearing this, the younger sister blushed instantly and explained in a low voice, "I bought it because I saw it was available." "Yes, I understand." Ha ha ha. A burst of joyful laughter broke out here. And the other side, Eugene and his teammates are in the Peking University team. A tall boy with the number 24 on his jersey put his arms around Eugene's neck. He patted Eugene, his tone full of surprise. "Don't tell me that the one in gray is the girl you are pursuing now? Whatever you want to do, don't go after her. Good brothers, we all need to be vigilant." However, the boy number 24 was very angry. "Fuck, who do you think I am? I am here today just to be your wingman. But you are really good. That girl is much prettier than the girls in our school. No wonder you came to participate in the dating show." Talking and talking. He was really jealous. Why can't I meet such a beautiful girl? Surprisingly, this kid Eugene got there first. Eugene smiled helplessly and explained, "Before I came to the dating show, I didn't know there was such a good girl. I just happened to meet her by luck. By the way, have you heard the song When I Met Her? She sang it." I don't know what's going on. There was actually a hint of boasting in his words. "Actually, 4 boys. It's possible that I can't pursue this girl. But she is beautiful. Get to know me again. It is already something worth showing off." Really? Boy number 1 is the kind of guy who is almost biting his back teeth off. He is afraid that his brother will suffer, and he is also afraid that his brother will drive a Land Rover. "Okay, I'll try to give you the ball later so you can show off your power." "Is it true, Godfather?" Eugene instantly perked up and laughed. "When we get back to Peking University, I'll treat you to a meal next time." Exclamation point. After the two finished discussing here, they continued to run back to practice. There are still 10 minutes left before leaving. At the same time, the team at Jiaodong University was also looking towards Mu Cheng frequently. "Hey, do you know that girl?" Some people signaled with their eyes and mouth shapes. The people who were asked took a sneak peek with what they thought was a very secretive gaze, then shook their heads. "I don't know him. It looks like he's here to cheer for Peking University. Why don't we have girls like this in our cheerleading team?" At this time, the situation is the same as that of the boy number 24 from Peking University. A few boys here. It's also sour. Although they were at the home stadium of Shanghai Jiaotong University, there was a cheerleading team of dancers waving bouquets nearby. But there are too many people with poor appearance. This is not. Even the girls on the cheerleading team were whispering to each other. "Wow, did you see that girl? She's so pretty. Real." It's over, sisters. We have been outdone in an instant. We have lost all our momentum. But I seem to have some impression of her. I seem to have seen her somewhere before, or maybe on TikTok. It should be on TikTok. She is so pretty. She must be a beauty blogger. No, I remember her singing. Ah. Because of Mu Cheng's arrival, many people present suddenly focused their attention on her. Even so, this girl's outfit is hard to describe. Even so, the cheerleaders from Shanghai Jiaotong University all wore belly-bearing shorts, showing off their long legs. But it still couldn't stop everyone's amazed gazes. She just sat there chatting with her friends, a gentle smile on her face from time to time. Suddenly, one can't help but think of a sentence. Why in female novels? Those domineering male protagonists will always say to the second female lead, "You are not even as good as a hair of others." And at this time, this situation occurred on the court. Eugene, who was shooting, took the time to glance at the eyes of the people present. Suddenly I felt a little proud. The smile on the corner of his mouth could not be stopped. It feels so good. Swish. A three-pointer, easily made. Seeing this, the friends in the cabin also showed their support and waved their hands and clapped their hands and cheered, "Brother Gene is so handsome. Brother Gene, I want to blow the lights for you." Zhang Junhan also wanted to play a prank. He actually made his hands into a trumpet shape and laughed and shouted. Then, Wang Qiyu teased her. "I'm going to tell Sister Yuchen that you wanted to give Brother Gene a light." "Well, forget it. You guys should just explode." "Then I'll explode." Ward raised his hand and volunteered. The women. Seeing the boys rushing to light the lights, several girls looked at each other. I am also speechless. But they couldn't help but laugh in tacit understanding. Mu Cheng took 2 cheering sticks and tapped them gently, recalling what happened this afternoon. Have I suddenly become the spokesperson for 3 products of Huatian Banmu? The time goes back to 1 o'clock in the morning. Didi. After chatting with Liang Xiaowei until late at night, Mu Cheng didn't feel sleepy at all and didn't fall asleep. I held my phone, put on headphones and watched videos on the bed for a while. Checked the mailbox again. Unexpectedly, at this time, I received an email titled Invitation to become the spokesperson for half an acre of flower field. The girl immediately became curious and clicked on it. Chapter 88. I became the spokesperson for a third-tier product without knowing why. I replied to the email and confirmed that the other party was indeed the owner of Huatian Banmu. The two of them added each other on WeChat and started chatting. And at this time, Mu Cheng just learned from the other party that because of his unintentional words, the body lotion of Huatian Banmu was sold out. She never expected it. There is actually such a thing. I was a little amused and confused. Then, after a brief chat, Mr. Wu explained his purpose and conditions. I hope Mu Cheng can endorse all of their products except the scrub, and the endorsement fee is 10 million a year. Critical moment. Not surprisingly. Ding. Please open your favorite choice. That's right. The system rang again. Option 1. Become the spokesperson for all Huatian Banmu products except the scrub, and receive the special effects scrub as a reward. Option 2. After systematic investigation, it is found that body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel are more suitable for the host to endorse. Select this option, and you will be rewarded with color-changing pupils. Choice 3. Do not endorse Huatian Banmu and receive a Dior Chinese Valentine's Day gift box as a reward. There are 3 options when facing the system. Mu Cheng did not make a choice at the first moment, but communicated with the other party. Since the systematic investigation said that those 3 products are most suitable for her, then she must believe in the system. As for the first one, this reward is useless to Mu Cheng. After all, her skin doesn't need it. Finally, after half an hour of communication and negotiation, Mr. Wu agreed to let her be the spokesperson for the 3 products: body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel. Even, the endorsement fee remains at 10 million per year. Actually think about it carefully. With just one sentence, this girl was able to increase the sales of half an acre of flower field to over 6 million in one night. Then give 10 million as endorsement fee. What can I do? Since he dared to gamble, he was betting that the 10 million could create a value of 10 million. So, it was a bit smooth and confusing. Mu Cheng became the third-tier spokesperson for Huatian Banmu. And this afternoon, the other party flew directly from the province of public service to Shanghai and signed a contract with Mu Cheng. The initial endorsement fee was 10 million yuan, and the condition was that she needed to attend 5 half-acre of flower field events within a year and promote the endorsed products on platforms where there is already a fan base. It's like this, Orange. The Chinese Valentine's Day is coming up in 2 days. I would like to invite you to our Huatian live broadcast room to participate in the live broadcast. In a restaurant, Mu Cheng, Lulu, and Mr. Wu sat together. They just signed the contract. At this time, hearing what Mr. Wu said, Mu Cheng blinked in confusion. But aren't you guys taking the civil service exam in the live broadcast room? In order to learn more about this brand, she went to watch the live broadcast room today. The 2 female anchors both have accents from the civil service exam provinces. It sounds inexplicably funny and cute. Mr. Wu smiled and said, "What I mean is that I plan to move the live broadcast room to Shanghai during the Chinese Valentine's Day. Because time is tight, I would like to invite you to take the final makeup photos tomorrow and then officially announce you as the third-tier spokesperson tonight, so that we can promote the product all at once during the Chinese Valentine's Day." He had discussed this with several operations and marketing managers in the company. Sign Mu Cheng as spokesperson. This Chinese Valentine's Day is the best time for promotion. It happened to be Friday. The official announcement will be made tomorrow after the final makeup photos are taken, and she will appear in the live broadcast room the day after tomorrow, which will surely set the internet on fire. After all, no one could have imagined that Huatian Banmu would act so quickly. Yeah, I'm fine, okay? Mu Cheng thought about it and realized that she had nothing special to do these days. It's also a good idea to find yourself a part-time job. So that was decided. Very pleasant. At the end of the conversation, Mr. Wu even made a joke. "Chengzi, if you have a new song, you can also come to the live broadcast room to release it." "Yes, there is, but you have to pay extra." A playful smile flashed across the girl's beautiful eyes. She was joking too. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wu was serious. "If you really have it, come on. I can add another million in copyright fees." Now, it was Mu Cheng and Lulu's turn to be surprised. The 2 women looked at each other until Mr. Wu was seen off and left. Lulu Tsai couldn't help but laugh and said, "This Mr. Wu is a very courageous person." Really? Mu Cheng also nodded. To be honest, if he wasn't so decisive, he wouldn't have decided to invite Mu Cheng to be the third-tier spokesperson just because of one night's consideration. After all, although it is a domestic product, but this brand wants to find a second-tier actress in the domestic entertainment industry to be its spokesperson. Still easy to find. Congratulations on taking your first step into the entertainment industry. Lulu smiled. Mu Cheng also smiled softly. Actually, I'm still a little confused now. How did I become the spokesperson all of a sudden? Don't mention it. This feeling comes unexpectedly. She was a little excited inside. Sometimes, there is not much sense of accomplishment in completing the planned tasks step by step. We just need this kind of stimulation that comes out of nowhere. Congratulations to the host for completing the heart-moving choice, and be rewarded with color-changing pupils. Say goodbye to Lulu. As soon as she got back to the car, the girl heard the system's reward. In an instant, she felt as if there was an extra energy in her eyes, and she could freely choose to change the color of her pupils. In the next moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly appeared in Mu Cheng's car makeup mirror. Sharingan. All right, this thing is just for viewing. It has no effect. On the contrary, if you want to play around or wear full makeup in the future, you won't need to wear colored contact lenses anymore. Overall, it's a good reward. Is it better? Right. Whoa. On the court, a clear whistle sounded. It also brought Mu Cheng back to his senses. The game is about to begin. The referee in gray was waving at the Peking University and Shanghai Jiaodong University teams, asking them who would serve first. The captains of both teams came forward to negotiate. Final decision. Let Peking University take the ball first. Take turns. After all, guests are guests, so as the host, we should be more generous. You're not even to mention. In this way, this friendly match looks a bit professional. It makes people unconsciously interested. Shandong Jiaodong University. Come on. Shandong Jiaodong University. Must win. The cheerleading team on the opposite side had already started shouting excitedly, waving their bouquets to cheer for Jiaodong University. Seeing this, the friends in the cabin looked at each other. A tentative inquiry. Should we shout along? Peking University. Come on. As soon as Ward finished speaking, a girl stood up and shouted loudly. Her voice is light and pleasant. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Fuck, there's a beautiful girl. Ah, that girl is so pretty. Hey, wait, that's not right. Isn't that Orange? Orange actually came to our school. Some people were amazed. There were also fans of Mu Cheng's Fruit Pulp Orange, who had endless surprise on their faces at this moment. Chapter 89. Being handsome is really a feeling. Because of Mu Cheng's cheers, she instantly became the focus of everyone on the basketball court. At this time, everyone then noticed that there was such a beautiful girl over there. Certainly. Actually, we can't blame them for not seeing it. After all, look at Mu Cheng's outfit today. If it happened to other girls, it would be a disaster, like mixing coriander with durian, the kind that would not arouse any interest at all. But now if I see Mu Cheng's face again, I suddenly feel, hey, this outfit looks pretty. Peking University. Come on. With the girl's loud shout, the friends in the heart-beating house also reacted. Everyone clapped their cheering sticks. And palm clapping. There was a loud rustling sound. Come on, come on. Brother Jean, you are so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Ha ha ha. Ward's antics instantly made everyone present laugh, leading to a knowing laugh. And in the observation room, Teacher He and his friends also had smiles on their faces. Chuanye's expression was a little touched. Youth is beautiful. They are just like us when we were in school. When the boys in our class had a competition, we would go and cheer them on. Yes. Wang Yinlin nodded, but he was a little curious and looked at the female guests. Do you girls like boys who are good at sports? It depends. I liked it before, but I discovered it later. What did you find? I found out that I just like handsome guys. Meng Zi's chuckling laughter seemed to be that his mouth was running in front and his brain was chasing behind. Everyone was a little helpless. But at this time, Xinling patted Dongfang Xiang on the shoulder and blinked her eyes with a sweet smile. You have filmed a basketball TV series before. Tell me, if there are girls watching you play basketball, would you be more excited? Oh huh. This question is quite interesting. However, Dongfang Xiang, felt as if his toes were digging into the ground. He now looked back at the TV. I feel so embarrassed. Facing everyone's curious and gossipy expressions, Dongfang Xiang smiled shyly and said, I don't know about other people, but if it were me, I would be a little nervous. especially if that girl is someone you like. Yes, that's true. Several boys nodded in agreement. On the contrary, Professor Chinming added, smiling, if the girl is not someone you like, then it's okay, and the excitement may take up more of the blame. By the way, how was it when you met Orange and the others yesterday? Isn't the real person very beautiful? Talking about this topic, as everyone was watching the two teams fiercely competing on the live broadcast, Chunai suddenly became curious and asked. Even Meng Zi looked over with eyes wide open. She really wanted to see Orange in person. Now, everyone who has seen her online says that Mu Cheng is super beautiful in person, and her beauty is diminished by 3 points in front of the camera. No wonder Sister Ming was so excited. Teacher, he smiled and nodded. They are all handsome men and beautiful women. Chengzi is really pretty too, right, Xinling? If you ask the person who held the orange yesterday, he will probably know more about this matter. Sure enough, Xinling couldn't stop laughing. She is so beautiful. You don't know, when I looked at her up close, I never took my eyes off her. When she was dancing with me, I wanted to hug her and kiss her. Puff. Everyone almost burst out laughing. But at this time, our sister Ming is really jealous and envious. Woo woo woo. She also wants to hug Orange. Over here in the observation room, everyone was chatting and laughing. In the basketball court of Shanghai Jiaotong University, the team from Peking University and the team from Shanghai Jiaotong University were closely matched. Swish. Another empty ball went into the pocket. Eugene jumped up and high-fived his teammate who had just passed the ball to him. On the edge of the court, the friends in the cabin were cheering excitedly. Even a certain girl had a bright smile on her face, and her two little hands kept clapping the cheering sticks. See the people from Peking University looking over here. He even raised his hands to celebrate for them. It can be seen that he is really happy. At this moment, Eugene and several other boys from Peking University were about to burst into laughter. I can't even suppress the corners of my mouth. It feels even harder than before. If we wait until this game is over, they will definitely brag like crazy to their teammates who didn't come. Come on, defend, defend. You go over there and prevent them from picking and rolling. Be careful with the corner pass. The number 6 on the other side is pretty good at three-point shooting. Although the first quarter is almost over, the current score advantage is on Peking University's side. But they did not take it lightly. Instead, he quickly turned back to defense. On the field, as the defender of Shanghai Jiaotong University took control of the ball, the battle was about to break out. Jiaotong University's number 6 player quickly ran to the three-point corner. Peking University joint defense. The two of them stared at him to death. Helplessly, seeing that there was no chance to pass the ball, Jiaotong University player number 11 immediately waved to his teammate to come up and get the ball. The two of them still played a pick and roll and broke through directly from the free throw line on the left side. Whoa! A crisp slap landed on the hand of Jiaotong University player number 11. The basketball was knocked away. It also made the referee on the field blow the whistle. Foul. To be honest, the slap was really loud. Even Mu Cheng and the others who were sitting on the sidelines could hear it. The Peking University player who committed the foul smiled embarrassedly. It didn't cause any controversy. But, as the basketball was being hit, it rolled to a location not far from Mu Cheng. She got up and ran over. Just when everyone thought she was going to pick up the basketball and return it. But he was startled by her action. Only, the girl lightly pushed the basketball with her toes, and it instantly rolled from the ground onto her Martin boots. Then with another pick, the ball jumped directly into his hand. The whole action was done in one go. Finally, Mu Cheng, with a relaxed expression, threw the basketball backhand, in a parabola from low to high, and it landed accurately in the hands of the referee. There seemed to be a hint of smile in the girl's beautiful eyes. He clapped his hands and returned to his position. However, her nonchalant and carefree attitude stunned everyone present, until someone spoke up. Oh my God, so handsome. In an instant, all kinds of sounds rang out in the entire basketball court area. Even in the heart-beating house, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Liang Xiaowei hugged Mu Cheng excitedly and said, tell me, were you a man in your previous life? You were so good at teasing people. You really killed me with your handsomeness just now. Sister, how about I give this flower to you? I think it's useless to give it to Brother Jane. Meow Meow also smiled, joking and joking. As she spoke, she also brought over the bouquet of crushed ice blue roses. Seeing this, Mu Cheng took it and counted it, then pretended to be arrogant and said, why did you only buy 6? I don't want them. How much do you like it? Tell me now. Chen Jia smiled and cooperated very well. Hearing this, Ward quickly pricked up his ears to listen. Chapter 90 Girls hold hands when going to the bathroom. However, faced with this question, Mu Cheng just smiled faintly and did not answer. At the same time, he returned the crushed ice blue rose to Meow Meow. She knows. Some words are spoken now. It's very likely that someone else will pay for you. Then there's no need. On the contrary, if the girls were chatting privately, it would be nice to talk about this topic. Seeing this, Ward was helpless. He also thought that maybe he would have a chance to give flowers to Orange. Fortunately, his attitude is also very good. Since we're not talking about that, let's continue with the topic of throwing the basketball. Tuji imitated Mu Cheng's movements and grinned, really handsome. Next time I play basketball, I'll come and try it. Sometimes being handsome is really just a feeling. I don't know why. Wang Qiyu couldn't help laughing when he saw him imitating Mu Cheng's movements. Huan Huan gave a suggestion. Why don't you stop learning it? I don't think it's suitable for you, Brother Hua. I think so too. Lu Sijuan nodded in agreement. At the same time, the comments in the live broadcast room were also lively, and many viewers were laughing. Really? Why do I feel like Tuji is fanning someone when he does this? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I still want to learn from Orange. But I have to say, Orange was really handsome just now. Fuck, you're talking about that. I was so shocked by that action just now that my pants were squeezed tight. I just changed into a new pair of pants and went to the bathroom to change them. Oh? Wait, are you driving upstairs? I feel like Orange is really suitable to be a boyfriend. Her fingers are beautiful and long, hee, licking the screen. Ah. Before we knew it, the barrage was suddenly occupied by a group of women of unknown origin. It stunned all the male fans. Shivering. Are all you girls this fierce? The basketball court of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Because it was Peking University that committed the foul, the Jiaotong University team directly made 2 free throws. At this time, Eugene and teammate number 24 were watching outside the three-point line. They couldn't all stand in it. We have to leave a chance for a fast break. Schwa. Watching his opponent make the free throw, boy number 24 looked at Eugene again, leaned over and whispered, I feel like you have a lot of rivals in love now. Eugene was still a little confused and didn't understand what it meant. Then, he noticed the look the other person gave him. Follow the gaze. Good guy. Now, almost all the boys in this area of the basketball court are looking in the same direction, sometimes excited and sometimes nervous. He didn't even have to think about it at this moment. I knew instantly that these guys were all looking at Orange, right? Depend on. Although it's a bit annoying. But it seems that this is none of his business. After all, he is now at a loss as to how to proceed in his pursuit of Orange, and it has nothing to do with the girl. Huh. If you think about it this way. That's right. Orange and I live in the same cabin and I can't catch up with her. How can you possibly catch up with her? In an instant, Eugene felt refreshed and a smile appeared on his face. Teammate No looked at this guy and saw that he looked sour just now, but now he seemed a little proud for some reason. I feel confused. Are you jealous and stupid? No time to think about anything. At this moment, Shanghai Jiaotong University made 2 free throws, and it was their turn to attack. Whoa. Soon, the referee blew the whistle. The game also came to the end of the first half. Current score. Peking University is actually a little behind, at 47th. I have to say, number 6, who was being closely targeted by them, was really good at shooting 3-pointers. Peking University had already gained an 8-point lead, but was instantly caught up by 3 3-pointers, causing the rhythm to be a bit disrupted. Come, drink some water and take a rest. Zhang Junhan greeted with a smile. When he arrived, he brought in a case of water, as well as Red Bull and other sports drinks. Thanks, Brother Han. Brothers, there is water here. Take it yourselves. I'll go over there and take a look. Okay, got it. Go and see your crush. Ha ha ha. Obviously, everyone knows that Eugene likes the most beautiful girl on the field. After all, the guy number 24 is also a big mouth. The basketball is being played. Then you know everything. Hearing this, Eugene felt a little embarrassed, but he ignored these guys and came over with water and a towel. Hey, our handsome guy is back, and he fought well. When seeing Eugene, Lu Sijuan was the first to smile. The former immediately shook his head and smiled, still lagging behind. That doesn't matter. We should be able to catch up quickly in the second half. Come on. Thanks. By the way, is it far from where you work to Jiaotong University? Okay, I'll take half an hour. I almost couldn't find where this basketball court was, and I had to ask a teacher inside to bring me in. Mu Cheng chatted with them and smiled gently. And she said this. Wang Qiyu also found it a little funny. Yeah, how come their stadium is like a cafeteria? I wanted to come in to buy some water, and I stumbled in by accident. Haha, then you were quite lucky. Everyone chatted and laughed. But after a moment, Eugene said something and went back to his teammates. Mainly, he is sweating all over and smells quite bad. Afraid of attracting Orange's disdain. By the way, I also need to discuss tactics with my teammates. After all, the halftime break is only 10 minutes. These 10 minutes. Time flies. When the referee blew the whistle, they replaced 2 players and went on the court again. The other side. Liang Xiaowei was going to the bathroom and asked Mu Cheng if she wanted to go. Generally speaking, girls go to the toilet. They all go in pairs. But Mu Cheng was still looking down at her phone, not knowing whose message she was replying to. So Liang Xiaowei looked at Miao Miao again. Sister, do you want to go? Go ahead. Miao Miao nodded. She actually meant the same thing. Then Orange, please put my bag in your canvas bag first. Liang Xiaowei pulled out 2 tissues. I didn't plan to bring a bag, because it is not very convenient to carry that thing to the toilet. She was wearing a skirt and didn't know if there was a place to hang the bag in the toilet. The girl didn't even turn her head. She lowered her head and smiled softly. Go ahead, just put it here. Exclamation point. Hey, why do you have another file in here? Is it another new song? No, but you'll find out tomorrow. Inside the bag. The one that was pretending to be the contract that was just signed today. Only. Can't say now. Because it will be officially announced tomorrow. However, Liang Xiaowei didn't ask any more questions. She smiled, took Miao Miao's hand, and the 2 girls went to the toilet together.